The teenager, once a rebellious student on the verge of taking his college entrance exams, found himself reborn as a genius trainer in a world of Pokemon after being struck by a chalk eraser. A piece of chalk hit Yi Kai square on the forehead, abruptly ending his daydream. The homeroom teacher's stern voice followed. Yi Kai, the exams are just around the corner, and you're sleeping in class. Let me guess, you stayed up all night playing Pokemon games and fell asleep. Yi Kai looked around in confusion, a strong sense of incongruity washing over him. College entrance exams. He distinctly remembered graduating a decade ago. How was he back in high school? Where was he? Instinctively, he touched his school uniform, and suddenly, a flood of memories surged into his mind, causing a splitting headache that nearly made him faint. After a few seconds, he managed to regain his composure. Then came an uncontrollable surge of excitement, had traveled through time. Still grinning? Fine. Answer this question. What's the purpose of the Will-O-Wisp move? The teacher pressed on, her sharp gaze bearing down on him. The classroom was already abuzz with whispers. How is someone like him in Class 3, the fast-track class? To everyone's surprise, Yi Kai responded calmly. Will-O-Wisp is a fire-type move that inflicts a burn status on the target. However, fire-type Pokemon are immune to burns, so this move is ineffective against them. His flawless answer left the teacher momentarily stunned, and even his classmates stared in disbelief. Was this really the same Yi Kai who had always been a slacker? Lucky guess. Sit down. The teacher, still unconvinced, resumed her lecture. But Yi Kai's thoughts had already drifted far away. Based on the memories of this body's original owner, this was a world where Pokemon had merged with reality. What an incredible opportunity. With his extensive experience from playing Pokemon games in his previous life, he could achieve greatness in this world. All right, class, the teacher announced, snapping Yi Kai back to the present. This afternoon is the senior year school tournament. I don't need to explain how important this is. Dismissed. The classroom erupted into excitement as students eagerly discussed their Pokemon strategies. Have you all prepared your Pokemon? Anyone using grass or bug types? Grass or bug types? Who uses those weaklings? I'm using fire types. I'll crush you all, a wealthy student boasted arrogantly. Listening to the stereotypes about Pokemon types, bug types being weak, grass types relying on photosynthesis, Yi Kai smirked to himself. He had no interest in correcting their misconceptions. After all, he'd learned from bitter experiences in his past life. Helping others? He'd rather focus on his own progress. Yi Kai had already devised a grand plan. Acquire a Pokemon, train hard, challenge gyms, defeat the Elite Four, and ultimately become the champion. The upcoming school tournament was the perfect shortcut. Placing in the top 3 would qualify him to represent the school in inter-school battles and even exempt him from the college entrance exams. This meant getting a head start on his peers by a whole year. He had no desire to graduate and join his father's company, where petty sibling rivalries and endless scheming awaited. That life was torture. He'd rather face the dangers of exploring mysterious regions than share a room with those conniving relatives. Becoming a professional trainer was his only choice. Did you hear? This year's tournament champion gets not only a 300,000 yuan scholarship, but also a high-quality Pokemon egg. Could it be an Eevee? Or maybe a Snorlax? Eevee? Snorlax? Huh. Do you guys even have the money for evolution stones, or enough food to feed a Snorlax? Ignoring the chatter around him, Yi Kai focused on what truly mattered. The 300,000 yuan meant little to him, could save that in a month, but the Pokemon egg was a rare treasure worth fighting for. Ding! His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. Standing outside the classroom was a middle-aged man with a mustache, a hooked nose, and a black jacket. Despite his gray hair, he exuded vitality. It was Yi Kai's father, Yi Rong. During the break, Yi Rong handed him a Haiyan Pokeball. Kai, I carefully selected this Pokemon for you. Do your best this afternoon. Okay. Yi Kai snatched the Pokeball without saying much. These Haiyan balls were worth 30,000 yuan each. When it came to spending money, his father was generous. Though Yi Rong clearly favored some of his children over others, he was still more giving than most parents. Yi Kai had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with his father. The original owner of this body had argued with him countless times, and those memories were too complicated to revisit. Alone, Yi Kai headed to the rooftop of the school building. Most students were at the cafeteria, leaving him in peace. Though he didn't know what Pokemon was inside the ball, given his father's connections, it was likely a poison, fire, or ghost type, probably a gas-based Pokemon. If it were a Ghastly, that would be perfect. Gengar was a formidable battler. Come out, he said. A burst of red light revealed a blue-green, spherical creature covered in bumps. It floated in the air, wearing a lazy yet comical expression, with a skull pattern on its belly. An alternate-colored coughing. Regular coughing were usually deep purple, but this one was a rare pale blue-green. In the games, shiny Pokemon had a 1 in 10,000 chance of appearing. In this reality, the odds were likely even slimmer. Coughing. The air filled with a noxious smell, but Yi Kai was unfazed. Having grown up around his father's gas plant, he was used to it. He recalled how the original owner had nearly died in a gas leak incident as a child running around recklessly and almost setting off firecrackers in the factory during Chinese New Year. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Starting with a poison type, he mused, envisioning Pokemon like Mook, Seviper, Nidoking, and Drapion. Poison types have unique strengths like stall tactics with toxic spikes or defensive plays with Amoonguss. Then it hit him. There was no poison-type Elite Four member in this world. Maybe I could fill that gap. Let this world experience the true power of poison-type Pokemon. Ding. A system notification suddenly popped into his mind. Detected host's intent to use poison-type Pokemon in battle. Poison-type Elite System activated. A system? Finally, it had arrived. Yi Kai communicated with the system in his mind, and a series of messages appeared before him. Your poison-type Pokemon's potential will be upgraded by 2 levels. The system displayed this crucial notification first, followed by a string of functional descriptions. You can purchase poison-type skills in the skill shop, view Pokemon, and item information. At that moment, the system detected a beginner's gift pack. The gift pack opened automatically, granting the Universal Poison Immunity trait, which made Yi Kai immune to toxins and increased his affinity with poison-type Pokemon. It also unlocked the skill shop and a sub-attribute system. The system continued speaking to itself, completely ignoring any response from Yi Kai. It seems to be a one-way communication system, Yi Kai noted silently, then shifted his attention to the shiny Koffing in front of him. A faint blue screen appeared, displaying detailed information about the Koffing. Gender. Level. LV.5 beginner. Potential. CA after system enhancement. Maximum level cap. 90. Type. Poison. Ability. Levitate immune to ground-type moves. Known moves. Tackle, Smog, Pain Split, Haze. Held item. None. Not bad. Yi Kai thought with delight. The Koffing's Pain Split was likely an inherited move, meaning one of its parents must have been a ghost-type Pokemon. Yi Kai felt confident about the upcoming school tournament. With this shiny Koffing, making it to the top 8 should be achievable. However, he remained cautious, knowing that among the 300-plus senior students, many were highly skilled competitors. Opening the skill shop, a simple interface appeared. Poison Sting, 300 energy points. Poison Powder, 300 energy points. Toxic Fong, 2,000 energy points. The system noted, 100,000 Alliance coins can be exchanged for 1,000 energy points. Yi Kai calculated his 130,000 Alliance coins and found the exchange worthwhile. Skills from the system shop were permanent after purchase, and Pokemon could instantly learn them, bypassing the lengthy training process. System, exchange 1,000 energy points. Ding. Exchange successful. Almost simultaneously, Yi Kai received a bank notification 100,000 Alliance coins had been deducted from his account. Time was running out, with the tournament starting that afternoon. Just as Yi Kai was about to select skills, the Koffing floated around the rooftop, seemingly bored, and approached him, seeking attention. Koffing. The Koffing let out a cheerful cry, enjoying its trainer's gentle touch. Such closeness was rare for poison-type Pokemon. If not for Yi Kai's universal poison immunity, merely coming into contact with the gas Koffing emitted would have been enough to poison someone. In the end, Yi Kai decided to return the Koffing to its Pokeball. Yi Kai stood in front of the skill store, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of moves displayed on the list. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. There were so many skills he wanted to learn, but unfortunately, his energy points were severely limited. Just one powerful skill like Toxic required 2,000 energy points. He still had one chance to unlock a subcategory in the skill store. After a moment of thought, considering his own situation and the characteristics of his gas bomb Pokemon, he made his decision. System, unlock fire-type skills in the skill store. The system's notification promptly sounded. Ding. You have unlocked all fire-type secret techniques in the skill store. Please check them yourself. A series of skills appeared before his eyes. Ember, 300 energy points. Fire Punch, 800 energy points. Flamethrower, 1,500 energy points. Choosing fire-type moves was not a random decision. The combination of fire and poison was a classic strategy recognized by trainers. While steel types were immune to poison moves, they were vulnerable to fire's burn effects. More importantly, the fire-poison combination could counter nearly any type. Thinking of Gas Bomb's potential, Yi Kai's eyes lit up. This Pokemon could not only learn fire-type moves like Will-O-Wisp, Flamethrower, and Fire Blast, but it could also master Thunderbolt. But that was a matter for the future. After careful consideration, he decided to choose a practical move first. System, exchange for Venoshock. Ding. You have exchanged for Venoshock, consuming 1,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 0. Teach Venoshock to Gas Bomb. The system began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 1. Congratulations. Your Gas Bomb has learned the skill, Venoshock. This move, with a base power of 65, might seem ordinary at first glance, but it had a unique effect. If the target was poisoned or badly poisoned, its power doubled to 130. Inside the advanced Pokeball, Gas Bomb felt itself enveloped by a mysterious energy. This power, originating from Yikai, allowed it to effortlessly grasp the new skill, as if it were an innate ability. Moreover, its awakened potential left it in awe. Could this trainer before it be some kind of deity? Yikai, of course, had no idea what Gas Bomb was thinking. Everything that needed preparation was ready. Now it all depended on the afternoon's performance. The lunch break passed in the blink of an eye. At the school competition venue, 10 class teams stood in neatly arranged formations on the field. Students and teachers gathered, while the principal tested the microphone on the podium. After confirming it worked, he began his speech. This year, not only are the students and staff of Panshur High here to witness the event, but we are also honored to have Miss Hong Lian, the Fire-type gym leader from Lian City, as well as observers from the Pokemon League, attending. Amid the applause, the competition officially began. Students whispered excitedly among themselves. Hong Lian is the youngest gym leader among the 9 cities in J City. I heard her ace Pokemon, Typhlosion, is insanely strong. She became a gym leader at just 16, she's younger than us. Her grandfather is Hong Zhong, the Fire-type Elite Four of Dragon Nation. Of course, she's amazing. She started traveling the world and challenging gyms at 12. She's nothing like us academy types. Yikai quietly listened to the chatter. Today, the competition would narrow 128 contestants down to the top 32, guaranteeing a long day of battles. 3 arenas were set up for simultaneous matches, and in the distance, he could hear trainers giving commands. Charmander. Use Flamethrower. Level classifications. 010, Novice. 1030, Standard. 3145, Elite. 4660, Gym Leader. 6180, Elite Four. 81100, Champion. 101110, Tier 2 Legendary. 111120, Tier 1 Legendary. Charmander. Use Flamethrower. Diglett. Use Dig. On the battlefield, the 2 Pokemon showcased their unique abilities. Although the competition rules were not overly strict, the levels of the participating Pokemon were tightly regulated. All Pokemon were capped at level 5. For a Charmander at this level to use Flamethrower, it must have either inherited the move from its parents or learned it through a technical machine. The same applied to Diglett. In this world, as long as you had the financial resources, even a level 5 Pokemon could master powerful moves like Hyper Beam, Thunder, or Fire Blast. Every Pokemon in this competition was a carefully selected standout. From Class 3, Yikai, versus Class 7's Feng Yuxuan. The referee's brief announcement signaled the official start of the match. Go Onix! With a thunderous roar, the red light from the Pokeball faded, revealing a nearly 9-meter-long rocky behemoth in the center of the field. Its low growl was deeply intimidating, and its massive body exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure over everyone present. An Onix! Gasps erupted from the spectators. This Pokemon, often dubbed the Newbie Crusher, was nearly unbeatable against unevolved Pokemon. Yikai suppressed the shock surging in his heart and gripped the Pokeball tightly. This was his first battle, and failure was not an option. Go Coughing! Coughing! A shiny Coughing appeared on the field, eliciting looks of disgust from the surrounding audience. In the Pokemon world, poison types were often at the bottom of the attribute hierarchy. Stories of humans and Pokemon who had perished due to poison-type Pokemon were countless, their tragic lessons forever etched into history books. Of all Pokemon, he chose that toxic, disgusting thing. Well, his family does run a gas business. No wonder he has a shiny one. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Onix, use Rock Slide. Wherever Onix moved, the ground was torn apart, leaving deep grooves in its wake. Its tail swung fiercely, sending a barrage of rocks flying through the air in a series of devastating attacks. Level 5, and it knows Rock Slide? The spectators knew the truth. It must have been taught through an expensive technical machine or inherited the move. Pitying glances fell upon Yikai, as if his defeat was already inevitable. But Yikai remained calm and confident. Memories of countless battles and strategies from his past life, combined with his knowledge of Pokemon anime, flashed through his mind. His plan was already in motion. Coughing. Use Smokescreen to hide yourself. Coughing. The shiny Coughing's strength far exceeded expectations. It spewed a thick black smoke, instantly cloaking the entire battlefield. Whether Rock Slide hit or not was now impossible to determine, but the smoke had thoroughly disrupted the trainer's visibility. Use Pain Split, then envelop Onix in the smoke. Coughing. Its call confirmed it hadn't suffered serious damage. Roar! Suddenly, a dark, ominous light enveloped Onix's body. Pain Split had taken effect. Although Onix's Rock Slide had partially connected earlier, this move forced it to pay the price, cutting down a significant portion of its stamina. Pain Split's effect was straightforward. The remaining health of both Pokemon would be redistributed evenly. Infuse the smoke with poison gas. Yikai's strategy was beginning to unfold. Yikai had been eager to try this for a long time, and now he finally had the chance to put it into practice. As soon as his Gas Bomb Pokemon entered the battlefield, it executed the pre-planned tactics without hesitation. In less than 2 breaths, the black smoke on the field rapidly transformed into a toxic purple haze, completely engulfing the battlefield. How despicable! Feng Yuxuan, standing on the sidelines, gritted his teeth furiously. Ye Kai smirked disdainfully. Despicable? This is just how gas bomb fights. What? Should it just stand still and let you attack it? Would that be less despicable? Seeing how effective his tactic was, he secretly rejoiced. His opponent's frustration only confirmed that his strategy was working. The opposing Onyx, forced into a corner by the poisonous fog, had no choice but to use its signature move. With a deafening rumble, its massive body burrowed underground, attempting to escape the toxic haze. Ye Kai remained unfazed. Ignore it. Stack the smog attack on top of the poison gas. Gas bomb immediately followed the command, layering poison upon poison. A torrent of toxic fumes flowed into the underground burrow, leaving the Onyx with nowhere to hide, even beneath the surface. Roar! The Onyx, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the toxins, was eventually forced to surface halfway. Desperately, it searched for gas bomb amidst the haze. One well-placed rock slide could still turn the tide. But with the thick purple fog obscuring its vision, locking onto its target was impossible. Use sludge bomb. Attack indiscriminately. Ye Kai commanded sharply. Though originally a single target move, Ye Kai had trained gas bomb before the match with a unique trick. Every move must be combined with spinning. Inspired by the counter shield technique from Ash in the anime, this tactic was a perfect match for gas bomb's naturally spherical body, making it an ideal counter shield user. As gas bomb spun, the sludge scattered across the field like rain, reacting with the airborne toxic fog to produce a chilling sound of corrosion. Already poisoned, the Onyx suffered a devastating blow and finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, its vision spinning with golden stars. Gas bomb then absorbed all the toxic fumes back into its body, restoring the battlefield to its original clarity. The referee declared loudly, Onyx is unable to battle. The winner is Gas Bomb. Class 3's Ye Kai victory. The entire battle lasted less than a minute and a half, leaving the audience completely stunned. All they saw was the Pokemon being sent out, black smoke turning into purple haze, and then a chaotic brawl within the fog. By the time the smoke cleared, Onyx had already been defeated. What exactly happened within the toxic fog remained a mystery to everyone present. What? Can someone explain what just happened? That was an Onyx, for crying out loud. How did it lose so quickly? Does anyone know where gas bombs are commonly found? I want to catch a couple too. They're way too strong. The students weren't the only ones buzzing with discussion. Teachers and the referee were equally bewildered. However, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Ye Kai had indeed shown remarkable courage by choosing a poison-type gas bomb as his lead Pokemon. That's not the point. Did anyone actually see how Onyx lost? Someone shouted from the crowd. Class 3's homeroom teacher, Wang Dongxia, stepped forward to clarify. Judging by Onyx's reaction, it likely used a move called Pain Split, which evenly distributes health between the user and its opponent. A level 5 gas bomb, knowing such a rare move? It's probably an inherited egg move. Before she could finish, someone interrupted her. Mr. Li, I know your class star player got eliminated, and you're upset, but calm down. You. Li Liang snapped angrily. Wang Dongxiao, watch your mouth. As the teacher's argument escalated, threatening to overshadow the students' match, the head referee intervened just in time. Enough. Matches are determined by skill. The outcome is already decided. As homeroom teachers, you should set an example instead of bickering like this. You are the class teachers, yet you're arguing like this? What kind of example are you setting? The principal's stern voice echoed through the room, and the teachers below the stage immediately fell silent, as if frozen in fear. Meanwhile, on the guest seats of the stage, 2 league observers were intently watching the competition. First, he used smoke to obscure visibility, then Pain Split, followed by 2 poison-type moves to turn the smoke into toxic gas. This kid's strategy is quite impressive, one observer remarked. Don't jump to conclusions, the other observer said gravely. It might just be a momentary display of cleverness. A girl with fiery red hair casually draped over her shoulders. Hong Lian, the fire-type gym leader of Lianxing, was quickly flipping through the materials in her hands. I have to admit, for him to defeat that Onyx so quickly is rather interesting, she said thoughtfully. That Onyx's aptitude is grade, with a maximum potential level of 70. However, Hong Lian was unaware of the true situation. With Coughing Git's aptitude had been upgraded by the system from grade to a grade, 2 tiers higher. But now he's met his match. Look, Hong Lian pointed to one of the 3 competition arenas below. Ye Kai had barely sprayed some basic healing potion on Coughing and had no time to rest before being called back into the arena. The next match, Ye Kai from Class 3 versus Huang Fei from Class 1. The referee announced as the battle began. That kid is. Hong Lian's eyes narrowed. Huang Fei. Huang Fei is just an alias. He's the son of the psychic-type gym leader from Gon City. The league observers, hearing this, also grew serious. Huang Fei from Class 1, he's a natural-born psychic. More than that, his entire family are psychics, Hong Lian added. The psychic type is one of the top 3 types alongside dragon and fairy. They're born as darlings of this world. Go Ralts, Huang Fei commanded. A humanoid Pokemon with green hair and a pure white body appeared on the field. Its red horns split its hair into front and back, giving it the appearance of an elegant young girl. Wow, that's so cute. Gasps of amazement erupted from the audience. This is my first time seeing a Ralts in person. When it evolves into Gardevoir, it'll be even more beautiful. I wish I had one. The students cast envious glances at the Pokemon. Gardevoir, as a well-known psychic and fairy dual-type Pokemon, was highly sought after. Each Ralts was priced at over 4 million, even more expensive than the starter Pokemon. Use confusion, Huang Fei commanded. Ralts. A purple glow filled the arena as an invisible wave of force surged forward. We'll use smokescreen to hide. Ye Kai quickly countered. Coughing. Both sides acted simultaneously. While Ralts' confusion sent Coughing flying, the latter spun midair and released thick smoke from its bumpy surface, shrouding the entire arena in darkness within moments. Pointless. This level of trickery. Huang Fei's eyes glowed red as he prepared to use his psychic powers to guide Ralts. According to the competition rules, trainers are prohibited from assisting their Pokemon using psychic powers, spiritual abilities, aura, or any similar means. Cease your actions immediately, or you will be disqualified, the referee sternly warned. Huang Fei clenched his teeth and withdrew his psychic powers, clearly unwilling to lose this way. Ye Kai let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself how troublesome these natural-born psychics could be. If this had been a life-or-death battle in the wild, he might have lost already. Huang Fei felt a wave of relief that this was an official match. He quickly adjusted his strategy, his eyes locked on the smoke-filled arena. Same as always, pain split, then toxic gas. Teleport out of the smoke. Ralts' figure flickered within the smoke, reappearing instantly at the edge of the field. It gathered its psychic energy, delivering a devastating blow to Coughing, but also sustaining damage through pain split. Worse yet, the toxins had already seeped into its body. As soon as you spot it, hit it with psychic for a decisive strike. Huang Fei's voice carried an edge of urgency. On the other side of the field, Ye Kai watched with a calm, expressionless face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He had already planned everything since Ralts was poisoned. There was no need to engage directly. He would let time wear down his opponent. Coughing remained hidden within the toxic fog, while Ralts' stamina rapidly dwindled, eventually succumbing to the poison's relentless assault. Ralts is unable to battle. The winner is Coughing. Ye Kai from Class 3 advances. The referee's voice echoed across the arena. This was Ye Kai's second victory using the same strategy, successfully earning him a spot in the top 32. Huang Fei clenched his teeth. As the top student of Class 1 and the son of a gym leader, being eliminated in the top 64 was a bitter pill to swallow. Impressive tactics. I'll remember you. He threw out the remark, recalled his Pokemon, and walked away. The audience was stunned. Ye Kai's strategy was nothing short of brilliant, using smoke to obscure vision, along with the triple threat of toxic gas, smog, and Venoshock. Venoshock's doubled power against poison targets had been especially devastating, knocking out 2 seeded players in succession. Who would have thought Coughing could be used like this? Truly an eye-opener. An observer from the league remarked in admiration. Even Hong Lian had to acknowledge Ye Kai's skill. It was rare to see such tactical variety in a level 5 battle. Even if she were to compete herself, there was no guarantee of victory. This dark horse from Panchur Academy was someone worth keeping an eye on. The observer pulled up Ye Kai's profile and stamped it with a red C rating. This meant his future battles would be closely monitored and analyzed. Typically, students who received a B rating or higher in school tournaments would be directly recruited to the school team, even if they were eliminated. The subsequent matches, while occasionally impressive, failed to capture Hong Lian's interest. At best, some Pokemon displayed unexpectedly powerful moves, but the battles were often one-sided and lacked excitement. 2 hours later, the top 32 had been finalized. The homeroom teacher led the students back to their classroom. Only 4 students from Class 3 had advanced, with Ye Kai being the sole male among them. However, Ye Kai paid no mind to this. As someone who had previously been at the bottom of the class, he was used to being distant from his peers. The peculiar stares from the girls didn't bother him in the slightest. In a world where Pokemon were ranked by tiers, who would choose Coughing as their first Pokemon? Ye Kai knew all too well that this was likely his father's idea of a cruel joke. He had 2 older sisters and a younger brother. His sister's starter Pokemon were an adorable Teddiursa and Spheal, respectively. His younger brother would probably end up with a pseudo-legendary, or at worst, one of the starter trio. Thinking of this, Ye Kai couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. For ordinary people to obtain one of the starter trio, they would need to pay the league's breeding fund for 18 consecutive years, which had now risen to nearly 150,000 a year. Pseudo-legendaries were even more exclusive, reserved as rewards for elite trainers. In Longmen Mountain near Jing City, the Panlong Cave was home to rare pseudo-legendary Pokemon like Dratini, Bagon, and Gibble. But none of that mattered anymore. Yi Kai understood that strength was the ultimate foundation whether in Pokemon battles or human relationships. With this thought, he picked up his phone, a sly smile forming on his lips. Time to make old Ding cough up some more coins. Hello, Dad. Yi Kai's tone was indifferent as he spoke. Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive sum of money 300,000 Alliance coins was transferred to his account. His usually stingy father was unexpectedly generous this time, not even asking about the purpose of the money. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Kai thought to himself, what's gotten into the old man? Suddenly remembering I'm his biological son. Yi Kai's father, once a notorious philanderer, had divorced his original mother after leaving a trail of broken hearts. Perhaps this unexpected windfall was out of guilt? Well, no complaints here, the more, the better. Over the years, his father had consistently provided him with a monthly allowance of 100,000 without fail, never bothering to inquire about anything else. System, exchange for 3,000 energy points. Ding. You have successfully exchanged 3,000 energy points. A cold smirk appeared on Yi Kai's lips. Coughing, a Pokemon often underestimated, was about to make a statement. He would show everyone the true power of Poison-type Pokemon. If the world's prejudice against Coughing was a towering mountain, then Yi Kai was determined to level it to the ground. Through the system's skill exchange list, Yi Kai gained a deeper understanding of Coughing's potential. Just as he was about to exchange for Flamethrower, his eyes caught another skill priced at 1,500 energy points. Will-O-Wisp. This one's pretty sneaky. He'll take both. Exchange Flamethrower. Ding. Flamethrower exchanged successfully. 1,500 energy points deducted. Remaining balance, 1,500. Exchange Will-O-Wisp. Ding. Will-O-Wisp exchanged successfully. 1,500 energy points deducted. Remaining balance, 0. Without hesitation, Yi Kai taught both skills to Coughing. The system notifications followed. 5:41. Congratulations. Your Coughing has learned Flamethrower. 5:41. Congratulations. Your Coughing has learned Will-O-Wisp. Yi Kai, what are you daydreaming about? A crisp female voice snapped him back to reality. Looking up, he saw the class monitor standing in front of him. The homeroom teacher is holding a meeting for those advancing to the next round. Hurry up and join us. By then, the homeroom teacher, Wang Dongxia, had already started the meeting. She wanted to check on the students' preparation for the upcoming competition. After all, having a student place in the top 3 could significantly boost her chances of earning the Outstanding Teacher Award at year-end. However, Yi Kai's mind was completely preoccupied with the system's skill exchange menu, paying no attention to the discussion. Yi Kai, you performed well this time. Keep it up. Are you even listening to me? Huh. Indeed, he had been zoning out. The 3 girls present couldn't help but giggle. It wasn't surprising. Yi Kai was undeniably attractive, tall, and had been a top student in his first year of high school, ranking among the top 20 in the grade. He had been quite popular among the girls. However, over time, he lost interest in studying, and his grades plummeted. In truth, his thoughts were already occupied with strategies for the upcoming matches. The people around him? Most likely, none of them would even make it to the top 8. Their approval meant nothing to him. His ambitions extended far beyond this small competition. Trivial matters like this were beneath his notice. The next morning arrived quickly. Today, the top 3 would be determined, guaranteeing fierce battles ahead. On the field, one of the matches was already underway. Tauros used Stomp. Vulpix, Quick Attack. The 2 Pokemon clashed fiercely. Although Tauros dealt significant damage to Vulpix, its slightly slower speed ultimately led to its defeat by Quick Attack. Observing the battle, Yi Kai reflected. It seems having powerful moves isn't enough. Battles are unpredictable, and a single mistake can lead to defeat. Ugh, how boring. The kindergarten-level scuffle before her failed to hold Holian's interest. Her gaze lazily swept across the field as she recalled the only match worth mentioning to Dia, thrilling showdown between a Scyther and a Pinsir. But in the end, no matter how strong they seemed, they were still just bug types, useful only as stepping stones in the early stages. Holian sneered dismissively. To her, bug types were the weakest of all. A single burst of fire, and they'd be taken out in an instant. The rules of this world were just that cruel and straightforward. Take grass types. For example, they relied on photosynthesis and were often treated as a budget-friendly option by trainers, who wouldn't even bother feeding them energy cubes. And bug types? They were the punching bags of the Pokemon world, utterly useless in the later stages. The chorus of boos from the crowd echoed their disdain for these types. Just then, the announcer's voice came over the speakers. Match 11. Yi Kai from Class 3 versus Wu Shasha from Class 2. Go, Bulbasaur. Wu Shasha called out, and a Pokemon with a large flower bud on its back appeared on the field. Its body was covered in patches of green, like a giant walking garlic bulb. Coughing. Yi Kai issued his command curtly. Coughing. The purple, spherical Pokemon floated into the air, letting out a low, rumbling call. Wu Shasha smirked confidently. I didn't expect to face a starter Pokemon so soon. But your cheap tricks and here poison types can't be poisoned. Vine Whip. Flamethrower. Coughing's mouth opened wide, and the gases within its body rapidly heated up. A searing column of flames shot straight toward Bulbasaur. Wu Shasha's expression froze in shock. What? She couldn't believe her eyes. A Coughing using flamethrower? It completely shattered her understanding of the world. After all, mastering a move required extensive training, at least a month or two of rigorous practice. Money couldn't buy time, and hastily learned moves often backfired in battle, sometimes even injuring the Pokemon or trainer. Yet this Coughing wielded fire with such precision that it was clearly no last-minute trick. Could it have been hiding its true power all along? Wu Shasha was utterly panicked, forgetting to issue any new commands. After the fiery onslaught, her walking garlic bulb lay on the ground, blackened and dazed, with the faint smell of roasted vegetables lingering in the air. Bulbasaur is unable to battle. The winner is Coughing. Ye Kai from Class 3 takes the victory. It was a complete one-hit knockout. Ye Kai remained silent. The results spoke louder than words. Wu Shasha stood frozen, unable to accept that she dared to challenge a flamethrower-wielding Coughing with her Bulbasaur. The teachers in the audience couldn't stay quiet any longer. They whispered among themselves, discussing the absurdity of Ye Kai and his Coughing. The students were in an uproar. Some gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, while others stretched their necks, eyes wide in disbelief. If Ye Kai's first two wins against Onyx and Ralts had involved clever tactics, this match was pure, overwhelming power. Hong Lian analyzed the situation calmly. Everyone, Coughing's gases are naturally flammable, so it's not surprising it can use fire-type moves. Besides, Bulbasaur is a grass-type Pokemon, which is highly vulnerable to fire-type attacks. Losing in this scenario is perfectly normal. Her explanation left the crowd speechless. Ye Kai was nothing short of extraordinary. And if he were to reveal that Coughing could also learn Thunderbolt, in a world where poison types were so gravely underestimated, half the people here might just faint from shock. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the seasoned observers. It was true that Coughing could master Flamethrower, but such a feat required an extraordinary level of control. Even the slightest misstep could result in catastrophic self-immolation. After all, among all self-exploding Pokemon, Coughing's explosive power was considered one of the most formidable. Wild Coughing or Weezing could never reach this level of precision. It seems we need to reassess the capabilities of Coughing and Ye Kai. Even the League Observer couldn't help but nod in approval. This is far beyond what a crank trainer is supposed to achieve. Hong Lian pondered silently. Ye Kai's demonstrated command ability is at least at a Brank level. If he can make it into the top 3, or even win the school tournament, he could be promoted to Brank immediately. The competition had reached the top 16 stage. Ye Kai's opponent sent out a Torkola terrestrial Pokemon with a reddish-brown body and a black, ash-colored shell. Its honeycomb-like vents were spewing thick coal gas, eerily similar to Coughing's abilities. Flamethrower. Both trainers gave the same command simultaneously. Two scorching jets of flame collided in the center of the battlefield. The intense heat distorted the air, and the match seemed evenly matched. Now's the time. Ye Kai's eye sharpened. Quick, release smokescreen, layer it with toxic gas, then add haze. Through countless battles, he had mastered issuing consecutive commands. Coughing executed the sequence seamlessly, enshrouding the entire field in a thick poisonous fog within moments. Ye Kai kept his gaze locked on the battlefield, but suddenly, a sense of unease struck him. This isn't good. With this density of toxic gas combined with haze. Get out of the smoke, retreat to the edge of the field. Coughing obeyed instantly, leaving Torkoal isolated in the toxic mist. The opponent misunderstood this as a mistake on Ye Kai's part and hastily ordered, Torkoal, use Flamethrower now. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed the entire battlefield in an instant. The high-density haze mixed with toxic gas ignited upon contact with the spark, especially with Torkoal actively burning coal. When the smoke finally cleared, Torkoal lay on the ground, charred and unable to continue battling. Coughing swiftly absorbed the remaining poisonous gas as the referee declared, Torkoal is unable to battle. Ye Kai from Class 3 wins. The audience erupted into astonished chatter. Quick, help me find a Coughing too. Someone exclaimed in awe. This is like mastering the art of controlled explosions. Indeed, people had long associated Coughing with its signature self-destruct move, but now it was clear that was merely an underestimation of Coughing's true potential. Amid the gasps of the crowd, even Hong Lian couldn't help but gape in astonishment. However, her surprise lasted only a few seconds before it was replaced by a wave of dread. If she had been the one commanding the Torkoal earlier, she might have made the same decision after all. What else could a level 5 Torkoal do besides spewing flames? It certainly couldn't use Ember, could it? Yet, this seemingly reasonable choice had nearly led to disaster. The Fire-type gym leader grew increasingly uneasy as she thought about it. In her eyes, the truly remarkable aspect wasn't the Coughing itself, but Ye Kai as a trainer. Coughing, a Pokemon typically associated with specialized industries, was something ordinary people would never encounter, just like Growlithe and Arcanine used exclusively by law enforcement or Chansey, and Audino monopolized by the medical field. This obscure and often disliked Pokemon was only accessible to those working in industries like gas and natural energy. More importantly, Coughing was a regulated, highly toxic Pokemon. While it could provide humans with valuable gas resources, its inherent danger was undeniable. The students and teachers at the scene quickly pulled out their phones to look up information about Coughing, and the results were shocking. The league had classified Coughing's danger level as grade, with its evolved form, Weezing, listed as a grade posing a threat comparable to a disturbed Snorlax or a protective Beware. These flammable, explosive, and toxic creatures could easily cause catastrophic accidents if mishandled. Aside from a rare few humans born with natural resistance to toxins, most trainers couldn't possibly tame them. The crowd's gaze toward Ye Kai shifted dramatically. Not only did he own such a powerful Pokemon, but he also handled Coughing with ease, even stroking it without hesitation. Could he truly be one of those legendary toxin-resistant physiques? The competition continued, now entering the quarterfinals. Poochyena, use Poison Fang. Ye Kai noticed an interesting contradiction. While Poison-type Pokemon were often looked down upon, Poison-type moves were highly valued. This particular Poochyena had a unique lineage. Perhaps one of its parents was a Seviper. Pokemon breeding was always full of surprises, much like how Eradicate could somehow produce offspring with a Slaking. From the spectator seats, Ye Kai carefully observed his opponent's tactics. He was indeed strapped for cash at the moment. Otherwise, he would have purchased all the available moves from the system to expand his options. His current skill set felt too limited, leaving him vulnerable against powerful Psychic-type Pokemon. Lowering his gaze, he checked the blue information screen displayed on his Ultra Ball. Coughing. Shiny variant. Level. LV.8 Novice Tier. Potential, a grade enhanced. Ability, Levitate immune to ground-type moves. Moves, Tackle, Smog, Pain Split, Clear Smog, Venoshock, Flamethrower, Will-O-Wisp. At present, Coughing had only one weakness, Psychic types. But Ye Kai wasn't too concerned. Even if he encountered a Psychic-type Pokemon, he could always resort to his old tricks, couldn't he? After a brief rest, Ye Kai meticulously applied medicine to heal Gas Bomb's injuries. The quarterfinals were about to begin, and the competition would only get more intense until the ultimate champion was crowned. Thinking about the One-Eophakian reward, the Spirit Egg ignited a fire in Ye Kai's heart. He was one step closer to his goal. Soon, the referee's voice echoed across the arena. Quarterfinal match Class 3's Ye Kai versus Class 9's CS Yinling. Go, Misdreavus. CS Yinling commanded. Hamea. A strikingly large, dark green spectral figure appeared at the center of the battlefield. Standing at an impressive 0.7 meters tall, far larger than most would expect, its flowing pink hair flickered like ghostly flames, and the crimson beads around its neck swayed, exuding an eerie yet oddly charming aura. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Isn't it kind of cute? Cute. This is a spirit classified as a level threat. It tears out people's hair at night, bites for fun, and feeds on human fear. Exactly. That's the defining trait of the lower 3 spirit types. Poison types are toxic, dark types are untamable, and ghost types? They can possess people and pass through walls utterly terrifying. The battle commenced. Misdreavus, use Psychic to take it down. Same strategy, release Smoke to cover the field. Misdreavus moved like lightning, its hair standing on end as a purple psychic energy beam shot straight at Gas Bomb. Though it was knocked back, Gas Bomb didn't falter, immediately releasing thick smoke to obscure the battlefield. Unleash Poison Gas and Venoshock into the smoke. Misdreavus, use Astonish. The field dissolved into chaos. In the spectators' seats, 2 league observers were locked in debate. Red Lotus analyzed. This is a test of patience. Psychic is an intangible attack that can only be countered by another psychic move. Right now, Ye Kai is simply stalling for time. Suddenly, Gas Bomb absorbed all the poisonous smoke into itself. The outcome was clear. Misdreavus was not only poisoned but also enveloped in smoke, suffering from burn damage. Surrounding Gas Bomb were ghostly pale flames, spinning to form a unique protective barrier and advanced combat technique it had mastered on its own. In this reality, unlike the single status effects in games, spirits could endure multiple status conditions simultaneously. This was precisely why Ye Kai chose fire as a secondary attribute. Poison and burn together drained stamina rapidly, with burn further having the opponent's physical attack strength. The poison type's nemesis, the steel type, which in turn is countered by the fire type. Xie Lingxian showed no emotion as she withdrew her Pokemon and silently walked off the battlefield. Hong Lian frowned and stared at the scene of the battle. The truth hidden within the smoke gradually became clear to her. The area of attacks were the real key to victory. The Mismagius had completely lost its target in the thick smoke and, unable to counter effectively, was ultimately defeated. Isn't Venom Shock a single target move? How did it become an area attack? The 2 league observers exchanged puzzled glances. Return, Coughing. Ye Kai recalled his Pokemon, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, he wasn't going to share the secret with the judges. Coughing had used high-speed rotation to disperse the venom, a technique inspired by the counter shield that Ash had employed in the anime. As a naturally spherical Pokemon, Coughing was practically born for this move. The spinning attack was not only its strongest offensive maneuver, but also its best defensive stance. Ye Kai's tactical arsenal extended far beyond this. He was already planning to teach Coughing the Steel-type move, Euro Ball, a unique skill where the slower the user compared to its opponent, the more powerful the move. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. The semifinals were about to begin. The arena was down to the final 4 competitors, and each was clearly visible to the others. A familiar figure approached him. "Yo, useless big brother, I never thought you'd make it to the top 4 in the school tournament." Ye Kai ignored him, focusing instead on spraying medicine on Coughing's injuries. The one speaking was Yi Xian, his half-brother. The semifinal match, Yi Xian from Class 5 versus Fong Miao Miao from Class 7, the referee announced. Go Larvitar. A small green Pokemon with a horn on its head and diamond-shaped red scales on its belly leapt into the arena. Yi Kai Smirkety's father's favoritism was obvious. He had given Yi Kai a Coughing, while Yi Xian got a pseudo-legendary Larvitar. It's your turn, Totodile. From Fong Miao Miao's Pokeball emerged a Totodile unlike any other. Its body was blue-green, its beige belly adorned with shaped markings, and its dorsal fin a dark blue. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was a rare, shiny starter Pokemon. Click, click, click. Cameras snapped furiously. Huh. Yi Xian's Larvitar is way stronger than his brother's poison-type Coughing. Shows what you know. Yi Kai's just the illegitimate child. Yi Xian is the real deal. Yi Kai, who had been ignoring the chatter, suddenly shot a piercing glare at the speaker upon hearing those words. His icy stare made the student fall silent, trembling. The semi-final match. Yi Kai from Class 3 versus Zhao Qian from Class 1. Go Scyther. Go Scyther. With the trainer's command, a massive Scyther leapt into the air. It stood firmly on its feet, its entire body covered in gleaming green exoskeleton. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, it far exceeded the standard 1.5 meters of its species. Its sharp scythe-like forelimbs scraped against each other, producing a chilling sharpening sound that seemed to proclaim its strength. Coughing, you're up. The opponent's Pokemon emerged with a puff of gas. Coughing. Scyther used Fury Cutter. The battle began in an instant. Coughing launched a smokescreen tactic, but Scyther swiftly slashed through with a lightning-fast strike. Despite the hit, the smoke successfully spread across the battlefield. I've seen your previous matches, Zhao Qian said with a confident smirk. You've got some skills, and your strategy is interesting, but against me, this is where your fun ends. His words were a mix of praise and warning, a sly way of undermining his opponent's confidence. Scyther used Defog. Scyther unfurled its wings and whipped up a powerful gust, instantly clearing the smoke from the field and exposing Coughing's position. The unexpected move nullified Coughing's carefully created advantage in an instant. Ignore him, Coughing. Use Pain Split, then Flamethrower. Quick Scyther. Use Agility to dodge. The battle heated up as both trainers gave precise commands. Scyther was enveloped in a purple glow of psychic energy, its speed increasing with every moment. Even after being hit by Pain Split, its agile movements made it impossible for Flamethrower to land a hit. Now use Fury Cutter continuously, Zhao Qian ordered. Scyther launched a relentless series of attacks, each consecutive Fury Cutter growing stronger. Yi Kai recalled the data from previous games in his past life. Fury Cutter started with a base power of 40, but could build up to a devastating 160 if it landed repeatedly. This bug-type move, when chained, could spell disaster for its target. Coughing, use Will-O-Wisp. Then spin and unleash Flamethrower. Coughing. Coughing launched an incredible counterattack. It began spinning rapidly, surrounded by pale ghostly flames that evolved from small embers into dense, fiery whips. These fiery tendrils glowed red on the outside and white-hot within, forming a dazzling, yet deadly defensive ring. Scyther made several attempts to break through, but was unable to get close, suffering burns in the process. Eventually, it was struck by Coughing's fiery shield and sent flying, left with only a sliver of health. Don't stop, keep spinning and firing Flamethrower. As the ghostly flames faded, the fire turned into pure, blazing red, its power intensifying further. The countless fiery whips engulfed the battlefield, leaving Scyther unable to follow any commands. In a critical moment, it failed to dodge and was hit directly by the Flamethrower, losing its ability to fight on the spot. This battle demonstrated that in the Pokemon world, counter-shield techniques like this can't be avoided with speed alone. On the contrary, smaller Pokemon have an easier time dodging such attacks, proving that raw speed isn't enough to completely evade these devastating moves. Yi Kai's Coughing demonstrated astonishing power the first time he used this move. The Scyther collapsed to the ground with a thud, losing its ability to continue the battle. Class 3's Yi Kai is the winner. The referee's announcement rang out. The crowd erupted into a buzz of chatter. Spectators debated amongst themselves, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. What was that? Flame wheel? Flare blitz? Someone questioned. How could simple spinning make its flamethrower so powerful? Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Yi Xian had just been defeated by Fang Miao. He watched his Larvitar fall and was filled with frustration. A Totodile under level 10 had somehow mastered Water Gun. The move dealt quadruple damage to his Larvitar, leaving him utterly defenseless. When Yi Xian turned to watch Yi Kai's match, he froze in disbelief. Is that really my useless older brother's Pokemon? He muttered to himself, stunned. Since when did it become this strong? Coughing not only uses flamethrower, but can also release it in such a spinning motion. In the league observers' seats, Hong Lian was replaying the battle footage repeatedly, unable to stay calm. This Yi Kai is definitely extraordinary, she said with excitement. Not only does he have immunity to poison moves, but his tactical command is outstanding. Even when using fire-type moves, he can innovate like this. Don't get ahead of yourself, another observer reminded her. No matter how talented he is, he's still just a student. Yet their minds soon drifted to other prodigies who had showcased their brilliance during their school years. The legendary Hong Zhong, the enigmatic A from the Lighthouse Nation, and Musashi from Sakura Nation. The competition progressed. The finals were about to begin. Class 3's Yi Kai against Class 7's Fang Miao. Simultaneously, Class 5's Yi Xian would face Class 1's Zhao Qian for third place. All eyes naturally turned to the finals. After all, it's always the champion who is remembered. In the spectator seats, Class 3's homeroom teacher, Wang Dongxia, pumped her fist in excitement. Though the other teachers felt a twinge of envy, the principal had already begun congratulating Wang Dongxia and Han Ning in advance. On the final stage, Fang Miao released her Totodile, while Yi Kai sent out his coughing. Fang Miao flashed a confident smile. Totodile is a water-type Pokemon. Flamethrower won't work on it. The atmosphere on the field of the Panshur Spirit Academy was tense to the extreme as the final match unfolded. Totodile, use Water Gun. Fang Miao commanded decisively. Facing an opponent strong enough to reach the finals, she opted for the most effective strategy. Totodile opened its massive jaws, rapidly gathering dense water energy in its mouth before unleashing a high-pressure stream of water, like a dragon's breath, straight at its opponent. Yi Kai's coughing immediately counterattacked, expelling gas from its body and rapidly heating it up to form a powerful fire pillar. Water and fire clashed, and dense steam quickly filled the air. In this intense energy duel, coughing was clearly at a disadvantage and was soon sent flying by the powerful water gun. Despite the hit, coughing retained its fighting ability. Taking advantage of the lingering steam, it swiftly concealed itself within the mist while releasing a massive amount of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Totodile. A sudden cry of pain echoed from the field. Coughing's pain split skill had successfully landed, cutting a significant portion of Totodile's stamina. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kai issued a series of rapid commands. Area attack, smog, poison gas, then sludge bomb. The seamless combination of these poison-type moves was flawless. Fang Miao quickly devised a countermeasure. Totodile, spin, and use Water Gun. She had discerned the rotational nature of the sludge bomb attack. Unfortunately, it was too late for Totodile to learn and execute a proper countershield technique. Instead, it relied on its natural instincts to use a standard water gun while spinning. However, after a few rotations, it ended up dizzying itself. The arena was now engulfed in a thick purple haze of poisonous mist, completely obscuring Fang Miao's view of the battlefield. She realized that her journey to the finals might have owed more to luck than skill, as she had never faced an opponent as formidable as Yi Kai before. Totodile, run toward the edge of the field, she shouted in a last-ditch effort. With the arena's size, heading in one direction would eventually lead out of the toxic cloud. Totodile managed to break free from the poison mist, but by then, it was severely weakened from the toxins, barely managing to stand. Coughing, meanwhile, absorbed all the poisonous gas, clearing the air and restoring visibility to the field. Totodile is unable to battle. The winner is Coughing. Yi Kai from Class 3 is victorious. The match left a profound impression on the referee. Yi Kai's poison-type triple combo was a masterstroke, leaving his opponent with no chance to counterattack. While the crowd was still buzzing with excitement from the thrilling match, the principal stepped forward to announce the final rankings of this year's school tournament. Let's congratulate the first-place winner and champion of the school competition. From Class 3, Grade 12, Yi Kai. His chosen Pokemon is Coughing. The host's voice echoed across the arena, triggering a wave of astonishment. The news of a poison-type Pokemon winning the championship struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present in shock. In the more than 30 years since Panshur High School's founding, such an outcome had never occurred. Second place, the runner-up, Fang Miao from Class 7, Grade 12. And third place, Zhao Qian from Class 1, Grade 12. Hearing the results, a faint smile curved on Yi Kai's lips. His gaze shifted to a familiar figure in the audience, the proud older brother who had failed to even make it into the top 3 this time. After 5 intense battles in a single day, both Ye Kai and his partner Coughing were utterly exhausted. Taking out a high-tier pokeball, he checked on his companion's condition. Coughing, shiny variant. Level, 11 normal tier. Potential, a grade enhanced. Moves, tackle, poison gas, pain split, smog, Venoshock, flamethrower, will-o-wisp, smokescreen. The victory in the final match against Fong Miao Miao's Totodile had come down to a slight level advantage. Walking up to his opponent, Ye Kai got straight to the point. What level is your Pokemon? Before Fong Miao Miao could respond, Ye Kai had already pulled out his phone and opened the Pokédex app to scan Totodile. The results confirmed his hunch, level 10. What are you doing? How rude. Fong Miao Miao snapped, hastily withdrawing her Totodile. Sorry, I was just curious about a shiny starter Pokemon. Ye Kai replied casually, though he had already pieced together the key to his victory. Different Pokemon indeed had varying level-up difficulties. Just then, the class president rushed over. Ye Kai, Mr. Wong is waiting for you in the office. Got it. I'll head there now. Ye Kai responded, turning away from the crowd of classmates who had gathered around. Even as the school champion, he could sense the subtle distance in the surrounding stares. Trainers who used poison-type Pokemon were often met with wariness, a long-standing prejudice. But Ye Kai didn't mind. He knew that the systems displayed universal poison immunity came with no side effects. Knock, knock. Standing at the office door, Ye Kai knocked firmly. From inside, the excited voice of Wang Dongxia called out. Homeroom teacher Wang Dongxia stood at the doorway and noticed Ye Kai standing there in a daze. She immediately urged him. What are you standing there for? Come with me to the principal's office. The two walked briskly down the hallway and arrived at the principal's office in less than 2 minutes. The principal greeted them with a beaming smile. Ah, Ye Kai, you're finally here. Inside the office, the second-place winner, Fong Miao Miao, and the third-place winner, Zhao Qian, had already been waiting for some time. The principal spoke with great enthusiasm. You are the hope of our Panshur Academy this year. The upcoming days of senior year will rely on the three of you to bring honor to the school. All right, now that everyone is here, let's proceed with the awards ceremony. The League Observer transferred the scholarship funds to the 3 students on the spot, 300,000 for the champion, 200,000 for the runner-up, and 100,000 for the third place. But the most significant prize was yet to come. The League Observer carefully took out a portable incubator containing a Pokemon egg with a white base and green spots, fully immersed in a bluish nutrient solution. This is the grand prize for this year's Panshur Academy Championship. And now, it belongs to you, Ye Kai. Ye Kai accepted the incubator and examined the Pokemon egg closely. Although he didn't know what kind of Pokemon it would hatch into, its aptitude was guaranteed to be at least grade. In this world, aptitude determined a Pokemon's maximum potential. Grade capped at level 30, grade at level 40, a grade at level 50, grade at level 60, grade at level 70, grade at level 80, a grade at level 90, and Scrade could reach level 100. This meant that even a pseudo-legendary like Dragonair could never evolve into Dragonite if its aptitude was only a grade. Of course, aptitude wasn't entirely unchangeable, but the improvement potential was limited unless one invested an enormous amount of resources. Everyone in the room gazed at the Pokemon egg with envy. Previous years had seen other schools' eggs hatch into rare Pokemon like Eevee, Togepi, or Munchlax. The principal announced, that's it for today. Everyone has worked hard in the competition, so let's regroup here tomorrow morning. You'll be spending less time in the classroom from now on to avoid disrupting your classmates' preparation for the college entrance exams. With that, he left. The group exchanged glances, and the 3 homeroom teachers led their respective students away. Although Ye Kai was thrilled about receiving the Pokemon egg, carrying it around all the time was rather inconvenient. It was said that full incubation could take anywhere from several weeks to 2 months. As he focused on observing the egg, a blue holographic screen suddenly appeared, revealing its details. Alolan Vulpix. Level, LV.1 Novice. Aptitude, Grade Max Level Cap, 80. Type, Ice. Ability, Snow Cloak in hail or snow conditions. Evasion rate increases by 20. Moves, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Moonblast. Held item, none. So, it's this Pokemon, Ye Kai thought to himself. An Ice Vulpix is nice, but without the system's aptitude boost, it's not as impressive. It did inherit Moonblast, but that feels a bit underwhelming. What kind of Pokemon is inside the egg? I don't know. Let's just treat it as a surprise gift from the league. Ye Kai, how about selling the egg to me? I'll pay 2.7 million. Dream on. 2.7 million is just the standard price for a starter Pokemon. This egg is like a mystery box guaranteed to be worth at least 2.7 million. Now that he knew the egg contained an Alolan Vulpix, Ye Kai stood in the hallway, pondering an exchange plan. The evening breeze brought a hint of chill, clearing his thoughts. Not for sale, he declared firmly. Unless. Before he could finish, everyone around him perked up their ears. If you can find a shiny poison-type Pokemon, I'll trade this egg with you. Hearing such an almost impossible condition, The onlookers shook their heads and left, returning to their evening self-study sessions. Yi Kai, however, remained unfazed after all. He no longer needed to take the college entrance exams and had plenty of time to plan. After some careful calculation, he became even more convinced that trading the egg for a shiny poison-type Pokemon was a worthwhile deal. In this world, pure poison-type Pokemon were generally unpopular and inexpensive. However, if it was a dual-type Pokemon with poison attributes like a shiny Bulbasaur, the price would skyrocket. More importantly, the system had a special bonus for poison-type Pokemon. Even with Grade potential, a poison-type Pokemon could be directly enhanced to a grade by the system, an incredible boost. With this in mind, Yi Kai immediately took out his phone and called his father, Yi Rong. On the other end, his dim-witted, younger brother had already reported his championship victory. Well, that saved him the trouble of explaining. Dad, I want. He explained his idea of obtaining a rare, shiny poison-type Pokemon, emphasizing that it should ideally be shiny. Good boy, you're finally growing up and making sense, Yi Rong said with satisfaction. Leave it to me. I'll get back to you with good news. After hanging up, Yi Rong quickly reached out to his various connections. He then called his younger son, Yi Xian, to share the news that his older brother was willing to trade the Pokemon egg. In high spirits, the old man immediately transferred 500,000 yuan of pocket money to Yi Kai's account. Ding! Seeing the transfer notification, Yi Kai's eyelid twitched. His father voluntarily giving him money was practically unheard of. That night, while his roommates curiously asked for details about the competition, Yi Kai casually brushed them off. He went to bed clutching the incubator, still filled with anticipation, even though he already knew what was inside. The next morning at 8:30, 3 consecutive notification sounds woke him up. Still groggy and irritated, he was about to complain when he suddenly remembered Etta was now the school champion and didn't have to care about trivial things like attending class. Unlocking his phone, he saw 3 photos sent by his father. The first was a video inside a cavern. In the dimly lit cave, a shiny Zubat with a greenish hue hung upside down on a rocky wall, surrounded by countless bat-like Pokemongal bats, Noibats, and Woobats, all present. The other 3 photos showcased the shiny Zubat's unique features from different angles. Being male, its teeth were slightly larger than normal. Yi Kai examined the photos with excitement. Others might not understand, but he knew perfectly well how cool this Zubat would look once it evolved into a Crobat. A shiny Crobat was pink, after all. A shiny Zubat. Yi Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly calculated his options. Trading an Ice Vulpix Pokemon egg with his father for this Zubat seemed like a deal he couldn't pass up. In this world, Zubats are often considered annoying creatures commonly found in caves. Not only do they frequently attack hikers, but their poison typing and habit of feeding on the blood of humans and Pokemon make them highly undesirable. However, Yi Kai didn't care about any of that. He knew that Zubat evolves into Golbat at level 22, and with increased friendship, it could further evolve into Crobat. For someone like him, equipped with the Poison-type Master System, this Zubat seemed like the perfect fit. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Kai immediately pulled out his phone and called his father. His father, Yi Rong, acted just as quickly and arrived downstairs at his dormitory in no time. When they met in the hallway, Yi Rong handed him a dusk ball with a smile. Okay, here's the Pokemon you wanted. Without hesitation, Yi Kai took the Pokeball and carefully examined the data displayed on the faint blue screen. Zubat Shiny. Level, LV.19. Potential, Common Grade B S grade adjusted to S grade by the system. Max level cap, 100. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Infiltrator ignores effects of Reflect, Light Screen, Substitute, etc. Moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird, Astonish, Mean Look, Toxic Fong. Held item, none. Level 19. Scrape potential, Infiltrator ability, and the egg move Brave Bird. Yi Kai's hands trembled with excitement. This Zubat was flawless, only 3 levels away from evolving, and it wouldn't take long before it became a Crobat. Though he had no idea how his father had acquired it, none of that mattered. No, it was his. Okay, where's the Pokemon egg? Yi Rong asked directly, seeing how pleased his son was. To him, a shiny Zubat was worth about 1.8 million. If his son hadn't been in such a hurry, he could have negotiated for a better price. While shiny Pokemon were indeed rare, Zubat's unappealing green shiny form made it even less desirable. Still, trading it for the championship reward Pokemon egg was a good deal. Yi Kai led his father into the dorm room and retrieved the incubator containing the Pokemon egg from his wardrobe. Yi Rong examined the egg carefully, his smile growing wider. Haha, then I'll take the egg with me. Sure, go ahead. Yi Kai replied nonchalantly, though his thoughts told a different story. You don't know what you're giving up. Don't regret it later. He understood his father all too well. Chances were Yi Rong would end up gifting this Ice Vulpix egg to Yi Xian. But Yi Kai didn't mind. After his father left, Yi Kai immediately took out the Dusk Ball. Come out, Zubat. Zzzzz. The shiny green Zubat emerged from the ball, fluttering its wings. In front of Yi Kai stood a Zubat. its body covered in fine, greenish fur. The insides of its ears and the membranes of its wings were a dull yellow. This extraordinary creature stood a full meter tall, lacking eyes but boasting a large mouth, with 4 sharp, white fangs that were particularly striking. When it spread its wings to take flight, its presence became even more imposing. Ye Kai reached out to gently stroke the Zubat's soft fur, the sensation reminiscent of touching an oversized mouse. The Zubat let out a contented chirp, shifting its stance to rub against his hand. Watching this, a faint smile appeared on Ye Kai's lips. This Zubat wouldn't take long to evolve. Why not give it an extra boost? Ye Kai decisively transferred the 300,000 yuan he won from the school competition and the 500,000 yuan he earned from his battle against Lao Deng into the system. System, exchange for 8,000 energy points. Ding. You have exchanged for 8,000 energy points. Exchange for toxic. Ding. Toxic skill acquired, costing 2,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 6,000. Teach toxic to Koffing and Zubat. As the system countdown concluded, both Pokemon mastered the toxic skill. Normally, they would naturally learn toxic upon reaching around level 30, but Ye Kai couldn't wait that long. For poison-type Pokemon, toxic was a devastating weapon with a guaranteed hit bonus. It was best to master it as early as possible. The Zubat immediately felt a surge of pure poison-type energy envelop its body, and the knowledge of how to use this power naturally flowed into its mind, as if it had always known. It was astonished, realizing this strength came from the human before it called he be some kind of deity. With newfound reverence, the Zubat nestled even closer to Ye Kai. Meanwhile, Yi Rong called Yi Xian out of his classroom into the hallway. Son, take a look at this, Yi Rong said, showing off the item in his hand like a treasure. Dad, I knew you loved me the most. Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the incubator, holding a Pokemon egg. Enough with the flattery. Here, take it and keep it safe. Yi Xian carried the large incubator back into the classroom, instantly drawing the attention of his classmates. They quickly recognized it as the Pokemon egg Ye Kai had won as the champion, and whispers spread through the room. So the rumors are true. Their dad really is biased. Even the prize Ye Kai earned with his own skills ends up going to his younger brother. Yi Xian basked in the envious and jealous gazes from his peers. At Panshur Academy, only a handful of students owned pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and now, with the champion's Pokemon egg in his possession, it was as if he had won the school competition himself. That loser is so thrilled over a green Zubat. Clearly, there's something wrong with his head, Yi Xian sneered internally. Just wait until my Larvitar evolves into a Tyranitar, and this egg hatches into a powerful Pokemon. Let's see how you, that useless fool, can even compare to me. The Yi family's legacy will be mine sooner or later. While Yi Xian was lost in his daydreams, Ye Kai's phone buzzed relentlessly. Hello? Is this Ye Kai? Where are you? Didn't we agree you'd meet me in my office this morning? The principal's anxious tone made it clear they were waiting for him. After hanging up the phone, Ye Kai reluctantly made his way to the principal's office. The clock on the wall showed it was already 9:43 in the morning. Inside the office, Feng Miao Miao and Zhao Qian had been waiting for quite some time, now staring at the tardy Ye Kai with a mix of helplessness and disapproval. The principal greeted him with a kind smile and a gentle tone, saying, Ye Kai, please remember to be on time next time. Though no one else said anything, their expressions betrayed the same doubt. How could someone who couldn't even arrive punctually win the school competition? All right, now that everyone is here, let's go over the competition schedule for the next 6 months. The principal pulled out 3 sets of documents from his drawer and handed them to the students. There are 14 Pokemon academies in the Zhujiang district, and the matchups were determined by a draw last week. Ye Kai glanced through the documents casually. Their first opponent would be Qingju Academy from Jing City. The materials contained detailed profiles of the opposing team, including photos of their members, academic records, and past honors. Additionally, the principal continued, our academy has hired a coach to guide you through the upcoming competitions. Coach Chu, please come in. As soon as the principal finished speaking, a man dressed in black walked into the office. With stubble on his face, a laid-back demeanor, and tattered strips of cloth hanging from his outfit, he exuded an air of mystery, much like a crow. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Feng, and I'm a level 3 professional trainer. His brief introduction immediately commanded the respect of everyone in the room. According to the World League standards, achieving level 3 required earning 16 official badges. Considering that there were only 19 certified gyms in the entire Long Nation, trainers of this caliber were exceedingly rare, fewer than 300 nationwide. Even gym leaders would treat him with the utmost respect. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the principal, Chu Feng led the 3 students to the school's indoor training arena. Release your Pokemon, he instructed. One by one, flashes of white light revealed a Scyther, a Totodile, a Koffing, and a green-colored Zubat. The sight of the shiny Zubat caused everyone to frown instinctively. Zubats were already unsettling enough, and this unusual coloration only made it more so. However, Chu Feng seemed intrigued. He carefully examined the Zubat, gently stroking its wings, then observed the toxic coughing with caution before circling around the Totodile. These were all extraordinarily rare shiny Pokemon. Finally, his eyes fell on the Scyther. He remarked, I'm a Hansen trainer. What'll teach you might be unconventional, but ITLL be practical. He'll demonstrate just once, so pay close attention. Come out, Umbreon. At his command, a crisp Gura echoed as the sleek, dark figure of an Umbreon emerged. A sleek black rabbit leaped out of the dark sphere. Its fur was as black as ink, with golden circular spots faintly visible amidst the shadows. The appearance of this Umbreon caused the two people beside Yi Kai to instinctively step back. Half a step Dark-type Pokemon were notorious for their ferocious and unpredictable nature. A single misstep could provoke an attack, and taming them was notoriously difficult. Remember this, Chu Feng said in a low, commanding tone. After releasing your Pokemon, give orders directly using the move names. There's no need to repeat the Pokemon's name. This can give you a critical advantage in battle. His gaze sharpened as he barked, Dark Pulse. The Umbreon instantly gathered a black energy beam and fired it into the open ground. The blast created a massive crater, sending fragments of rock flying in all directions. The group stared in awe at the sheer destructive power, each silently thinking the same thing. If we were to face him, we'd likely be defeated in an instant. Of course, this is far from its limit. Plan B. Before Chu Feng's voice had fully faded, the Umbreon emitted a green glow and leaped into the air. It then executed Quick Attack, moving so fast that only a black blur remained, circling the group at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it unleashed the Dark-type move Crunch, stopping just short of biting Chu Feng with pinpoint precision. The scene left the other Pokemon visibly shaken. They had been certain the Umbreon was about to attack its own trainer. I just issued 3 consecutive commands, Chu Feng explained. Agility to boost speed, Quick Attack, and Crunch. This isn't about showing off power. It's about encouraging you to think of ways to simplify your commands to your Pokemon. With that, he returned the Umbreon to its Pokeball and gave the group a day to practice. I hope that by tomorrow, no one will still be repeating their Pokemon's name unnecessarily. He flashed a cryptic smile that sent chills down everyone's spines. Yi Kai appeared deep in thought. Chu Feng's philosophy resonated with him. It aligned with his understanding of their world's harsh realities. Negative conditions like poisoning, burns, and paralysis could stack up during battles, inflicting damage not only on Pokemon, but also on humans. In some cases, they could even be fatal. Everyday meals often included Pokemon cuisine, such as Toro's beef or braised Magikarp. In a world like this, simplifying battle commands and using deceptive orders to mislead opponents wasn't dishonorable, it was a survival tactic. Especially when facing off against mysterious realms or criminals, such techniques could be a matter of life and death. Yi Kai, what's the deal with that Zubat? Zhao Qian's question snapped him out of his thoughts. Oh, my dad gave it to me, Yi Kai replied casually. Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian exchanged a knowing look. Clearly, they didn't buy it. Ever since Yi Kai won the school championship, rumors about the Yi family's 2 brothers had spread across campus. A biased father, one brother receiving a coughing, and the other a Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. By the way, are you selling that Pokemon egg? Fong Miao Miao asked cautiously. I'll offer 2.8 million. 2.9 million. Zhao Qian immediately raised the bid. What's your problem? Are you trying to outbid me? Of course. Good items are worth fighting for. As the two argued over the Pokemon egg, Yi Kai smirked. No need to fight over it. That egg is probably with my foolish little brother by now. Seeing their shocked expressions, he added, I traded it for this shiny Zubat. What? Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Yi Kai. They simply couldn't comprehend why anyone would trade a precious school competition prize, a Pokemon egg, for an ordinary Zubat. This is insane, Zhao Qian shook his head. You can find a whole swarm of Zubats in any random cave. They're as common as Rattatas by the roadside. The two couldn't help but feel even more frustrated knowing they had lost to someone who, in their eyes, had no sense of value. They had heard yesterday that Yi Kai was looking to trade the Pokemon egg for a shiny poison-type Pokemon, but they never thought he would actually go through with it. Regret consumed them as they pounded their chests, wishing they'd thought to offer a Zubat for the trade. Yi Kai noticed their thoughts but couldn't be bothered to explain. Turning away, he focused on his 2 Pokemon and began their training. System, teach Zubat the move Venoshock, he silently commanded. As the countdown ended, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations! Your Zubat has learned the move Venoshock. But that wasn't enough. Yi Kai knew Zubat could also learn the fire-type move Heat Wave, a powerful area attack with a base power of 95. The system store indicated it would cost 2,000 energy points, and he had 6,000 on hand. Buy it. Yi Kai decided without hesitation. To become stronger, seize every moment. The system promptly responded. Ding. You have purchased Heat Wave, costing 2,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 4,000. Zubat quickly mastered the 2 powerful moves, and its affection for Yi Kai surged. It recalled being ostracized by its kind due to its shiny appearance, but now, with these incredible abilities, it could easily defeat those who once bullied it with just one heat wave. Coughing released a wisp of poisonous gas to test the waters. Seeing that Zubat was unaffected, it recognized the newcomer as a fellow poison-type Pokemon. The two Pokemon playfully circled around Yi Kai, who was deep in thought about how to simplify his battle commands. Coughing, Yi Kai called softly, and the purple Pokemon immediately turned to him. Good. From now on, I'll only call your name when sending you out. During battles, I'll go straight to the commands. He explained the same rule to Zubat, who responded with a cheerful scree, scree, fully accepting its trainer's instructions. Yi Kai knew it would take a lot of real battle experience for his Pokemon to fully adapt to this simplified command system. If he could develop a way to issue commands in a secret code that opponents couldn't understand, it would give him a tactical edge. But there was no rush. Right now, he was more focused on finding some special treats to accelerate his Pokemon's evolution. If he couldn't find any treats, he'd have to rely on battles to boost their growth. The Pokemon Battle Club seemed like a good option, though the cost there fluctuated depending on the opponent's strength and could be quite expensive. His wallet was nearly emptied, with most of his funds invested into the system in exchange for energy points. At the moment, he only had a little over 20,000 Alliance credits left. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to seek help from Old Deng again. When it came to dealing with Old Deng, there was no need for subtlety. Picking up his phone, he explained in a few simple sentences the situation: his Pokemon needed energy cubes, and he wanted to register for a battle club. Barely 3 minutes later, his phone chimed with a notification. Old Deng had transferred him another 300,000 credits. A faint smile appeared on Yi Kai's lips. That Pokemon egg of mine wasn't so easy to get. Sooner or later, he'll recover the difference bit by bit. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned his attention to the two people training nearby. Fong Miao Miao was commanding her Totodile. Use water gun. Watching her haphazard training method, Yi Kai silently shook his head, without saying anything. After all, Coach Chu Feng was present. In contrast, Zhao Qian's performance was much better. His Scyther had already mastered a new move, its twin scythes slashing through the air with ferocious precision, showcasing the power of its Fury Cutter. Although they were only schoolmates, not even in the same class, their abilities directly impacted whether they would hold him back in the upcoming best-of-3 school tournament. I'm heading out to buy some energy cubes for my Pokemon. You guys keep practicing, Yi Kai said, turning to leave. The two were left staring at each other. That poison-using weirdo. Let him do whatever he wants. Though they had their complaints about Yi Kai's eccentric nature, they couldn't deny one thing was undeniably skilled. After leaving the training ground, Yi Kai made a quick stop at the principal's office to obtain a long-term travel permit, saving him the hassle of repeatedly applying in the future. At the school gate, the security guard glanced at the principal's signed certificate, then at the 18-year-old standing before him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Isn't this year's school tournament champion the kid with the poison gas? Truly unforgettable. He'll be back by tonight, Yi Kai said as he flagged down a taxi and headed straight to the largest shopping and entertainment center in Lian City, Kate, Pokemon Plaza. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the strong scent of perfume filled the air. He quickly did some mental math, had about 320,000 credits in total. After setting aside 20,000 for this month's expenses, he planned to invest the remaining 300,000 entirely into his Pokemon. Familiar with the layout, he made his way to the second floor. Welcome to Kangaskhan Energy Cube Specialty Store, the staff greeted him in unison. You're a student from Rock Pokemon Academy, right? What type of energy cubes are you looking for? The staff were especially enthusiastic when serving students from prestigious schools. Yi Kai remained silent, listening to their endless pitches about various elemental energy cubes. Interestingly, they completely avoided mentioning the poison, ghost, and dark types, an omission rooted in human biases. Do you have energy cubes for poison-type Pokemon? He finally asked. His question immediately left the staff momentarily speechless. Haha. One of them let out an awkward laugh, thinking, is this guy here to cause trouble? Who would raise poison types? Do they have a death wish? Every year, some people tried to train poison-type Pokemon, but the countless cases of poisoning and injuries eventually deterred most from even attempting. Not wanting to lose the sale, one of the staff offered a compromise. How about this? I recommend our normal-type energy cubes. These are universal products suitable for all Pokemon types. Yi Kai stood in front of the energy cube section of the Pokemon store, deep in thought. Normal-type energy cubes were cheap, but feeding Pokemon energy cubes that didn't align with their type might only satisfy their appetite and, in severe cases, harm their health. He wasn't willing to take that risk with his Pokemon. All right, give me some flying-type energy cubes, he said. The store clerk immediately retrieved a large bag wrapped in light blue packaging. Inside, the translucent energy cubes were neatly arranged. Can they be sampled? Yi Kai asked. Of course, the clerk replied. Come out, Zubat. Yi Kai threw a pokeball. A large green bat suddenly appeared in the store, causing the expressions of several clerks to stiffen. They couldn't help but think to themselves, who in the world raises a Zubat on purpose these days? Isn't Eevee adorable? Isn't Pikachu cute? Even a Rattata would be a better choice. But a Zubat? However, as professional clerks, they suppressed their discomfort. After all, no matter what Pokemon a customer brought into the store, even a Mukthie couldn't show any sign of dislike. Otherwise, a single complaint could cost them their job. Ye-Kai took out a small piece of flying-type energy cube and handed it to Zubat. It accepted happily, eating with satisfaction but not asking for more. After all, Zubat's primary food source was one thing: blood. Do you have the highest quality ones? Ye-Kai asked. The clerk's eyes lit up and began explaining the grading system for energy cubes in detail. Energy cubes are divided into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The first 2 tiers are simply tasty for Pokemon, but advanced energy cubes can unlock their potential. For instance, if a Kraid Pokemon consistently consumes advanced energy cubes of the correct type, it might even reach great. Of course, such high-quality items don't come cheap, costing anywhere from 3 to 10 times the price of intermediate cubes. How about trying this one? The clerk skillfully opened a safe and took out a delicately packaged sky blue box. The intricate patterns and gold embossing on the box far surpassed anything Ye-Kai had seen before. Wearing white gloves, the clerk carefully removed a small sample, no larger than a fingernail. A rich aroma of berries, feathers, and cream immediately filled the air. Zubat took a bite and instantly began flying up and down excitedly, letting out joyful cries. It was clear that it loved the taste of the advanced energy cube. How much does this cost? Ye-Kai asked. If you want to improve its potential, it needs to be consumed consistently. A 1-month supply costs 30,000. The clerk replied, secretly observing Ye-Kai's reaction. He thought this young man would probably be scared off by the price. Spending 30,000 on a Zubat? That kind of money could catch dozens of them. Sure, this one was a rare shiny variant, but still. All right, he'll take a 2-month supply. Wrap it up, Ye-Kai said decisively. He figured Zubat needed proper food, otherwise, its battle performance would suffer. He couldn't just let it go out at night to feed on blood, could he? In the worst-case scenario, he could even offer his own blood, but that wouldn't be enough to satiate. It'd barely improve their bond at best. After spending 60,000, Ye-Kai wandered around the second floor but couldn't find any poison-type energy cubes. It seemed that this type was indeed too niche in this world. He calculated silently. If I can't find any here, I'll have to check the official Pokemon Center. They should have some in stock. If that doesn't work, he'll ask Old Dang. He's got a gas plant full of Coughing and Ghastly. They can't all be surviving on air, right? Just as he was about to give up, in a quiet corner of the city, an unassuming old shop caught Ye-Kai's attention. As he pushed open the weathered wooden door, a thick herbal aroma greeted him. The shop's interior was cramped, nearly half of the space occupied by 3 massive Abergwai. These towering purple beasts, each standing an impressive 3.7 meters tall, exuded an intimidating aura. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman knitting a sweater, looked up as Ye-Kai entered, her wrinkled face lighting up with a kind smile. You've got a sharp eye, young man. Here for some poison-type energy cubes, aren't you? She said, setting her knitting aside and retrieving a rusty metal box from beneath the counter. Opening the box revealed a collection of dull, conical objects. Ye-Kai's eyes lit up. Are these poison needles? That's right, the old woman replied with a smile. These are items carried by wild poison-type Pokemon, though their quality is nothing special. We grind them into powder, mix it with acidic berries and the snake venom from my Abergwai, then soak it all into top-tier normal-type energy cubes. As the woman went on about the process, Ye-Kai interrupted. Can I try one? Of course. She pulled out a ping-pong ball-sized energy cube wrapped in old newspaper and handed it to him. Without hesitation, Ye-Kai took it. A flicker of surprise crossed the old woman's eyes. Oh, you've got a resistance to poison, young man, just like I did in my youth. Ordinary folks would have their skin turn purple and swell up just by touching this. Before she could continue reminiscing, Ye-Kai had already taken out a pokeball. Come on out, Coughing. A shiny Coughing materialized in the shop, causing the elderly woman to gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, a shiny Coughing. My late husband used to raise Coughing and Weezing. You're truly fortunate. The Coughing eagerly devoured the energy cube, its gaseous body visibly swelling by a few centimeters as it let out a satisfied cry. They'll take a 3-month supply of these energy cubes, Ye-Kai declared immediately. Hold your horses, young man. The old woman chuckled. My Abergwai snake venom is in limited supply. Start with a month's worth and see how it goes. She carefully packed a large bundle of energy cubes, wrapping them tightly in layers of craft paper and old newspaper until it resembled a makeshift landmine. For a price of 20,000 Alliance coins, it was a bargain. The old woman even threw in 2 pristine poison needles as a bonus, each as thick as a thumb, as long as a chopstick, with a smooth, gleaming surface that shimmered with a purple glow. The barbed tips were razor sharp. Ye-Kai immediately equipped one needle to Coughing and another to Zubat. The system notified him. Poison Needle is a top-tier item that boosts the power of Poison-type moves for its holder. As Ye Kai prepared to leave, the clock had already struck past 5 p.m. Just then, he ran into his younger brother, Yi Xian, who was walking by with his girlfriend. A top 10 student in his grade, Yi Xian glanced at his brother with disdain. What a useless big brother. You traded a high-quality Pokemon egg for a Zubat? That's just pathetic. Ye Kai stared impassively at his younger brother in front of him. Whether from the memories of his predecessor or his own immediate impressions, this brother was undeniably unimpressive. Are you trying to say you're a complete fool? Huh. Yi Xian mocked openly, his tone dripping with disdain. My foolish brother, a loser among losers who gave you the confidence to spout nonsense in front of me. Ye Kai listened, recognizing every word, yet needing a few seconds to fully grasp the meaning. He countered calmly. The truth cuts deeper than any blade. You, dear brother, who only ranked 4th in the school tournament, you the very definition of a loser among losers. You, Yi Xian's voice rose sharply. That spirit egg was only given to you out of pity. If you're not convinced, there's a public battle arena in the square. Let's settle this right now. Fine, fine. Ye Kai responded with a clear mind. I'll face you right here and now. It's almost amusing you didn't win the school championship, but if you had, it would have only made me itch to challenge you more. A girl standing nearby watched the entire scene with cold detachment. She could see clearly that Ye Kai was deliberately provoking Yi Xian. Then I'll give you a chance. Yi Xian emphasized the word lose heavily, his tone brimming with confidence. Don't go. You can't beat him. The girl tried to dissuade Ye Kai. Shut up. Yi Xian roared. Ever since they were young, their mother had constantly compared him to Ye Kai, fueling a resentment that had simmered for over a decade. Seeing that her words were futile, the girl felt a surge of frustration. She flung Yi Xian's hand off her arm and stepped into the elevator, leaving on her own. Now that the meddler is gone, let's go. Yi Xian urged. Wait. Ye Kai suddenly spoke up. Just fighting is too boring. Let's make a wager. If I win, you give me 1.2 million. That should be about the limit of your current funds anymore, and it might alert Yi Rong, which would be troublesome. And if you lose, I want you out of the Yi family. You're never to claim the title of my brother again. Deal. Let's do this. The two made their way to the ground floor, where students from Panshur Academy were spilling out to enjoy their leisure time. Among the crowd, a man dressed in black caught the attention of a red-haired girl. Chu Feng. It's you, the little brat from the Hong family. Chu Feng replied lazily, his expression indifferent. Despite being called a brat, Hong Lian wasn't offended in the slightest. What are you doing here? Didn't the Alliance assign you a secret realm mission? Hong Lian asked, her curiosity about this strong individual evident. What am I doing here? Chu Feng replied vaguely. Oh, right. I'm here to visit my 70-something-year-old grandmother. She runs a small shop selling spirit item supplies on the 2nd floor. But, he gestured toward the outdoor battle arena not far away. I found something much more interesting. Look, see who's up there. It's him. Hong Lian recognized Ye Kai immediately. He's already been flagged as a Class B subject of interest by the Alliance. This battle is definitely worth watching. Let's begin. Larvitar. Larvae. The two released their Pokemon, the pseudo-legendary Larvitar, facing off against the Zubat. Larvitar used Rock Throw. Toxic. Then Dodge. Chu Feng watched the first round of commands and immediately concluded. No need to watch any further. It's obvious Ye Kai will win. Hong Lian looked utterly disdainful, not even bothering to glance over. Just then, Chu Feng suddenly spoke up. Use Absorb. Huh? What do you mean? Hong Lian was confused, but before she could finish her sentence, the battlefield underwent a startling transformation. The venom spray unleashed by the supersonic bat rained down like a storm, completely enveloping the Larvitar before it could hurl its rocks. The toxic liquid hissed as it seeped into the creature's thick carapace. Despite launching a massive rockfall attack, as if it contained the strength of an onyx within, the supersonic bat effortlessly dodged every strike. Use Absorb. Following Ye Kai's command, the supersonic bat executed the low-power move with a base damage of only 20. However, Larvitar, with its quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, let out a pained wail, its vision swimming with stars, and was instantly knocked out in one hit. Hong Lian, stunned, turned around to look for Chu Feng, only to find that he had already slipped away unnoticed. Clearly, his knowledge of the supersonic bat was profound, knew every move it could learn at each level by heart. Impossible. Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. That was just a weak move with a power of 20. How could this trashy supersonic bat? My Pokemon is supposed to be a future pseudo-legendary. Ye Kai ignored Yi Xian's hysterics. The facts were straightforward. That Larvitar was only level 10, while his supersonic bat was already level 19. Coupled with the quadrupole grass-type effectiveness against rock types and the earlier setup of the poison status, the victory was inevitable. Pay up. Ye Kai directly handed over a payment code to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, seething with rage, punched the ground in frustration. Arg. Fine. I've got it. He angrily transferred 1.2 million. After confirming the payment, Ye Kai left immediately, calling out to the system in his mind. System. Exchange 6,000 energy points for me. The system notification sounded. You have exchanged 6,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 10,000. He glanced at the dark ball in his hand, which displayed detailed information about the supersonic bat, shiny variant, level 20, mastering 8 moves including absorb, and equipped with a poison barb item. The experience gained from this battle had brought the supersonic bat closer to evolution. A few more battles or some rare candies, and it could evolve into a Golbat or even a Crobat. Suddenly, a shadowy figure deliberately bumped into him. Looking up, Ye Kai's heart tightened. It was Chu Feng. Ye Kai. Chu Feng leaned in close, lowering his voice. Your supersonic bat is about to evolve, isn't it? Want me to help you out? Need my help? Upon hearing this, Ye Kai instinctively took a step back, eyeing Chu Feng with caution. The trainer exuded an extraordinary aura from head to toe. Whether it was his confident demeanor or the decisiveness with which he issued commands, everything about him reminded Ye Kai of a high-ranking officer from some villainous organization. It's exactly what it sounds like, Chu Feng said with a light chuckle, shaking the transparent bag in his hand. Inside, a candy the size of a hot pot meatball gleamed enticingly under the light. Ye Kai's pupils constricted sharply. As a seasoned Pokemon player who had played through every game before his transmigration, he recognized this item immediately. It was an experience candy, the kind that could directly boost a Pokemon's experience points. Judging by its size, it was certainly no small-grade candy. What's the difference between this and a rare candy? Ye Kai asked cautiously, hoping to gather more information. Oh, you even know about rare candies, huh? Not bad. Chu Feng said with an intrigued raise of his brow. Not much difference really. But rare candies are far rarer. Not only can they level up Pokemon, but it's said that consuming them in large quantities can even improve their potential grade. As a level 3 professional trainer, he was more than willing to share this basic knowledge. Ye Kai's heart skipped a beat. So in this world, rare candies could even enhance a Pokemon's potential. He couldn't help but think of his coughing, which originally had a grade potential but had been corrected to a grade thanks to the system. Even so, it was still a long way from reaching grade. Alright, how much for this experience candy? Let's say 200,000, Chu Feng replied with a practiced, confident smile. Ye Kai quickly calculated his current funds. He originally had 320,000, spent 80,000 on energy cubes, won 1.2 million from his younger brother, and recharged 600,000 into the system. Now he had 840,000 left. While 200,000 wasn't cheap, it was still within his budget. That's too expensive. How about 100,000? Ye Kai countered. After all, leveling up from 20 to 22 was just a matter of a few weeks at most. Don't bother haggling with me, Chu Feng said, pulling out an Ultra Ball. I can teach you a practical skill instead. As the light from the Ultra Ball flashed, a 2-meter-long Crobat appeared in the night sky. Its purple body and the teal membranes of its wings formed a striking shaped silhouette, drawing the attention of passers-by. U-turn. The Crobat's body glowed with a deep green aura as it shot upwards like a beam of light, only to return to its poke ball in an instant with lightning-fast speed. Deal. Ye Kai responded immediately. This was an incredibly valuable tactical move in battle, perfect for both offense and retreat. Spending 200,000 for an immediate evolution opportunity, plus an immensely practical skill? This deal was absolutely worth it. The two quickly reached an agreement. This isn't a suitable place for training. Let me take you inside to talk, Chu Feng said, leading Ye Kai to the Shunwei Battle Club on the second basement level of the Kadelf Plaza. Wow, what a name, Ye Kai commented as he looked at the club sign, unable to hold back his sarcasm. The owner must be something else. As soon as they stepped into the club, a staff member enthusiastically approached them. Brother Feng, what a rare guest. What brings you here today? Cut the pleasantries, Chu Feng said bluntly. Get this kid a platinum annual membership. The staff member's eyes lit up at the words and immediately quoted the price. That'll be 180,000 a year. It includes access to private battle arenas anytime, 100 scheduled battles, and enough. Kid, go pay. Chu Feng interrupted the staff member's explanation. Ye Kai sighed inwardly. He thought he was stubborn, but Chu Feng was clearly even more headstrong, not even bothering to ask for his opinion. Still, Ye Kai understood that getting familiar with various elf battle techniques and learning moves from the hidden machines would require joining a battle club sooner or later. Ding! A system notification sounded as his account balance quickly updated, leaving him with just 460,000. After completing the registration, the staff member guided them to a top-tier battle arena. Go ahead and evolve your Zubat first. I'll wait here, Chu Feng instructed. Come out, Zubat. Ye Kai called. The Zubat screeched happily, circling the arena. Ye Kai took out an experience candy and fed it to the Zubat, which chirped joyfully, as if savoring the most delicious treat in the world. Suddenly, the Zubat landed on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. When the glow faded, a large Golbat stood before them. It retained its green exterior, but its wing membranes had turned pink. It now had eyes, and its enormous mouth, dominating its body, appeared even more menacing, with four sharp fangs resembling daggers. Shaka, the Golbat growled in a deep tone. Chu Feng observed the 1.8-meter-tall Golbat carefully. Impressive. That mouth could easily swallow a person whole. The system promptly issued two notifications. Ding. Your Zubat has evolved into Golbat and learned the move Quick Guard. Ding. Golbat has learned the move Quick Attack. Not bad, quite impressive. Chu Feng praised without hesitation. If it keeps evolving at this size, it might even surpass mine. Alright, let's not waste time. To learn U-Turn, it needs to master Bug-type energy first. Ye Kai understood. Learning a move required 3 basic steps. First, mastering the energy of the specific type. Second, storing and creating a self-sustaining cycle of that energy within the Pokemon. And finally, releasing the energy as a move. As for perfecting a move to the level of advanced techniques like Counter Shield, that was a much loftier goal. This also explained why so many people were shocked by Koffing's performance during the school tournament. It was all thanks to the system's extraordinary capabilities. Only hidden machines produced by the system could be so game-changing, allowing moves to reach full proficiency instantly. Crobat. Chu Feng called out his Pokemon. Shaka. The Crobat flapped its 4 wings rapidly. Lowest power, use Leech Life. Chu Feng instructed, explaining in detail, Leech Life is actually a Bug-type move and the easiest one for the Zubat line to learn. Some people confuse Leech Life with Absorb. Absorb is a Grass-type move with 20 power, while Leech Life is a Bug-type move with 80 power. For Golbat, learning Leech Life is almost an instinctive feeding behavior. In less than half an hour, the two bats practiced using Leech Life on each other, and Golbat had completely mastered the move. Good. We can move on to the next step. Lowest power, U-Turn. Ye Kai stood to the side, carefully observing the two Golbats on the field. Though both were easily discernible by their sharp fonks, it didn't affect the rare sense of harmony between them. To Ye Kai, the world of Pokemon had its own unique emotional rules, ones that didn't need to be judged by human standards. However, as the second quick turn attack was about to land, Ye Kai's expression grew serious. Even with the lowest level of force, the opposing Golbat could barely withstand it, holding on with only a sliver of energy left. Chu Feng's Pokemon are incredibly strong, Ye Kai thought to himself, but the precision of his move control is truly impressive. Kid, let it drain some of your blood, Chu Feng suggested, catching Ye Kai off guard. He glanced at the Golbat's massive, gaping mouth, capable of swallowing a person whole, and couldn't help but worry. If it starts drinking, will it leave me a dried-up husk? Taking a deep breath, Ye Kai suppressed his panic and tried to appear calm. Golbat, use Absorb on me. Just 20 power, okay? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Golbat, as if receiving the greatest gift of its life, lunged eagerly at his neck. Its sharp fangs pierced his skin in an instant. Don't worry, Chu Feng's voice reassured him. It can either slowly drain blood or take 300 to 500 milliliters in a flash. If it wanted you dead, you'd already be gone. After some commotion, the Golbat's energy visibly recovered. Through absorbing blood, it had begun to grasp Bug-type energy. Now, it just needed steady practice to master it. This is the TM for Quick Turn, Chu Feng said, handing over a disc. Take it home and let your Pokemon study the footage. Remember, don't slack off. This disc will self-destruct in 10 days. With that, he turned and walked away. It was getting late, and Ye Kai wanted to head back as well. Though he had been dragged here against his will, it was all worth it. This Zubat had finally evolved into a Golbat. However, losing so much blood left him feeling lightheaded. The human body typically contains 4,000 to 5,000 milliliters of blood, and losing less than 10 isn't a big deal, but he still couldn't help shouting. Stop it already. Are you trying to drain me dry? The Golbat immediately ceased its move. Since this was its first time drinking human blood, it hadn't yet learned to control its strength. Besides, Ye Kai's blood, with its unique antitoxin properties, was exceptionally enticing. It was hard for the Golbat not to overdo it. By the time Ye Kai dragged his weary body back to his dorm room, it was already past 9 p.m. Pale-faced, he collapsed onto his bed to rest, finally feeling a bit better. Exhausted. Absolutely exhausted, he murmured to himself. The next morning, when he opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, he was startled. It was already 8:07 a.m. Even rushing as quickly as he could, he was still late when he arrived at the principal's office. While everyone else looked on in exasperation, the principal remarked, "Not bad, Ye Kai. At least you're half an hour earlier than last time." Clearly, this was sarcasm. How about we start meeting directly at the training grounds from tomorrow? Just make sure to get there by 8:30, Chu Feng suggested. As someone the academy had hired at great expense, his proposals were naturally approved. Only Chu Feng knew the real reason behind Ye Kai's tardiness, but he wasn't concerned. He's young. Losing a bit of blood is nothing. He'll recover quickly. Once at the training grounds, Chu Feng began by evaluating Zhao Qian. Fury Cutter. The Scyther executed the move with practiced precision, not needing to repeat its name after being released from the Pokeball. Good. Next, Fong Miao Miao. Use Water Gun. Wani. The small Totodile tilted its head, looking at her with a puzzled expression, as if silently asking, "What are you doing?" At this stage, it still required its trainer to call its name before it could execute moves. Save some time, Yikai. You're up. Will-O-Wisp. The coughing immediately unleashed the move, conjuring pale flames that didn't attack outward but instead spun rapidly around its body, forming a flawless fiery shield. This advanced technique was far superior to the other two trainers' performances, particularly Fang Miao's. Kid, go train over there. There's a TV and DVD player where you can study hidden machines. Faced with Chu Feng's hands-off training style, Yikai didn't object and went off to practice on his own. However, his attention never strayed far from the group. To him, Chu Feng was like a living textbook, and he was determined to learn as much as possible from observing him. Let me demonstrate. Totodile, come here. Chu Feng's call earned him nothing more than a disdainful glance from the little Pokemon. Want to eat this? He suddenly held up a high-grade water-type energy cube. The temptation of food visibly wavered the Totodile's resolve. Come here, little one. Totodile, over here. Chu Feng tried every possible nickname, but the Totodile remained indifferent, though quite a few energy cubes had disappeared in the process. Zhao Qian and Fang Miao couldn't help but laugh at the scene. See? Your unconventional methods aren't so great either. Water. That word suddenly elicited a reaction from the Totodile. Use water gun. The Totodile immediately charged up and fired a precise water gun at the open field. It worked. As Yikai was showing Galbut a training video, a thought struck him. None of the words little, Totodile, or croc caught its attention, but water did. Could it be Waterkin? Just like how people casually nickname Dragonite, Chubby, Ho-Oh, Phoenix, or Lugia Boy? Riverbloom? Rivertide. Galbut suddenly turned its head toward him. No way. Is that even possible? Yikai exclaimed. Seeing that he didn't issue another command, Galbut went back to watching the Blu-ray footage. On the screen, Pidgeot, Scyther, Murkrow, and various other Pokemon demonstrated the move U-turn. Even non-flying types like Primeape and Meowth joined in. Galbut watched intently, its focus unwavering. Use water gun. The Totodile had already started breaking past its limitations and could now follow Fang Miao's commands as well. That's the method, Chu Feng explained. If a Pokemon doesn't respond to its name, try out different onomatopoeic or descriptive sounds. You're bound to find one that works. Now, on to the next strategy. Come on out. Umbra. A Moonlight Espion appeared on the field, standing still and awaiting Chu Feng's instructions. Following that, a massive Houndoom emerged, its body clad in bone-like armor. Its devilish tail stood high, exuding the dark aura characteristic of Dark-type Pokemon. It was only then that everyone realized Chu Feng seemed to specialize in taming notoriously difficult Dark types, and his mastery was nothing short of astonishing. Counterattack with Flamethrower. Bite. What happened next left everyone present completely stunned. Unleash Flamethrower, bite down. With the command given, the two Pokemon swiftly took their positions, standing at opposite ends of the battlefield. Houndoom violently shook its head, releasing an awe-inspiring stream of fire from its mouth. The orange-eyed flames surged straight toward Umbreon with overwhelming power and range, causing everyone present to gasp in astonishment. However, Umbreon's reaction was even more shocking. It neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, it charged head into the flames, weaving nimbly through the fiery tongues. Despite being enveloped by the scorching heat, it pressed forward without hesitation, aiming a fierce attack at Houndoom's vulnerable throat. Houndoom barely managed to evade in time, but its flamethrower was abruptly cut off in the process. All right, the battle was paused, and the onlookers finally snapped out of their shock. Who wants to share what they observed just now? Fang Miao was the first to speak up. Does it mean we can interrupt an opponent's attack if we're fast enough? Chu Feng shook his head and turned to Zhao Qian. What do you think? I'm not sure, Zhao Qian replied hesitantly. As the top student in Class 1, he clearly had his own insights, but wasn't willing to risk speaking up. You there, what about you? All eyes shifted to Yikai. Maybe we can abandon defense altogether and charge through the enemy's attack to take them down in one move. You're half right, Chu Feng said bluntly, revealing the answer. Pokemon moves can be categorized as either long range or close range, and their power varies too. If you can accurately assess the damage potential of the opponent's attack, you can attempt a direct breakthrough. Take Umbreon as an example. It's known for its high defense and special defense, allowing it to withstand powerful moves like Fire Blast or Hydro Pump and counterattack effectively. After listening to this explanation, the group seemed to have discovered a new perspective. However, they quickly grew skeptical. This strategy appeared to work only for Pokemon with exceptional defensive capabilities like Umbreon. Most of their own Pokemon likely couldn't endure such ferocious attacks. Sensing their doubts, Chu Feng arranged for a second demonstration between the two Pokemon. This time, Umbreon began the battle with calm mind, surrounding itself with a purple aura of psychic energy that boosted its special attack and special defense. Once again, it charged fearlessly through Houndoom's flamethrower, coming dangerously close to biting its opponent's weak spot. Houndoom hastily lowered its head, attempting to counter with its horns, but Umbreon skillfully dodged, leaving both attacks ineffective. If you're wary of the opponent's move power, you can use buffing strategies, Chu Feng explained, enlightening the group. Feng Miao Miao chimed in with an example. So, like Totodilite's weak to grass and electric types, but resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice types. Could it also charge through flamethrower and use bite? That's a fair understanding. Chu Feng nodded. Alright, I've shared quite a bit. Tomorrow, they'll bring Pokemon with various attributes to test how much you've learned. With that, he turned and walked away. This was Chu Feng's teaching style, direct and untamed, boiling battles down to their most primal essence. Withstand pressure, break through, and deliver a decisive blow. How much the students could grasp was entirely up to them. As soon as he left, Ye Kai immediately shifted his attention to the video playing on the screen, showing Golbat learning a new move. What skill are you learning? Feng Miao Miao was the first to approach, curiously staring at the screen. Ye Kai was about to brush her off when Zhao Qian instantly recognized it. Is that U-turn? You're learning this move without me. Yeah. Ye Kai sneered, stepping in front of the screen to block their view. I spent 100,000 on this training video. You don't think you can just freeload, do you? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he realized how valuable the move could be for his Scyther. It's just 100,000, right? I'll give you 50,000. Only 50,000. Ye Kai smirked. What a bargain. Transfer the money first. A notification sound soon confirmed the payment, and Ye Kai finally stepped aside. The two trainers and their Pokemon immediately focused intently on the screen. TCH, it's just a bug-type move. What's the big deal? Feng Miao Miao scoffed, finding it boring, and turned to leave. Time flew by, and before long, it was afternoon. Even though the other trainers had gone to the cafeteria, Scyther and Golbat remained fixated on the video. 541. The system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, your Golbat has learned the move, U-turn. Ye Kai leapt from his seat, startling the nearby trainers and their Pokemon. He quickly pulled up Golbat's stats panel. Golbat. Shiny. Level. 22 standard tier. Moves. Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird, Astonish, Mean Look, Poison Fong, Toxic, Heat Wave, Quick Guard, Quick Attack, Leech Life, U-turn. Proficiency, 20. Ye Kai pondered. It seems only system-provided moves start at max proficiency. Moves learned later require gradual practice. Why did you suddenly jump up? You scared me, Zhao Qian complained. After all this practice, want to test it out in a real battle? Come on, your Golbat is already level 22, while my Scyther is only level 12. That's just bullying. Ye Kai calculated silently. Now that the move is learned, the disc still has 9 days of validity. Once Zhao Qian's Pokemon masters it, I could sell it and make a few extra thousand. During the subsequent training, Golbat's attempts at U-turn were inconsistent. Out of every 10 uses, 2 or 3 would fail or not return to the Pokeball properly. With only 20 proficiency, there were bound to be flaws. After 2 hours of intensive training, the proficiency hadn't even increased by 1, highlighting how challenging it would be to max it out. Before long, Zhao Qian's Scyther also mastered the move. Ye Kai promptly retrieved the disc, prompting Zhao Qian's protest. Hey, you're not planning to sell it for more money, are you? Unless you want to pay another 50,000? Then the Nidavellir disc is all yours. Zhao Qian's eyes darted as if he had thought of a way to profit from it. Without hesitation, he transferred another 50,000 and took the disc. By now, Golbat was utterly exhausted, hovering beside Ye Kai with a look that clearly begged for a chance to feed. All right, just be gentle. Ye Kai relented reluctantly. Golbat cautiously approached, controlling its strength as it began to feed lightly. Just then, a sudden beam of light enveloped it. A radiant light enveloped Golbat, and Ye Kai felt a sudden weight on his shoulder, as if the pressure pinned him down. However, this discomfort was quickly replaced by excitement. Golbat's evolution was progressing far faster than he had anticipated. Within the dazzling glow of evolution, Golbat's wings split into 4, and its entire body expanded significantly. When the light finally faded, a massive bat, measuring 2.2 meters in length, appeared before their eyes. Its striking pink body paired with the green membrane on the inner side of its wings created an extraordinary visual impact. This was none other than the rare shiny Crobat described in the card, both flamboyant and imposing. Zhao Qian stood with his mouth agape, utterly stunned. In just 4 days, from Ye Kai's championship win to now, this crucial evolution had been achieved. Trading an unknown Pokemon egg for this shiny Crobat King turned out to be an incredible bargain. After all, Crobat was considered rare worldwide, as very few people knew the secret to its evolution. To evolve Golbat by providing enough care and attention was almost impossible in the current environment. And wild Crobats? They were one in tens of thousands. This pink Crobat was a perfect example of the miracle of color transformation from the previously unremarkable green to this dazzling and unique palette. Zhao Qian immediately pulled out his phone and started snapping photos like crazy. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Your Golbat has evolved into Crobat and learned the skill. Cross Poison. This unexpected bonus added a powerful new ace to Ye Kai's main lineup. Alright, you're too heavy now, Ye Kai said softly. Crobat, slightly embarrassed, leapt into the air. It then showcased an awe-inspiring display of aerial maneuvers, straight flight, spins, hovering, reverse flight, and even upside-down flying, all demonstrating the majesty of this four-winged Bat King. Zhao Qian, utterly dumbfounded, captured every moment of the performance and eagerly shared it on social media. Want to grab a bite off campus? Ye Kai offered. Zhao Qian was slightly surprised but quickly realized the opportunity. After all, this was the school tournament champion and a potential powerhouse client. Keeping a good relationship was crucial. Sure, my treat. Zhao Qian responded enthusiastically. Don't worry about the money. I'm not short on cash, Ye Kai said, waving it off. Who was just hesitating over spending 50,000 on a TM disc earlier? Zhao Qian muttered under his breath. The two headed to the fourth floor of the Kate Pokemon Plaza, a hub of diverse cuisines. When Zhao Qian asked about his preferences, Ye Kai replied with a hint of regret. Anything works. I can't let my Pokemon out anyway. Deep down, he wished he could dine alongside his Pokemon to strengthen their bond, but Poison-type Pokemon weren't exactly welcome in public spaces. This sparked an idea in his mind. Someday, he would open a restaurant specifically for Poison-type Pokemon, much like the Grimer Cafe run by that kind old lady. The hardships of running a business surfaced in his mind. The streets were lined with stores, one after another, their owners exchanging worried glances as their shops remained eerily quiet. He recalled his own entrepreneurial experience before crossing over an endeavor that ended in complete financial ruin, leaving him with a deep understanding of the harsh realities of adulthood. Snapping out of his thoughts, he followed Zhao Qian into a shop and took a seat. Zhao Qian skillfully placed the order. This, and the signature light cod sashimi, one of each. He silently dismissed the idea of releasing his scyther. Those two sharp sides could indeed cause unnecessary panic. People often unconsciously ranked Pokemon into different tiers. While this practice wasn't inherently right or wrong, it did reflect certain societal realities. In less than 10 minutes, the table was filled with an array of sumptuous dishes. Cliffside crab burgers, scrambled execute eggs, Ninkata larvae, grilled slowpoke tails, and the signature light cod sashimi. 2 pitchers of berry juice and Beedrill specialty drinks added the finishing touch. This meal easily cost over 10,000. Spending so much just to get to the point, he said bluntly. It's nothing major, but I have news you might find interesting, Zhao Qian replied with a mysterious smile. Is it a shiny Poison-type Pokemon? His eyes lit up with excitement. Not shiny, but this Pokemon is sure to catch your attention. Zhao Qian pulled out his phone, queued up a video, and handed it over. The video showed 2 Nidoking deep in a jungle, fighting over a Nidoran. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and a massive Nidoking, twice the size of a regular one, stormed in, sending one of the Nidoking flying with a single kick. Its imposing presence resembled that of the legendary Nidoking depicted on old trading cards. A powerful tail swipe swiftly dealt with the other opponent. A totem Pokemon, he exclaimed in shock. Unlike shiny Pokemon, these creatures retained their normal coloration but were exceptionally large in size. In this world, where Dynamaxing didn't exist, each totem Pokemon was a king of its ecosystem, naturally selected for its unmatched strength and potential. This Nidoking is too high level. I doubt I can capture it, he said, a hint of worry in his voice. That's simple, just buy it, Zhao Qian said confidently. Poison-type trainers are rare, and someone like you, with a natural resistance to toxins, is even rarer. How much? He asked warily, sensing that Zhao Qian had already assumed he would make the purchase. It's not expensive. Remember, Nidoking is a second-stage evolution, and evolving Nidorino into Nidoking requires a moonstone. Zhao Qian teased. Just tell me the price. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Besides, a bigger size could make it an easy target in battles, he replied pragmatically. 3 million. It's just a little pricier than starter Pokemon. Quite a bargain, don't you think, Brother Kai? Zhao Qian said slyly, a stark contrast to his composed demeanor at school. Honestly, if my dad gave me the money, I could afford not just this Nidoking, but even pseudo-legendaries like Tyranitar or Dragonite. Unfortunately, he favors my younger brother, he lamented. 2.9 million. Just say the word, Brother Kai, and it'll be yours by tomorrow. Zhao Qian pressed, though his tone betrayed some desperation. For a student, coming up with 2.9 million was no small feat. Even acquiring the metal coat needed to evolve his Scyther had been a painstaking effort. This deal would only be worthwhile if he could secure at least 1.8 million in profit. Why not take out a loan, Brother Kai? Zhao Qian suggested, eyeing the metal coat in its special container. This material, discovered just last year, could trigger the evolution of both Scyther and Onix. He was already proposing a new angle to close the deal. How about taking out a loan, Kai? Zhao Qian squinted slightly, testing the waters. Ye Kai shot him a glance, the corners of his mouth curling up faintly. A loan? That was something he'd considered before. Loans in this world of Pokemon were indeed widespread, ranging from official league loans to small street lenders. Money was always available, as long as you had collateral. But this route? He wouldn't touch it. Rumor had it that the debt collectors were all level 2 or higher professional trainers. With his current strength, trying to default would be a death wish. The Nidoking in front of him, with its massive build, was indeed rare. Claims like too large to be effective in battle or an easy target were just excuses for him to haggle the price down. Seeing Ye Kai remain silent, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. 2.8 million, how about that? This is a dominant Nidoking with such an impressive build. If you miss this chance, you may never find one like it again. Ye Kai quietly observed Zhao Qian. He couldn't let this guy lead him by the nose. Zhao Qian was clearly desperate for cash, had even treated him to this meal just to offload the Pokemon. Ye Kai hadn't even started bargaining yet, and Zhao Qian had already dropped the price by 200,000. Clearly, the bottom line was still far off. Think about it, Zhao Qian, Ye Kai said slowly. Nidoking is covered in spikes, laced with poison, and has an extremely aggressive temperament. Ordinary people avoid it at all costs, let alone a dominant one that's even more violent. A Pokemon like that, even if you gave it away for free, people might not want it. Zhao Qian was left speechless, the steaming table of delicacies unable to mask the sudden awkwardness in the air. Since you're a smart guy, Kai, why don't we cut to the chase? Zhao Qian forced a calm demeanor. What's your offer? 1 million. That's the most I can do. What? Zhao Qian shot to his feet. This Pokemon was caught by my dad's team, risking their lives. 1 million wouldn't even cover the medical and labor costs. At this price, I'd have to ask my old man for more money. And you know what kind of person he is. So no deal then? Ye Kai took a deep breath, pretending to prepare to leave. The price stays, but I can throw in some TMs as compensation. Zhao Qian quickly pivoted. Fire type, poison type, whatever you need. I also have competitive battle items. That statement made it clear Zhao Qian had a stash of poison and fire type TMs. Speaking of battle items, the system had recently opened an item shop. A magnet was priced at 1,000 energy points, boosting electric type moves by 20. Nevermelt Ice was also 1,000 energy points, enhancing ice type moves by 20, and charcoal cost the same for fire type moves. Ye Kai shook his head at these items, which he had no use for. Poison Barb was listed at 1,000 energy points, and he happened to have 10,000 left, might as well spend it. Focus Sash, priced at 2,500 energy points, was a solid item, though. Still no deal, Zhao Qian insisted, pressing his argument. This is a Nidoking we're talking about. Evolving a Nidorino requires a Moon Stone, which is rarer than water, fire, or thunderstones. Those go for 1.8 to 2 million on the market. A Nidoking like this has to be worth at least the price of an evolution stone. Ye Kai didn't respond. He simply picked up a slice of thinly sliced cod sashimi and savored it slowly. Who would waste a Moonstone on a Nidorino? Ye Kai scoffed, shaking his head. Aren't Pokemon like Clefable, Wigglytuff, and Glamow much cuter? They're always super popular among female trainers. Besides, wild Nidokings and Nidoqueens aren't exactly rare. This well-reasoned argument left Zhao Qian speechless. Fine, 1 million it is. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. But you'll have to throw in 2 technical machines and a Focus Sash as compensation. Ye Kai was all too familiar with the power of a Focus Sash. This top-tier battle item, newly developed by the League, was not only formidable in competitive gameplay, but also boasted a beautifully designed card version. It allowed the equipped Pokemon to survive a one-hit knockout when at full health. Although it only worked once per battle, its life-saving effect was game-changing. Recently, the market price for a Focus Sash had skyrocketed to 500,000, with no signs of slowing down. Putting down his chopsticks, Ye Kai pulled out his phone. He thought to himself that Zhao Qian was really playing hardball. It seemed he would have to spend some serious money to secure this Nidoking. Hello. A voice answered on the other end. Yeah, he's the one making trouble. Fine, 2 million. I won't ask you for any money for the next year. No way. 800,000 isn't nearly enough. Hello? Hello. In reality, the call had ended as soon as Ye Kai mentioned 2 million. His dramatic remarks were purely for Zhao Qian's benefit. Ding. A notification popped up, 2 million credited to his account. Meanwhile, Yi Rong was fuming over his younger son Yi Xian's performance. What angered him wasn't that Ye Kai had defeated his brother, but that Yi Xian, despite using a pseudo-legendary Larvitar, couldn't even beat a Zubat and had been one-shotted. Don't worry, son, Yi Rong said, suppressing his frustration as he comforted him. Your brother's Zubat just has a temporary level advantage. Once your Larvitar evolves into a Tyranitar, beating him will be a piece of cake. Though he managed to console Yi Xian, Yi Rong was already re-evaluating the future of his 2 sons. If Yi Xian kept coming to him over things like this, he might as well be useless. Perhaps it was time to consider letting Ye Kai inherit the family business. In the past, Yi Xian had the upper hand with his excellent academic performance. But in this world, practical strength was what truly mattered. Being good at studying might make him a Pokemon researcher at best, but excelling in battles could lead to becoming a gym leader, an Elite Four member, or even a champion. Yi Rong's wealth was substantial, enough for 3 generations to live comfortably. However, he hoped his sons would strive for greatness and become renowned Pokemon trainers. Ding. On the other side, Yi Kai had just finalized the deal with Zhao Qian, acquiring the dominant Nidoking for 800,000. Don't forget, you still owe me 3 technical machines and a focus sash. Zhao Qian reminded him. Sure, but you'll need to leave the Pokemon you want to learn the skill with me for a week. The intimidation band will be ready for you by tomorrow. Zhao Qian agreed readily. Yi Kai's eyes lit up, and he cleverly negotiated an additional 200,000 off the price, turning it into an opportunity to teach his Pokemon a new skill. In the restaurant, the two engaged in lively conversation. The meal lasted a full hour and a half, during which Zhao Qian enthusiastically shared many insider stories with Yi Kai. It turned out that Zhao Qian's parents were licensed Pokemon hunters with official permits from the league and also worked as rangers. The scyther he owned was specifically captured for him by his parents. Zhao Qian mentioned that they frequently encountered various wild Pokemon, with poison types being particularly common. He promised to notify Yi Kai immediately if they came across one that suited him. When the two returned to school, an unexpected scene awaited them. Yi Kai and his Crobat had become the talk of the entire Rockstone Academy. The rare pink Crobat had captured everyone's attention. Coupled with rumors of Yi Kai exchanging a championship Pokemon egg for a shiny Zubat, along with tales of sibling rivalry and their father's favoritism, the campus was buzzing with excitement. Brother Kai, let us see the Crobat. Yeah, we heard it's pink. It must look amazing. A tough guy with a pink Pokemon? That's so cool. The dormitory entrance was packed with curious students. Under their eager gazes, Yi Kai finally relented, saying, "Come out, Crobat." Crop. With a sharp and crisp cry, a pink Crobat over 2 meters in size appeared, its 4 wings gently flapping as it hovered steadily in midair. At Yi Kai's signal, the Crobat became a streak of pink lightning, darting around the school building in mere seconds before swiftly returning to its original spot. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped, awestruck by its incredible speed, leaving them momentarily speechless. From a distance, Yi Xian watched the scene unfold, his eyes fixed on the elegant pink figure. His gaze burned with envy and anger. Damn it! How could that ugly Zubat suddenly evolve into such a perfect pink Crobat? Yi Xian looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy manage to evolve his Zubat into a Crobat so quickly? Unless he hit a stroke of ridiculous luck or got some inside information ahead of time. Judging by the situation, it's probably the former. The pink Crobat was indeed impressive, but Yi Xian already had his plans in mind. Once my Pokemon egg hatches, it'll leave your bat in the dust. Right now, you're just flaunting your level advantage. But once my Larvitar evolves into a Tyranitar, you'll see who's boss. Go ahead and enjoy your moment of glory, for now a real man knows when to bide his time. As Yi Kai recalled his Crobat into the Dusk Ball, the surrounding classmates gazed at him in awe. It wasn't until the dorm supervisor urged them to return to their rooms that they reluctantly left. At this point, their perception of Yi Kai had completely changed. After all, Crobat was rare to begin with in this world, not to mention a pink one representing the fairy type. A few bold classmates took the chance to step forward and touch the Crobat. Its fine, velvety fur felt like that of a giant mouse, surprisingly soft and pleasant. This sparked a chain reaction. I'm catching a Zubat tomorrow. Me too. Many people's impressions of this Pokemon changed instantly. Even though Zubat was a poison type, touching it wouldn't actually poison anyone. The next day, in the school's indoor training arena. Hey kid, I heard your Golbat evolved. Come on out, Crobat. Crop. The pink Crobat stole the spotlight the moment it appeared. Even someone like Feng Miao Miao, who wasn't particularly interested in Pokemon battles, was captivated. If Golbat was an old jalopy, this pink Crobat was the equivalent of a Maserati. Zhao Qian pulled Yi Kai aside and handed him a Hunter Ball's specialized Pokeball used by Pokemon Rangers. In return, Yi Kai presented him with an orange-eared gradient scarf. Its luxurious material left Zhao Qian delighted, as he kept stroking it with admiration. This interaction didn't escape Chu Feng's notice. Looks like you've got more Pokemon up your sleeve. Why not show them off to everyone? Provoked by the remark, Yi Kai decided to release Nidoking. In an instant, a towering 4-meter purple figure stunned the crowd. Its body was covered in armor-like skin, its back lined with sharp spikes, and its muscular limbs radiated power. Its razor-sharp fangs and thick, thrashing tail exuded an intimidating presence that even surpassed that of an onyx. Yi Kai froze momentarily and quickly tried to recall the massive beast into its Pokeball. However, when the red beam hit Nidoking, it effortlessly deflected it. He couldn't retrieve it. Watch out, it's about to go berserk. Chu Feng shouted in warning. Yi Kai tried to maintain his composure, but the other students were clearly in danger. Hey kid, this is your Pokemon. You've got to clean up your own mess. Figure out a way to defeat it and regain control. Roar! With a deafening roar that shook the entire arena, Yi Kai quickly checked Nidoking's stats. Nidoking, dominant Pokemon, level 28. Potential, B rank, S rank. Max level cap increased to 100 due to potential enhancement. Type: Poison Ground. Ability: Sheer Force boosts the power of moves with secondary effects by 30, but disables those additional effects. The battle was about to ignite. Chu Feng quickly issued commands. Coughing: Use Will-O-Wisp and Flamethrower. Crobat: Heat Wave. The two Pokemon sprang into action. Coughing first released a pale Will-O-Wisp that surrounded its body, then expelled a stream of scorching gas. The inner and outer layers of flames intertwined into a blazing pillar of fire, striking directly at Nidoking. Simultaneously, Crobat unleashed a searing heat wave, blanketing the battlefield in intense heat. The combination of fire and wind amplified their power, soon leaving Nidoking with burn injuries, having its physical attack strength. Not bad. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. What's your next move? Yi Kai made a swift decision. Everyone retreat. It's burned and won't last much longer. The group quickly grasped his intent and evacuated the area. Coughing: Use Smokescreen, Haze, and Poison Gas. Crobat: Keep up the heat wave. Chu Feng called out the names of each Pokemon and their moves with precision, avoiding confusion amid the multi-Pokemon battle. Within seconds, Coughing enveloped Nidoking in a cloud of toxic smoke. Enraged, the massive beast, accustomed to overwhelming its opponents, unleashed a deadly horn drill. However, due to the significant level disparity, the attack failed to achieve a one-hit knockout. Nonetheless, the level 28 Nidoking easily sent the level 13 Coughing flying, slamming it hard into the wall. At that moment, Crobat seized the opportunity to unleash its most powerful heat wave. With a deafening roar, the poison gas and flames erupted, shattering all the glass in the indoor arena. Purple infernos swept across the battlefield, raising the temperature dramatically. Nidoking let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. Chu Feng immediately released a 9-meter-long Gyarados to extinguish the flames. Although Yi Kai was concerned about the potential for secondary explosions from the chemical fuels, Gyarados' immense hydro pump power exceeded expectations, forcefully suppressing and extinguishing all the fires. With the crisis averted, Chu Feng recalled the critically injured Nidoking into its Pokeball. The level 13 Coughing had given its all, managing to hold its ground against a level 28 opponent was no small feat. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief, though Zhao Qian still looked shaken. Chu Feng led everyone to the training field and began announcing the preliminary rules. This will be a 2v2 rotation match. Each participant must prepare 2 Pokemon under level 24 for the competition. He then glanced at Feng Miao Miao and Zhao Qian, who lacked sufficient Pokemon, and offered to lend them some at a price, of course. I don't advocate mindless level grinding, Chu Feng said, pulling out a briefcase filled with EXP candies. This is more like force-feeding growth. Seeing their astonished expressions, he added, the school tournament isn't just about you 3 students. It's tied to the expansion of Rock Solid Academy. His simple words instantly enlightened everyone present. There was 1 week left until the competition, and Chu Feng decided to test the assignments he had given out the previous day. His gaze first fell on Yi Kai. Seeing that no one else spoke up, he directly called him out. Let's start with you, kid. Go, Crobat. Yi Kai decisively released his Pokemon. With Coughing and Nidoking still undergoing treatment, Crobat was currently his main fighter. Chu Feng retrieved a Pokeball from his briefcase and casually tossed it. Go, Wigglytuff. A level 26 pale pink, round Pokemon appeared on the field. Its fluffy, curled hair swayed slightly in the breeze, and its large, rabbit-like ears stood out prominently. The crowd was instantly captivated. Wigglytuff, being a rare fairy-type Pokemon, was highly valuable. Before the trainer could issue a command, Wigglytuff took the initiative. It glowed with a rainbow aura, and a dazzling gleam shot straight toward Crobat. Use Poison Fang directly, Yi Kai calmly countered. Crobat quickly understood, charging through the damage from Dazzling Gleam with lightning speed to reach Wigglytuff. The word directly in the command implied an all-out, unrelenting attack. Crobat's move slashed through the air like a pink-shaped blade, striking in an instant. Woo! Wigglytuff cried out in pain as the Dazzling Gleam was forcibly interrupted. The poison effect took hold, and within seconds, Wigglytuff collapsed to the ground. Not bad at all. Chu Feng nodded silently to himself. Yi Kai was the type of student who could grasp the essentials with just 1 demonstration of promising talent. Feng Miao Miao, you're up next, Chu Feng continued. Totodile. Feng Miao Miao responded swiftly, releasing her Pokemon. Go, Slugma, Chu Feng said as he summoned a level 14 Pokemon. Magu, a crimson, molten lava Pokemon resembling a shellless snail appeared. Slugma also took the initiative, launching a barrage of embers toward Totodile like raindrops. Water gun. Feng Miao Miao commanded decisively. Totodile immediately unleashed a powerful water gun, ending the battle in an instant. The group exchanged glances. Feng Miao Miao had ignored Chu Feng's tactical teachings, opting instead for the most straightforward type advantage. As long as you keep winning with your own methods, you can be my master, Chu Feng remarked calmly, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Having dealt with countless arrogant trainers, he no longer let such things bother him. The truly exceptional trainers numbered fewer than 20, while the rest often clung stubbornly to their own ways. Still, as long as they won, the method didn't matter. Chu Feng had long since stopped sweating the small stuff. Fang Miao looked a bit embarrassed. Her Totodile struggled to adapt to Chu Feng's unconventional tactics, so she had stuck to her own approach. Thankfully, the result was still a victory. Zhao Qian, your turn. Scyther. Zhao Qian released his Pokemon. Go Abra. Chu Feng sent out a level 15 Psychic-type Pokemon. Abra teleported to Scyther's side and launched a Psychic attack. U-turn. Zhao Qian responded steadily. Scyther's body glowed with green bug-type energy as it charged through the Psychic attack, slamming into Abra with lightning speed before quickly returning to its Pokeball. Abra was left dazed, seeing stars from the sudden blow. Beautiful move. Chu Feng praised sincerely. Both Ye Kai and Zhao Qian had clearly grasped the core principles. The Crobat's double resistance to fairy-type moves, Scyther's lightning-fast U-turn, and Abra's vulnerability to bug types due to its psychic typing. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction as he observed the students diligently taking notes. The key to winning battles lies in making the right judgment, he said, taking out 3 softly glowing discs from his pocket. Today is our 3rd lesson, and this is the Technical Machine Protect. You'll have a 10D usage limit. Let me demonstrate its power for you. Gyarados. Houndoom. At Chu Feng's command, the 2 Pokemon swiftly took their positions. On the field, students and teachers who had been engaged in physical and practical training couldn't help but turn their attention to the scene. Gyarados roared toward the sky, unleashing a blinding hyper beam from its mouth. The light was even more dazzling than the midday sun, and its immense power was terrifying. Just as everyone thought Houndoom was doomed, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of it. A deafening explosion followed. When the light faded, a massive U-shaped crater was visible on the ground in front of Houndoom, but the Pokemon remained unscathed, standing calmly as if nothing had happened. The crowd gasped in shock, except for Ye Kai, who remained composite, who was already well aware of the power of the move Protect. Protect allows a Pokemon to shield itself from most moves during the turn it's used, Chu Feng explained. In games, it needs to be used preemptively to be effective, but in reality, even if you're slightly slower, it can block over 90 of attacks. After the demonstration, Chu Feng opened a briefcase to reveal 13 different sized candy-like items. If you're interested in buying experience candies, come take a look. We have S, M, and L sizes, he said with a smile. And size candy can raise a level 10 Pokemon to level 12 and costs 60,000. And size candy can boost a level 15 Pokemon to level 18 and is priced at 200,000. As for the L size candy, it can rocket a level 10 Pokemon all the way to level 22 and is priced at 700,000. I'll take the L size one. Fang Miao declared without hesitation, grabbing the light blue diamond-shaped candy and feeding it to her Totodile. The little Pokemon happily swallowed the candy and was immediately enveloped in a dazzling light. When the glow faded, a 1.3-meter-tall Croconaw stood before the crowd, enthusiastically calling out, Croconaw. Chu Feng reminded everyone, remember, don't let your Pokemon's level exceed 24, or they won't qualify for the first school tournament. While his words served as a caution, the sight of Fang Miao's Totodile evolving into a Croconaw in an instant ignited a fiery determination in the students' eyes. After all, who wouldn't want their Pokemon to grow stronger quickly? The moment Fang Miao's small sawtooth crocodile swallowed the experience candy, a dazzling blue light flashed, and its body quickly elongated and grew larger. Its scales shifted from gray to blue, and in the blink of an eye, it had evolved into a majestic blue crocodile. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This experience candy had far exceeded their expectations. Fang Miao immediately pulled out her phone and opened the Pokédex app to scan it. The data appeared quickly. The blue crocodile possessed incredible bite strength, never letting go once it clamped down on prey. Its backward curving, hook-like teeth could firmly secure its target. Even more exciting, its evaluated level had reached 23. The Pokédex continued to display information. Even if its teeth fell out, they would constantly regenerate, ensuring it always had 48 sharp teeth in its mouth. Level 23. Fang Miao repeatedly confirmed the data, her face brimming with uncontrollable joy. That's the power of money, Chu Feng said with a chuckle. But Miss Fang, you should start preparing your next creature. Be careful not to exceed level 24. That's the maximum allowed for the competition. Got it, coach. Fang Miao nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chu Feng turned to the others and began promoting the remaining experience candies. Ye Kai, already familiar with the effects of these items, recalled his research on experience points during his gaming days in his previous life. While he hadn't delved deeply into the exact numbers, the current items were clearly labeled. The size experience candy provided 3,000 experience points, while the size offered 800 points. Noticing that his Koffing's level was lagging behind, Ye Kai promptly spent 400,000 to purchase tomb-size candies. He summoned his Koffing, which had recovered slightly after being sprayed with a healing potion. Yi Kai fed it the candies, and after consuming them, the coughing spun around in excitement like a top. System notifications popped up one after another. Coughing had learned 3 new moves: Clear Smog, Pursuit, and Sludge Bomb. Yi Kai checked its stats panel. A shiny Coughing, now at level 20, mastering a total of 11 moves ranging from Tackle to Sludge Bomb. Its level wasn't too high or too low, making it perfect for the upcoming 2-week competition. Yi Kai's account balance now stood at 1.36 million Alliance coins, with 7,500 energy points in the system. Although Old Deng wouldn't send him any more money for the next year, his current reserves were more than sufficient. Zhao Qian also purchased tomb-size experience candies. Feeling a bit bored, Yi Kai instinctively browsed the system shop and suddenly noticed a new item, the Life Orb, priced at 2,000 energy points. He immediately recalled the item's properties from the game. It increased the power of the holder's moves by 30, but each time the holder hit an opponent, it would lose 10 of its maximum HP. This was practically tailor-made for Nidoking. Especially when paired with the Sheer Force ability, this item could even negate the HP loss effect in early battles. Without hesitation, Yi Kai clicked Purchase. This is a beneficial bug, Chu Feng thought to himself with excitement. The synergy between the Life Orb and Nidoking's ability to unleash explosive damage would surely make a significant impact in this world. Without hesitation, he silently commanded in his mind, System, exchange for the Life Orb. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have exchanged for the Life Orb, consuming 2,000 energy points. Remaining energy points, 5,500. A ping-pong ball-sized sphere instantly appeared in his pocket. Satisfied, Chu Feng nodded and turned to the trainees. That's it for today. Remember to practice your defensive skills thoroughly. With that, he picked up his briefcase and left the training ground. The 3 trainees left behind exchanged puzzled glances. Fong Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly. This coach is so strange. The things he teaches are all over the place, but the results are like riding a rocket. Zhao Qian glanced at the silent Yi Kai and apologized. Kai, I'm sorry. I almost got you hurt. I didn't expect what happened with Nidoking either. It's no big deal, Yi Kai replied calmly. If its level were any higher, though, it might have been trouble. With Coach Chu around, even at level 50, there's nothing to fear, Zhao Qian said, patting Yi Kai on the shoulder. Yi Kai simply said, I'm going to get a Battle Club membership card, before leaving in a hurry. What truly occupied his mind wasn't the earlier incident, but his eagerness to test the combination of the Life Orb and Nidoking. At the spacious battle arena of the Shunwei Club, Yi Kai released his 4-meter-tall Nidoking. The massive beast still carried an air of defiance, but as soon as Yi Kai pulled out the translucent Life Orb glowing softly with a red hue, Nidoking immediately lowered its enormous head. The Nidoking took Yi Kai's entire arm into its mouth, holding the orb under its tongue. Although its corrosive saliva dissolved part of his uniform, Yi Kai's arm remained unharmed. Pleased, he patted Nidoking's chin and began teaching it new skills. System, exchange for Sludge Bomb. Ding! You have exchanged for Sludge Bomb, consuming 1,500 energy points. Remaining energy points, 4,000. Yi Kai then proceeded to have Nidoking learn Venoshock, Flamethrower, Toxic, and Sludge Bomb. A flood of move data surged into Nidoking's mind, leaving it momentarily dazed. 2 minutes later, the massive creature fully submitted to Yi Kai, gazing at him with reverence, as though he were a deity. Yushi, Nidoking, Yi Kai called tentatively. Nidoking immediately responded, confirming that in-game commands still worked in the real world. From now on, when I release you from your Pokeball, they'll give battle commands directly without repeating your name. Niga, Nidoking responded. Flamethrower, Yi Kai commanded. Boom. A ferocious pillar of flames erupted from Nidoking's mouth, its power far exceeding normal expectations. The fiery inferno engulfed the entire arena, distorting the air with intense heat and scorching the ground into charred earth. To Yi Kai's delight, Nidoking showed no signs of exhaustion even after unleashing such a powerful move. This beneficial bug had indeed carried over perfectly into the real world. Amid his elation, a practical concern suddenly arose. With a Nidoking of this size, how was he going to handle its enormous appetite? Yi Kai stood at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, pondering over the care of his Nidoking. The massive Pokemon had a voracious appetite, so he figured he should head to the elderly lady's shop on the 2nd floor to stock up on more energy cubes. As he calculated his next steps, he began walking toward the dining hall, planning to grab lunch on the way. Just as he reached the 2nd floor, he unexpectedly ran into someone outside the old lady's shop. Well, kid, we meet again, a familiar voice called out. It was Chu Feng, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips and a knowing smirk on his face. Let me guess, you're here to buy energy cubes for that Nidoking of yours, right? Yi Kai's expression gave away the answer instantly. Granny, this is one of my students, Chu Feng said, turning to the elderly shopkeeper. Oh, this young man has a shiny Coughing too. The old lady's eyes lit up with excitement. What followed was a somewhat lengthy explanation. The elderly woman, advanced in age, often needed things repeated 2 or 3 times before she could fully comprehend. Ye Kai silently thanked his luck that the first time he came to buy supplies, she had been in good spirits. Otherwise, if her memory lapses had acted up, she might not have even recognized him. After finally purchasing a month's supply of poison-type energy cubes, Chu Feng lit his cigarette and took a deep drag. Amid the swirling smoke, he revealed a side of himself his students had never seen before. Here's a tip for you. That Nidoking of yours only needs ground-type energy cubes. Let me ask you something, Ye Kai said, breaking the momentary silence. Do you have a Nidoran card? What do you need that for? Its stats aren't anything special. Heh, our Pokemon only meant for battling. Chu Feng caught his drift and walked away. Within 3 minutes, he returned with what Ye Kai had asked for. Here, your Nidoran. How much? No charge. Is money the only thing people can talk about? Chu Feng handed over his Crobat's Pokeball and continued. I heard from Zhao Qian that you have the TM for Heat Wave. I want my Crobat to learn that move. It was clearly a trade in Disquizia Nidoran card in exchange for teaching a move. But Ye Kai didn't refuse. He understood that with someone like Chu Feng, one discreet favor was worth more than 100 formal transactions. He would need Chu Feng's help again in the future. Go on with whatever you were doing. I've got things to take care of, Chu Feng said, handing him something before disappearing down the hallway. Oh, and take this. Consider it a little bonus for your trouble. From a distance, Ye Kai watched as Chu Feng left through the first floor exit, arm in arm with a plump, curvaceous woman. Shaking his head, Ye Kai decided not to dwell on it. Looking down at what Chu Feng had given him, he realized it was an M-sized EXP candy. That sly old fox clearly didn't like to owe favors. On the contrary, Ye Kai now found himself indebted to Chu Feng for the Nidoran. Temporarily entrusted with Chu Feng's Crobat's Pokeball, Ye Kai noticed its surface was covered with a Wynard, iridescent Coatinga standard for Level 3 professional trainers. The league maintained strict identification systems for trainers of different skill levels. As a trainee trainer without even a single badge, Ye Kai could only dream of such treatment. When he checked the Pokemon stats, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Kai carefully examined the information panel of the Crobat. This elite-level LV.80 Crobat had an impressive arsenal of 23 moves, ranging from basic ones like Absorb and Supersonic to advanced techniques such as Poison Fang and Air Slash, and even high-tier moves like Shadow Ball and Nasty Plot. It seemed to cover nearly all powerful skills. However, Ye Kai was well aware that this borrowed Pokemon would eventually need to be returned. More importantly, his system was his greatest secret and could never be exposed. If a Pokemon learned moves too quickly, it would inevitably arouse Chu Feng's suspicion. After a brief moment of thought, he decided it was safer to let the Pokemon teach each other moves. Shifting his attention to the sweet ball in his hand, the system immediately displayed Nidoran's information. Nidoran LV.13 beginner level. Potential, grade upgraded. Ye Kai nodded lightly. Though this Nidoran's strength was average, it was perfect for helping the overly aggressive Nidoking release its pent-up Energi's simple, yet effective method to tame violent Pokemon. Turning toward the counter, Ye Kai decisively purchased a 2-month supply of top-tier ground-type energy cubes, spending 60,000 Alliance coins. In his view, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't really a problem. Just as he was about to pay, his attention was caught by the dazzling array of gemstones displayed on the wall. The shop assistant enthusiastically began introducing them, explaining that these items enhanced battle performance and came in 18 different types. Ye Kai's gaze landed on a purple poison gem, which increased the power of poison-type moves by 30, but could only be used once. Instantly, he lost interest. At a price of 10,000 Alliance coins per gem, it hardly seemed worth it. The shop assistant continued explaining that these thumb-sized synthetic gems were far inferior to the legendary natural gemstones found in secret realms. Rumor had it that someone once discovered a natural gem the size of an egg in a secret realm. Such gems not only enhanced move power, but also improved a Pokemon's potential. Ye Kai's curiosity was piqued. Besides energy cubes, what else do you sell? The shop assistant led him to a glass display case inside the store, showcasing various battle items, a bent spoon, charcoal, and more. Ye Kai silently calculated the energy value of these items in the system compared to their real-world prices. Suddenly, a set of special items caught his eye: Choice Scarf, Choice Band, and Choice Specs. The shop assistant introduced them as the latest products, currently on sale due to their limitations, priced at 180,000 Alliance coins each. Ye Kai smirked inwardly. These items cost 3,500 energy points each in the system, equivalent to 350,000 Alliance coins apiece. Now he could get all three for just 540,000 Alliance coins. Without hesitation, he said, "Wrap them up. I'll take them all." The shop assistant was overjoyed, marveling at finally encountering a discerning customer. These items, considered flawed due to their move-locking nature, were originally priced at 500,000 Alliance coins each, but were discontinued due to poor sales. Who would have thought these Sunto Barricalled limited editions would find their way into the hands of someone who truly recognized their value today? Ye Kai stood at the counter, watching as the clerk carefully wrapped the items he had just purchased. As part of the nationwide chain's promotional policy, any single purchase exceeding 500,000 yuan came with a complimentary gift. Here is a gift from our store. Please accept it, the clerk said respectfully, handing over 3 commemorative balls. These balls were entirely white, adorned with an elegant red line at the opening, and featured the brand logo of Dai Long crafted with exquisite workmanship. The market value of these high-end commemorative balls even surpassed that of standard poke balls and great balls. Ye Kai then headed to the luxury goods resale shop on the same floor, effortlessly selling the 3 commemorative balls for 70,000 yuan. Glancing at the time, it was just past 1 p.m. Due to his work habits before his time travel, he felt restless whenever he had idle time. With only 6 days left until the match against Qingju Academy, Ye Kai felt a growing sense of urgency. It was time for Coughing to master a new move, Euro Ball, a skill of critical importance. Whether it was Coughing or Wei Xing, their speed-based stats of 30 and 60, respectively, were extremely low. However, this very slowness, combined with Euro Ball, could unleash incredible power. The greater the speed difference when opponents used priority moves like Quick Attack or Extreme Speed, the more devastating this Steel-type move became, with a maximum power of 150. Ye Kai recalled how, in the animation, Hamika from the Unova region had used Coughing's Euro Ball to defeat 2 of Ash's Pokemon in one fell swoop. Although evolving into Wei Xing would make it harder to utilize the move due to changes in body structure, the current importance of Euro Ball left him determined to have Coughing learn it immediately. He headed straight to the second basement level of the Pokemon Plaza, to the Kamui Pokemon Battle Club. At the front desk, he learned that the move learning service required at least a gold membership. Ye Kai had come prepared and confidently presented his platinum card. No wonder Chu Feng had initially suggested he get a platinum card. It was all for this. Which Pokemon would you like to teach a move, and what type of move? The receptionist asked with a smile. Come out, Coughing. When the shiny Coughing appeared, the receptionist was momentarily surprised, and then slightly furrowed her brow. Although Poison-type Pokemon were not particularly popular, they certainly had unique advantages in battles. I wanted to learn the Steel-type move Euro Ball, Ye Kai stated. The receptionist quickly made a phone call and replied 3 minutes later. We can accommodate your request, but the move is taught using a private TM from an external instructor. The learning fee will be 80,000 Alliance coins. For Ye Kai, who already had a platinum card, this additional expense was not insignificant. The club was likely taking a cut of 20,000 to 30,000. However, he understood that going through the club was the fastest way to learn such a niche move as Euro Ball. This was no time to skimp on costs. The Battle Club's profits were primarily derived from 2 main services. The first was offering single-species Pokemon battles, such as battling against Pidgey or Pidgeotto. Even within the same evolutionary line, the battle styles of unevolved and evolved Pokemon were distinctly different. The club provides trainers with abundant battle resources, with the Shinwei Club standing out among them. It boasts 93 different Pokemon for trainers to spar with, and every coach is a master of their specialized Pokemon. Beyond battles, the club's primary source of income comes from teaching Hidden Machines HMs, with 17 types of HM moves currently available. Even if a specific HM is unavailable, the club utilizes its network to help trainers find suitable resources. For any Pokemon trainer aspiring to grow, joining a battle club is practically a rite of passage. After paying the tuition, Ye Kai went straight to the battle arena. While waiting, he equipped his Crobat with a choice band. This shiny pink bat, though fierce-looking, was particularly affectionate toward Ye Kai, often showing affection in a playful manner. A middle-aged coach, who appeared older than Chu Feng, approached. Hello, I'm the coach for Euro Ball. Let's get started. Come out, Sandslash. The coach tossed a Pokeball, and a pale yellow Sandslash with a back covered in sharp spikes appeared on the field. Its dense spikes made it look like a massive durian. Sandslash, use Euro Ball. Following the coach's command, Sandslash quickly curled into a ball, and its body was enveloped in a silver-white, steel-type energy. It spun faster and faster before slamming into the ground with a heavy impact, leaving a massive crater in the battlefield. This Sandslash is indeed proficient in Euro Ball, the coach remarked. To learn this move, a Pokemon must first master Steel-type energy. As he spoke, he brought out some top-tier Steel-type energy cubes. Ye Kai thought to himself, it seems the cost of this training is partly for these energy cubes. A substantial portion of the 80,000 yuan fee had gone toward these resources. The coach explained that the fastest way for a Pokemon to grasp Steel-type energy was either by consuming energy cubes or enduring attacks from Steel-type moves. Coughing, Ye Kai released his Pokemon and instructed it not to emit harmful toxic smoke. The coach was surprised to see Ye Kai owning 2 shiny Pokemon, but showed no fear toward the poison type. Sandslash, use Euro Ball at its lowest power. Since Coughing moved slowly, even when hit by Euro Ball, it only sustained minor scratches. The training session followed a simple rhythm. Coughing endured the attacks for 10 minutes, then replenished its energy with cubes, repeating the process. Meanwhile, Yikai trained his Crobat on the side. The choice band perfectly complemented Crobat's high-speed ability and its U-turn move. As it executed U-turn, its body became shrouded in green bug-type energy, leaving a shaped green trail in the air before swiftly returning to its dusk ball. When Crobat used Brave Bird, it soared high into the sky before diving sharply, folding its wings tightly. Flying-type energy amplified its speed and impact to the extreme. The sound of it breaking through the air was constant, and even visible shockwave clouds formed from its momentum. The impressive display even drew admiration from the coach. "Young man, you're still a student, right? To have such powerful Pokemon at your age is truly enviable. Just luck. My family happens to have some resources," Yikai replied modestly. The coach refrained from asking further. After all, Yikai was here as a paying student, and prying too much would be inappropriate. Through testing, Yikai found that while the choice band limited Crobat's move selection, it significantly boosted the power of its attacks. This trade-off was well within his expectations. As evening approached, the coach announced, "That's it for today's lesson. Remember to take these energy cubes home for your Pokemon. This is the HM disc for Euroball. Don't slack off, the disc will expire in a month." After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Yikai headed to the club's cafeteria for dinner. The cafeteria was bustling with people, most of whom were trainers making a living through battles. In this world, industries related to Pokemon were all lucrative gold mines, with the battle industry being especially profitable. However, this came with steep costs. Spokesmen themselves were expensive, and their daily upkeep was a significant expense. Because of this, ordinary people could usually only afford to raise 1 or 2 Pokemon to assist with their work. Even at prestigious schools like Rock Pokemon Academy, very few graduates managed to become professional trainers. Suddenly, Yikai smacked his forehead, had almost forgotten the most important thing. He hadn't yet learned the protection move that Chu Feng had taught him. Without delay, he opened a battle room and released all of his Pokemon. Roar! The Pokemon curiously looked around and quickly understood the purpose of their training. They all focused their attention on the screen and began learning the protection move. As a normal type move, it didn't require familiarity with specific energy attributes, allowing the Pokemon to jump straight into practical training. Crobat, now elevated to strength potential, lived up to its reputation, mastering the move in just 3 hours. Meanwhile, Nidoking turned its attention to Nidoran, beginning its training for a spear-tipped charge. As for Coughing, it was fully engrossed in studying Euroball, a steel-type move it had never encountered before. Clearly, it would need more time to master it. Yikai glanced at his phone. It was already past 9 p.m. If he didn't head back to school soon, he might get into trouble. The next morning at 4:30 a.m., Yikai woke up yawning. This was an unusually early hour for him. The dormitory was filled with the sound of snores, some resembling cows, others like drills, and a few even akin to pigs. Looking at his roommates, exhausted from their studies, Yikai silently felt grateful that he no longer had to face the pressure of college entrance exams in this life. He tiptoed downstairs and stepped outside the dormitory. It was then he realized it was time to request a single dorm room from the principal. This small request shouldn't be hard to approve, especially if the room could be equipped with a screen and a player to help his Pokemon practice their moves. Since the dormitory doors were still locked, he decided to open his system and study his Pokemon's move lists. The upcoming battle with Qingju Academy allowed for 2 Pokemon, each no higher than level 24. Crobat was already in excellent condition, but he was more concerned about Coughing's performance. System, exchange for the move Sunny Day? Ding. The system notification sounded. You have exchanged for Sunny Day, consuming 1,000 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 3,000. Sunny Day, a move that changes the weather to clear skies, could enhance the power of Fire-type moves, making it a great advantage for his Fire-type Pokemon. Checking his inventory, he still had 830,000 coins and 1-sized experience candy. Feeding it to Coughing would only raise its level from 20 to 22, but for the sake of the competition, the investment was worth it. As for Nidoking, which was too high level, it would have to sit out this school tournament. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was after 6 a.m. Taking advantage of the dorm supervisor unlocking the doors, Yikai slipped out of the dormitory. By the time he stood before the principal at around 7 a.m., the principal looked at him with a slightly surprised expression. Today, Yikai arrived at school unusually early, which surprised the principal. Taking this opportunity, he directly requested a private dormitory. Unexpectedly, the principal readily agreed and even arranged for it to be located just 100 meters away from Panchur Academy. One more thing, Yikai said, pointing to the damaged sleeve of his school uniform, corroded by Nidoking's venom. The principal smiled and said, "As long as you win the competition, it's fine even if you don't wear the uniform." With permission granted, Yikai headed straight to the school's indoor battle arena. The arena, which had been damaged by Nidoking and other Pokemon the previous day, had been fully restored. He released Coughing. "Come out." Coughing, it responded cheerfully. Yikai first fed Coughing some great experience candies, then prepared energy cubes for each of his Pokemon. While they enjoyed their treats, he focused on studying the hidden machine footage. Within an hour, Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian arrived one after the other. Wow, the sun must have risen in the west today, Yuri. Actually the first one here, they exclaimed in surprise. Ye Kai ignored their comments and continued his training intently. The others also released their Pokemon to watch the footage together. Soon, the system notification sounded. 541. Congratulations, your Nidoking has learned the move, Protect. 541. Congratulations, your Coughing has learned the move, Protect. The two Scrayed Pokemon learned at an astonishing speed, both mastering the move Protect. Seeing this, Ye Kai discreetly pulled Zhao Qian aside. Qian, since the three of us share 3 discs, one should be enough. Do you want this one? Zhao Qian caught on immediately. Protect is a divine move, having more is always better. How much? 100,000. That's too expensive. The coach sells them for way less. 80,000. Still too much. After a round of bargaining, the disc was sold for 70,000. Hey, you two, stop sneaking around making deals, it's time for class, Chu Feng called out, seeing through their little scheme. Whoever can demonstrate the Protect move gets the day off. Ye Kai immediately sent out Nidoking and Crobat. Nidoking, Poison Sting. Crobat, Protect. Crobat, with its superior speed, seemed a bit impatient, while Nidoking unleashed a dense shower of purple poison stings. For 3 full breaths, the relentless attack was perfectly blocked by the invisible shield surrounding Crobat. Well done, kid. You've passed. Go have some fun, Chu Feng announced, leaving Fong Miao Miao and Zhao Qian dumbfounded. They felt immense pressure. Ye Kai had reached a level they could hardly aspire to in such a short time. His battle skills and speed in learning moves far surpassed theirs. In reality, Ye Kai had employed a little trick. Besides training Nidoking normally, he had left Crobat to train alongside Chu Feng's Crobat overnight. In just one night, Crobat's mastery of extreme speed return had increased to 37. This was likely because the choice scarf locked its moves, preventing it from returning to its Pokeball, forcing it to practice the same move repeatedly. This inadvertently allowed Ye Kai to discover a shortcut to improving move proficiency. As for Chu Feng's Pokemon, Ye Kai had no intention of returning it for now. Through this Pokemon, he could learn more moves. Besides, the two bats had already formed a strong bond. The seamless coordination between the two Pokemon was nothing short of perfect. If they weren't both male, one might think their bond could create new life. Ye Kai had already planned out today's schedule. First, a trip to the Pokemon Plaza to shop for new clothes. This school uniform was truly an eyesore. Then, he needed to make time for Coughing to learn the Euro Ball move. At exactly 9 o'clock, the Pokemon Plaza opened its doors. Ye Kai headed straight to the hair salon and pointed at a picture on the wall. "They'll take this one," he said. It was a trendy white spiky hairstyle, guaranteed to turn heads off course. Only the readers could appreciate even one of how handsome he looked. An hour later, Ye Kai emerged completely transformed from head to toe, his bold new look exuding an air of confidence that even Chu Feng would envy. A store clerk asked eagerly, "Would you like to pack up these old clothes?" "Throw them away," Ye Kai replied without looking back as he strode out of the luxurious trainer clothing boutique. After splurging like this, he still had 870,000 left in his account. With a second chance at life, he believed in living boldly. As the song goes, youth is free, youth is wild. Next, he headed straight for the battle club. He booked a battle room and had Coughing focus on watching training videos. The middle-aged man he was waiting for wouldn't arrive until the afternoon, so Ye Kai decided to swap Crobat's choice specs for a poison barb and prepare for a high-stakes gamble. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Crobat has learned the move, Shadow Ball. Ye Kai was ecstatic this method actually worked. Following this logic, he could potentially borrow more moves for Crobat from Chu Feng. But he quickly realized a problem. Crobat was already at level 22. If it continued learning moves through wild battles, it might exceed the level 24 cap, making it ineligible for the competition. After some thought, he figured they could always catch a new Pokemon with Chu Feng's help. Knowing Chu Feng, that was probably his plan all along, victory at any cost. "Xiao Kai," a familiar voice called out. "Ah, uncle, you're here," Ye Kai greeted. With his new white hair, the middle-aged man didn't recognize him at first and couldn't help but think to himself, "Youth is truly enviable, plus, he's rich. Let's start training." "All right. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Crobat has learned the move, Pursuit." Ye Kai laughed wryly, unsure whether to feel happy or troubled, happy about all the powerful moves Crobat had learned, but worried about the level cap preventing it from competing. By the afternoon, Coughing had finally begun to grasp the basics of Steel-type energy circulation. The system chimed again. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations. Your Coughing has learned the move, Euro Ball. As expected of an A-grade Pokemon, focused training truly paid off. Euro Ball. At Ye Kai's command, Coughing began spinning rapidly, a faint silver-white glow enveloping its body. Sandslash, use Swift. Sha. Countless starlights bombarded the Weezing, but it defended itself steadily, sustaining only minor injuries. Watching the scene unfold before him, Ye Kai felt a sense of delight. This move had been completely mastered by the Wei Xing, and now it was up to it to refine and improve further. The system's notification sounded at the perfect moment. Congratulations, your Crobat has learned the move. Nasty plot. This strength talent is just too powerful, Ye Kai thought, watching his Crobat continue its relentless training with a numb expression. He only hoped that Crobat's level wouldn't exceed 24. At the same time, he needed to arrange for his Crobat to teach Chu Feng's Crobat the Heat Wave move, although the delay might slow its learning progress somewhat. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Kai's mind. I could use a choice series item to lock its moves, forcing it to only use Heat Wave. That way, it'll either fail to execute the move or improve at lightning speed. After recalling Wei Xing into its Pokeball, Ye Kai realized he still had some free time in the afternoon. Since he had moved his dormitory off campus and already had the key, his activity schedule was no longer restricted. He decided to visit the elderly lady on the second floor, who was known for her extensive research on poison-type Pokemon. As he approached her door, the three dragon-like Arbok habitually extended their tails, preparing to use the wrap move. However, they quickly recognized Ye Kai as a regular visitor and slowly backed down. Grandma, do you have any other poison-type products? Ye Kai asked directly. You've come to the right person. The old lady's eyes lit up as she pulled out a pile of poison gems. These were fragmented stones that could boost the power of poison-type moves by 17 to 22. Seeing Ye Kai's lack of enthusiasm, the old woman quickly added, don't underestimate these stones. Grind them into powder and mix them into Pokemon food, or have poison types consume them directly. Great for their development and improving their mastery of poison-type moves. When Ye Kai still showed little interest, the old lady shifted her approach. Are you interested in Arbok or Seviper? Her demeanor suddenly became spirited. Back in my day, I was a renowned poison mistress in Shanghai, once a poison-type gym leader, and among the top 3 trainers in the gym circuit. To prove her prowess, the old lady gave a command. Oh, speed pattern. Arbok, pattern morph. An Arbok slithered out, raising its body high as the fan-shaped markings on its neck began to shift eerily, transforming from one face into another, more terrifying visage. Death Masquerade. Ye Kai exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this the technique used by Agatha, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, in the special edition? The old lady's eyes briefly sharpened. You seem to know quite a bit, she remarked, though she soon returned to her usual demeanor and began explaining Arbok's unique abilities in detail. In the end, she handed Ye Kai a handwritten book titled The Secret Chronicles of Serpents. As he flipped through it, he found it filled with obscure translated texts and densely written annotations by the old lady. How much for this book? Ye Kai asked, intrigued by the detailed methods for developing Arbok's powers. Young man, this isn't for sale, the old lady replied with a laugh. Ye Kai couldn't help but grumble internally. If it's not for sale, then why show it to me? To make up for tricking Ye Kai, the old lady took out an exquisite gift box from her pocket. As soon as she lifted the lid, a rich, fruity aroma filled the air. Inside lay 3 pieces of glutinous rice cakes, glistening with a black-purple sheen. Ye Kai was about to ask about them when his gaze froze. These were none other than the legendary intelligence rice cakes. This magical item, known for enhancing a Pokemon's special attack, could increase 10 effort points in the Juicy game. In this world, however, it directly boosted a Pokemon's abilities. Each Pokemon could only use it a limited number of times. This is a treasure I recently acquired, the old lady said kindly. I'm giving it to you. Remember, the shelf life is only 3 days, so don't hesitate to use it. Ye Kai accepted the gift without hesitation, already forming a plan in his mind. 3 Pokemon, 1 cake each, perfectly distributed. By the time he returned near the school, it was already past 8 p.m. As agreed, he was supposed to meet the 2 Crobat in his dormitory. He waited outside the dorm building for over 40 minutes. Craw, craw, craw. The familiar cries rang out as the 2 Crobat flew back together. Ye Kai immediately checked the status of his own Crobat. Crobat Shiny Variant. Level, 22 Normal Tier. Moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Brave Bird, Astonish, Mean Look, Poison Fong, Toxic, Heat Wave, Quick Guard, Quick Attack, Leech Life. New moves. U-Turn 47, Protect 31, Shadow Ball 20, Nasty Plot 20, Pursuit 20. 3 brand new moves. Though their proficiency was only at 20, they were already usable. With time and diligent practice, mastery was inevitable. It's time to return Chu Feng's Pokemon, Ye Kai thought. Heat Wave has been learned, and if it trains any further, it might break through level 24. After recalling his Pokemon, he left in a hurry. Along the way, his striking white hair drew countless stares. Who's that guy? That white hair is way too flashy. Just some wannabe edgy type. What's the big deal? Wait, didn't he just recall 2 Crobat? And one of them was a shiny pink variant? That's so cool. Ye Kai ignored the chatter. Having lived through one lifetime already, he had long outgrown the confines of a student's mindset, yearning for a free and unrestrained life. To him, the school was far too small a stage, like a cage that stifled the spirit of a soaring eagle. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, Yi Xian had just finished evening self-study when he caught sight of that striking white hair in the distance. Shuanga, any guesses who that is? A classmate teased. Not interested. Just tell me. It's your brother, Yi Kai? Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. That guy? First, he drained 1.2 million from him, and now he's strutting around with this over-the-top look. Unbelievable. Just the other day, Yi Xian had invested a fortune in top-tier nutrients to hatch an ice Vulpix with upgrade potential, capable of reaching level 80 in the future. Did you know that when an Alolan Vulpix evolves into an Alolan Ninetales, it becomes a fairy-type Pokemon? Its potential is limitless. This thought swirled in the boy's mind. He scoffed at Yi Kai's Pokemon. A coughing was merely a crave Pokemon chosen by Yi Kai's father. While Zubat's growth cycle might slightly outpace Beedrill's or Butterfree's, it would ultimately be capped at level 60-70. As for the Larvitar, even if it evolved into a Tyranitar someday, so what? We're not competing in the present, we're looking to the future. 30 years. No. 3 years of ups and downs. Don't underestimate the ambitions of youth. Unaware of these dismissive thoughts, Yi Kai was fully focused on his meal. Add more cumin and chili. Yes, and 2 more skewers of lamb kidneys. Got it. After enjoying his skewers, Yi Kai headed straight to the battle club. Getting stronger, there's no time to waste. He divided the intelligence-boosting Machi among his 3 Pokemon. Crobat happily devoured it, coughing spun excitedly in place, while the massive Nidoking remained unmoved by the small offering. The next day, the school's indoor battle arena welcomed a special visitor. You must be Yi Kai, the visitor said warmly. I watched your performance in the school tournament, it was impressive. I look forward to seeing you challenge my gym after you graduate. Her eyes sparkled with battle spirit. Fang Miao Miao and Zhao Qian were stunned by the scene. Yi Kai's skills had already earned recognition from the Cinnabar gym leader. Watching her ignore them, the second and third place winners of the school tournament, they were struck by the gap in ability between them and Yi Kai. All right, Chu Feng said curtly. Today we're testing the move Protect. Anyone who masters it gets a day off. But before that, Red Lotus and I happen to meet. So I'll have a 1v1 battle to give you a taste of professional combat. Without hesitation, Yi Kai sent out his Crobat. Kid, have you already learned Heat Wave? Chu Feng asked skeptically. Why don't you find out? Yi Kai smirked. No one knew that last night, he had equipped his Crobat with a choice scarf, fed it a large number of fire-type poke blocks and 2 fire stones, and had it practice Heat Wave repeatedly until it mastered the move. After all, attempting a move with less than 20 proficiency was almost guaranteed to fail. Red Lotus, he'll use Crobat. You can use any Pokemon you like. Alright, Crobat, go to Tifloption. Tiflop. The massive fire badger stood in the center of the field, towering at 2.4 meters tall, nearly reaching the 2.6 meter height limit. The fiery quills around its neck burned fiercely, exuding an intimidating aura. Tifloption, Flamethrower. Protect, then Poison Fang. The battle erupted instantly, with Tifloption unleashing a powerful flamethrower. This move was so rare that even the legendary Groudon was among the few capable of using it. It was not something that could be withstood heated. The Crobat enveloped itself in an invisible barrier, effortlessly deflecting the massive fireball descending from above. This Pokemon demonstrated an extraordinary battle style. Typically, using a Protect move immobilizes a Pokemon, but the Crobat, utilizing its exceptional flying skills, managed to maintain its momentum and continue closing in on its opponent. The moment the protective barrier dissipated, the Crobat struck decisively. Its sharp, venomous fangs sank precisely into Tifloption's neck. The venom rapidly spread through Tifloption's body, leaving it dangerously poisoned. Thunder Punch, the opponent urgently commanded. Dodge it. Move directly above it at a 90-degree angle. Chu Feng responded calmly. Realizing it needed to finish the fight before the poison took its toll, Tifloption swung its electrified fist in a panic, but it couldn't even graze the Crobat's shadow. The Crobat nimbly evaded the attack and hovered steadily right above Tifloption at a sharp, almost unreachable angle. From this position, unless Tifloption recklessly threw itself onto the ground, most Pokemon would find it nearly impossible to launch an effective counterattack. You're unbelievable. Your tactics are so underhanded, the opponent growled through clenched teeth. Tifloption, use Overheat and bring it down. By now, Tifloption was barely hanging on, its energy drained by the poison. However, this triggered its Blaze ability, unleashing a surge of fiery power. The 130 base power Overheat, amplified by Blaze, erupted in a towering column of flames that seemed to pierce the sky. It's over. Protect. Chu Feng gave the final command. With perfect timing, the Crobat deployed its protective barrier once more, completely neutralizing the devastating attack. Tifloption's fiery momentum dissipated, while the Crobat emerged unscathed, its stamina intact. Zhao Qian and Fang Miao Miao stood dumbfounded, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Using nothing but Toxic Fang, Protect, and impeccable positioning, Chu Feng had forced a gym leader into such a desperate situation? Ye Kai, however, seemed unimpressed. This is nothing. If he added substitute to complete the toxic stall strategy, you'd probably be so shocked your eyes would pop out of your heads. Heck, you might even wet your pants. Alright, that's the immense utility of protect in battles. Chu Feng leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his eyes sweeping over Zhao Qian and Feng Miao's faces. Have you two got the hang of it yet? Ye Kai glanced at Chu Feng, who looked utterly relaxed, and remembered what Chu had mentioned before he was naturally hypoglycemic. Every morning, he would be in a daze, but by evening, he'd be full of energy, like he was on a sugar rush. No medication seemed to fix this peculiar condition. Are you a nocturnal owl, or something? Ye Kai couldn't help but tease, picturing the energetic nocturnal owl from the card game in his mind. Since he had already mastered the move Protect, Ye Kai decided it was time to leave. I'll head out now. Go ahead, go ahead. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. He knew that for someone as talented as Ye Kai, giving them space to grow would be far more effective than micromanaging their progress. Before he left, Hong Lian handed Ye Kai a letter of recommendation from the gym, explaining that if he was interested, he could work there. In this world, gym battle staff were mostly employed on a contract basis, with only a few being disciples of the gym leader. While there were many benefits to becoming a disciple, that was an entirely different story. Ye Kai wasn't short on money at the moment, so he tucked the letter away and left the school. With the tournament approaching, his Pokemon's levels were nearing their limit. Tweezing at level 22 and Crobat at level 23. He was worried that continuing to battle might raise their levels too high, so he decided to take the opportunity to go shopping and relax instead. Strolling down the street, Ye Kai pondered what he should buy. Raising Pokemon was like maintaining a relationship too many, and it could drain your wallet. Plus, a trainer's energy was limited. Purchasing battle items seemed like a good idea. He might even stumble upon some hidden treasures. He thought of the spa in the Pokemon Plaza, where Chansey, Adino, and Gardevoir provided exceptional healing services. Unfortunately, his poison-type Pokemon weren't suitable to bring along, as they might frighten the fairy-type Pokemon there due to their type advantage. Soon, Ye Kai arrived on the first floor of the plaza. It was early morning, and not many shops were open yet, but one luxurious store caught his eye: the Contest Accessories Specialty Store. The interior was filled almost entirely with female customers, and the shelves were lined with dazzling items. His attention was drawn to a Pokemon treat called Poffin, a snack made from berries that could enhance a Pokemon's attributes in areas like coolness, beauty, cuteness, toughness, and cleverness. However, what intrigued him even more was something else that seemed familiar. Excuse me, sir, this is the sticker counter. How may I assist you? A store assistant greeted him with a smile. I'm not too familiar with these. Could you explain them to me? The assistant seemed pleasantly surprised that a male customer was interested in these items. Of course, stickers are decorative items that add special effects when releasing a Pokemon from its Pokeball. Words might not do it justice. How about I show you an example? Come on out, Jigglypuff. Jiggly. As Jigglypuff emerged, instead of the usual red light, a trail of pink hearts burst forth in a dazzling display. That's pretty interesting, Ye Kai remarked, recalling a saying from his previous life. Power is temporary, but style is forever. The pursuit of beauty truly was a timeless topic. So, what kinds of effects do these stickers have? You can look at the screen over here. The video explains everything very clearly, the shop assistant said enthusiastically, pointing to the counter as she explained to Ye Kai. Each product on the counter was accompanied by a small display screen, and he carefully examined them one by one. Suddenly, a row of stickers caught his attention. The effects of these stickers were astonishing. Some released pink bubbles, others emitted flashes resembling high-speed star moves, but the most eye-catching were the smoke stickers. These stickers could create various shapes of smoke when a Pokemon was released, and even custom patterns were possible. In Ye Kai's mind, he could already picture the dramatic scene of a giant skull-shaped cloud rising into the air as he released his Pokemon. What excited him even more was how perfectly these smoke effects complemented gas bombs, creating a smoky environment right from the start of a battle. He immediately decided to equip all 3 of his Pokemon with these stickers. Sir, the stickers need to be paired with ball shells, the shop assistant reminded him, snapping Ye Kai out of his thoughts. The system was oddly similar to phone case stickers. He ended up purchasing 3 ball shells as well, spending a total of 33,000. Would you like to consider participating in this week's local contest hall event? The shop assistant asked. I'm more into battles. Contests aren't really my thing. Ye Kai politely declined. Noticing that the store was filled almost exclusively with female customers, he decided to make a quick exit. Remembering the 100 designated battle opportunities still available at the club, he headed straight to the second basement level of the Shinwei Club. Smokescreen. Poison gas. Ye Kai launched his attack first. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. His opponent's Blastoise was larger than a typical Wartortle, with ears resembling small wings. As a specialized Blastoise trainer, his opponent effortlessly countered Ye Kai's strategy, precisely controlling the rain clouds to a small area. Toxic. Pain Split, then Protect. Gas Bomb spewed out a large amount of poisonous liquid, but Blastoise quickly formed a defensive barrier using Water Pulse. The waves scattered the poison, but some toxins still seeped into Blastoise's body. Hydro Pump. Hold your ground. The high-pressure Hydro Pump dealt significant damage to Gas Bomb, but at the critical moment, Pain Split activated, drastically reducing Blastoise's stamina. Gas Bomb seized the opportunity and used Protect to perfectly block the final Water Pulse. Severely weakened by the poison, Blastoise finally succumbed and collapsed. You're really impressive, the opponent complimented. Just lucky. If that Hydro Pump had taken me out, I wouldn't have had any follow-up moves, Ye Kai replied modestly, fully aware that the opponents at the club were no pushovers. The combat training industry has its unique dynamics. Here, even if someone is a paying client, once their skills fall short of the trainers, they naturally shift to a subordinate role. After all, the purpose of being here is to learn, and in this line of work, the principle of the strong are the teachers holds true. After losing the battle, the female trainer didn't dare to boss Ye Kai around anymore. However, she left him with a friendly offer. I've got an HM for Water Pulse. If you're interested, feel free to come and learn. She handed him her contact information. This kind of ambiguous development might have been exciting for others, but Ye Kai felt no interest at all. Thinking about his family history, a wave of frustration swept over Ye Kai. His biological mother had approached his father as a trainer, and his stepmother had successfully replaced her, still holding on to his father Yi Ron's position to this day. These past events made him instinctively resistant to any similar developments. During his break, Ye Kai noticed that many people in other training rooms were participating in meditation courses. As he paused to observe, a familiar voice sounded behind him, accompanied by a hand on his shoulder. Kid, we meet again. It was Chu Feng. Don't sneak up on people, especially you, Ye Kai replied irritably. Noticed you're interested in meditation. They'll teach you and go over tomorrow's plans while we're at it, Chu Feng said. How much? Ye Kai asked. Chu Feng chuckled and shook his head. No charge. The principal already covered it. They found a private training area. Chu Feng guided Ye Kai in adjusting his posture and taught him the proper method of diaphragmatic breathing. You've been breathing the wrong way all along. Time to fix that. After some practice, Ye Kai finally grasped the basics. Let's talk about tomorrow, Chu Feng said, shifting the topic. I'm taking Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao to the Guava Secret Realm to help them each catch a Pokemon. Want to come along? Ye Kai considered it for a moment. Secret realms were notoriously dangerous, but risk often came with reward. He'll go. Might as well broaden my horizons. The next morning, outside the gates of Panchur Academy. Are we really going to the Guava Secret Realm? Feng Miao Miao couldn't hide her excitement. As a novice who had never set foot in a secret realm, her enthusiasm was palpable. In contrast, Ye Kai appeared much calmer. He recalled the documentaries his predecessor had watched. 170 years ago, a large number of secret realms had suddenly appeared across the world. These dangerous, alternate dimensions were home to countless magical creatures what people now call Pokemon. Through brutal natural selection, these Pokemon quickly rose to the top of Terra's food chain. After a long struggle, humans eventually established a symbiotic relationship with them. The areas surrounding secret realms were unstable subspaces, and no one could predict where they might lead. However, thanks to generations of effort, a significant portion of these realms had been tamed and had become vital resources for human society. The Balu Secret Realm is the only secret realm in Lian City. As the school bus came to a stop and everyone disembarked, the sight of the heavily guarded military zone ahead made them hold their breath. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back, Chu Feng said, striding forward with purpose. 3 minutes later, he stood at the checkpoint set up by the Alliance and gestured for the group to follow. 4 people in total, 3 students, and 1 level 3 professional trainer, correct? The Alliance staff member, with a blank expression, verified their information. According to regulations, you must first sign a liability waiver. The Alliance is not responsible for any property loss or life-threatening incidents in the secret realm. His tone was indifferent, as if he'd repeated this line countless times. Chu Feng took the 4 waivers without hesitation and quickly signed his name. Seeing this, Ye Kai followed suit, thinking there was no other choice. Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao exchanged glances before signing as well. Passing through the checkpoint, the scene ahead was breathtaking. A vast banana grove, with a shimmering purple membrane rippling with strange waves. Just head straight in, Chu Feng said, unusually talkative. Once inside, stay close to me and don't wander off. Even though I'll ensure your safety, risks are always present. His uncharacteristic caution made everyone realize the dangers lurking within the secret realm. The moment they stepped through the membrane, Ye Kai felt a dizzying sensation, but it quickly faded. As the blinding light dissipated, a whole new world unfolded before them. Towering ancient trees, dense primordial jungle, and the air teeming with the presence of creatures everywhere. In the distance, a deafening roar echoed as a Pangoro wrestled fiercely with a Rhyhorn. Everyone come out, Chu Feng commanded. Instantly, 5 Pokemon appeared: Crobat, Umbreon, Houndoom, Hydreigon, and Gyarados. Their overwhelming presence intimidated the surrounding wild creatures. With a single Iron Tail sweep, Gyarados sent the battling Pangoro and Rhyhorn flying. "We'll stay in this area and won't venture deeper into the secret realm," Chu Feng informed the students. "Each of you can capture one Pokemon, but the target's level must be kept under 24. This secret realm was like a Jurassic Park. The air, rich in oxygen, was invigorating. The three students were awestruck by the extraordinary scenery. Yi Kai also wanted to capture a Pokemon, but when Fang Miao mentioned that each capture cost 2 million yuan, he immediately gave up the idea. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air. Everyone looked up to see a massive gray Aerodactyl diving toward them. "Gyarados, Hyper Beam!" Chu Feng shouted. Gyarados gathered energy midair and unleashed a devastating beam of light. With a thunderous explosion, dozens of Pokemon were knocked out instantly, and the airborne creatures plummeted to the ground. "Aerodactyl," Chu Feng said, glancing at his phone's Pokédex app for the scan results. "A prehistoric Pokemon that tears its prey apart with serrated teeth. This level 21 Aerodactyl is quite a catch. Who wants it?" He looked at the group. In the outside world, Aerodactyl was even rarer than the starter Pokemon. Among known fossil Pokemon, it was a top-tier find, only obtainable in a handful of secret realms. As promised, Chu Feng was determined to help the students catch some Pokemon. When the fossilized Aerodactyl appeared, Zhao Qian and Fang Miao immediately began a fierce bidding war. In the end, Fang Miao secured the rare ancient Pokemon with an offer of 1.2 million. Chu Feng readily agreed and expertly captured the Aerodactyl with a precision toss of a high-grade Pokeball. As he handed over the Pokeball, Chu Feng scanned their surroundings cautiously. "Zhao Qian, it's your turn. What kind of Pokemon do you want?" "Coach, can we go a bit deeper? There are so many good things here," Zhao Qian asked eagerly. "No way." Chu Feng refused firmly. Before he could finish speaking, the group was suddenly surrounded by a large pack of wild beasts. The air was filled with a chorus of howls. The unfamiliar Pokemon left everyone stunned, except for Yi Kai, who quickly recognized them. They were Midnight Form Lycanrocs. A large number of Rockruffs and their Day Form Lycanroc counterparts were closing in, but one particularly striking figure stood out. A massive redanned white wolf standing 2.8 meters tall, clearly the leader of the pack. "These are Lycanrocs, though the numbers are overwhelming," Chu Feng analyzed calmly. The battle broke out instantly. Crobat darted toward the Alpha Lycanroc like lightning, unleashing Giga Drain. The green grass-type energy coiled around the massive wolf, exploiting its double weakness to grass. With a painful growl, the Alpha Lycanroc collapsed. Simultaneously, Houndoom's Dark Pulse swept through the pack, taking down dozens of wild Pokemon. The remaining wolves, sensing defeat, fled in panic. With the threat neutralized, it was time to claim the spoils. Chu Feng captured the level 32 Alpha Lycanroc, while Fang Miao couldn't resist the adorable Rockruffs. "They're so cute. I want one," she exclaimed. "Didn't you just get the Aerodactyl?" Zhao Qian teased. "I can still get more? One for 1.4 million, Chu Feng joked. In the end, the two each picked a Rockruff. "You're the last one. What kind of Pokemon do you want?" Chu Feng asked, turning to the final student. "Are there any poison types around?" The group fell silent. Despite the presence of powerful and rare Pokemon in the area, including the fossilized Aerodactyl, this boy remained fixated on poison types. "There are, but the area is far too dangerous," Chu Feng replied. "Then never mind," Yi Kai said, already content with his current team of 3 Pokemon. Just as Chu Feng was preparing to lead the group back, a dazzling firework suddenly lit up the sky. "Fireworks in broad daylight?" Fang Miao asked, puzzled. "It's a distress signal." Chu Feng's expression turned serious. "Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you encounter an enemy even my Pokemon can't handle, retreat through the light barrier behind you." Before anyone could respond, Chu Feng had already dashed toward the depths of the secret realm with Umbreon, Crobat, and a large gray-blue Alolan Persian. The imposing feline, with its regal face and blue gemstone on its forehead, was his 6th Pokemon. Left without their powerful trainer, the group found the next 5 minutes to feel as long as an eternity. Within minutes, a group of Durants suddenly charged from all directions, only to be easily subdued by the Gyarados, forcing them to flee in disarray. Soon after, several Ursaring and Beware appeared in sight, standing upright on their hind legs and mimicking human gestures as they waved to the group. "Wow, they're waving at me!" Fang Miao exclaimed excitedly, about to rush forward. "Stop!" Zhao Qian shouted sharply. "Are you crazy? Bear-like Pokemon are experts at mimicking human actions to lure prey. The moment you get close, they'll tear you apart and eat you alive." As the son of a forest ranger, he was all too aware of the dangers posed by these Pokemon. "Look over there. There's a cute Teddy Ursa and a Stufful," Fang Miao said longingly, her eyes lighting up. Yi Kai and Zhao Qian exchanged a glance and shook their heads in resignation. The cunning nature of Ursaring was truly astonishing. They could even accurately judge human preferences and gender, using their young to bait naive individuals like this girl. Just then, a familiar and reliable voice rang out. Heat Wave. Dark Pulse. It was Chu Feng, returning just in time. His combination attack brought the group of bears to the brink of collapse, and he quickly captured the Teddy Ursa and Stufful. All right, let's head back immediately. Chu Feng ordered with an authoritative tone. In this lawless secret realm, disobedience could mean death, so the group had no choice but to comply. After a dizzying moment, they found themselves back at the checkpoint set up by the League. The staff immediately requested to inspect all captured Pokemon. An Aerodactyl, Rockruff, several forms of Lycanroc, Teddy Ursa, and Stufful were released one by one. After a brief negotiation between Chu Feng and the staff, most of the Pokemon were returned to the group, except for a few Rockruff that were confiscated. What does this mean? Yi Kai whispered curiously. Did you think entering and exiting the secret realm was free? Chu Feng explained. The League controls the entrances and charges Pokemon instead of an entry fee. Honestly, it's already a generous deal. If you come back empty-handed, you can even explore for free. After leaving the checkpoint, Chu Feng couldn't help but offer some advice. Miss Feng, you'd better stop coming to such dangerous places. It's only a matter of time before something bad happens. Are you cursing me? Feng Miao Miao retorted in annoyance. Yes, I'm cursing you. Now, do you still want these two little bears or not? Of course, I want them both, she declared stubbornly. Watching Feng Miao Miao's persistence, Yi Kai smirked inwardly. These Pokemon, beloved for their cute appearance, often became deadly threats once they evolved into ferocious Ursaring or Bewear. Every year, trainers lost their lives to them. This also caused the price of Everstones, which could prevent evolution, to skyrocket to an astronomical 1.3 million Alliance credits. A similar situation applied to Dragonair, as many preferred to keep the elegant form of Dragonair rather than see it evolve into the chubby and clumsy Dragonite. Yi Kai began calculating. In the system, Everstones only cost 1,000 energy points, equivalent to 100,000 Alliance credits, presenting an enormous profit margin. However, in front of these two shrewd individuals, he'd have to privately negotiate with Feng Miao Miao. System, exchange 2 Everstones for me. Ding. You have exchanged for Everstone 2, consuming 2,000 energy points. Remaining energy, 1,500. When the group returned to the school gate, Chu Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Just as they were about to part ways, Yi Kai swiftly grabbed Feng Miao Miao and led her to a secluded corner. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Kai said in a low voice, getting straight to the point. I have 2 Everstones here. Would the esteemed Miss Feng be interested? Feng Miao Miao's eyes instantly lit up. As a trainer, she was well aware of the potential of Pokemon like Teddy Ursa after evolution. Initially, she didn't care much about evolution, but now, with the chance to prevent it entirely, how could she resist such a tempting offer? A system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Ding. 2.6 million acquired. Yi Kai smirked to himself. He had considered various money-making methods, including capturing Pokemon, but it seemed that selling rare items was the fastest way to earn. As long as he avoided drawing too much attention, he figured he would be fine. 3 days remained until the school tournament. Under normal circumstances, the team members should have been anxious, but Chu Feng appeared calm and confident. Yi Kai had long since stopped expecting much from Feng Miao Miao, so it seemed their chances of victory would rest on him and Zhao Qian. Even if they lost the school tournament, they had already avoided the fate of taking the college entrance exams. The only downside would be starting from a slightly lower point. However, the allure of the city-level school tournament championship was undeniable. The prize money in past years had always been in the tens of millions, even if it had to be split among 3 people. More importantly, the unique city-level tournament badge was a significant honor. With that title, both the official league and private investors would rush to extend their support. Snapping out of his thoughts, Yi Kai decided to head to the Shunwei Club to sharpen his battle skills. Keeping his Pokemon at level 24 was a smart strategy. Being just 1 level above an opponent could be an advantage, and this effort was essential. The next day, Chu Feng gathered the team, his expression serious. The tournament is in 2 days, and the venue has been set at the newly built Battle Castle in Lianqing, he announced. Through his explanation, the team learned that the tournament venue was determined by a random draw each year, and this time it happened to be Lianqing. Of course, once the top 8 were decided, the competition would move to another city. What I'm about to say might be uncomfortable for some of you, but it's necessary for us to secure victory, Chu Feng said, uncharacteristically lighting a cigarette. As smoke curled around him, he narrowed his eyes and studied the 3 of them. Feng Miao Miao, he began bluntly. Lend your Aerodactyl to Zhao Qian for a while. What do you mean by that? Feng Miao Miao immediately protested, her tone displeased. Are you saying I should give up competing? Do you want a guaranteed victory, or not? Chu Feng locked eyes with her. If you let Zhao Qian use your Aerodactyl to take the lead, with Yi Kai going second, victory is as good as ours. As the daughter of a wealthy businessman, Feng Miao Miao quickly weighed the pros and cons. Fine, she said, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. This works out perfectly. I can try using other Pokemon and save the best for the grand finale. Don't worry, Chu Feng said impassively, his gaze deep and calculating. You might not even need to battle. I can guarantee that we'll at least make it to the top 4 in the city-level tournament. After dealing with Feng Miao, Chu Feng turned his attention to Yi Kai. Leave the gas bomb with me for a day, and I'll teach it a new move. Yi Kai's eyes narrowed as he seemed to grasp the implication. Could it be the big explosion? No further explanation was needed. In that moment of eye contact, the two shared an unspoken understanding. I suppose you figured it out. It's a last resort, but if it works, it'll be extremely effective, Chu Feng said calmly, though a hint of seriousness lingered in his tone. Yi Kai had considered this move before. The 250 power of the attack was undeniably tempting. However, the cost to the gas bomb was significant. Using this move required great courage, and the real question was how Chu Feng planned to teach it this technique in just one day. After everything was arranged, Chu Feng took the fossil pterosaur and gas bomb with him. Relax, enjoy yourselves, eat and play as you like, he said, sounding like a teacher giving students permission to unwind before an important exam. The day passed quickly. The next morning, the four of them boarded the school bus and headed to the venue of the school competition at Battle Castle. This iconic landmark of Lotus City spanned 33 acres and was constructed from black and white stone, exuding a solemn and majestic aura. Legend had it that in ancient times, the black and white dragons, representing ideals and reality, had clashed here in a fierce battle. Over the years, countless renowned figures, from ordinary trainers to the Elite Eight, had left their mark in battles fought within its walls. Chu Feng, who was no stranger to the place, maintained his usual laid-back demeanor. In contrast, Yi Kai, visiting for the first time, was awestruck by the grandeur of the central battle arena. All right, we're not here to admire the scenery, Chu Feng remarked as he prepared to return the Pokemon to his students. Just then, a female voice interrupted. I didn't expect to run into you here, Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned around, his gaze casually sweeping over the newcomer before landing on her chest. The woman smirked and said teasingly, You've really fallen, coming to a backwater town like this to teach at a school like Panshur. Watanabe, I have no interest in you. If you want to compare, let's see whose students are stronger, Chu Feng replied indifferently. The woman, Watanabe, had brought 3 students with her, 2 girls and a boy. Unfortunately, we won't meet in the preliminaries. You'd better pray that Panshur Academy makes it to the top 8. Otherwise, these kids won't even get the chance to face the geniuses of Akashi Academy before losing, she said smugly. At the mention of Akashi, Yi Kai couldn't help but chuckle. After this brief encounter, the two groups parted ways. By this time, the Battle Castle was already bustling with competitors from 14 different academies. Some teams that had traveled from afar had already been stationed there for over a week. Who was that woman, acting so arrogant? Feng Miao couldn't help but ask. Mai Watanabe, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Sakura Nation, specializing in rock-type Pokemon. Chu Feng explained casually. Seeing his team surprised by the lofty title of For Heavenly Kings, he added, Sakura Nation is small and can't compare to our Dragon Nation's Elite 8. Besides, even among champions, there's a wide range of skill levels. At the very least, she's been my defeated opponent for years now. Hearing this, everyone felt much more reassured. All right, time to get to work, Chu Feng said, turning to 2 of his students. Follow me to the underground training grounds for some special practice. Tomorrow you'll head straight into battle. Inside the Battle Castle, the colossal Colosseum was bustling with activity. The spectator area, capable of accommodating 30,000 people, was completely packed. Not only were students and teachers present, but also a diverse crowd of spectators from various walks of life, sponsors, representatives, agents, and members of elite Pokemon battle teams, professionals from different industries, and countless ordinary enthusiasts passionate about Pokemon battles. Every year, the city-level school tournament unveils dazzling new talents, who are often sought after by major organizations. This year's tournament featured an especially tight schedule, with the top 8 being decided in a single day. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the league dispatched a high-profile lineup. 10 observers, 3 gym leaders, and the star guest Hong Zhong, the legendary fire-type elite of Longhua. The host's clear and powerful voice reverberated throughout the arena. The first match, Xiao Academy versus Fenghua Academy. He spoke rapidly but distinctly. The format is 2v2, best of 3. Yi Kai and his companions sat in the audience, intently watching the opening match. This tournament wasn't limited to the live audience. It was also being broadcast nationwide, allowing countless online viewers to witness each thrilling battle in real time. Azumarill, use Play Rough. Pinsir, use Superpower. The battle erupted into a fierce close-range clash. Pinsir, known as the Bug King, alongside Scyther, was engaging in an intense duel with the Fairy-type Azumarill. Although Azumarill held the upper hand with its resistance to Fighting-type moves, the match took a dramatic turn. Pinsir seized on a tiny opening and executed the nearly impossible Toland Guillotine move, a devastating attack akin to a scissor guillotine, instantly knocking Azumarill out of the battle. The audience held their breath, afraid to miss a single moment of the electrifying action. Meanwhile, in the guest area, League observers meticulously reviewed every frame of the match. Shueisha Gym Leader Zhuang Su, Flying-type Gym Leader Lai Yu, and Bug-type Gym Leader Xiao Tian all offered their insights. Even Fire-type Gym Leader Hong Lian occasionally chimed in, though her presence seemed less prominent next to the legendary Hong Zhong. Observers distributed 42 player profiles to the guests, highlighting 9-tier and 3-tier players of interest. While Hong Zhong maintained a stern expression, he couldn't help but feel drowsy. This year's tier talent in J-City was indeed sparse. The other gym leaders also appeared uninterested, with some even scrolling through their phones, showing little enthusiasm for matches below level 24. Match 5, Panchur Academy vs Qingju Academy. Zhao Qian vs Su Feng. The announcement made Ye Kai tense up instantly, his eyes fixed on the arena. Even the gym leaders perked up. Tier player Su Feng was about to compete. Go! Electabuzz! Go! Aerodactyl! Electabuzz made a striking entrance, its yellow and black tiger-striped body exuding power. But when Zhao Qian sent out an Aerodactyl, the entire stadium erupted in gasps of astonishment. It's an Aerodactyl! I heard these Pokemon are incredibly rare, even among fossil Pokemon. The intense battle wasn't disturbed by the chatter from the sidelines. Idiot, flying types are weak against electric types. You're done for. Su Feng smirked mockingly. Electabuzz, use Thunder Wave. Ancient power. Zhao Qian's command was brief and firm. Electabuzz speed was no match for Aerodactyl. In an instant, Aerodactyl's body gathered a massive amount of sand and stones, enveloped in a powerful aura as it dove straight toward Electabuzz. While Thunder Wave did hit Aerodactyl, Electabuzz took the full brunt of the attack. Once it's paralyzed by Thunder Wave, its speed is halved. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. On the spectator seats, Su Feng and Ye Kai exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Zhao Qian has won. Huh. Feng Miao looked puzzled. He already won. Rock Slide. Aerodactyl didn't hesitate. After the previous ancient power hit, all its stats attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed received a boost. Massive rocks materialized in the air and rained down like a storm on Electabuzz. The enhanced Rock Slide not only blocked Thunderbolt, but also interrupted Electabuzz's attack, leaving it barely clinging on with a sliver of health. TCH. Return, Electabuzz. Wartortle, it's your turn. Wartortle. Wartortle had just entered the field when it was immediately struck by Aerodactyl's ancient power, leaving it in critical condition. Water Gun. Take it down. Su Feng was getting desperate. Ascend vertically at 90 degrees and use consecutive rock slides. Zhao Qian's concise command allowed Aerodactyl to quickly gain the upper hand. The simplicity of his instructions gave him an edge over his opponent's more elaborate calls. Aerodactyl maneuvered skillfully between an 85 to 95 degree angle, making it impossible for Wartortle to aim properly due to its restricted upward view. Then, with the force of a divine punishment, the devastating rock slide rained down, completely overwhelming Wartortle. Electabuzz back in. Su Feng made one last attempt. Unfortunately, fortune only smiled briefly. Moments later, another powered-up rock slide leveled the battlefield, ending the match decisively. Let's congratulate Zhao Qian from Panchur Academy for securing victory in the first match. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena. The crowd erupted into cheers and excited discussions. Yet none of this mattered to Zhao Qian. Victory was all that mattered. Next up, the second match. Ye Kai vs Huang Fujun. Let's see if Panchur Academy can clinch a 2-3 victory, or if Qingju Academy will make a comeback. With the host's enthusiastic commentary, the atmosphere in the venue was ignited. Ye Kai's specially crafted look for the school competition was particularly eye-catching. A head of dazzling white hair, dressed entirely in black, adorned with shiny silver accessories, resembling a true rock star. His opponent, Huang Fujun, appeared somewhat uneasy. Ye Kai, just by standing there, exuded a chillingly intimidating aura. I've watched your battle recordings. Your gas bomb is pretty impressive, but against me, your tricks end here. Huang Fujun forced a steady tone, though his voice still carried the trademark arrogance of Qingju Academy. In the face of his opponent's taunts, Ye Kai chose silence. Seeing this, Huang Fujun immediately sent out his Pokemon. Come forth, Gyarados. Roar! With a thunderous roar, an 8-meter-long Gyarados soared into the air. Though slightly smaller than Chu Feng's, its crimson eyes and the ferocious energy radiating from its trembling whiskers were just as intimidating. Crobat, Ye Kai commanded succinctly. Scree! A rare pink Crobat appeared gracefully, wearing a unique choice band on its head. Even more surprising was the circle of purple skull-shaped mist surrounding it as it entered the field. In a match like this, being so unconventional means you're either a genius or a fool, murmured someone in the audience. And Ye Kai definitely doesn't look like the latter. In the guest seats, a panel of experts watched intently. As two tire contenders, this match encapsulated the essence of the city-level school competition. Garridos used Scary Face. U-turn. Almost simultaneously, Crobat's body began to glow green, slicing through the air like a sharp blade and striking Garridos. The Garridos roared in pain as Crobat swiftly returned to its pokeball in a flash. Coughing, smokescreen, poison gas, haze. Ye Kai's commands came rapid fire. Huang Fujun's Scary Face tactic had failed. He had hoped to slow down Crobat and wear it down gradually. But to his shock, the sheer power of that single strike had already drained nearly a third of Garridos' stamina. Just petty tricks. Against absolute power, these little moves are meaningless. Garridos use Hydro Pump. As soon as Coughing entered the field, the skull-shaped mist from its decorative sticker activated, instantly shrouding the battlefield in thick smoke. The experts in the guest seats buzzed with discussion. Bug-type gym leader Xiao Tian was particularly intrigued by Crobat's unique equipment. That choice band significantly boosts the power of U-turn, but the drawback is that it locks the Pokemon into one move, requiring it to switch out to reset. Tisk. The spectators couldn't help but marvel. Ye Kai not only skillfully utilized the choice band, but also turned the decorative stickers from the contest hall into practical tools for battle. Huang Fujun was starting to feel frustrated. His opponent seemed armed to the teeth. He stared intently at the battlefield, but even the substitution of the opponent's Pokemon was so swift it was nearly impossible to catch. Ignore the smoke. Switch to a sweeping water gun, he shouted. One hit is enough to take out that tiny Coughing. He watched Ye Kai's every move with sharp focus, but suddenly noticed a strange smile flash across his opponent's usually calm face. Something was wrong. In that split second, a dark glow enveloped Garridos. Roar! Garridos let out a pained howl. The audience in the guest stands watched the scene unfold with rapt attention, completely baffled. From their perspective, all they saw was Crobat using U-turn, Garridos staying in place, and Ye Kai sending out Coughing, whose black smoke turned purple. What followed, however, left everyone puzzled. Who is this Ye Kai? Someone whispered. There aren't many trainers who specialize in poison types. If I'm not mistaken, Huang Fujun has already lost, interjected Red Lotus, the fire-type gym leader, cutting through the chatter. She explained, that cry from Garridos just now was caused by the move Pain Split. Ye Kai intentionally let Coughing take the water gun attack. The crowd suddenly understood and gasped at the cunning and ruthless strategy. But soon, someone raised a question. With Gyarados attack power, there's no way Coughing could withstand that hit. It's obviously equipped with a Focus Sash, Red Lotus continued. This item ensures that a Pokemon with full health won't be knocked out in one hit, and will always survive with at least 1 HP. The audience fell silent. No doubt about it, this was Chu Feng's student. Ye Kai's battle style was the epitome of the phrase, by any means necessary. On the battlefield, Garridos was both enraged and bewildered. Not only had it lost 2/3 of its health, but it was also poisoned. Garridos, fly up. Get out of the smoke. Huang Fujun ordered urgently. Both Pokemon rose into the air, leaving the smoke behind. Although Garridos wasn't capable of sustained flight, it could manage brief bursts of aerial movement. Let me turn your strategy against you. Garridos, use Flamethrower. Huang Fujun shouted. Go for it. The moment the toxic smoke met the flames, an explosive blue-purple fire ignited across the field, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. The sheer power could bring most Pokemon to the brink of fainting. The spectators were once again left in awe. Ye Kai's toxic smoke tactic combined 4 effects: obscuring vision, disrupting commands, poisoning, and triggering a gas explosion. Even Hong Zhong, the Fire-type Elite Four member, was impressed. This Ye Kai is good. He's already surpassed the level of an ordinary Brank trainer. Fortunately, Coughing had been recalled into its Pokeball just before the explosion. As Crobat re-entered the field, it shot straight into the sky, launching a brave bird attack. In the blink of an eye, it soared to a height of several dozen meters. Crobat folded its pink wings tightly, transforming into a high-speed diving missile. Boom! The deafening sound of a sonic boom echoed as the supersonic strike hit Garridos squarely in its soft underbelly. Roar! Garridos let out a pained howl. Already poisoned, the massive dragon couldn't hold on any longer and plummeted heavily to the ground, its vision blurred. The audience erupted in gasps. What was that just now? That speed was unreal, even causing a sonic boom, someone exclaimed excitedly. This battle is incredible, totally worth the ticket price. Impressive. If it's a contest of speed, then let's go. Arcanine. Jun Huangfu hurled an ultra ball into the air. Ruhar. A thunderous roar shook the battlefield as a massive Arcanine, 2.7 meters long, leapt out. Its body was adorned with striking tiger-like stripes, exuding an imposing aura. This size was at the very peak of what the Arcanine species could achieve. In the judges' seats, Hong Zhong and his grandson Hong Lian exchanged a knowing glance. As experts in Arcanine breeding, they immediately recognized the extraordinary qualities of this Pokemon. Come back. Weezing Euroball. Ye Kai decisively recalled Crobat. He was well aware that this Arcanine was no ordinary opponent and likely knew the extreme speed technique. Judging by Jun Huangfu's earlier ability to cleverly utilize toxic fumes to execute Flamethrower, this opponent's skill was not to be underestimated. Arcanine Extreme Speed. Sure enough, Arcanine instantly turned into a streak of black and gold, its speed rivaling Crobat's earlier Brave Bird Assault. Extreme Speed, a move that almost every powerful Pokemon prided itself on mastering. Legendary creatures like Rayquaza and Dragonite considered it an essential skill. Arcanine darted like lightning toward Weezing, who was in the middle of executing Euroball. Whoa! What happened next left everyone completely stunned. Something unexpected happened. The air was pierced by the agonizing cry of Arcanine as it was sent flying by a devastating Euroball attack from Weezing. Huangfu Jun's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. As a trainer renowned for his mastery of speed, he had never lost in that aspect to any opponent. Yet this unheard-of move had managed to overpower his prized technique, Extreme Speed. In the guest seats near the arena, the four gym leaders exchanged stunned glances with Hong Zhong. Hastily pulling out his phone, Hong Lian explained, Euroball is a Steel-type move. The Pokemon spins at high speed to strike the opponent, and the faster the opponent, the greater the power of the attack. What's the maximum power of this move? Hong Lian's voice trembled slightly. It can reach a power level equivalent to 150. The four gym leaders were visibly shaken by this revelation. Although Euroball had existed for years, very few trainers had ever been able to utilize it to such a remarkable degree. Ye Kai's skill was truly astonishing. Huangfu Jun quickly adjusted his strategy. Arcanine, use Sunny Day, then Morning Sun. With a resounding howl, the battlefield was suddenly bathed in radiant sunlight. Under the warm glow, Arcanine's wounds began to heal at an incredible pace. This isn't good, Chu Feng muttered with a frown from the preparation area. Hong Lian couldn't help but add, with Sunny Day in effect, Morning Sun can restore 2/3 of a Pokemon's health. It's far superior to moves like Recover. Toxic. Ye Kai made a decisive move, unleashing a Poison-type finisher. The thick, poisonous liquid expelled by Weezing seeped into Arcanine's body, initiating a lethal countdown. A poison Pokemon could last no more than 30 seconds, with the toxicity intensifying exponentially over time. Realizing the urgency, Huangfu Jun knew he had to end the battle quickly. Weezing's critical weakness is that it explodes when ignited. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Sludge Bomb. Ye Kai countered immediately. The upcoming clash would determine the victor. If Weezing fell, Crobat would face an uphill battle to turn the tide. The Crobat, constrained by the limitations of its equipment, could only use the moves it had when it first appeared. Against the Arcanine, which had the ability to fully restore its health, it seemed to be at a disadvantage. To make matters worse, the opponent possessed the move Extreme Speed, a priority move even faster than Quick Attack, giving it the upper hand in initiative. The battle was intense and unpredictable, and a thrilling showdown unfolded on the field. Fiery pillars collided with foul sludge in midair as Weezing's attacks were gradually overpowered. Just then, the opponent's Arcanine began charging up, preparing to unleash Flare Blitz. Faced with the devastating Fire-type move, Weezing promptly deployed an invisible barrier, perfectly blocking the massive fireball from reaching it. However, the Protect move couldn't be used consecutively. The opponent seized the opportunity and executed Reversal. This fighting-type move becomes more powerful the lower the user's health, capable of reaching a staggering 200 base power when on the brink of defeat. Ye Kai instantly realized why the opponent hadn't chosen to use Flare Blitz. Its recoil damage could have caused Arcanine to faint prematurely. Arcanine closed in rapidly on Weezing, and the situation grew dire. If Reversal landed, Weezing would undoubtedly fall. However, Arcanine was also in a precarious state, as the poison coursing through its body was draining its health every second. At this critical moment, Ye Kai decisively gave his final command, self-destruct. Weezing charged fearlessly at Arcanine, and a blinding white light suddenly engulfed the battlefield. The crowd gasped in shock, with some even mistaking it for an evolution mid-battle. In the next instant, a deafening explosion shook the entire arena, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The shockwave's aftermath even reached the spectators in the stands. When the smoke cleared, both Pokemon were unable to continue battling. Since Ye Kai still had one more Pokemon left to fight, the referee declared him the winner, securing Rock Academy's advancement to the quarterfinals. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Afterward, Chu Feng quickly gathered the team and ushered them onto the school bus, urging the driver to depart immediately. It was clear that various teams and organizations would soon extend invitations to Ye Kai and Zhao Qian. Although Feng Miao Miao hadn't participated in the match, she was unusually ecstatic. Chu Feng briefly shared details about their next quarterfinal match. Their opponent would be the Crimson Rock Pokemon Academy from Licheng. The level cap for battles would be raised to 28, and the format would remain a 2v2 match. They only had 4 days to prepare. After delivering this update, he silently lit a cigarette. As Zhao Qian was still basking in the joy of victory and suggesting they celebrate, Fang Miao Miao eagerly offered to cover the expenses with her resources. However, an unexpected piece of news arrived. Members of the Crimson Rock Academy were also planning to attend tonight's gathering. What? Everyone was stunned. Chu Feng's voice, slightly hoarse yet carrying an undeniable authority, silenced the crowd. Not only did no one object when he spoke, but everyone also seemed to look forward to the upcoming dinner. However, the arrangement of dining with their next-round opponents did spark some surprise. As night fell, the scene shifted to the top floor of Lianqing's most renowned five-star hotel, the Imperial Court. The decor leaned towards understated luxury, with dark tones exuding a subtle warmth. Such taste offered a new perspective on their opponent, who had always given off a gloomy impression. After all, being a Tier 3 professional trainer capable of cultivating 6 Pokemon simultaneously was no small feat, showcasing both skill and background. Ye Kai stood quietly to the side, refraining from joining the casual chatter between the two students. From his understanding of Chu Feng, tonight was unlikely to be just a simple dinner. Hey, kiddo, your coughing and Crobat are quite intriguing. A familiar female voice broke the calm as Watanabe Mai entered with 3 contestants from Akaseki Academy. The imposing presence of her group made one wonder if their intent was to intimidate Panchur Academy. So, you pick on students when I'm not around? For a so-called Elite Four. That's pretty low. Chu Feng remarked as he appeared at the door, smoothly stubbing out a cigarette in the ashtray before lighting another. TCH, then why don't you have a match with me? Watanabe Mai retorted. I don't fight defeated opponents. ITL'll only make me rusty. Chu Feng replied bluntly, hitting a nerve. If you're so confident, why not have your students face mine? Onion, quick match, and then well eat. Gladly. Yamazaki, I'll leave it to you. Chu Feng said casually. Sensing the curious stares from Panchur Academy, the tall girl named Yamazaki explained. I'm a mixed blood of Longhua and Sakura country. There shouldn't be any issue with me competing, right? With Longhua's rising international status, such mixed heritage contestants were becoming increasingly common. The group took the elevator to the hotel's underground battle arena. It was silently decided that Ye Kai would represent Panchur Academy. Go, Weevil. Watanabe Mai called out. Weevil, a Pokemon with sleek silver-gray fur, accented by purplish markings on its face and limbs, stepped into the arena, its sharp claws gleaming menacingly. The audience quickly pulled out their phones, opening their Pokédex apps to scan. Weevil, a regional variant unique to Sakura country, was known for its exceptional physical prowess and lethal toxins, thriving in frigid highlands and notoriously solitary by nature. Ye Kai knew that in this world, Pokemon from the Hisui region mainly inhabited coastal areas shared by Sakura country and Longhua. Crobat, Ye Kai called out. His Crobat had swapped its choice band for a focus sash. In this reality, Pokemon could master far more moves than in the game's up to 10, or even more, rendering restrictive items like the Choice series less practical. I hear poison types are your specialty, Yekuin? Coincidentally, they're mine too, Watanabe Mai teased. Ye Kai wasn't in the mood for banter and commanded directly. Brave Bird, full force. Weevil Fling. Watanabe Mai countered. The two Pokemon clashed at incredible speed. As expected, this opponent from Sakura country was cunning. Fortunately, Ye Kai's extensive battle experience from his previous life helped him narrowly avoid her traps. In competitive battles, Weevil was indeed an unconventional choice. The battle erupted in an instant. Nura's first move was nothing short of shocking. She grabbed a fist-sized pure gold orb and hurled it at Crobat with lightning speed. This move, Golden Orb Toss, not only belonged to the Dark-type category, but also boasted a terrifying base power of 130. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the scene. Being an expert in Dark-type techniques, he immediately recognized the danger of this strategy. Ye Kai, having suffered from this move before, was well aware of its intricacies. Nura's ability, Lightweight, would double her speed after throwing a held item. Considering Nura already possessed an incredible base speed stat of 120, activating this ability would leave even Crobat trailing behind. A flash of gold streaked across the battlefield. While Crobat managed to avoid a critical hit thanks to its speed, its wing was still grazed by the golden orb. It retaliated instantly, unleashing a devastating Brave Bird attack that struck Nura with lightning-fast precision. The move hit Nura's fighting-type weakness, dealing double damage. It's over for you. Yamasaki sneered. Nura, use Death Claw. But then, something unexpected occurred. Despite Nura's supposed speed advantage, Crobat struck first. A pink blur darted across the field as it used the priority move Quick Attack. Nura slammed into the arena's wall with a heavy thud, rendered unable to battle. This fight was even more nerve-wracking than the previous match against Huangfu. Jun Yamasaki's strategy was particularly devious. Not only was Nura exceptionally fast, but her signature move, Death Claw, was also incredibly dangerous. With a base power of 80 and a 50 chance to inflict poison, paralysis, or sleep, This combination was suffocatingly difficult to counter in real battles. Kid, you're lucky it was you, Chu Feng said, patting Ye Kai on the shoulder, implying that if it had been Zhao Qian or Fang Miao, they would have surely lost. As the 8 of them crammed into the elevator, the atmosphere grew awkward. Yamasaki, showing a keen interest in Ye Kai, kept trying to strike up a conversation but received no response. In the restaurant, a lavish spread of dishes awaited them. Charcoal grilled buniri, honey-glazed ursering paws, garlic butter kingler claws, and sizzling Toro's beef hot pot. Yamasaki, I have a question for you. Ye Kai finally spoke up. During the meal, Ye Kai put down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze on Yamazaki. Can this golden bead item really be thrown repeatedly? This rare question made Yamazaki pause for a moment. She thought for a while, then released her weevil and displayed the fist-sized golden sphere in her hand. Under the restaurant's lighting, the surface of the bead was covered in fine scratches and dents. Despite its dazzling golden glow, it had long lost its initial smoothness. It's definitely a niche item, Yamazaki explained. Pokemon are drawn to shiny things, much like humans are to gold. After each throw, it gets worn down, but the Pokemon will retrieve it and polish it back into a spherical shape. Everyone stared at the battered golden bead, silently thinking. This truly is the literal definition of throwing money to crush your opponent. Ye Kai's question wasn't random, had developed a strong interest in Weevil. As a poison-type specialist, this deadly strategy was particularly appealing to him. For now, though, the exquisite dishes on the table demanded more attention. This meal was undoubtedly the most lavish feast Ye Kai had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. A newly served dish caught everyone's eye: quillfish sashimi. Similar to fugu, it was highly toxic, and only top-tier chefs could prepare it flawlessly. Who wants the first slice? As everyone exchanged hesitant glances, Yamazaki's gaze landed on Ye Kai. As a poison-type trainer, while he wasn't entirely immune to toxins, his resistance was notably higher. Without hesitation, Ye Kai picked up 3 slices, dipped them in wasabi and soy sauce, and savored them carefully. Exquisite, incredibly fresh. In the end, Ye Kai and Yamazaki consumed about 60 of the delicacy, while the others, wary of the potential toxicity, ate sparingly. Only Chu Feng remained completely at ease. Eating heartily, this restaurant's owner was an old childhood friend of his, someone he trusted implicitly. The meal concluded with a signature dessert, a tropical fruit salad crafted from alchemy cream and fruits from Tropius neck. As everyone began to leave, Ye Kai stopped Chu Feng, who was just about to head out. So, what's the meaning behind this dinner? Chu Feng lit a cigarette and replied casually. Just making sure you don't get too cocky, and also sizing up the competition. What if I had lost just now? If you lose, just adjust your strategy and follow the plan I gave you. Chu Feng said calmly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He understood Ye Kai's personality well. This young man always had his own ideas, especially during competitions. Winning would naturally deal a blow to the opponent's morale. Even if he lost, it wouldn't matter much since this wasn't the official match 4 days later. Saving face wasn't a priority. You did well tonight. Here, take this. As he spoke, he handed over a simple, antique wooden box. Ye Kai took the box and opened the lid, his eyes lighting up instantly. Inside lay a gemstone the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a rare brilliance. Its value was easily in the millions. This guy is usually so stingy. Why is he suddenly giving me something so valuable? Ye Kai looked at Chu Feng, puzzled. Don't look at me like that. This is from Grandma. She asked me to give it to you. Chu Feng explained, shrugging. I wouldn't dare pocket something from an elder. Without hesitation, Ye Kai accepted the gift. Such naturally formed gemstones were incredibly rare and could elevate the quality of his gas bombs to a grade level. The next day, at the indoor training grounds of Panchur Academy, everyone, even though you've made it to the top 8, don't let your guard down, the coach reminded them. They all understood that despite Chishi Elf Academy being ranked among the top 5 in J-City, there was no room for complacency. The immediate goal was to raise the levels of their 2 Pokemon to level 28 within 3 days. Chu Feng opened a briefcase and took out 9 experience candies. These are M-Grade and L-Grade. M-Grade costs 200,000 each, L-Grade costs 700,000 each. Buy as needed. Fang Miao, with her ample resources, purchased 1 L-Grade and 4 M-Grade candies. Zhao Qian bought 2 M-Grade candies, as he needed to train both his Scizor and Aerodactyl. The latter was being raised on Fang Miao's behalf, and the cost would be reimbursed. Ye Kai, however, had a different plan. He'll train on my own. He recalled the Chansey battle training head seen at the Shenwei Club. Compared to spending money on experience candies, battling Chansey as a punching bag would be faster, and it would also help him complete the remaining 90 or so designated battles. Since everyone has their own plans, let's get started with the lesson. Chu Feng took out a disc. This is the Earthquake Move TM. It has a power rating of 100 and a coverage area that affects over 80 of Pokemon. Fang Miao immediately released her new Pokemon Nidoqueen, standing at an impressive 1.7 meters tall, nearly reaching the species' maximum height of 1.9 meters. Yikai looked at the massive Pokemon in surprise. Is this a Nidoqueen? She showed her displeasure under the curious gazes of those around her. It's just money power, nothing more, she replied nonchalantly, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Yikai, however, paid no attention to the reactions of others. His focus was fully on the rare opportunity before him. A seismic secret technique disc worth nearly $1 million was not only famous, but incredibly powerful. The price is fair. Take it or leave it. Just let Nidoking train here. As long as it masters the move before the match, that's enough. Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, he darted off. Chang'e, please keep an eye on Nidoking, Yikai said quickly before leaving the scene as well. Time was tight, with only 3 days left until the next match. Nidoking had already reached the tournament's level cap of 28, but Weezing and Crobat still needed to level up. Yikai rushed to the Shinwei Club, looking for opportunities to battle against a Chansey. Soon, a pink-haired girl appeared on the battlefield with a Chansey. When she released the plump, pink Pokemon, a glint of determination flashed in Yikai's eyes. He was well acquainted with this Pokemon, known for its short limbs and pouch-like belly. Chansey, use Minimize, the girl commanded, but Yikai's Crobat interrupted her strategy with a well-timed taunt. Following up with Toxic and Brave Bird, Crobat defeated the so-called indomitable Chansey in mere seconds. The victory propelled Crobat from level 24 to level 26. The girl was astonished by Yikai's skill, while Yikai offered her 100,000 yuan to continue battling. The reward, equivalent to 33 Chansey eggs, was enough to make her agree without hesitation. Half an hour later, Crobat had reached level 28, and Weezing was at level 27. Yikai then took out a poison gem and handed it to Weezing. The mischievous-looking Pokemon stared blankly at the gem in its hands. Don't just stand there, eat it. I won't make you self-destruct so easily anymore, Yikai said softly, gently stroking Weezing's soft body. This Pokemon, chosen for its rare coloration, had finally escaped its factory exhaust-filled past and found its worth in battle. With time to spare, Yikai began flipping through the club's trainer directory, looking for insights on how other trainers utilized Weezing. Hey there, are you planning to battle with Weezing? A voice suddenly called out. The gas bomb trainer stood at the other end of the field, his face obscured by a black gas mask. He extended a brand new gas mask and said cautiously, "Put this on to avoid inhaling any toxic gas later." "No need," Yikai replied with a slight smile. "I have toxin immunity, and I also have a coughing. I'm just here for a friendly match today. Then let's get started." The trainer tossed a pokeball. "Come on out, coughing." Coffeeing. A moderately sized purple coughing appeared on the field. Yikai released his own coughing. When the trainer saw the shiny, differently colored coughing, he was visibly stunned. "A shiny one? You're lucky, buddy. Shiny coughings are pretty rare." "Coughing, use yawn." "Flamethrower." Yikai immediately countered. A searing flame roared toward the opposing coughing, but it effortlessly dodged thanks to its higher level. The Pokemon in the club typically range between elite levels 31-45, making this battle anything but easy. Although Yikai's coughing was immune to poison, it couldn't resist the effects of sleep and soon fell into slumber. The opponent seized the opportunity. Flamethrower. At that moment, Yikai realized something was off. How could coughing use yawn? But the battle wouldn't pause for his confusion. A powerful burst of flames struck his coughing directly. Fortunately, it was equipped with a focus sash, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. The intense pain jolted coughing awake, and it immediately used Pain Split. A ghostly glow engulfed the opposing coughing, equalizing both their health to half. Keep using Flamethrower. Mirror Shield. Yikai's shiny coughing, having mastered Mirror Shield, skillfully combined Flamethrower and Will-O-Wisp. It spun as it unleashed flames, creating a unique defensive counterattack that left the opponent stunned. Though the scattered attack was less powerful than a focused Flamethrower, it successfully inflicted a burn on the opposing coughing. The battle became a stalemate. The opponent repeatedly used Flamethrower, while Yikai's coughing alternated between Mirror Shield and Protect. This cycle continued for 3 rounds, and ultimately, the opponent's coughing succumbed to the burn damage. Meanwhile, Yikai's coughing leveled up to 28. Impressive. Truly eye-opening. The trainer, still wearing his gas mask, praised sincerely. No, you were the one who surprised me," Yikai said eagerly, unable to suppress his curiosity. "How did coughing learn yawn?" "Haha, it's not really a secret. Every coughing can easily learn it." "That's impossible," Yikai said in disbelief. "Coughing's move list doesn't include yawn." The trainer wearing a gas mask explained the principles of the gas bomb to Yikai in detail. He elaborated that the gas bomb is essentially a spirit formed by the aggregation of gas, allowing it to use any gas-related moves from tear gas to sleep gas, from combustible gas to toxic gas, making its applications nearly limitless. For example, Salazzle, he illustrated, can mix pheromones into its gas to seduce others. When diluted, it can even be turned into perfume. So the move used earlier wasn't a real yawn attack, but achieved a similar effect using sleep gas. Yikai suddenly understood. Previously, he had only considered how the toxic gas released by the gas bomb could pair with fire-type moves. Now, he realized he had been thinking far too narrowly. Eager to try, he attempted to command the gas bomb to release sleep gas, but couldn't make it work. That won't do. The man in the gas mask shook his head. Give me 100,000, and he'll teach you. Initially skeptical, Ye Kai insisted on figuring it out himself. However, after a long time of trial and error, he had to admit defeat. Despite his experience working in a pharmaceutical factory, which allowed him to easily distinguish between toxic gas and combustible gas by smell, he couldn't produce the sleep-inducing effect. The man in the gas mask explained. This kind of sleep gas requires the gas bomb to consume and absorb large amounts of specific substances to form an internal cycle. Such prohibited materials don't exist in ordinary environments, so it's impossible to learn this on your own. With only 2 days left before the competition, time was running out. Ye Kai made a decisive choice and paid the fee, convinced the technique was worth the price. Under the trainer's guidance, 2 gas bombs began to consume each other's emitted gas. 10 minutes later, Ye Kai's gas bomb was able to produce sleep gas autonomously, with a concentration potent enough to make someone faint within seconds. However, for Ye Kai himself, it only caused a slight, pungent sensation. The man in the gas mask then showcased his other Pokemon, a Galarian Weezing, a standard Weezing, and a rare 3-headed Weezing. To evolve into this chimney-like form, you'd probably need to travel abroad, he advised. Ye Kai politely declined the suggestion. With the school competition approaching and his gas bomb still far from reaching level 35 for evolution, he decided to revisit the idea after graduation, during his gym challenges. After exchanging contact information with the trainer, Ye Kai decided to visit the mall to explore ways to enhance his strength. At the mall, Ye Kai noticed a luxurious new store spanning 3 storefronts, Daily Berries. Entering the shop, he declined the staff's assistance and began browsing on his own. At the entrance, he saw the most practical berries on display: cherry berries, chesto berries, pecha berries, and others used to cure status conditions. In the discount section, he discovered some rare berries: Michael berries, Enigma berries, and Custap berries, well known in the games as half-health berries due to their special effects. The half-blood berry is a miraculous fruit in Pokemon battles, often considered a life-saving remedy. As long as the flavor suits the Pokemon's taste, consuming it can restore half of its stamina. However, with adjustments for game balance, its effect was reduced to restoring only 1/3 of stamina. If a Pokemon consumes a flavor it dislikes, not only will it fail to recover, but it may also become confused. Ye Kai stood inside the berry shop, his eyes scanning the shelves filled with an array of dazzling options, feeling deeply impressed. Over 60 varieties of berries, each with unique effects. Some were just ordinary fruits for human enjoyment, but the more valuable ones could influence the 6 core stats of Pokemon. As a seasoned trainer, Ye Kai understood the intricacies. His Nidoking, equipped with a life orb, was specialized in special attack strategies. To maximize combat effectiveness, he needed to focus on boosting special attack and speed while slightly lowering the other 4 stats, allocating all effort values to these 2 key attributes. He quickly selected a large quantity of Gonlon berries, apricot berries, Babiri berries, and Michael berries. Each had its own unique properties. Gonlon berries improved friendship but slightly reduced stamina, while apricot berries enhanced friendship while lowering physical attack. The other berries also had specific traits, with the most crucial advantage being their ability to reset misallocated stat points, creating more growth space for special attack and speed. The shopkeeper looked puzzled at the quantity he was purchasing. These imported, niche berries, while effective at improving Pokemon's affinity, were rarely bought in such large amounts. Ding! The cash register chimed as the transaction completed. 4 baskets of berries cost just 18,000 Poke Dollars, a price that made Ye Kai inwardly pleased. With only 4 days left until the next competition, he already had his strategy in mind. Have Nidoking consume these special berries, then follow up with stat-enhancing Machi for a significant boost in performance. He decided to buy all the berries that could affect the 6 core stats, then turned to search for the Machi. With guidance from an elderly lady on the 2nd floor, he learned that a specialized Machi shop was tucked in the corner of the 4th floor. "Ah, young man, you're back again," the old lady greeted warmly. "I'm here to ask about the Machi," Ye Kai said directly. "You're too greedy," the old lady shook her head. "Machi that enhances 6 core stats is great, but overconsumption will drastically reduce its effectiveness. It's just a waste. Just tell me where to buy it, please." Ye Kai insisted. Under his persistence, the old woman finally pointed toward the 4th floor, warning, "There's an old man in the corner who makes Machi, but he's got quite a temper." Hearing this, Ye Kai immediately rushed to the 4th floor, leaving the old lady shaking her head in resignation. The Machi shop in the corner of the 4th floor looked rather shabby, completely out of place in the upscale atmosphere of the Pokemon Plaza. Inside, 3 Pokemon were busily working. 2 Tinkaton, 1 tall and 1 short, each wielding hammers of different sizes, diligently pounding the Machi. These fairy-type Pokemon, with their pink and white hues, were adorable but extremely focused on their tasks. Nearby, a Machamp skillfully added berries, water, and glutinous rice to the mix, working seamlessly with the others. The elves repeatedly kneaded and pounded the semi-finished rice cakes, filling the air with a delicious aroma. An old man, wearing an apron and covered in flour, stepped out of the shop and greeted warmly. "Well, young man, here to buy some rice cakes? I want to buy intelligence rice cakes and instant rice cakes," Yi Kai said straightforwardly. "Oh, you're in luck," the old man chuckled. "These high-end products usually require pre-orders since they're custom-made and have a short shelf life." Yi Kai thought it was surprisingly easy and was about to pay when the old man suddenly stopped him. "Hey, not so fast, young man. My rice cakes aren't for just anyone. You need to catch an elf for me to qualify for a purchase. All right, tell me what kind of elf?" Yi Kai thought to himself that the old lady wasn't wrong. This old man was indeed eccentric. With only 3 days left until the competition, where could he find an elf for him? Any elf that can help with the business or make rice cakes will do. Deal. Wait here. Yi Kai already had a plan in mind. Though it would come at a cost, it was worth it for the rice cakes. He headed straight to the first floor of the plaza, where several large pet shops were located. In this world, cat and dog elves were equally beloved, with some even having hierarchical distinctions. For example, Meowths were a native species of the Dragon Nation, while the rare Alolan Meowths were a specialty of the Great Eagle Nation. Yi Kai spent 400,000 Alliance coins to buy a young Meowth that had just passed its infancy. This particular Meowth, having missed out on its mother's milk, was only 25 centimeters tall, smaller than its siblings. However, the coin on its forehead was noticeably prominent. "Here's the elf you wanted." Yi Kai handed the Meowth to the old man. "It can be your lucky cat. Just look at the size of the coin on its forehead." As a devoted cat enthusiast, the old man was persuaded by Yi Kai's reasoning and happily accepted the gift. In the end, Yi Kai bought 20 portions of each type of rice cake for 6,000 Alliance coins per piece, totaling 240,000 Alliance coins. Before he left, the old man reminded him, "Next time, let me know 35 days in advance if you need more. You'll need time to prepare the ingredients." Back at school, Yi Kai couldn't help but reflect on how this world had yet to realize the true value of berries and rice cakes. The requirement of having an elf as a prerequisite already deterred most people, and the prices of other elves were astronomical, often reaching millions. This was especially true for humanoid elves like Machamp or Machoke, which could assist humans with labor. He took a cab back to school, retrieved the 6 crates of berries that the shop staff had already delivered to the security office, and put in some effort to haul everything to the indoor battle arena. Nidoking was the first to greet him. "I thought you weren't coming back today," Zhao Qian said with a grin. While Feng Miao Miao was away, she entrusted her Pokemon to Zhao Qian for care. Watching Yi Kai tinkering with a pile of berries, Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing with all these berries?" "All right, I have things to do. Mind your own business," Yi Kai replied without even looking up. This unusual attitude immediately aroused Zhao Qian's suspicion. Based on his understanding of Yi Kai, there was definitely more to these berries than met the eye. He quietly stopped to observe, curious about what Yi Kai was planning. "You, come here and eat in the order I tell you," Yi Kai called to Nidoking. Nidoking's eyes lit up, and it eagerly nodded. Ever since it started following Yi Kai, it had rarely eaten its fill. Missing meals for days was a common occurrence. Of course, this was typical for wild Pokemon. Either they starved for weeks or gorged themselves to the brink when they caught prey. Following Yi Kai's instructions, Nidoking devoured the berries that would lower its base stats in one sitting. Delicious, it munched happily, growing increasingly fond of Yi Kai, though it vaguely sensed its strength diminishing bit by bit. Yi Kai calculated silently. Although this world didn't allow precise numerical quantification, he estimated that each berry reduced 10 effort values. By feeding Nidoking 25 berries of each type, totaling 100 berries, he could completely clear the unnecessary effort values in its 4 base stats. Next came the main event, a alluringly fragrant intelligence mochi and instant mochi. Nidoking didn't hold back and swallowed all the mochi in one gulp, leaving Yi Kai's entire arm covered in saliva and ruining yet another shirt. Roar! Nidoking let out a thunderous cry, feeling its entire body brimming with newfound power, as if it had undergone a complete transformation. "Flamethrower!" Yi Kai commanded, pointing at an empty patch of ground. What followed was astonishing. An overwhelming sea of flames erupted from Nidoking's mouth, seemingly endless. The scorching fire distorted the air and instantly turned the surrounding area into charred wasteland. Zhao Qian stared in shock. This still flamethrower? It feels even more powerful than overheat. What did you feed it? How did it suddenly become this strong? I want to know. Yi Kai chuckled. "Pay me 1.8 million, and he'll tell you." This remark sent Zhao Qian into deep thought. Not because he was offended, but because he was seriously considering whether to pay that amount. In truth, Nidoking's incredible power was the result of multiple factors working together. Its sheer force ability combined with the life orb already provided significant boosts. By maxing out its special attack and speed, such devastating power was inevitable. It was similar to Chu Feng's Gyarados. Hyper Beam was equally earth-shattering. Without protective moves, who would dare take it heat-in? That guy must fed his Pokemon plenty of special items too. That's too expensive. Zhao Qian hesitated for a long time. He'll offer 800,000. After some negotiation, Ye Kai only revealed part of the truth. He explained that the berries could lower a Pokemon's acquired stats, while the specially made Machi could enhance specific attributes. He deliberately avoided mentioning the concept of effort values, as even he hadn't fully grasped it during his previous life playing games. Without someone pointing it out, such mechanics were hard to understand. Zhao Qian quickly grasped the general idea, assuming it was some kind of ancient secret technique. Ye Kai was happy to let him think that way and summarized simply. Basically, follow this recipe, and your Pokemon will get stronger. The extent of improvement will depend on the individual differences among the Pokemon, so don't set unrealistic expectations. Ding! The system notification sound chimed, and Ye Kai's account balance increased by 800,000. Really? They actually gave 800,000. Ye Kai glanced at his phone screen, and then comforted himself. Selling just one piece of information for that price is already pretty good. He then resold each rice cake to Zhao Qian with a markup of 4,000 yuan. It was still a fair deal, considering he hadn't sacrificed any Pokemon in exchange. Time was tight, and with the top 8 tournament matches about to begin, the two of them sprang into action immediately. The next day, Chu Feng stood at the edge of the training field, frowning as he looked at the mountain of berries piled on the ground. These were all purchased by Ye Kai and Zhao Qian from every berry shop in Lian City. Although they barely met the needs of their Pokemon, the rice cake supply had become a bottleneck. The store's stock wasn't sufficient, and the owner was working overtime to produce more. Chu Feng had initially thought that these items would at best improve the Pokemon's bond with their trainers, with little impact on actual combat. However, when he witnessed Sizer demonstrating a noticeable increase in speed and physical attack power, he was forced to change his mind. Zhao Qian almost blurted out, "You're full of crap," but managed to hold back in the end. "If you're busy, then at least focus on mastering the Earthquake move first," Chu Feng said. "Once you can use it properly, it'll leave." Nidoking Earthquake. Ye Kai tossed out a Safari Ball. Accompanied by a skull-shaped cloud effect, Nidoking leapt into the air and landed heavily. Boom. The entire training ground shook violently as the ground cracked, displaying impressive power. When it was Zhao Qian's turn, his Aerodactyl performed slightly worse, only managing to grasp the Earthquake move after 2 attempts. As for Feng Miao Miao, she had taken the day off, and Chu Feng didn't comment further. After ensuring both students had learned Earthquake, Chu Feng unceremoniously took back the hidden machine. "Coach, how could you take back something you gave us?" Ye Kai protested. "Kid, the Earthquake move is widely recognized as being worth 1 million. Chu Feng replied in a calm but firm tone. "Do you think I shouldn't reclaim what's rightfully mine?" The two students felt a chill down their spines and couldn't muster a response. After Chu Feng left, Ye Kai and Zhao Qian quickly had their Pokemon consume berries that reduced effort values. Before long, good news came from the Rice Cake Workshop. With Ye Kai's generous financial incentives, the efficiency of the two Copperja and Macamp working there skyrocketed. In particular, the Copperja wielded their hammers so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Although the old man in charge kept shouting, "Slow down." The work that would have taken 3 days was finally completed just in time for the tournament. Ye Kai's Crobat focused on boosting its physical attack and speed, while his Weezing emphasized stamina and physical defense to expand its combat versatility. As for how Zhao Qian planned to enhance his Sizer, that was up to him. Time flew by, and before they knew it, another day had passed. Tomorrow, the second round of the school tournament would begin. City, Mirror City. The battle tower stood tall and majestic, its 9 stories piercing the clouds, making it the most iconic structure in Mirror City and the main battleground for this year's city-level school competition. Surrounding the battle arena at the tower's summit, massive blue and white airships, intricately designed to resemble Wylord, hovered impressively. Countless spectators rode aboard these airships, their eyes fixed on the imminent quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, 6 academies were set to compete, with Hongyu Academy receiving a lucky bye to advance directly to the semifinals. The competition venue was fully prepared, with 10 league observers and 3 gym leaders in attendance. Additionally, the legendary Fire-type Elite Four member, the venerable Mr. Hongzhong, was present to oversee the matches. The first match featured Rock Solid Academy facing off against Redstone Academy. Before the match, Chu Feng mysteriously handed a rare and valuable ability capsule to Ye Kai. This precious item, capable of altering a Pokemon's innate ability, immediately revealed Chu Feng's intentions. This was specifically prepared to counter Yamazaki's Weevil. This time, Ye Kai would use Weezing instead of Crobat for the battle. In the arena, Zhao Qian of Rock Solid Academy donned a dazzling battle uniform, while his opponent, the beautiful Chi Feng from Redstone Academy, stood ready. As the match began, Chi Feng sent out a purple Starmie with a large, glimmering ruby embedded in its chest. The Pokemon spun gracefully on the field, displaying exceptional agility. From the preparation area, Yi Kai watched intently, while Chu Feng frowned at it, seemed the first match might not go in Zhao Qian's favor. The battle erupted as Zhao Qian's Aerodactyl unleashed a supersonic attack, only to be countered by Starmie's unexpected Thunderbolt. This surprising electric-type move left the audience in awe, though the experienced guest commentators were unfazed, noting that water types like Lapras often possess electric capabilities. Both Pokemon sustained damage. Aerodactyl was severely injured, while Starmie became confused. The situation on the field shifted rapidly. Zhao Qian quickly set up Stealth Rock, while Chi Feng, assessing the situation, recalled Starmie and sent out a Skarmory. The silver-bodied, red-winged steel bird took immediate damage from the Stealth Rock upon entering the field. Seeing Skarmory's appearance, Yi Kai instantly deciphered the opponent's strategy was a classic hazard setup. By using moves like Spikes, Toxic Spikes, and Stealth Rock, combined with force switches through Whirlwind or Roar, the opponent aimed to inflict continuous damage. The Redstone Academy players were indeed cunning strategists. The appearance of Skarmory instantly heightened the tension of the battle. As a heavyweight contender, its presence forced Zhao Qian to take the fight seriously. However, Zhao Qian was well prepared, commanding Aerodactyl to unleash a deafening roar right away. The opponent's Skarmory barely managed to scatter a layer of spikes before being forced to switch to Starmie. The pace of the battle suddenly quickened as Starmie began spinning at high speed, but the surrounding Stealth Rocks steadily drained its stamina. Taking advantage of its superior speed, Aerodactyl dove from above and unleashed a devastating earthquake. Boom! The entire battlefield shattered under Aerodactyl's attack. Although severely injured, Starmie remained standing. Using its rapid spinning, it not only destroyed the surrounding Stealth Rocks, but also knocked Aerodactyl out of the air. Seizing the opportunity, Starmie summoned a massive 5-meter-high wave, crashing it down on Aerodactyl with a resounding splash, leaving it dazed. Watching the scene unfold, Water-type gym leader Zhuang Su couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong." Her deep understanding of Starmie's capabilities earned the admiration of the other judges, though Hong Zhong remained silent, seemingly unimpressed by this level of performance. The spectators aboard the airship witnessed the dramatic turn of events just when it seemed Starmie would be defeated by the earthquake. It turned the tables with a perfect combination of rapid spinning and surf. The battle continued. The opponent sent out Scizor, and just as Starmie was about to launch Thunderbolt, it was struck first by a lightning-fast bullet punch. The silver, steel-infused power of Scizor's pincers cracked Starmie's gem with a single blow. Although Scizor took damage from the spikes, the outcome of this exchange was clear. Chi Feng immediately sent out his ace, Skarmory. The moment it used agility, Yi Kai's heart sank not because he underestimated Zhao Qian, but because the opponent's strategy was too meticulous. Even though Scizor's bullet punch landed on Skarmory, the Steel-type Pokemon with a base defense stat of 140 emerged unscathed. What followed was a one-sided battle. Skarmory repeatedly used Sand Attack to lower Scizor's accuracy while recovering health with Roost. Despite Scizor's technician ability, after being hit by 4 consecutive Sand Attacks, its 5th attempt completely missed. Ultimately, Scizor fell after enduring several Steel Wings, marking Skarmory's victory. "Let's congratulate Chi Feng from Chishi Academy on winning the first match," announced the commentator, as the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The level of excitement in this quarterfinal match far surpassed previous battles. The pressure now shifted to Yi Kai. He had to secure a win, and even Feng Miao Miao in the third match couldn't afford to lose. At this moment, Yi Kai faced unprecedented pressure. The competition's lounge was filled with a haze of smoke. Chu Feng lit one cigarette after another, his brows furrowed deeply. Meanwhile, Feng Miao Miao, contrary to expectation, wore an excited smile. This earned her disapproving looks from both Yi Kai and Chu Feng. The problem lies with her. Chu Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette, his eyes clouded with worry. If she goes up, she's bound to get taken out Tonon, and well lose miserably. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Oh well, if we lose, my connection with you 3 rookies ends here. Don't worry, he'll definitely win," Feng Miao Miao declared with unwavering confidence. Yi Kai ignored her overly optimistic remark and silently calculated his next move. "I have to win this round first if we want a shot at the third. Even though the odds are slim, I have to give it my all. I'll do my best to take this one," Yi Kai said, standing up with a solemn tone. "Then, I'll lend you my Crobat. Equip it with a power-boosting item to lock moves. You might be able to take out one opponent quickly. That's our only option." Without looking back, he walked toward the arena. Match 2. Yamazaki Cannon versus Yi Kai. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the venue. Both teams have sent out their star players. Will Ace Academy secure a spot in the semifinals, or can Panchir Academy turn the tables? In the VIP seats, everyone held their breath. Both competitors were elite players with a higher attention rating. The outcome of this battle could very well determine this year's champion academy for J City. Of course, such information was classified by the league, leaking it would result in imprisonment. Ye Kai, dressed unusually in a gray and white leather jacket, seemed out of place on the serious battlefield. When Yamazaki noticed him, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Someone this unconventional in a high-stakes competition was either a genius or a lunatic. What will he use to counter my Weevil? Is it still that Crobat's quick attack? Yamazaki pondered, a confident smirk playing on her lips. This time, I came prepared. I specifically taught my Weevil the secret move, Counter Punch. Even Quick Attack won't get past it. In terms of speed and priority, it far surpasses Quick Attack. Yekuin, Yamazaki said mockingly. Even if you beat me, Pancher Academy is doomed. That girl, Feng Miao Miao, doesn't stand a chance against our third player. Ye Kai chose silence in response to her provocation. Yamazaki, understanding his resolve, decided to let her skills do the talking. Come on out, Weevil. Weevil. Go, Coughing. Ye Kai released his Pokemon as well. Coughing. This time, Coughing didn't unleash its usual clouds of smog. 2 days ago, the league had officially banned the use of sight-obstructing sticker items in competitions. These items were overpowered, elevating Coughing's strength to an almost invincible level. The ban had been inevitable, but Ye Kai merely smirked inwardly. His strategies had long since evolved. He didn't need the stickers anymore. Meanwhile, the spectators were captivated by Ye Kai's shiny Pokemon. Wow, this Ye Kai is so flashy. Even his Pokemon is shiny. You don't get it, has every reason to show off. He hasn't lost a single match since the school tournaments. Yamazaki-san is undefeated too. I've watched all her replays, and I don't even know if she has any other Pokemon besides Weevil. The audience buzzed with excitement, their voices rising and falling in waves. The rare showdown between two Poison-type Pokemon trainers had everyone on the edge of their seats. The battle kicked off in a blaze of intensity. Drapion leaped into the air with lightning speed, hurling a massive golden nugget like a meteor crashing down to Earth. Boom. The entire Ninostery battle tower shook violently, and shockwaves rippled across the ground. Coughing, caught directly by the devastating impact, was smashed into the floor, leaving a deep crater at the center of the arena. The discussion among the guest panel grew even more animated. Yamazaki Cannon's strength is extraordinary. The power behind her throwing moves is unmatched, one of the judges analyzed. She's been sweeping opponents in previous matches with this very technique, followed by her lightning-fast guillotine claw to finish them off. But Ye Kai's Coughing is no pushover, another judge added. It's undefeated so far, and don't forget it has self-destruct as a trump card in critical moments. The battle raged on. Though the Golden Nugget's heavy strike dealt significant damage to Coughing, it managed to survive thanks to its focus sash. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed out of the crater, quickly engulfing the entire battlefield. An eerie silence followed. Yamazaki's instincts screamed danger. By her calculations, even with the focus sash, Coughing should have immediately used Pain Split to recover. Yet now, there wasn't a single sign of movement. Sneasel, use Taunt now. Yamazaki ordered urgently. Taunt forced the opponent to use only attacking moves, effectively shutting down status-altering techniques like Will-O-Wisp. It was a tactic she had prepared specifically for this scenario. But the field remained unervingly quiet, and even the smoke seemed to take on an unusual grayish-white hue. 2 minutes later, when the smoke finally cleared, Coughing stood unscathed, while Sneasel lay on the ground, covered in burns. The arena fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a storm of chatter. It's the signature deadly gas trap strategy from Ye Kai, someone exclaimed. The guest panel, including gym leaders and Elite Four members, repeatedly reviewed the footage but couldn't decipher the trick behind it. In truth, Ye Kai had cleverly swapped the smoke command with hypnosis gas. The key lay in Coughing's ability, neutralizing gas, which negated all abilities on the battlefield, including Sneasel's light body. After the initial throwing damage, the combination of hypnosis, burns, and Pain Split created an inescapable cycle that ultimately overwhelmed Sneasel. Return, Coughing. Go, Nidoking. Ye Kai called out, releasing his second Pokemon. A towering behemoth, standing at an imposing 4 meters tall, far exceeding the usual Nidoking height of 1.4 meters, emerged onto the battlefield. This was no ordinary Pokemon. It was a totem-level Nidoking. You're the first to witness my second Pokemon, Yamazaki said with a smile. Go, Quillfish. A massive Quillfish appeared on the field, its inflated form stretching to an impressive 3.2 meters, resembling a giant underwater mine. With its poison and dark typing, it boasted an impeccable combination that fully compensated for Poison's usual weakness to psychic moves. Cree. The Qianzhenyu let out a sharp cry, activating its Intimidate ability in an attempt to lower its opponent's physical attack power. Ye Kai smirked inwardly. His Nidoking was holding a life orb and was configured for special attack-focused strategies, rendering Intimidate completely ineffective. Flamethrower, he commanded decisively. Qianzhenyu Water Gun. Yamazaki responded quickly. She felt frustrated. Her usually reliable Poison-type moves were completely ineffective against Ye Kai, who specialized in Poison types. Moves like Toxic and Poison Sting were useless in this matchup. The battle took an unexpected turn. Despite water being super effective against fire, and water gun having a base power of 110, Nidoking's flamethrower demonstrated astonishing destructive force. The fiery blast erupted like a volcanic explosion, warping the surrounding air with intense heat and turning the battlefield into scorched earth. Qian's Henyu's water gun faltered under the overwhelming power of the flamethrower. Honglian and Hongzhong stared in disbelief. As fire-type specialists, they couldn't comprehend how a non-fire-type Nidoking could unleash such devastating flames. What they didn't know was that the life orb significantly boosted Nidoking's attacks, making its stab same-type attack bonus moves like Earth Power and Sludge Bomb even more formidable. The power behind its flamethrower was simply a testament to its boosted strength. Krikru. The Qian's Henyu let out a pained cry as the smell of grilled fish filled the air. Qian's Henyu, use Protect, quickly. Yamazaki ordered in desperation. Earthquake, repeatedly. Ye Kai seized the opportunity. He knew that while Qian's Henyu's Poison Dark typing left it with very few weaknesses, ground-type moves were its Achilles heel. Earthquake, being one of the most powerful ground-type moves, was the perfect counter. Within less than a minute, the Qian's Henyu, unable to maintain its Protect, fell under the relentless onslaught of Earthquake. Yamazaki Cannon reluctantly withdrew her Pokemon. Yekoin, just wait and watch how that girl from your school loses next, she said bitterly. Ye Kai silently recalled his Nidoking and turned to leave. With his Crobat by his side, he had long since forgotten what failure felt like. Gentlemen, I propose we elevate Ye Kai's observation level to grade A. Who agrees? Who objects? Hongzhong, the elder, spoke up. The four gym leaders remained silent. Seeing no objections, he reached into his robe, retrieved a stamp, and pressed it onto Ye Kai's trainer file. Grade A represented the highest honor for a non-professional trainer. As a student, Ye Kai would now enjoy free healthcare at all Pokemon centers across Longhua and receive a monthly stipend of 30,000 yuan. While the money was negligible to him, the more significant privilege was that every one of his battles would now be officially recorded and reviewed by 2 or more gym leader-level trainers. However, Ye Kai himself remained completely unaware of this development. Ye Kai slowly sat back in his preparation seat. Although he had secured victory, he couldn't help but let out a deep breath. The tension that had gripped him finally eased a little. All right, it's my turn now, Fang Miao Miao declared confidently. We're doomed. Chu Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. No way we're losing. Victory is certain. Trust in the power of money. Fang Miao Miao's words were filled with an inexplicable confidence, prompting Ye Kai to glance at her in surprise. Where did this girl get the nerve to make such a bold claim? Anyway, take Crobat with you, Ye Kai instructed. Just keep using U-turn and Brave Bird, and adjust based on the situation. Though Fang Miao Miao looked reluctant, she still took the Dusk Ball. Third match. Wang Shu versus Fang Miao Miao. The final showdown. The referee's voice echoed across the arena. The fate of both academies now lies in their hands. Let's see who will emerge victorious. The contestant named Wang Shu was a bit of an enigma, with almost no prior battle records, leaving his strength a mystery. In contrast, Fang Miao Miao's strategies seemed to have been thoroughly exposed, a clear sign that there was a mole within Rock Solid Academy. Standing in the battle arena, Wang Shu gave Fang Miao Miao a disdainful glance. Come out, Jolteon. Jolteon. The electric Pokemon leapt from its Pokeball, its fur bristling with stored electricity. With its base speed stat of 130, it was nearly on par with Aerodactyl, Crobat, and Weevil. Ye Kai frowned, sensing trouble. Chu Feng's face darkened as well, his silence betraying a foreboding sense of what was to come. Go, Porygon 2. Fang Miao Miao's voice rang out unexpectedly. Porygon. Porygon 2. Ye Kai's eyes widened in astonishment, his face lighting up with joy. He suddenly remembered this sweet little Pokemon from its early days. Even more surprising, Fang Miao Miao had equipped it with an Eviolite. No wonder she was so confident. Everyone was about to witness the terrifying potential of Porygon 2 firsthand. Jolteon, use agility. Follow it up with Electro Ball. Wang Shu quickly commanded. Triple attack. Fang Miao Miao responded calmly. Under the influence of its psychic-enhanced speed, Jolteon became even faster, launching a powerful Electro Ball straight at Porygon 2. However, Porygon 2 stood firm, enduring the attack before retaliating with a triple attack. 3 beams of light shot out from its body. Though they seemed slow, they hit Jolteon with precision. Jolt! Jolteon cried out in pain. While triple attack's power wasn't overwhelming, the consecutive strikes were more than it could easily handle. To make matters worse, Jolteon suddenly realized it had been inflicted with a burn. Ye Kai kept his eyes glued to Porygon 2 on the battlefield, recalling everything he knew about this man-made Pokemon, often nicknamed 3D Dragon 2. Not only could it evolve further, but with the Eviolite equipped, its defense and special defense were boosted by 50. Considering its already high base stats of 90 and 95 for defense and special defense, this turned it into an almost impenetrable wall. Even more remarkable was its triple attack, which had a 20 chance of causing burn, paralysis, or freeze status. In this world, these statuses could even stack. In earlier versions, there had even been a bug allowing electric types to be paralyzed by this move. At this moment, even the usually composed Chu Feng couldn't help but be amazed by the unfolding battle. Porygon's body emitted a faint glow as all the damage inflicted by Jolteon earlier was instantly healed. This seemingly simple mechanical life form executed every tactical command from Chu Feng with precision, like a finely tuned battle machine. The tri-attack was unleashed once again. Jolteon, already suffering from a burn status, had no time to react before being hit by the freezing effect, rendering it completely unable to continue the battle. Wang Shu stood at the edge of the field, staring in disbelief at the peculiar creature before him, neither duck-like nor resembling any common Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon is this? He murmured to himself. The audience erupted into hushed whispers. Those familiar with rare Pokemon had already recognized it: Porygon, an artificial intelligence life form capable of self-learning. It was even equipped with planetary development programs, allowing it to operate freely in a vacuum environment. When its price was displayed on the big screen, the staggering number of zeros left the entire audience, including the professional guests, speechless. Even more shocking, this wasn't the most advanced model. Porygon 2 was the pinnacle of current technology. Money really does make a difference, someone in the audience remarked. With an evolutionary stone, it's like battling against a supercomputer. Throughout the battle, Porygon continued to collect data and analyze its opponent's combat patterns. With its incredible defensive capabilities and self-recovery ability, it gradually adapted to Jolteon's high-speed tactics. Once it activated its agility, its speed disadvantage was completely neutralized, turning it into a true all-rounder. Cornered, Wang Shu gritted his teeth. I guess I'll have to bet everything on this. Go, Poliwrath. The blue Pokemon, known as Poliwrath, bore a spiral pattern on its abdomen and was a rare dual-type water and fighting Pokemon. Facing Porygon's tri-attack, Poliwrath opted for a heating clash, delivering a devastating seismic toss. This fighting type move struck Porygon 2's weakness, dealing a critical blow and forcing it out of the battle. The dramatic turn of events drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even Wang Shu seemed surprised, so this seemingly invincible Porygon did have a weakness after all. But Fang Miaomiao remained calm. Her second Pokemon, a Shedinja with a half-circle halo on its head and a yellowish-brown body, awaited its turn. Known as the Ghost Cicada, its unique ability, Wonder Guard, was bound to make the battle even more unpredictable. From a distance, Ye Kai watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but marvel. Fang Miaomiao must have an exceptional mentor guiding her. No wonder she felt confident enough to skip Chu Feng's lessons. The synergy between these two Pokemon was nothing short of perfection. It can resist attacks from 13 different types. The commentator's voice was filled with disbelief. Out of the 18 Pokemon types, even Arceus, known as the god of all gods, can only resist all 18 types. This Ninjask strength truly deserves the title of a demigod. The battle was about to begin. Ninjask put on a jaw-dropping performance, completely ignoring its opponent's attack rhythm. It first struck Poliwrath with pinpoint accuracy using Shadow Ball, and when up close, it unleashed Shadow Claw. Wang Shu clearly underestimated this opponent, trying one move after another: Hydro Pump, Earth Power, Brick Break, even attempting to use Circle Throw to force a switch. Yet, every attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean, utterly ineffective. The crowd erupted into chaos, and even the expert judges were left speechless. Poliwrath was pushed to its limit, using Protect in a desperate attempt to hold on, but it was merely prolonging the inevitable. A final Shadow Ball sealed the match. Next up was Jolteon, but it found itself in the same predicament as its predecessor. None of its moves could phase the demigod. With a single Shadow Claw, Jolteon fell to the ground, unable to continue battling. The winner is Ninjask. Congratulations to contestant Fang Miaomiao for securing a spot in the top 4 of this year's city-level school tournament for Panchur Academy. The audience burst into heated discussions. What kind of legendary Pokemon is this? Why are none of the moves effective against it? The guest panel was equally engrossed in debate until Hong Lian concluded decisively. Ninjask still has 5 weaknesses. Even a level 5 Charmander could one-shot it with an Ember if it hits. Pokemon abilities and held items are all legitimate aspects of battles. You can't discriminate against Fang Miaomiao just because she's wealthy. In the end, the match was unanimously deemed valid. Back in the preparation area, Chu Feng uncharacteristically lowered his stance. I owe you an apology. I underestimated you. Apology accepted. Fang Miaomiao replied with a smug grin. Impressive, wasn't I? Ye Kai retrieved his Crobat from the Dusk Ball. Just as Chu Feng was about to lead his team away, the Fire-type Elite Four member, Hong Zhong, appeared. Despite being in his 70s, he exuded vitality, his white hair flowing gracefully. However, Chu Feng seemed uninterested and eager to leave. But my Watanabe blocked his path. Chu Feng, battle me. Looks like I can't leave without teaching you a lesson, Chu Feng said coldly. Let's head to the underground training arena. The group made their way to the underground training area, where the distant rumble of the school tournament echoed above. Besides the 6 students from both schools, the Fire-type elite, 4-member Hong Zhong, and gym leader Hong Lian were there to watch. Onion, winner takes all, Chu Feng said curtly. I'm in a hurry. No problem. My Watanabe replied confidently. Come forth, Tyranitar. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast measuring 2.8 meters in length appeared on the battlefield. Its entire body was encased in light green armor, and its back was covered with sharp, jagged spikes. As it emerged, a harsh sandstorm instantly swept across the field, an unmistakable display of Tyranitar's signature sandstream ability. Chu Feng remained calm as he sent out his Alolan Persian. This rare variant, inspired by the real-world British Shorthair, boasted not only exceptional physical prowess, but was also infamous for its cunning battle tactics. The 6 students watching eagerly scanned this rare Pokemon, seldom seen in Longhua, with their phones. Even Chu Feng rarely deployed it in battles. Tyranitar, Dragon Dance. The opponent commanded their Pokemon. Fake out. Chu Feng decisively countered. Alolan Persian understood the signal immediately. Although its speed far outmatched Tyranitar's, it deliberately slowed its attack timing. Just as Tyranitar completed its Dragon Dance, with the purplish red Dragon-type energy still swirling around it, the Persian darted behind the beast like a shadow and delivered a precise fake-out to its head. Roar! Tyranitar let out a pained cry as the unexpected attack left it staggered, its intended rock slide move forcibly interrupted. Following up swiftly, Persian struck again with a powerful power gem, dealing significant damage to the giant Pokemon. What was that second move? Its power is incredible. The students watching were astonished. Chu Feng smirked. The subtlety was lost on the spectators. If not for Tyranitar's double resistance to Dark-type moves, that strike could have dealt a critical blow. The move was Persian's foul play, a technique that turns the opponent's physical attack power against them. Keep using Dragon Dance to power Upital, just be paving the way for my Persian. Chu Feng taunted. Unfazed, the opponent retaliated. Tyranitar, protect, then Earthquake. But the wily Alolan Persian had already seized control of the battle's rhythm. It patiently waited for Tyranitar's Protect to wear off before unleashing a combination of pursuit and foul play. Tyranitar was driven to the edge, barely holding on thanks to its leftovers. Its eyes glowed red with desperation as it unleashed consecutive earthquakes in a frenzied attempt to turn the tide. Repetition is power. The most lethal attacks often come in the simplest forms, the opponent shouted. Yet, apart from the ongoing sandstorm damage, Persian maintained its composed and agile stance. Even as it sustained heavy damage from the relentless earthquakes, it remained unfazed. How is it withstanding these earthquakes? This is impossible. Watanabe Mai exclaimed in disbelief, her worldview shaken to its core. Play rough. Chu Feng commanded the finishing move. Braving the force of the earthquakes, Persian charged forward and unleashed a flurry of precise and devastating fairy-type attacks. Already severely injured, Tyranitar was struck by the super-effective move, its vision blurred as it collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. The entire battle lasted less than 90 seconds. Watanabe Mai was left speechless. I suppose there's no harm in telling you, Chu Feng said nonchalantly. My Persian's ability is Fur Coat, which halves the damage from physical attacks. It can easily withstand 2 to 3 full-power earthquakes from your Tyranitar. But before that could happen, your Tyranitar would be defeated twice over by my Persian. With that, Chu Feng recalled his Persian and left with his team, their confidence unshaken. Damn it all. Watanabe Mai could only watch helplessly as they walked away, her heart filled with frustration and unwillingness. Miss Watanabe knelt on the ground, pounding the hard surface with her fists over and over until her knuckles bled. Her eyes were filled with frustration and disbelief, unable to accept the vast disparity in strength between individuals at the Heavenly King level. Miss Watanabe, don't be too disheartened, Hong Zhong said calmly from the side. That man's strength is indeed far beyond ordinary. Losing to him is perfectly understandable. During the battle, he even used a deception skill. As one of the 8 Heavenly Kings, Hong Zhong was well aware that the secret technique's deceptive core disc was originally contributed to the Dragon Alliance by Chu Feng. However, he had no intention of revealing this. Standing nearby, Hong Lian recalled her previous encounters with Chu Feng. Every time, he would issue cryptic and incomprehensible verbal battle commands. At this moment, she finally realized had never fought with his full strength. Chu Feng paid no mind to the thoughts of those around him. Along the way, numerous team agents and advertisers attempted to strike up conversations, but each was scared off by his cold, piercing gaze. These opportunistic capitalists had once been so eager to curry favor with him in his youth, yet when he fell on hard times, not one of them had offered a helping hand. Besides, Yi Kai and his team had only made it to the semifinals. They had yet to claim the championship. First of all, congratulations on advancing to the semifinals of the city-level school tournament, Chu Feng said seriously. In 4 days, the next round of matches will take place. The winners will advance directly to the finals, while the losers will compete for 3rd place. It's a back-to-back double match. He took out a cigarette, but hesitated before putting it back in his pocket. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, he instead pulled out a cigar and lit it. As the swirling smoke rose, Chu Feng squinted and fell into thought. This time, the level cap has been raised to level 30, the limit for the ordinary class. The matches will follow a 2 vs 2 best-of-3 format. Time is tight, so we'll head straight to the next venue. Ye Kai listened and understood the situation. Since the room for improvement was limited, they might as well relax, eat, and enjoy themselves while they could. 5 hours later, the group arrived at the Battle Nest in Chi City. The structure reminded Ye Kai of the famous Bird's Nest Stadium on his home planet, Blue Star. It was said that a phoenix had once perched here for several days. While the truth of the tale was uncertain, the Chi City History Museum did indeed house a vividly colorful phoenix feather. Boss, I'll have the garlic tooth fish with extra chili, and a charcoal grilled octopus bucket. Although Chi City was not a coastal town, thanks to the submerged water realm, its seafood industry thrived. Aside from toxic or difficult-to-prepare aquatic magical beasts like the poison algae dragon and thousand-needle fish, the rest were rare delicacies. After a hearty meal, the group booked 4 rooms at a hotel and spent a peaceful night. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Chu Feng gathered everyone. This is information on your next opponent, Xiaoyu Academy. Defeating them shouldn't be too difficult. Since we've already made it to the semifinals, let's aim higher, let's win the championship. He assigned Feng Miao Miao to the first match, with Ye Kai taking the second. Kid, Chu Feng said, beckoning Ye Kai with a finger, you need to master this move before the match. Come out, Raticate. A variant of the giant rodent appeared before the group. Raticate's appearance indeed resembled a stray dog on the streets, but Ye Kai's gaze was fixed firmly on the Alolan Raticate before him, which was nearly 1 meter in size. Though its fur was dull gray and it looked rather unremarkable, with a tail as thick as a giant earthworm, its 2 gleaming, sharp front teeth were particularly eye-catching. Super Fong. Ye Kai's eyes lit up. This move was incredible if it hit. It could instantly take away half of the opponent's health. Of course, it had its limitations. It was completely ineffective against ghost-type Pokemon. Observing Chu Feng's arrangement, Ye Kai immediately understood his intentions, teaching this move to Crobat. With Crobat's exceptional speed, 2 consecutive Super Fong attacks could reduce an opponent's health to a quarter, setting them up to be finished off with just 2 more hits. The strategy was flawless. Come on out, Crobat. Ye Kai decisively released his Pokemon. Without a technical machine disc, Crobat would have to learn the move through direct combat training. It was clear that mastering this move would come at a cost for Crobat. Soon, the 2 Pokemon were locked in an intense training session, practicing their Fong-based techniques. Let them train on their own. 3 days should be enough, Chu Feng said, patting Ye Kai on the shoulder, acknowledging the Alolan Raticate's competence as a teaching partner, even if it wasn't a true Rat King. At the same time, Chu Feng kept Zhao Qian and Feng Miao Miao busy, assigning their other Pokemon to learn new moves as well. The scene shifted to a private estate in Lian City. Old Yi, your golf game has really gone downhill, a man teased. Ah, age is catching up with me. How can I compare to you, Mr. Feng? Yi Rong replied with a wry smile. This was Yi Rong's remodeled golf course, originally an unused piece of real estate. Abra, acting as a caddy, effortlessly retrieved the balls using teleport. By the way, my daughter recently made it to the top 4 in the city school tournament. She's really blossomed over the years. Mr. Fong said proudly. Oh, that's impressive. She's definitely inherited your talents. Yi Rong replied politely. Ha ha ha, that's right. That's right. Mr. Fong laughed heartily. On the surface, Yi Rong seemed to agree, but his thoughts drifted to his eldest son, Ye Kai, whom he hadn't seen in a while. If Mr. Fong's daughter had reached the top 4, then Ye Kai, who had been a school tournament champion, must be even more formidable. It seemed his son's talent in Pokemon battles far exceeded his expectations. I should keep observing. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, he thought. Meanwhile, Ye Kai was fully focused on training his Pokemon for battle commands. Recent tournament experiences had taught him that some commands could be further simplified. For instance, when using Nidoking's signature horn drill, the Pokemon's own instincts often ensured better accuracy. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Ye Kai glanced at it, and froze old Deng had just struck a jackpot of 1 million gold coins. Even more surprising, Yi Rong had sent him a message, saying he could ask for financial help if needed. This is so unlike him, Ye Kai mused. But hey, hitting the jackpot is always good news. When I become the Poison-type champion, I'll make sure old Deng regrets underestimating me. In another room at the hotel, the principal of Panshur Academy had been waiting for some time. Coach Chu, thank you so much, the principal said gratefully. It's not all my doing. The students deserve the credit, Chu Feng replied modestly. Though the details of their conversation were unknown, the expansion plans for Panshur Academy had been finalized. According to their agreement, the necessary resources and funds were already in place. If they could secure the city championship, the remaining payments would be transferred immediately. The 2 of them left the room one after the other. Standing in the hallway, Chu Feng carefully examined the unique gemstone in his handy yellow base adorned with interwoven red and blue patterns. It was a megastone specifically for Gyarados. If Ye Kai were present, he would have recognized it at a glance. Chu Feng gently placed the slightly smaller thin keystone megastone into his briefcase, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. Such a treasure was certainly worth the steep price Panrock Academy had paid to bring him here. However, the megastone alone wasn't enough. The keystone in the principal's possession was also necessary to unleash its true power. Although Chu Feng already had a keystone of his own, treasures like these were always valuable if not for use, then as currency to trade for other rare items. Heh, old fox, Chu Feng muttered, narrowing his eyes. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. As night fell, Chu Feng gathered 3 students. Last night's seafood was just passable. Tonight, he'll treat you all to a proper meal. We might as well explore the shopping plaza while we're at it, he said in an unyielding tone. Everyone understood Chu Feng's personality, casual on the surface, but calculating underneath. At this moment, they could only follow his lead. They made their way to the Huayu Pokemon Shopping Center near the Battle Nest, a high-end chain mall in Longwell worth trillions. The air was filled with the scent of luxurious perfumes, and the place bustled with a continuous flow of people. Chu Feng led the group straight to one particular store. Welcome to Shiro Group, the store clerk said emotionlessly. Ye Kai noted that the name of this specialized Pokeball store differed from the in-game Sylph Company by just one character. Guided by the clerk, they first saw the most basic types of Pokeball: standard Pokeballs priced at 1,500 yuan, Great Balls at 8,000 yuan, and Ultra Balls at 30,000 yuan. Beyond their varying capture rates, these Pokeballs also served as symbols of status and prestige. Seeing the group's lack of enthusiasm, the clerk led them to another display case featuring newly developed balls from the Alliance. Level balls, moon balls, lure balls, friend balls, love balls, fast balls, and heavy balls. Among them, the heavy ball was the most expensive, as it was particularly effective for capturing large Pokemon. Noticing that the customers still weren't satisfied, the clerk asked, "What Pokemon do you all use? Are you looking to upgrade their Pokeballs?" Chu Feng exchanged a glance with Feng Miao Miao. In the next moment, a Porygon 2 materialized before them, leaving the clerk too stunned to speak. As a clerk at a Pokemon store, one must have an in-depth understanding of all Pokemon, including shiny variants, regional forms, and even subtle differences in size and shape. When the clerk saw a Porygon 2, a flash of surprise crossed their eyes. It was undoubtedly a top-tier luxury species among Pokemon. My sincerest apologies. For a Pokemon of this caliber, I may not be able to provide the most professional introduction. Please allow me to fetch the store manager to assist you personally. The clerk hurried off. In less than half a minute, a woman dressed in a sharp, professional outfit strode in. Her every movement exuded expertise, setting her apart from the ordinary clerks. Thank you for waiting. Now, please allow me to introduce you to the flagship product of the Shilu Group, the manager said as she walked to a safe and carefully retrieved a luxury ball. This luxury ball, priced at an astonishing 1.2 million, had only recently seen its market value stabilize. Its status was second only to the legendary Master Ball, said to be capable of capturing mythical Pokemon with a single throw, a true national treasure, unattainable by mere money. The craftsmanship of the luxury ball was exquisite, a sleek black surface with a golden hinge, accented by a striking red stripe across the upper half. The ball was polished to a mirror finish, leaving no trace of fingerprints. Its weight, noticeably heavier than that of an Ultra Ball, hinted at the superior materials used. After all, ordinary Pokeballs were notorious for collecting fingerprints, and even Ultra Balls weren't immune to this issue. Most trainers hesitated to use such an expensive ball, as 1.2 million could buy plenty of practical items or even some excellent Pokemon. How many luxury balls do you have in stock? Chu Feng asked. Currently, only 3 remain. Perfect, I'll take them all. The clerk nearby froze in shock as the transaction was completed with a single swipe. 360,000 effortlessly spent. The speed at which he spends money. Feng Miao Miao muttered, unimpressed. Still, it's nothing compared to her. Let's move on to the next store, Chu Feng said, turning to leave. Please wait. The manager handed over 6 Pokeballs. 3 were the luxury balls, while the other 3 were precious balls, entirely crimson with black indents on the sides. Ye Kai instantly recognized the precious balls as one of his favorites from trading cards. These were special gifts the store reserved for customers who purchased luxury balls, a gesture of goodwill toward wealthy patrons. Chu Feng accepted the manager's business card and left with the group. Here, one for each of you, he said, distributing the precious balls to the 3 students. Ye Kai accepted his without hesitation, knowing it could easily sell for 100,000 to 200,000, though he planned to keep it for personal use. Let's grab some food first. We'll continue shopping afterward, Chu Feng said, leading them to a French restaurant. He ordered dishes like escargot and a whole roasted maripe. The subsequent courses grew increasingly unique: rapidash liver, fried scalloped, garlic-flavored Farfetched, and even a fine wine brewed from Durant and Eakins mixed with assorted berries. Though the dishes sounded unusual, their flavors were unexpectedly delightful. It was said that these ingredients came from wild Pokemon that had perished naturally during battles in the secret realms, ensuring they were all natural and pollution-free. The final course was a decadent baked Dracovish with cheese. Initially hesitant, everyone quickly began competing for bites after their first taste. Ye Kai quietly calculated that the meal must have cost at least 30,000 to 50,000. He couldn't help but notice Chu Feng's unusually extravagant spending today. It was out of character. Chu Feng, meanwhile, raised his wine glass and drained it in one motion. All right, later I'll treat everyone to a SBA session as a reward for making it into the top 4, Coach Chu Feng said with a slightly tipsy smile, his gaze warm as it swept over the group. The luxurious Fairy SBA Center left everyone in awe. Upon entering, they were greeted by several rare and exotic Pokemon, Gardevoir, Audino, Sunflora, and Jigglypuff, each worth a fortune. The receptionist, a cheerful young lady, softly introduced the various packages available. Chu Feng went ahead and booked the premium package for everyone. After changing into appropriate attire, they each entered separate therapy rooms. As Ye Kai lay down, a muscular Machoke walked in. Its massage techniques were remarkably skilled, hitting every acupoint with precision. Ouch, go easy, Ye Kai exclaimed, caught between pain and enjoyment from the expert chiropractic massage. Next came the gentle care of Audino. It started by delicately cleaning Ye Kai's ears, followed by a soothing head massage. Using its sensitive hearing, it carefully listened to the sounds of his internal organs and provided targeted health treatments. Finally, Gardevoir made its appearance. It began by casting hypnosis. When Ye Kai woke up again, it was already the next morning. Opening his eyes, he saw Sunflora releasing a calming fragrance while Audino was preparing toiletries nearby. When everyone reconvened in the lobby, they all looked refreshed and energized. So, how was your rest last night? Chu Feng asked. Amazing. I'm definitely coming back, they all chimed in enthusiastically. After enjoying a light buffet breakfast of berry salad, the group returned to their hotel. Ye Kai checked on his Pokemon and found that Crobat and Raticate were both resting. Being nocturnal, it was natural for them to sleep during the day. To his surprise, Crobat had learned the move Super Fong in its sleep. Ye Kai carefully examined Crobat's move set. In addition to its basic moves, it now had Quick Attack, Leech Life, U-Turn 73, Protect 55, Shadow Ball 32, Nasty Plot 37, Pursuit 47, and the newly learned Super Fong 23. Super Fong is a killer move. It needs to be mastered, Ye Kai thought, deciding to equip Crobat with a choice band to focus its training on this specific move. As he considered checking on the progress of the others' Pokemon, Ye Kai walked into the next room. The scene before him made him exclaim in amazement. Whoa, that's incredible. The highly anticipated semifinals of the Chi City Battle Arena are about to begin. The massive arena, renowned for its capacity to hold 100,000 spectators, is buzzing with excitement. Today, the atmosphere is particularly lively, as a significant number of spectators from various countries have filled the seats, eager to witness the rising strength of the new generation from Longhua. The league has dispatched an unprecedentedly impressive observing team for the event. 16 observers, 8 gym leaders, and 3 elite champions of extraordinary strength. Zero Hua, the electric-type champion in his 40s, Hong Zhong, the fire-type champion, and Shen Xining, the ice-type champion. Such a lineup could easily devastate a small nation in a single day. In the preparation area, 31-year-old Chu Feng listened to the enthusiastic commentary echoing through the arena, lost in thought. He understood the underlying reason the league's top brass could no longer remain passive. Compared to other countries, Longhua's champion-level trainers were generally older, and cultivating the new generation had become an urgent priority. Rumors had even surfaced that the league's highest inspection team was conducting investigations across various cities to uncover instances of cheating in other competitions. The match begins. The first battle is Rainbow Academy versus Azure Academy. The commentator's voice boomed across the venue. Although Rock Solid Academy had yet to take the stage, this match was still worth watching. On the battlefield, the clash between Alakazam and Feraligatr ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Alakazam's agility, bolstered by teleport, combined with the type advantage of Thunder Punch, put immense pressure on Feraligatr. However, the experienced Feraligatr remained composed. After an intense exchange, it seized a brief opening during Alakazam's teleportation and decisively used Crunch to secure the victory. Yet, Alakazam's preemptive Future Sight trap activated at the same moment, leaving both sides in a state of mutual exhaustion. In the end, Azure Academy narrowly claimed victory and advanced to the finals. Next up was the much-awaited second match, Rock Solid Academy's Fong Miao Miao versus Summer Grove Academy's Shun Lian. Chu Feng, cigarette in mouth, cast an encouraging glance at Fong Miao Miao on the field. Remember the move I taught you? Don't worry, I'll win for sure. Fong Miao Miao responded confidently. As the referee's whistle blew, Both trainers released their Pokemon simultaneously. Fong Miao Miao's choice was a fluffy furret with brown and cream-colored fur, its round body and tail seamlessly connected. Despite its short limbs, it was agile and adorable, making it a favorite among female trainers. On the opposing side floated a Porygon 2, exuding an eerie aura as it hovered silently in midair. The battle commenced instantly. Furret began coiling to strengthen itself, while Porygon 2 prepared to unleash a tri-attack. The tension on the battlefield escalated in an instant. This rare triple attack is mastered by only a few serpent-like Pokemon. In a flash of light, 3 beams precisely struck Furret, instantly boosting its attack, defense, and accuracy. Electric sparks danced across Furret's body, and the paralyzing effect was unmistakable. The power of this strike was overwhelming, leaving Furret in grave danger. Furret, tough it out and take it down directly, the trainer commanded. Without hesitation, Furret launched a reckless, allure-nothing charge. From the spectator's stance, Hong Zhong's lips curved into a subtle smile using guts in a negative status doubles its power. Combined with the earlier stat boosts, it was indeed a clever tactic, but still too naive. Shen Xining, the Ice-type elite, sipped her berry tea gracefully, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Her past battles with Porygon had taught her that this opponent was far tougher than it appeared. Protect, substitute. Porygon immediately deployed a protective barrier, stopping Furret just 2 steps away. Then, expending a significant amount of energy, it created a flawless substitute. The 2 figures flickered and overlapped, making it nearly impossible to tell which was real. Seizing the opportunity, Porygon unleashed another triple attack. Boom. Another powerful strike, leaving Furret on the verge of collapse. Though Furret had undoubtedly earned its place in the semifinals with its unique strengths, it was struggling to stand against a top-tier trainer like Fong Miao Miao. Go, Ursaring. The opponent quickly sent out their second Pokemon, a streamlined runner built for speed. Ye Kai was about to turn his attention back to prepare for his own match, when he suddenly froze. Ursaring had just used consecutive extreme speeds. This scene not only stunned him and Chu Feng, but also left tens of thousands of spectators, over 20 observers, 8 gym leaders, and the 3 Elite Four members utterly speechless. Ursaring, wearing a meticulously tied headband, unleashed consecutive extreme speeds like lightning. The first strike instantly shattered the substitute, the second smashed into the protective barrier, and the third sent the highly valuable, 8-figure technological marvel Porygon flying. Porygon attempted to activate its recovery program, but it was too late. With another extreme speed, Ursaring completely took down the costly Pokemon. The arena erupted in astonishment, with discussions rippling through the crowd. Why doesn't my Ursaring know extreme speed? Incredible. Is this the power of extreme speed? Mr. Fong proudly sent a video clip to Yi Rong, showing only the moment Furret was defeated. See? My daughter performed well, didn't she? While watching the clip, Yi Rong keenly realized that Yi Kai's match might have already started. As a longtime member of the Battle Club, though not particularly strong himself, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Fong, stop rushing me. I'm watching the live stream. What's your daughter's next Pokemon? That Ursaring isn't easy to handle. Mr. Fong replied instantly. Haha, don't worry. She's got this in the bag. But against such a powerful Ursaring, can she really secure the win? Nidoqueen. Roar. Fong Miao Miao remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Her mysterious mentor had meticulously prepared her for every possible battle scenario. On the field, the Nidoqueen appeared more rounded and elegant compared to Nidoking, with distinctively feminine traits. Fong Miao Miao promptly issued her commands. Use agility repeatedly. Then attract, followed by superpower. This was a classic strategy of using wit to overcome strength. The battle erupted instantly. The Ursaring, in a frenzy, launched a series of relentless attacks. Despite enduring several heavy blows, Nidoqueen gracefully executed the attract move. This was thanks to its specially trained, extraordinary physical, and special defenses, a testament to the power of significant investment. Before long, Ursaring succumbed to the effects of attract. Its movement slowed, and its attack rhythm was completely disrupted. Haha, what an interesting girl. This strategy is sheer genius. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Yi Kai and the audience, including the distinguished guests in the VIP section, all showed expressions of disbelief. At that moment, Nidoqueen suddenly leaped into the air, soaring 3 meters high, and delivered a fierce superpower directly at Ursaring. The powerful fighting-type move, with a base power of 120, perfectly countered its opponent. Ursaring was sent crashing into the wall outside the arena and immediately lost consciousness. The battle was decided in just 1 round. This Nidoqueen demonstrated astonishing strength, particularly in its masterful use of attract, a move that required precise judgment of the opponent's gender, an impressive display that left everyone in awe. Ursaring is unable to battle. Nidoqueen wins. Congratulations to contestant Fong Miao Miao for securing the first victory for Panrock Academy. Back at the preparation area, Fong Miao Miao smugly declared, I told you I would win. The second match was about to begin. Ye Kai silently stood up and walked toward the battlefield. This was the ultimate showdown. Ye Kai versus Wang Bin. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, as Ye Kai was the only attire contender in this school tournament. Go, Pinsir! Go, Crobat! Through the live broadcast, Yi Rong was stunned to see that Ye Kai's white hair now flowed down to his shoulders, exuding a powerful and commanding presence. His entire demeanor radiated the aura of a champion. Suddenly, Wang Bin shouted, Pinsir, Mega Evolve! A dazzling rainbow light enveloped Pinsir, and its size instantly grew from 1.8 meters to an imposing 2.3 meters. This scene left everyone in the arena astonished. Even the 3 Elite Four members couldn't help but praise the rarity of witnessing Mega Evolution, a world-class phenomenon during a school tournament. Ye Kai himself hadn't expected to face an opponent capable of Mega Evolution. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented pressure. The strength of Mega Pinsir was in an entirely different league compared to a regular Pinsir. Crobat possesses the unique ability of Aerolate, which not only transforms normal-type moves into flying-type, but also boosts their power by 1.2 times. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Ye Kai remained calm and confident. To him, Mega Evolution was merely a stepping stone on the path ahead. Compared to the challenges of terrestrialization and Dynamaxing that awaited, this was hardly a concern. The battle commenced in an instant. Mega Kalos unleashed its full power, charging at Crobat with an ultimate impact. However, when it came to speed and aerial maneuverability, Crobat completely outclassed its opponent. The ultimate impact, with a base power of 150 and the added stab same-type attack bonus, was a devastating move that could critically harm Crobat if it landed. Unfortunately, reality often falls short of expectations. Crobat unleashed consecutive heat waves, filling the battlefield with scorching air currents reaching hundreds of degrees. Despite Mega Kalos' attempts to evade, it couldn't escape the wide-range attack. Under the intense heat, its once impenetrable exoskeleton began to crack. Damn it, return, Mega Kalos. The trainer had no choice but to recall his key player. Yet, in the brief moment of switching Pokemon, Crobat struck like a pink lightning bolt, launching a pursuit attack. A deafening sonic boom echoed across the arena as the move struck the retreating Mega Kalos with pinpoint accuracy, leaving it in a near-fainting state. The audience collectively gasped, and even Yi Rong, watching the live stream, couldn't help but exclaim, "Stronger than me? Attacking during a switch, I never seen anything like it." Meanwhile, in the preparation area, Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. That kid's got some talent for learning from others. Impressive. The guests in the VIP seats were stunned, unable to keep up with the rapid shifts in the battle. They had expected a stellar performance from Mega Kalos, but it ended up as little more than a flashy punching bag. Not only did it fail to close the distance, but it was also roasted by Heat Wave and couldn't even retreat tactically. Ultimately, it was taken out instantly by the Dark-type move Pursuit. The AI's explanation added to the shock. Pursuit not only deals damage to a Pokemon that is being switched out, but also has priority and doubles in power. This revelation gave everyone a newfound respect for Dark-type Pokemon. Although they are often abandoned due to their difficult nature, their moves are cunningly effective, outpacing even moves like Fake Out, Feint, and Extreme Speed. Hong Lian looked visibly surprised, but Zero Hua, the Electric-type elite, remained unfazed. What's so surprising about that? Back in the day, my Umbreon did the same thing before I switched to Jolteon. Dark-type Pokemon are notoriously brutally hard to get along with, and often take pleasure in tormenting their prey, sometimes finishing them off just for fun. The opponent quickly sent out Charmeleon, a 1.3-meter-tall, crimson-scaled dinosaur with a single horn on its head. However, it was immediately thrust into danger. Crobat's speed remained dominant as it relentlessly sought an opening. When Charmeleon's Protect wore off, Crobat struck with a ferocious Super Fong, instantly cutting its HP in half. Toxic. Vertical 90 degrees. Ye Kai issued his final command. Crobat promptly spewed a stream of toxic liquid, aiming straight for Charmeleon's vital points. In a moment of desperation, Wang Bin acted quickly. Charmeleon, protect, then dig. Charmeleon, protect, then dig a hole. Ye Kai commanded calmly. At this critical moment of life and death, he knew that only by pushing himself to the limit could he find a way to turn the tide. Charmeleon immediately deployed a protective shield, blocking the lethal poison. Then, with swift and skilled movements, it clawed at the ground, digging a hole and disappearing underground in an instant. A cold smirk appeared on Ye Kai's lips. There's always a way out. You're in the sky. I'm underground. Let's see what your Crobat can do now. Return. He swiftly recalled the Crobat and immediately threw out another Pokeball. Nidoking. Use Earthquake repeatedly. A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. As the enormous Nidoking appeared, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. My goodness, am I seeing this right? Is that really a Nidoking? How is it so massive? The people in the VIP section, however, were unfazed. They already knew from the contestant profiles that Ye Kai owned this dominant Nidoking. More importantly, They understood one thing clearly: this match was over. Earthquake deals double damage to Pokemon hiding underground, and Charmeleon is already doubly weak to ground-type moves. It was as if it had dug its own grave. Rumble. The devastating earthquake unleashed by the titanic beast shattered the battlefield into pieces. Just as it was about to launch a third earthquake, Yikai recalled Nidoking in time. Another strike might have ended the opponent for good. Charmeleon is unable to battle. The winner is Nidoking. Congratulations to contestant Yikai for securing a spot in the City Championship Finals for Rock Solid Academy. From the moment Nidoking was sent out to the end of the match, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The audience was left stunned. After a few seconds of delay, a wave of chatter burst forth like a tidal wave. God Kai is incredible. No way, a one-hit KO? I can see God Kai as the future champion. The live chat screen was flooded with comments, and Yi Rong was drowned in the wave of cheers. Almost simultaneously, he received a message from Mr. Fong. Old Yi, your son is seriously impressive. Fong Miao Miao's father followed up with a half-joking remark. You better think this through if you're not paying attention to such talent. Why not let me take him as my godson? Or maybe even my son-in-law? This comment sent alarm bells ringing in Yi Rong's mind. While the two were business partners, they both knew each other's tactics well. The hidden threat behind the joke was unmistakable. Yi Rong realized he needed to reassess his relationship with his eldest son. At the very least, he couldn't afford to let things grow too strained. Meanwhile, his younger son, Yi Xian, was worlds apart from Yi Kai. Even if his academic performance was decent, how good could it really be? And recently, it had even started to decline. Yi Rong couldn't help but admit, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Back in the preparation area, Chu Feng looked at his three students with a satisfied smile. You've all done exceptionally well. Now that you're at the final step, there's nothing more I can teach you. Go win that championship. Did we really need you to say that, coach? Fong Miao Miao teased. The three exchanged glances, and Zhao Qian stepped forward. Let me take the first match. My parents came all the way to watch, and I haven't had a chance to compete yet. I can't just win by default, can I? Yi Kai had no objections to the battle order, confidently maintaining his position in the second match. Fong Miao Miao hesitated slightly before nodding and saying, all right then, if you lose, it's up to me. Your jinxing tongue is surprisingly sweet. Chu Feng quipped as he playfully smacked Fong Miao Miao on the head. The finals were finally underway. Azure Academy versus Rock Solid Academy. The first match was Zhao Qian against Su Xinglan. On the opposite side stood a short-haired girl who scrutinized Zhao Qian with a disdainful smirk. I was worried about facing Fong Miao Miao and her tricky tactics. As for Yi Kai, I admit I'm no match for him. But you? Huh. Go for Alligator. Come out, Aerodactyl. It was clear that Su Xinglan had studied Zhao Qian's previous matches thoroughly and was well acquainted with his strategy of leading with Aerodactyl. For Alligator, use U-turn, she commanded, quickly following up with protect. Then use ancient power. Meanwhile, in the guest seats, an observer was consulting Shui-type gym leader Zhuang Su about the difference between U-turn and flip-turn. Zhuang Su explained succinctly, they belong to different types. One is bug-type, the other is water-type. The observer pondered aloud. Then why switch Pokemon? For Alligator should have a type advantage against Aerodactyl. A single Hydro Pump could end the match, couldn't it? Yeah. Well, Zhuang Su began. But before she could finish, the battle on the field had reached an intense stage. Aerodactyl hovered at a perfect 90-degree angle in the air, with Feraligator's attack completely blocked by Protect. In the next moment, Aerodactyl dove straight down, landing a powerful ancient power on Feraligator. Thunderfang. Aqua Tail. An intense close-range battle erupted, with electricity and water clashing fiercely. The two were evenly matched. Su Xinglan issued another order. Use U-turn again. Zhao Qian quickly countered. Spam Earthquake. This match was anything but easy for Zhao Qian. His opponent was too familiar with Aerodactyl's tactics, preventing him from using ancient power to continuously power up and dominate with Rock Slide as usual. Although Aerodactyl had the speed advantage, its attacks lacked sufficient power, and both sides soon found themselves in a stalemate, heavily injured. TCH, not bad. Su Xinglan recalled her fainting Feraligator. Go Gramble. A 1.6-meter tall pink Mastiff-like Pokemon entered the field, a pure fairy-type powerhouse. Zhao Qian immediately switched to Scizor, setting the stage for a new showdown. Scizor unleashed a relentless flurry of bullet punches, raining down like a storm. Gramble barely managed to hold off the onslaught by using Protect. Watching from the sidelines, Fairy-type gym leader Phone analyzed. Judging by Scizor's attack power, that bullet punch could have ended the match outright. This Gramble must have the Intimidate ability, and if I'm not mistaken, it's hiding a devastating new move recently developed in Lighthouse Nation. Sure enough, Gramble unleashed its secret Technikia Massive Star hurtled straight towards Scizor. The attack's enormous range left no room for evasion. With a deafening crash, even though Scizor had resistance to normal-type moves, it was severely injured. Realizing the difficulty of his opponent, Zhao Qian immediately ordered Caesar to execute a barrage of bullet punches. The overlapping shadows of its fists surrounded Granbull's protective shield, waiting for the moment its defense dropped to deliver a decisive blow. This time, the miracle didn't happen. The Blulu Emperor attempted to unleash its signature move, but was struck heat by the bullet punch of the Caesar. Its body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Dazed and unable to rise, it lay motionless as golden stars danced in its eyes. Blulu Emperor is unable to battle. The winner is Caesar. Congratulations to Zhao Qian for securing the first victory for Rockstone Academy. The referee raised the flag and announced the result, igniting an uproar of cheers from the crowd. It seems the biggest dark horse this year is none other than Rockstone Academy from Lian City. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Can they achieve back-to-back victories? The audience buzzed with discussion, speculating about the massive star-like attack they had just witnessed. Hong Lian quickly looked up the information and announced, that was stored power. It can only be used after employing all other moves. It's a normal type move with a maximum power of 140. Does that mean the Blulu Emperor only had protect and stored power in its arsenal? Someone asked in confusion. Exactly. Alternating between just those two moves would have been sufficient, the league observers remarked in shock. Fortunately, Caesar has a natural advantage against fairy types like Blulu Emperor. Otherwise, Zhao Qian might have lost this match. The world is truly full of geniuses. When Zhao Qian returned to the preparation area, he seemed a bit dazed. Chu Feng immediately pinpointed the issue. You thought your first bullet punch would one-shot it, didn't you? But the Blulu Emperor's ability is Intimidate, which lowers Caesar's physical attack as soon as it enters the field. Consider this battle a valuable lesson. Since Zhao Qian had won, Chu Feng didn't dwell on the matter further. All eyes then turned to Ye Kai. If he secured another victory, Rockstone Academy would claim the championship. However, Ye Kai appeared particularly calm. To him, winning the city-level school championship was merely the starting point toward even greater goals. His sights were set on challenging all the gyms and the Elite Four. If he allowed himself to be overly tense in every match, he feared he might drive himself into a heart attack. He walked steadily onto the battlefield, locking eyes with his opponent, Zhang Yinhan, who was dressed in equally elaborate attire. Though Zhang Yinhan maintained a composed exterior, the pressure on him was immense. Come forth, Sevapur. Let's go, coughing. Ye Kai hadn't expected to face a poison-type Pokemon in the finals. The two Pokemon squared off, with Sevapur's blade-like tail pointing menacingly at Coughing. Smokescreen. Zhang Yinhan made the first move, and Coughing immediately released a cloud of sleep-inducing gas. Use Glare. Ye Kai commanded without hesitation. The speed of visual transmission far surpassed any electric-type move, and Coughing was instantly paralyzed. Ye Kai's instincts warned him this opponent was far more formidable than he had initially thought. Even with Coughing paralyzed, it managed to release poisonous smoke. Use Flamethrower to finish it off. Return. Before Zhang Yinhan could even finish saying flame, Ye Kai had already recalled Coughing. His heart skipped a beat. Zhang Yinhan had clearly studied him in great detail. Nidoking. Ye Kai immediately sent out his next contender. On the battlefield, Nidoqueen's Flamethrower swept across like a raging storm, engulfing the entire area in scorching flames. Sevapur barely clung to life, its health reduced to a sliver, relying on its focus sash to stay in the fight. In this critical moment, Sevapur suddenly assumed a reckless stance. Reckless. Ye Kai was momentarily stunned, as painful memories from his past life surged into his mind. The horror of this move lay in its ability to equalize the opponent's HP with its own. With Sevapur on the brink of collapse, if the reckless move succeeded, Nidoqueen would also be in a perilous situation. To make matters worse, Sevapur would inevitably follow up with feint a priority move that could even bypass Protect. Return. Coughing. Ye Kai decisively switched to a new Pokemon. Seeing its reckless strategy fail, Sevapur immediately launched into feint, charging at the newly summoned Coughing like a black whirlwind. Although Coughing took significant damage, it retaliated with a fiery counter shield, an inner layer of blue and white flames surrounded by an outer layer of red flames that raged across the battlefield. Despite Sevapur's best efforts to evade, its massive size made it impossible to avoid entirely, and the flames scorched it. The last sliver of Sevapur's health was instantly consumed by the fire. Impressive, impressive. You're a tough opponent. The rival trainer recalled Sevapur. Let's see how you handle this one. Go, Glisker. Ye Kai's expression remained stoic. Smokescreen. Coughing immediately unleashed a thick cloud of grayish-white smoke, concealing a hidden trick. It's useless. My Glisker has the poison heal ability. The opposing trainer was brimming with confidence. Glisker, fly up and use Flamethrower. But Glisker didn't respond. It had fallen into a deep sleep and was simultaneously poisoned. Coughing's neutralizing gas ability had nullified Glisker's poison heal trait entirely. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Several seconds later, Coughing absorbed all the toxic smoke, leaving the air cleaner than before. Impossible. How could Glisker lose? The rival trainer was in disbelief. Yi Kai had no interest in explaining, calmly recalling his Pokemon and leaving the battlefield. The audience was left in a daze. League officials repeatedly reviewed the footage but could find no flaws in Yi Kai's strategy. Ultimately, they decided to send the footage to the Poison-type gym leader Li Tian for analysis. The announcement of the match's result was delayed by over a minute. Glisker is unable to battle. The winner is coughing. Congratulations to Yi Kai and Panchur Academy for claiming this year's city-level school championship. Even Chu Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity. Kid, what exactly was in that grayish-white smoke? Give me 200,000, and I'll tell you. As Yi Kai's words fell, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Haha, young Yi, you truly are amusing. At that moment, Hong Zhong and the other two heavenly kings stepped into the preparation area. A glint of wisdom flashed in Hong Zhong's eyes. The gas grenade you just released it was a sleep-inducing gas, wasn't it? With this single remark, the truth was revealed, and the crowd suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, the Scorpion King's poison healing ability only worked against poison and venom statuses, but was ineffective against sleep. Yi Kai remained silent, inwardly astonished. It seemed the world was full of hidden talents, and his tactic had been seen through so easily. Underestimating any opponent would surely lead to disgrace. Hong Zhong chuckled lightly as he retrieved a fire stone from his pocket and handed it to Yi Kai. It was a high-quality gemstone, its crimson, blood-like crystal core engraved with clear flame runes, easily worth 2 million. Yi Kai, without hesitation, reached out and took it. Young man, you're impressive, Hong Zhong said with a meaningful smile. I look forward to the day you challenge me. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion far away in Lian City, Yi Rong was watching his son's competition livestream with rapt attention. He was so stunned, he couldn't find the words. He had only heard online rumors about Yi Kai's mastery of the gas grenade technique, claiming that his smoke could secure victory. But witnessing it firsthand today was truly breathtaking. Even more shocking was the enormous Nidoking, whose fiery attacks were utterly terrifying. Yi Rong couldn't help but marvel, was this still the same young Akai he remembered? In such a short time, he had grown so much. Half an hour later, the top 3 academies in the city-level competition were finalized. Amid the spotlight, the 9 winning students took the stage to receive their awards. Yi Kai appeared calm and composed during this solemn occasion. The first-place team prize was a staggering 17 million, of which Yi Kai received 7 million, while Fang Miao and Zhao Qian split the remainder, as per Chu Feng's distribution plan. The arrangement was more than fair. Without Yi Kai, the championship would have been out of reach. Following this, the 3 Heavenly Kings presented the city-level competition badge to the victorious academies. This badge carried far more weight than the prize money. It symbolized that Yi Kai and his team were now recognized as this year's martial champions of the city. Amid thunderous applause and a shower of flowers, Panchur Academy basked in glory. However, as the principal began a long-winded speech of gratitude, Chu Feng quietly led the 3 victors away. Why are we leaving? Zhao Qian and Fang Miao asked in confusion. Isn't there still a banquet to thank the mentors? Yi Kai remained silent. Chu Feng lit a cigar and said slowly, the adult world isn't that simple. You're hot commodities now. Countless teams and advertisers will be coming for you. So, tell me, what are your plans from here? I want to become a league investigator, or maybe an examiner, Fang Miao declared without hesitation. This position, part of the oversight department, had the authority to supervise and even impeach Jim Li Dursa, a role of significant power. Not bad, a great ambition, Chu Feng nodded. And you, Zhao Qian? I plan to become a level 2 professional trainer first, then take over my family's Pokemon Hunter license, Zhao Qian admitted. Honestly, I'm more interested in rare Pokemon. I'm not fond of scheming and competition. Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing his response. All eyes were on Yi Kai. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Next, I'll challenge the gyms. I'll start by taking on every single one across Longhua. This statement caught Chu Feng's attention. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if seeing a reflection of his younger self, equally bold and eager, yearning to challenge every gym and become a champion. Yet, he refrained from offering any advice, knowing that such experiences must be lived to truly understand their naivety. All right, it's time for me to go. I've accomplished what I came here to do. Until we meet again, Chu Feng said. With a swift leap, he landed gracefully on the back of his 3-headed dragon. The dragon let out a deafening roar and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Just then, like a floodgate being opened, a swarm of team agents, advertisers, and journalists surged toward them. Zhao Qian was visibly startled by the chaotic scene. Oh no, what do we do? Split up and run. Yi Kai decided instantly, and the 3 of them bolted off in different directions. As he ran, Yi Kai calculated silently. No matter the outcome of the city-level school competition, it wouldn't waver his resolve to challenge the gyms. As for those so-called professional teams, they were nothing more than internet-famous trainers at the pseudo-champion level. The gap between pseudo-champions and true champions was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just like Watanabe Mai's Tyranitar earlier though hailed as the Sandstorm King, it was no match for Meow Boss. Look, that guy in black is Ye Kai. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Ye Kai quickly removed his reversible black jacket, flipping it inside out to reveal the white side. But the fans were even sharper-eyed. The guy in white is Ye Kai. Left with no choice, he ditched the jacket entirely, revealing the ash-gray hoodie underneath. Yet, his signature white hair gave him away. The white-haired boy is Kai God. After much difficulty, Ye Kai finally managed to escape the battle arena, completely losing track of his teammates in the process. Even when hailing a cab, the driver insisted on getting 3 autographs from him. He headed straight to the nearby Hyatt Pokemon shopping center, spending 2 hours dyeing his hair back to black and adding a few streaks of deep purple for good measure. He also changed into a high street-style outfit, finally managing to blend into the crowd unnoticed. Pulling out his phone, he called his teammates. "Hey, how are you guys holding up? Man, good thing I ran fast." Ye Kai felt relieved that he had managed to avoid the tedious advertising shoots by running off in time. At the moment, Zhao Qian was busy endorsing a product for elves, while Feng Miao Miao was shooting a cosmetics commercial. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the screen displayed a call from Yi Rong. His father, who rarely reached out on his own, suddenly wanted to meet and chat. Ye Kai frowned. The idea of having a meal with the old man sounded like torture, rather focus on improving his skills. There were a little over 3 months left until the college entrance exams in June, and the chill of early spring still lingered. As a trainer who had already graduated, Ye Kai's goal was clear: to challenge gyms. Gym challenges were split into 2 levels. The elite level for trainers between levels 31 and 45, which awarded minor badges, and the gym level for trainers between levels 46 and 60, which awarded official badges. To obtain an official badge, one must first collect all the minor badges from various gyms, meaning he would have to travel across every city in Longwa. As he was contemplating how to level up his elves and improve their move proficiency, his phone buzzed again. It was yet another message from Yi Rong. Just as Ye Kai was about to continue ignoring it, an unexpected visitor blocked his path. "Finally found you, young Master Kai," said Butler Wong, dressed in his uniform, accompanied by a pair of attendants. Seeing this unwelcome familiar face, Ye Kai realized he couldn't avoid the situation anymore and reluctantly followed him into the car. 3.5 hours later, they arrived at a luxurious mansion near Panchur Academy. The electronic gate opened, and Butler Wong respectfully said, "Welcome home, young Master Kai." As they walked through the garden, Ye Kai noticed the area was full of lively elves: Oddish, Vileplume, Ivysaur, Lilligant. All of these were the handiwork of his stepmother, Yi Xian's mother. In the living room, Yi Rong was enjoying a shoulder and neck massage from a Gardevoir, while a Frostless prepared a whiskey on the rocks for him using ice spheres. "Ah, Kai, it's been a while," Yi Rong said, gesturing for Butler Wong to leave the room. Once the door was shut, his gaze turned sharp and scrutinizing. "Let's cut to the chase. What are your plans for the future?" Ye Kai looked at his father standing before him, as if gazing at a dazzling gemstone. Years of navigating the business world had honed his sharp instincts, and they told him that it wasn't too late to mend their father-son relationship. After all, his father had never stopped supporting him financially over the years. Challenge the 19 gyms in Longwa, earn all the badges, and then take on the Elite 8. Ye Kai repeated his plan mechanically. "Wait," Yi Rong interrupted decisively. "That's not what I'm asking. I want to know your ultimate goal. Do you aim to become a gym leader? Or are you planning to become an elite and live under the league sponsorship?" Having lived 2 lives, Ye Kai wasn't surprised by this line of questioning. His father clearly had his own calculations. "What's your suggestion?" Ye Kai asked. Yi Rong took a sip of his drink and squinted at his son. "If you want to be a gym leader, you'd manage at most 50 employees, with an annual budget of just 50 million. With your potential, are you really content managing such a small operation? As for becoming an elite, while you'd receive funding in the billions, you'd have to spend years risking your life navigating secret realms and dealing with illegal organizations. Aside from voting rights at the league's representative assemblies, you'd have no real power." After hearing this, Ye Kai understood. Even in this world of Pokemon, there was no escaping the games of power and influence. "Think it through carefully," Yi Rong said, shifting the topic. "There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you." "What is it?" Ye Kai asked. "When you're traveling across Longwo's provinces, if you come across Pokemon with high potential, try to catch a few extra. And don't forget to look out for your brother." Ye Kai sneered inwardly. As expected, his father was still fixated on that foolish brother of his. "All right, Akai. I'll fund your journey to challenge the gyms. You're free to go." The door opened automatically, and Butler Wong was already waiting outside. The conversation ended on a sour note, but at least one thing was clear: they both agreed that strength was the foundation of everything. Outside, a massive goat-like Pokemon, standing 2.3 meters tall, had been waiting for some time. Its neck and back were covered in soft green leaves, and its large, curved horns resembled motorcycle handlebars. This is the riding Pokemon the master selected for you, Butler Wong said, handing over an Ultra Ball. Ye Kai took the Pokeball, and the Gogoat immediately knelt down in acknowledgement. By touching its horns, one could communicate thoughts to it. Although it wasn't a poison-type Pokemon, it was more than practical enough as a mode of transportation. Within 3 minutes, they arrived at the Shinwei Club in the Cape Pokemon Plaza. The Gogoat's telepathic ability was indeed remarkable. Using the Ultra Ball, Ye Kai checked the Gogoat's details. Male, level 47 gym level, great potential, grass type, and possessing 14 moves, including tackle and growth. Its high level and obedient demeanor were surprising. Could it have been sent by the old man to keep an eye on him? Ye Kai gazed at the goat mount, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Time would tell this stubborn little creature would eventually become his reliable ally. After recalling the elf, he headed straight to the club and booked a room. Then, pulling out his phone, he dialed Zhao Qian's number. Hello? I need to ask you something. Ye Kai's tone carried a hint of caution. Since Zhao Qian had managed to acquire a top-tier Nidoking, it was likely he had insider knowledge about other Pokemon as well. This made Ye Kai wonder whether Zhao Qian's family was really just an ordinary group of Pokemon hunters. But those details weren't his concern. Good thing you ran fast, Zhao Qian grumbled, sipping on an orangeberry juice. Those people are so annoying. Shooting a commercial for Pokeblocks made me so sick of it. Get to the point. What poison-type Pokemon? Salazzle. The moment Zhao Qian uttered the name, Ye Kai's eyes lit up. Corrosion ability. This trait allowed poison and even steel-type Pokemon to be poisoned, absolutely game-breaking. Salazzle was a unique species, as they were all female. Drawing on his past life knowledge from games and animations, Ye Kai knew a bit about their habit of competing for harems of male Pokemon. Zhao Qian skillfully pulled out his phone and played a video. On the screen, a Salazzle was fiercely facing off against an Arbok, the two battling intensely over territory. Just tell me how much? Ye Kai asked eagerly. The corrosion ability was a powerful asset in battles, expanding poison type's effectiveness to all 18 types. No wonder Zhao Qian was confident he'd be interested. This is just a lead. The exact price will depend on negotiations with my parents after it's caught, Zhao Qian replied, leaving Ye Kai speechless. You haven't been to the reserve yet, have you? When are we heading out? Right now, Ye Kai declared decisively. Wild Salandit groups were nocturnal and moved in packs, making this the perfect time to catch one. As the two stepped out of the Shinwei Club, a camouflage-painted pickup truck was already parked at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a capable-looking woman. You must be Ye Kai? My son talks about you often. You're certainly one of a kind. Hello, ma'am. Hop in. She expertly handled the steering wheel, her driving skills impeccable. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Shiko Valley Nature Reserve, 26 kilometers outside of Lian City. The terrain here was rugged, with a massive rock at the mountain's peak resembling the open jaws of a giant snake, giving the area its name. Ye Kai calculated in his mind that the reserve must be home to many poison-type Pokemon, but his sole target this time was Salazzle. Suddenly, Zhao Qian's mother released a Ursaring, leaving Ye Kai astonished. The towering, over 2-meter-tall brown bear scanned its surroundings warily. Who would have thought she could tame such a ferocious Pokemon? Ursaring, help us locate the Salandit pack. Guided by its keen sense of smell, the group followed the bear along with 4 forest rangers. Ma'am, how did you manage to tame an Ursaring? Ye Kai couldn't help but ask. Good question. The key is to start training them when they're just cubs. Every time, you have to establish dominance. Her explanation suddenly clicked for Ye Kai. It was just like the methods used to train tigers in zoos back in his previous life. Gruff. Ursaring let out a low growl. Circle Bear stopped as it reached the edge of the forest. In front of it was the entrance to a cave, about half as tall as a person, its depths swallowed in darkness. Rattata, scout ahead. The hunter quickly deployed the small purple creature. The tiny rodent, less than 20 centimeters in length, was fully equipped, its back fitted with a miniature camera and a custom-made collar around its neck. Rattata nodded in understanding and darted nimbly into the cave. The hunters swiftly set up a laptop, and the screen displayed Rattata's 360-degree low-angle view in real time. The footage revealed that the cave housed not only their targets, the Night Thief fire lizards and the Flame Queen lizard, but also a few groups of Zubat. Curious ground squirrels occasionally popped out of the earth to inspect the unexpected visitor. Rattata cautiously ventured deeper into the cave and finally stumbled upon a startling sight: a dense horde of Night Thief fire lizards packed together, numbering at least in the hundreds. This was not entirely surprising, as wildlife survival shows had previously documented Zubat colonies potentially reaching thousands, or even tens of thousands under extreme conditions. Upon receiving the signal, Rattata began its careful retreat. The hunters then released a group of Pokemon: Butterfree, Venomoth, Jumpluff, and Whimsicott. They started spreading sleep powder and stun spore. Although the cave likely had multiple exits, for safety reasons, these were narrow and well hidden, which restricted airflow and gave the hunters a critical advantage. Under the ants' direction, Circle Bear crouched low to the ground, monitoring vibrations in the earth. Overhead, Pidgeot and Staraptor patrolled the surrounding area vigilantly. Suddenly, there was a commotion within the cave. Wee. The first night thief fire lizard to succumb to the powders let out an alarm. At the same time, Circle Bear detected tremors in the ground clearly. A large wild Pokemon was approaching. The group quickly retreated to an observation point 30 meters away. Before long, a team of night thief fire lizards emerged from the cave, led by a striking flame queen lizard, standing 1.6 meters tall. Following behind was an overwhelming swarm of night thief fire lizards, her loyal court. Suddenly, a massive Arbok, nearly 4.5 meters tall, burst out in a rage, engaging in a fierce standoff with a flock of Spearow and Fearow. Three rival forces glared at one another with animosity. In this territory, night thief fire lizards were often preyed upon by snakes, while flame queen lizards took the opportunity to poison Arbok or destroy their eggs. Though Spearow and night thief fire lizards typically coexisted peacefully, the situation had now changed. The Fearow, enraged by the loss of their eggs to the Arbok, had gone into a frenzy. The Yin Queen Salandit and the Arbok had long been sworn enemies, locked in a bitter feud that would only end with one side's annihilation. The battle erupted in an instant. The Arbok struck first, rearing its massive body as the menacing patterns on its neck glared at its opponent like a demonic mask. It unleashed a fearsome glare attack, paralyzing with its sheer intensity. The Yin Queen Salandit, undaunted, retaliated immediately by spewing deadly poison. Simultaneously, two Fearows spread their wings and launched their signature move Drill Run. This devastating ground-type attack, a double weakness for the Arbok, underscored their determination to take it down at all costs. Chaos ensued. The paralyzing effect of the Arbok's glare swept across the battlefield, while the Salandit's corrosive ability inflicted toxic damage on the Arbok, a rare vulnerability for a poison-type Pokemon. Realizing its time was running out, the Arbok launched a desperate counterattack, spinning wildly in a frenzied death roll. At that critical moment, the Fearows seized the opportunity, diving in a spiraling assault aimed directly at the Arbok's vital spot. Shock! The Fearow on the card let out a piercing cry as its strike nearly finished the Arbok off. Grievously injured, the Arbok went into a berserk rage, its blood-red eyes blazing with murderous intent. It unleashed a sludge bomb, devastating the nearby Salandits and Spearows, leaving them on the brink of death. Then, with one final surge of strength, it coiled around the Yin Queen Salandit and swallowed it whole. Even as countless Salandits swarmed it with relentless attacks, leaving its body battered and torn, the Arbok refused to relent. The battle escalated further. The Salandits began driving away the Spearows, who lived up to their fierce reputation, fighting back with savage determination. Meanwhile, the two Fearows wreaked havoc across the battlefield, with each drill run claiming the life of another Salandit. The carnage laid bare the brutal reality of survival in the wild Pokemon world. Despite giving its all, the Arbok ultimately perished alongside the Yin Queen Salandit. The Fearows' vengeance was feudalino amount of retribution could bring back their lost eggs. The conflict raged on as dozens of Arbok joined the fray. The number of Spearows continued to grow, and an endless stream of Salandits poured out of their burrows. To everyone's shock, another Yin Queen Salandit emerged. This was a rare dual queen colony. Yi Kai watched the bloody battle unfold, knowing it was no time to act rashly. With over 200 Pokemon from 3 different species involved, their infighting was fierce, but they would unite against humans in an instant. After a brief discussion, the hunters decided to retreat, leaving 2 members behind to observe the situation from a distance, while the rest returned to the reserve's base camp to rest. Over an hour later, Zhao Qian handed his phone to Yi Kai. Take a look. The screen displayed the aftermath of the battle. The second Yin Queen Salandit had barely survived, crawling out of the Arbok's jaws in a severely injured state. Both Fearows and the Arbok had succumbed to the toxic effects of the corrosion ability, which once again demonstrated its terrifying power. As the battle ended, the surviving Pokemon scattered, each returning to their harsh struggle for survival in this unforgiving land. Everyone went their separate ways. Yi Kai was intently watching the video when he suddenly noticed arcs of electricity flickering across the Salazzle's body. It was clearly paralyzed. What should we do if a wild Pokemon gets paralyzed? Yi Kai asked. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian replied. They can only find berries on their own. Many wild Pokemon endure paralysis for a long time, and if they can't find berries, the outcome can be tragic. What are you two talking about? Come eat. Andy called out, urging them. She understood Yi Kai's urgency, but reassured him. Don't worry, capturing a strong Pokemon is never easy, especially a Salazzle. Its potent venom is no joke. Suddenly, the cheerful Pika Pika Pikachu ringtone interrupted them, bringing a smile to Yi Kai's face. Whose phone is that? He asked. Hello. Zhao Qian's mother answered the call. What? All right, I'll take a look immediately. She quickly set aside what she was doing and opened her laptop. The screen displayed a shocking scene. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Salandit, two Salazzle were locked in a fierce battle for dominance. Even more surprising, one of them was a rare white shiny variant, though unusually small in size. The latest research from the league shows, Auntie began explaining, Pokemon come in 5 sizes: XXS, XS, Standard, XL, and XXL. Using the standard size of 1 as a reference, the smallest can be 0.5, while the largest can reach 1.5. Of course, totem Pokemon are exceptions. Yikai, which Salazzle do you want? But Yikai was already fully engrossed in the screen. The battle had begun. One large and black, the other small and white. The diminutive white Salazzle seized the opportunity to challenge its paralyzed larger opponent for the throne. The victor would gain the loyalty of the entire Salandit clan, becoming the sole queen of the group. Without hesitation, the two Salazzle launched their attacks with venom. Thick, black toxic liquid seemed almost alive as it chased and clashed. Before long, both Salazzle were poisoned. Yikai's heart tightened. These were wild Pokemon. If they both succumbed, what would happen? Especially since one of them was a rare shiny. The tide of the battle suddenly shifted. A few Salandit brought the large black Salazzle a Pecha berry to cure its poison. Just as the queen was about to enjoy it triumphantly, the small white Salazzle darted in with incredible speed, knocking the berry away and swallowing it herself. The toxins quickly dissipated from her body, and she took the chance to release more alluring pheromones, captivating the attention of several Salandit. In that moment, they realized that cuteness could be far more enchanting than mere allure. Enraged, the large queen, weakened by the poison, resorted to a desperate move, releasing an even stronger attractant gas to control more of her followers. Under the influence of these pheromones, the Salandit began to waver, many switching their allegiance to the large queen. When a second Pecha berry appeared, the large queen, now wiser, grabbed a loyal shield to block the small queen's attack and successfully cured her own poison. The battle then evolved into a pure contest of pheromones. Surprisingly, the petite shiny Salazzle lost to her opponent in this war of seduction. Overwhelmed by the pressure of hundreds of Salandit turning against her, she had no choice but to flee the clan in disgrace. I want the small one, Yikai declared decisively. Keep an eye on her for me. Her astonishing speed had left him thoroughly impressed. The next morning, Yikai's eyes were bloodshot. The 3 hours of light sleep and meditation from the previous night had done little to calm the turmoil within him. Unlike the unusual colored elf, gas bombs, and Zubat he had obtained from Yirong earlier, this white Salazzle was a complete and unexpected surprise. As someone who had once farmed for a shiny Salazzle in the game, Yikai was acutely aware of how rare this Pokemon was. In the game, the male-to-female ratio was already an astonishing 1:8, but in reality, this ratio was even more extreme, over 120. The reason was that Salazzles would actively destroy potential female Pokemon eggs, using such extreme measures to eliminate future competition. At 5 a.m., the operation began. Don't worry, an older woman softly reassured him. Our team has already located the target. Its temporary nest has 2 exits, and the child's father has already blocked one of them. By the time Yikai arrived at the scene, the white Salazzle was already surrounded. He immediately took charge. Crobat, mean look. This was the first safety measure to ensure the target couldn't escape. A Pokemon hunter was about to offer assistance, but Yikai decisively pulled out an Ultra Ball. I'll handle this myself. He understood that a Pokemon caught with the help of others would still need to bond with him through battle. Coughing, release Smokescreen. Yikai ordered in a low voice. Keep it controlled, there are other difficult Pokemon groups in this area. The trapped Salazzle refused to back down, lashing out with a roaring fire lash. Yikai quickly recalled Kafinkth's Salazzle was not only unique in appearance and size, but also had an intricate understanding of gases. Even if it wasn't flammable, it could cleverly ignite it, a devious tactic that could put Coughing in serious danger. Nidoking. Yikai called out his ace Pokemon while signaling for silence. In this environment, powerful moves like Earthquake or Flamethrower were unsuitable. A close-quarters battle erupted instantly. Nidoking unleashed an all-out assault. Backstabs, horn attacks, elbow strikes, and tail stabs, but only the backstabs managed to graze the Salazzle. Its speed was simply incredible. At the critical moment, Nidoking acted without waiting for Yikai's command, launching a horn drill attack for the finishing blow. However, the Salazzle flashed a cunning smile and effortlessly evaded with a backward flip. This was the first time Nidoking's horn drill had ever missed since Yikai had obtained it. The Salazzle Queen countered with a burst of pitch-black, viscous venom, which quickly seeped into Nidoking's armor-like skin. Nidoga. The searing pain of the poison coursing through its body drove Nidoking into a rage, but the situation was dire. Its Earthquake move couldn't be executed, its signature Flamethrower was rendered useless, and even its recent horn drill had missed its target entirely. Unwilling to back down, Nidoking leapt forward and aimed a powerful kick at the Salazzle Queen. Unlike wild Pokemon, even when poisoned, it maintained its composure because with Yikai by its side, it could fight with confidence. Yet, The first kick was deftly dodged by the nimble Salazzle. Yikai smirked. It was only the first strike of double kick. As expected, the second kick followed with a fierce gust of wind, grazing the Salazzle Queen's body but still failing to land. This Salazzle's speed is insane. Yikai's desire grew stronger. How could anyone not be captivated by such an exceptional Pokemon? As the Salazzle Queen reveled in its agility, Nidoking's massive tail swung in a wide arc. According to the Pokédex, this tail could snap utility poles like twigs. The powerful blow struck the Salazzle Queen Hedon, leaving it barely clinging to consciousness. Yet, the resilient Pokemon refused to fall, its eyes still burning with determination. By now, Nidoking was severely weakened by the poison. Return. Yikai decisively recalled it to its Pokeball. In a flash of light, Crobat, which had been observing the battle, finally got its chance to fight. It darted forward as a blur of pink, moving so fast that the Salazzle Queen was stunned. This was speed unlike anything it had ever encountered. Before it could react, Crobat struck, leaving the Salazzle Queen seeing stars. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, it finally succumbed to fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Yikai threw a luxury ball. The ball wobbled once, twice, and with a satisfying click, the capture was complete. Picking up the ball, Yikai examined the information displayed. Salazzle, Shiny Variant XXS, Ultra Miniature. Level, 37 Elite Rank. Potential, S-Rank System Enhanced. Max Level Cap, 100. Type, Poison Fire. Ability, Corrosion can poison Poison-type and Steel-type Pokemon. Moves, Scratch, Smog, Fake Out, Haze, Ember, Poison Fong, Sweet Scent, Nasty Plot, Clear Smog, Flame Whip, Encore, Knock Off, Disable, Toxic, Venoshock. Held item, none. Perfect. From now on, there's no Pokemon I can't poison. Yikai thought with satisfaction, but quickly composed himself. Time to head back. Although he had succeeded, he remained cautious. According to Zhao Qian's parents, this area was teeming with wild Pokemon clans that could swarm at any moment. This is a full heal for curing all status conditions. Use it quickly, Zhao Qian said, handing Yikai a spray bottle. By now, the remaining Salandit had retreated. The pheromone-attracted group had suffered greatly, and their newly crowned queen had been devoured by the vile bipedal creatures. To these wild Pokemon, Pokeballs were terrifying devices of consumption. As they retreated, more wild Pokemon were disturbed along the way. The Rangers fended off the relentless pursuers, loading a few casualties onto the back of a pickup truck. Wait, I want this one too, Yikai said decisively. Yikai carefully examined the newly captured female Salandit in his hand, feeling a surge of joy. Female specimens were incredibly rare during their hunt, and this one was perfect as a gift to repay the elderly lady for the poison gem she had given him. When the group returned to the Rangers' camp, Zhao Qian's mother was already busy in the kitchen, preparing to cook the wild game they had gathered. Staring at his hard-earned prize, Yikai couldn't help but recall the challenges of the hunt. Without the help of Ursaring and Rattata, as well as the relentless efforts of the professionals who had been guarding the area day and night, capturing this shiny Salazzle would have been nothing short of a miracle. 2 Pokemon, 2.3 million. Deal, Yikai said decisively. With funds to spare, he saw no need to haggle over what was already a fair price. After the transaction was complete, everyone gathered around the table, enjoying the meal together. This snake skin is so tasty, crispy, and chewy. Try this iron shell cocoon. It's the devolved form of Beedrill, packed with nutrition. The table was filled with laughter and lively conversation. The next afternoon, Yikai left the Shuko Valley Nature Reserve and returned to Lian City. He headed straight for the Shunwei Club, where a private battle room had become his favorite retreat. With his increasingly busy schedule, he desperately needed time to focus and improve. Yikai quietly reviewed his Pokemon lineup. Coughing, Crobat, Nidoking, Salazzle, Nidoran, Salandit, and Gagote. If he wanted to challenge a gym, both their levels and their move proficiency still needed improvement. System, exchange for Flamethrower. Ding. You have exchanged for Flamethrower, costing 1,500 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 0. This was a move he'd been eyeing for a long time, and now he'd finally acquired it, completely depleting his energy points in the process. After hours of intense training, Salazzle appeared visibly dizzy as soon as it was summoned. It stood still, gradually sensing the power emanating from Yikai, and quickly mastered 3 new moves. Watching it attempt to use its Captivate move on him, Yikai's lips curled into a faint smile, though his eyes remained fixed on its stats panel. Shiny Salazzle. Size, XXS Ultra Mini, 63 centimeters. Moves, Scratch, Smog, Toxic, Venoshock, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Will-O-Wisp. This Salazzle was not only his highest level Pokemon, but also astonishingly petite for its species. Though each additional Pokemon added to his responsibilities, it was all worth it to achieve his goal of becoming a level 1 professional trainer earning at least 4 badges. Once accomplished, the monthly stipend of 150,000 Alliance coins would ensure he lived comfortably. Arriving at the second floor of the Pokemon Plaza, Yi Kai encountered the elderly lady. Young man, I heard you won the city school tournament. Congratulations. I'm here to return the favor, Yi Kai replied, opening a Pokeball to release the female Salandit. The three Arbok behind the elderly lady stuck out their tongues greedily, mistaking it for a snack. A Salandit, huh? They're not particularly rare. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes suddenly sharp. A female. As an expert, she was well aware of how rare female Salandit were. She shot a stern glance at the serpents behind her, warning them not to even think about harming the precious Pokemon. The Aber monster reluctantly retreated, and the old lady looked at the elf before her with satisfaction. The value of this elf should be enough to offset the cost of that poison gem, she said with a nod. All right, I'll take this child. Seeing the old lady accept the night thief salamander, Yi Kai turned to leave immediately. Hey, leaving in such a hurry? The old lady called out to him, pulling out a bag of items from under the counter. Take these energy cubes with you. In the end, Yi Kai left the shop with 2 months' worth of poison-type energy cubes. He thought to himself, these specially made energy cubes are probably only available from this old lady. Next came the issue of the gym challenge. Yi Kai was well aware that challenging a gym was no trivial matter. It reminded him of the rigorous preparation for national exams in his previous life. This field also had its share of professional planners. Finding the right guidance could save a lot of effort and speed up progress in gym challenges. However, falling into the trap of unscrupulous organizations could not only waste money but also drain morale and ruin one's aspirations. Are you sure you want to enroll in this gym challenge class? The receptionist, full of enthusiasm, introduced the program. The annual tuition fee is 300,000 yuan, and our boss, Jiang Xinwei, personally leads the training sessions. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement of closing a big deal. I'll think it over, Yi Kai politely declined. All right, but be sure to contact me once you've made your decision. Through this interaction, Yi Kai gained some key information. Gym badges were not just symbols of honor. More importantly, badge holders could receive a special genetic serum. This serum contained a powerful biological field that allowed trainers to exert pressure on their elves. The number of badges determined the level of elves a trainer could command. One small badge allowed control of elves up to level 45, 3 badges increased it to level 50, 5 to level 55, and 7 to level 60. Beyond that, trainers would have to rely on their personal abilities to tame elves. Generally, only those aspiring to become professional trainers aimed for more than 7 badges, and conquering all 19 gyms was an exceedingly rare feat. Because it wasn't necessary to challenge all the gyms, training institutions had found an opportunity to exploit. They often advised students to target gyms with type advantages. Yi Kai couldn't help but scoff at the idea. Isn't this just a blatant intelligence tax? If you already have a type advantage, how could you lose? Shaking off his thoughts, Yi Kai decided to start with the fire gym in Lotus City simply because it was nearby. His plan was straightforward. Why overthink it? Just tackle them one by one. He took out the introduction letter from Hong Lian and dialed the number on it. Welcome to the Lotus City Fire Gym hotline. To schedule a gym challenge, press 1. To apply for a gym position, press. The mechanical voice prompt made Yi Kai chuckle. Wow, this is surprisingly modern. After gathering some information, he learned that gym challenges required appointments. What surprised him even more was that the gym operated on a 2-day weekend schedule and observed public holidays, essentially functioning like a standard government job under the league. No wonder so many people were scrambling to work at gyms. After much effort, he finally secured an appointment for the afternoon 4 days later. Yi Kai decided to visit the gym beforehand to scope it out. Come on out, Gagoat, he called, glancing at his phone's navigation app while gripping the Gagoat's horns. The clever elf immediately extended 2 vine whips, one to hold the phone and the other to secure Yi Kai around the waist, ensuring he sat more steadily. Remarkably, it seemed able to sense the destination through this setup. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the destination. Yi Kai returned Gagoat to its Pokeball and looked up at the red earthen building before him. This was the Lotus City Fire Gym. Within a 200-meter radius of the dojo stood Lianqing's only Pokemon Centera Prime location, where every inch of land came at a premium. Towering and imposing, the fire-type gym dominated the street corner, its entrance flanked by 2 lifelike Arcanine statues that exuded an aura of undeniable strength. Yi Kai, I didn't expect you to challenge the gym so soon. A sudden voice accompanied by a light tap on his shoulder caused Yi Kai to turn around. Standing before him was the gym leader, Hong Lian, dressed in her striking red trainer's uniform. Her gaze was sharp, carrying a hint of curiosity and excitement. My appointment is in 4 days, Yi Kai replied. No problem. For you, I can make an exception and let you start right away. Hong Lian's confident smile curved her lips. In truth, the moment Yi Kai had made his appointment call, the league had already notified her. As a gym leader, Hong Lian had been eager to measure the strength of this rising young prodigy everyone was talking about. So what's the format? Yi Kai asked. It's simple, Hong Lian said, gesturing toward the gym's entrance. Enter through here, register, and then defeat 5 gym trainers in a row. Once you've done that, you'll earn the right to face me. Of course, this is just for the minor badge, but I assure you I won't go easy on you." Her casual tone made Ye Kai furrow his brows slightly. He knew all too well that gym matches were nothing like school tournaments, where a quick 2v2 could settle things. This was a full 6v6 battle, where victory required defeating every single one of the opponent's Pokemon. To make it even tougher, challengers were responsible for bringing their own supplies, healing potions, full restores, and even the costly Revive, a miraculous item capable of restoring a fainted Pokemon's vitality and half its health. At 20,000 per piece, it was no small expense. Noticing Ye Kai deep in thought, Hong Lian couldn't resist teasing him. "What's the matter? Don't tell me you're scared." "Heh." Ye Kai chuckled softly, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "I was just thinking about the quickest way to beat all 5 trainers. Sharpening the axe won't delay the job, after all. I am the 5th disciple of this dojo, Yin Hao. Challenger, let the battle begin." The young man, dressed in the standard dojo uniform, stood firmly, his sharp gaze fixed on Ye Kai. "Come out, Magcargo." With a flash of light from the pokeball, a mound of crimson magma quickly rose, forming into the shape of a shellless slug. Magcargo let out a low growl. "Golbat." Without hesitation, Ye Kai sent out his lead Pokemon. Magcargo Rock Slide. Yin Hao commanded. Surprisingly, this fire-type dojo opted for a rock-type move. Ye Kai's lips curled into a faint smile, showing no signs of panic. The school tournament had been rushed, leaving little time to fully study many techniques, but now he had all the time to showcase his skills. Golbat, Cross Poison. Magcargo unleashed a powerful force, shattering the ground beneath it. Debris rained down like a storm, targeting Golbat, who had a double weakness to rock-type moves. Just as it seemed the attack would deal devastating damage, Golbat displayed an astonishing feat. It enveloped its 4 wings in purple, poison-infused energy, and swung them with precision, shattering the incoming rocks into fragments. "How is this possible?" Yin Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible things happen all the time. Ye Kai's mind flashed back to a scene from his past lives animation, where Ash commanded Pikachu to split a giant wave with Iron Tail. In that moment, Pikachu spun toward the oncoming surf attack, slicing the wave in two and leaving its opponent utterly stunned. "Heat Wave, send those rocks back at him." Ye Kai immediately ordered. Golbat whipped up a fiery whirlwind, sweeping up the shattered rocks from earlier and hurling the blazing fragments back at Magcargo. The seamless combination of moves resembled the iconic moment when Pikachu shattered rocks and infused them with electricity for a counterattack. Maku. Magcargo, also weak to rock-type moves, was struck hard by the unexpected combo and left dazed. Return. Yin Hao withdrew Magcargo. As expected of this year's martial champion. Impressive. Let's see how you handle my second Pokemon. Go, Camerupt. Camerupt appeared, its orangered body adorned with 3 blue ring-like markings. The twin humps on its back resembled small, smoking volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. Toxic, then Protect. Ye Kai quickly commanded. Camerupt, Flamethrower. Yin Hao decisively unleashed a move that grew stronger the healthier the user. Golbat, with its exceptional speed, spat out deep purple venom first. The toxic substance seeped into Camerupt's thick hide in an instant. Camerupt was poisoned, but its flamethrower was already unleashed, sending a storm of flames and embers across the battlefield. Golbat promptly deployed a protective barrier, blocking every last ember from hitting it. "Ugh, this poison is such a pain," Yin Hao muttered, then made a quick decision. "Come back, Camerupt. Go, Flareon." Ye Kai smirked, seizing the opportunity. Pursuit. Golbat transformed into a streak of pink lightning. Just as the Pokeball's red beam began to recall Camerupt, Golbat's 4 wings gathered dark, sinister energy and struck Camerupt with precision. Ugh! Camerupt let out a pained cry and collapsed heavily to the ground. The dojo was bustling with activity. Besides the staff, numerous trainers had gathered, either to challenge the dojo or to apply for positions. Some were waiting in line, while others observed the ongoing battles, analyzing strategies and preparing for their upcoming challenges. Ye Kai's performance left everyone present in awe. Yin Hao felt an unprecedented pressure among all the challengers in the past few weeks. Ye Kai posed the greatest threat. Even more astonishing was the fact that Ye Kai's Crobat had already defeated 2 Pokemon in a row, and his second Pokemon hadn't even made an appearance yet. Gritting his teeth, Yin Hao sent out his Flareon. The battle ignited instantly as Crobat unleashed Toxic. Although Flareon became poisoned, it immediately activated Guts, doubling its attack power. The powerful Normal-type move, with a staggering base power of 140, was ready to strike. Protect, then Venoshock. Ye Kai calmly issued his final command. Crobat's invisible barrier perfectly blocked the attack, and it followed up with a deadly spray of venom. The move dealt 130 damage to the already poisoned Flareon, which collapsed to the ground, its eyes spinning. Clap, clap, clap. The referee, Hong Lian, applauded and announced, Flareon is unable to battle. The winner is Crobat. Yanhao opened his mouth as if to protest, but Hong Lian waved dismissively. No need to say more. A loss is a loss. This isn't your fault. Call your senior sister. The second battle began without delay. Although Ye Kai had gained the upper hand, it was far from easy. He had assumed that a fire-type dojo wouldn't be too challenging, but the first match of the 5-battle series had already proven unexpectedly tough. This served as a stark reminder. The 19 dojos of the real world were evenly matched in strength, and traditional types like fire were not to be underestimated. I am Feng Lin, the fourth disciple. Let's battle. A young woman, around 18 or 19 years old with her hair tied in a bun, stepped forward. Unlike my junior, I specialize in just one Pokemon. Come out, Blaziken. Blaze. The Blaziken stood tall, its shaped wings and fiery crest strikingly prominent. Its piercing blue eyes locked onto Ye Kai, and its sharp claws assumed a combat-ready stance. Just so you know, this one's really strong. Unfazed, Ye Kai sent out his dominant Nidoking. The formidable tall beast slammed its thick tail against the ground, producing a drum-like sound that seemed to taunt the Blaziken. How arrogant. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Nidoking, do whatever you think is best. Ye Kai's vague command puzzled not only Feng Lin, but also drew a sidelong glance from Hong Lian. Blaziken demonstrated its incredible agility, leaping high and aiming a fierce Blaze Kick at Nidoking's vulnerable abdomen. Nidoking roared in pain, but this was exactly what Ye Kai had planned. It turned out that do whatever you think is best was part of a combo strategy centered around Horn Drill. Nidoking immediately used Earthquake, a wide-range move that left the nimble Blaziken with no room to evade. The ground shook violently, and Blaziken took heavy damage. As it struggled to regain its footing, Nidoking followed up with a devastating Horn Drill. Wham! Blaziken was launched 5 or 6 meters into the air before crashing back down, creating a large crater in the ground. It was knocked out cold, unable to continue the battle. The Horn Drill struck with deadly precision. After taking the Earthquake attack, Blaziken exposed its weakness and immediately collapsed. As expected from this year's champion. Truly exceptional. Feng Lin's praise echoed across the arena. Ye Kai remained expressionless, completely indifferent to such compliments. In his eyes, evaluations from ordinary trainers meant nothing. Let's proceed with the third round, he said coldly, not even bothering to recall Nidoking to its Pokeball, a blatant provocation suggesting, I'll use it again. What can you do about it? Very well, quite arrogant. Little Feng, go call your senior. Red Lotus gestured, signaling the start of the third match. Come out, Torkoal. With a roar, a Torkoal appeared on the battlefield. Ye Kai's eyes gleamed darkly, not caring about his opponent's name. Such details were irrelevant. Flamethrower. You dare to challenge a fire-type gym with fire moves? How audacious. My Torkoal has the drought ability, and under this sunlight, fire moves are boosted by 50. The opponent exclaimed while commanding. Use Flamethrower as well. 2 intense fire streams collided midair, engaging in a fierce 45-second power struggle. Surprisingly, Nidoking's flames proved even more intense than the legendary Fire Blast, forcing Torkoal to retreat step by step. Nidoking, Fire Blast. Ye Kai pressed on relentlessly. Enhanced by the sunlight, a massive 6-meter diameter fireball formed before Nidoking, radiating destructive heat. Torkoal, Flamethrower. Both Pokemon launched their attacks almost simultaneously, causing the arena's temperature to soar above 50 degrees Celsius. Nidoking's fireball rapidly expanded into an enormous Chinese character, cutting off all Torkoal's escape routes. Amid thunderous explosions and coal-scented air, Torkoal was left seeing stars. Though Nidoking was hit by the flamethrower, it only sustained minor damage from the initial firestones and remained standing strong. Whose Pokemon is this? It's even stronger than fire types, spectators exclaimed. Red Lotus's eyes lit up, intrigued by the powerful fire blast. Are you using charcoal? I guess. Ye Kai didn't bother sharing his secrets, deeming such details beneath him. Let's move on to the fourth round. Moments later, a female trainer stepped onto the field. Ye Kai remained indifferent to her self-introduction. Come forth, Houndoom. Hound. Seeing the Houndoom, Ye Kai recalled Chu Feng's impressive Houndoom, though clearly not every trainer could match Chu Feng's caliber. Continuous Earthquake. Ye Kai issued the simplest tactical command. Boom. Quick, use Protect. The poor Houndoom struggled desperately amidst Nidoking's relentless earthquakes. The entire battlefield shook violently, and no matter what moves Houndoom tried, it couldn't break through the ironclad assault. Ground-type moves dealt double damage to it, and the moment it abandoned its defensive counterattacks, it would collapse instantly. Cornered and desperate, Houndoom let out a hopeless howl, but Ye Kai could already tell it was running on fumes. Crobat entered the scene just in time, its pink figure darting like lightning. In a flash, it finished off the Houndoom, which was hanging by a thread. The fourth battle was won with ease. After a brief pause, Ye Kai turned to face the last opponent, a petite, yet fiery young woman. Standing less than 150 centimeters tall, she was half a head shorter than Hong Lian. Go Marowak! she called out, sending out an Alolan Marowak in its unique regional form. As Ye Kai pulled out his phone to scan its Pokédex entry, he analyzed this Fire-type Pokémon's potential strategies. Nidoking launched another series of earthquakes, but this time, the opponent demonstrated a different level of tactical skill. The Alolan Marowak unleashed a pale Will-O-Wisp, successfully inflicting a burn status on Nidoking. Ye Kai immediately ordered a counterattack with Toxic, and the two Pokémon entered a battle of attrition. When the opponent used Flamethrower, Ye Kai remained calm. Although his Nidoking appeared to be a physical attacker, it was actually built as a special attacker. Under the dual torment of Poison and Burn, the two Pokémon were locked in a tense exchange of blows. However, the damage from Toxic proved to be more severe, and soon enough, Marowak could no longer hold on and fell. Congratulations, you've earned the right to challenge me, Hong Lian said with a playful smile. Do you want to take a break, or start right away? Challenge you in 10 minutes, Ye Kai replied curtly. The gym leader, who allowed no more than 2 challengers per week to earn a badge, accepted his decision. During the short break, Ye Kai used healing items and full restores on his Pokémon while meditating to recover his focus and mental energy for the upcoming battle. When the referee announced the official start of the gym challenge, Hong Lian sent out her first Pokémon Talonflame. The choice caught Ye Kai's attention, and he thought to himself, this battle is going to be interesting. The blazing eagle radiated intense flames all over its body, with only its wings and tail displaying a deep, dark black. As one of the finest among its kind, its most awe-inspiring trait was undoubtedly its game-changing ability Gale Wings. Although this ability had been nerfed later on, its power was still formidable. When the blazing eagle was at full health, any of its flying-type moves could match the priority speed of Quick Attack. Wheezing, Hong Lian frowned slightly as she saw her opponent send out the Pokémon. She wondered why her opponent would make such a seemingly unwise choice, knowing full well that she could easily disperse poisonous gas. Ye Kai's lips curved into a faint smile. Perhaps out of respect for the gym leader, he didn't launch an immediate offensive. Blazing Eagle, Flare Blitz. Toxic. Both trainers launched their attacks almost simultaneously. This was a battle of tempo, with each trainer trying to drag the other into their rhythm. The Blazing Eagle moved like lightning, its Flare Blitz striking Wheezing directly, triggering a massive explosion. The deafening boom sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. But Ye Kai had anticipated all of this, including Wheezing's vulnerability to fire-type moves. Even so, thanks to its focus sash, Wheezing clung to its last sliver of life. Before it fainted, it managed to release a poisonous mist that seeped into the Blazing Eagle's feathers. Return. Ye Kai quickly withdrew the weakened Wheezing. He had to admit, Hong Lian's strategy was truly troublesome. If he sent out Crobat, Gale Wings would negate the speed advantage. If he chose Nidoking, it would be burned and kite relentlessly. And Wheezing was at a disadvantage on all fronts. Its poisonous gas could be blown away. Fire-type moves were devastating, and it couldn't keep up with the speed. Come back, Blazing Eagle. Hong Lian was also cautious. The poison's effect was enough to bring the Pokémon to the brink of defeat within 30 seconds. This was one of her trump cards, specially prepared to counter Ye Kai. Go, Salazzle. Both trainers sent out their next Pokémon almost simultaneously, and to everyone's surprise, they both chose Salazzle. This fire and poison-type Pokémon was a fitting choice for a fire-type gym. Toxic. As if they shared the same thought, both trainers gave the same command, and both Salazzles were immediately poisoned. This woman, so devious, Ye Kai thought to himself. You're so toxic. Hong Lian teased. The cruelest hearts belong to women. And no poison, no manhood. The psychological battle was like a game of rock, paper, scissors, requiring each to predict the other's moves. Use Fire Lash. Salazzle Encore. The gamble paid off. Hong Lian's Salazzle unleashed a powerful Fire Lash, sweeping across the battlefield like a dragon and striking the shiny Salazzle directly. Despite being hit by a move that guaranteed a defense drop, the white Salazzle held its ground. It turned around, mockingly slapped its rear at its opponent, and smirked with a taunting expression. Come back, Crobat. Ye Kai's calm voice echoed across the battlefield. His strategy had worked perfectly, leaving his opponent's Salazzle no choice but to continue using Flame Lash. Hong Lian coughed, her brows furrowing. She realized she had fallen into her opponent's trap. Ye Kai not only restricted her Salazzle to using Flame Lash, but also preserved his own Pokémon's strength flawlessly. To make matters worse, her Salazzle was suffering from continuous damage, its health draining with every passing second. Return, Salazzle. Hong Lian recalled her Pokémon, but Ye Kai was already issuing his next command. Pursuit. As soon as the cold command was given, Crobat transformed into a pink blur, moving at a speed even faster than Quick Attack. It struck Salazzle, still enveloped in the light of the Pokeball, with pinpoint precision. The Dark-type move slammed the opponent into the wall, leaving Salazzle in a dazed state. You sneaky little brat. You've been waiting for me this whole time. Hong Lian gritted her teeth, feeling thoroughly outmaneuvered. Right back at you, Ye Kai retorted. You love poison-type moves so much. Where are your fire types? Enough with the taunts. They won't work on me. Go, Ninetales. Hong Lian released a new Pokemon, silently reminding herself that while she once relied heavily on fire-type attacks, her encounters with powerful trainers like Chu Feng had taught her not to limit herself to a single type, especially against a cunning opponent like Ye Kai. Crobat, nasty plot. Ye Kai seized the moment as Hong Lian switched Pokemon, immediately ordering a stat boost. Crobat's eyes glinted with a dark glow as its special attack surged. Use Burn Up. Toxic. Their commands overlapped almost simultaneously. Ye Kai couldn't help but admire the strategic prowess of the Fire-type gym leader. Burn Up not only dealt damage but could inflict a burn on a powered-up Pokemon. However, in his view, the burn slow effect was no match for the relentless damage of Toxic. The battle turned into a war of attrition. Frustrated by Ye Kai's tactical prowess, Hong Lian wished her Pokemon knew moves like Horn Drill or Sheer Cold. Ye Kai? You little. I'm 2 years older than you. Ye Kai quipped back, directing Crobat to perform a precise 90-degree dodge while swiftly activating Protect. Hong Lian's situation was growing increasingly dire. Her Talonflame was poisoned and barely hanging on, while Ninetales was taking heavy damage from the toxic effects. She was cornered, unable to freely switch Pokemondoing, so would trigger Pursuit's devastating blow, but staying in mint enduring Ye Kai's toxic Protect strategy. It all stemmed from Salazzle's earlier overcommitment to offense, using Flame Lash one too many times. Ninetales, maximum power use Psychic. Hong Lian commanded, showcasing her strength as a gym leader. The invisible Psychic-type attack pierced through Ye Kai's strategy, leaving Crobat no room to evade. Struck directly, Crobat reeled, its vision spinning. But the effort left Ninetales severely weakened, barely able to stand. Ye Kai sighed inwardly. You can never underestimate any opponent. The tides of battle can turn in an instant. Salazzle, Protect. The rest of the battle unfolded predictably. Ninetales' Psychic was blocked by Protect, and it soon succumbed to the poison. When her final Pokemon, Talonflame, attempted a flamethrower, Ye Kai forced it into a direct clash, and within seconds, it was knocked out. Hong Lian watched the scene, a trace of melancholy in her heart. This young man might prove to be an even greater challenge than Chu Feng in the future. Talonflame is unable to battle. The winner is Salazzle. Challenger Ye Kai claims victory. As the referee announced the result, 3 league observers stepped out from a side door. All right, follow me. Hong Lian composed herself, ready to fulfill her duty as a gym leader and offer guidance to this exceptional challenger. 3 hooded Alliance observers, along with Hong Lian, led Ye Kai into another room. The metallic walls gleamed coldly, and a vault-grade door stood prominently on the side wall. Didn't expect there'd be so much hassle even after winning. Ye Kai couldn't help but complain. It won't take much of your time. Please be patient. One of the observers said gently, then added seriously. First, congratulations on earning the Fire Lotus badge from the Fire-type gym in Lotus City. The badge has been issued electronically and can be verified on the Alliance website. The official physical badge will only be awarded after your second challenge at the gym. Another observer quickly approached the vault door and skillfully entered a code. With a heavy mechanical sound, the thick metal door slowly opened. On behalf of the Alliance, we present you with a Gene Serum, he said, retrieving a strip of capsules. Before taking it, you need to stick to a diet of only water or starchy foods for 2 consecutive days. Keep it light. This Gene Serum is the real deal. Ye Kai's eyes lit up as he reached out to grab the capsules and turned to leave. But Hong Lian swiftly blocked the doorway, stretching out her arms. Hold on. According to Alliance regulations, this must be consumed on the spot to ensure it's taken by the intended recipient. Ye Kai shrugged. Not a big deal. He promptly swallowed a capsule and downed the glass of water handed to him by the observer. Less than 10 seconds later, a sudden surge of heat rose within him, and his blood felt as though it were boiling, coursing faster and faster. Alarmed, Ye Kai thought to himself, I already have immunity to all toxins, so why am I reacting like this? The others noticed his body temperature spike to 41 degrees Celsius before quickly returning to normal. They couldn't help but marvel at the scene. How are you feeling? Hong Lian asked anxiously. Nothing much, just felt a little warm for a moment, Ye Kai replied. Do you know what happened to me when I took it? Hong Lian recalled. I slept for 17 hours straight, and when I woke up, I had a splitting headache. Ye Kai was secretly startled. He hadn't expected that gaining greater dominance over Pokemon would come at such a cost. Seeing that Ye Kai showed no severe side effects, the observers asked him to stay for half an hour for monitoring. Oh, and here's the Wrath of Flame's technical machine TM disc, Hong Lian said, handing him a disc. As a gym leader, it's my duty to guide challengers. That can be through verbal advice or by giving them a TM of the same type. There are even rumors that some gym leaders gift Pokemon eggs. No need. Ye Kai waved dismissively. Anything else? I'm not interested in Fire-type TMs. He thought to himself that with his system, he could exchange energy points for any Fire-type TM he wanted, making this one irrelevant. Ungrateful. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, fine. Hong Lian huffed coldly. Whatever. This is just something I grabbed randomly. If you can't use it, you can sell it for money. Just then, Yi Kai's communicator rang. Hello? All right, let's meet up first and talk, he replied. It was Zhao Qian, wanting to meet him. 40 minutes later, Yi Kai was riding his mount, a goat as fast as a taxi, back to Cape Pokemon Plaza. He took the elevator down to the second basement level, arriving at the Shinwei Club. Brother Kai, you're finally here. Zhao Qian greeted him with a troubled expression. What's wrong now? My parents kicked me out, Zhao Qian explained with a wry smile. They said I'm not qualified to inherit the role of a ranger yet. They want me to travel and train for 2 years, and at the very least, collect 9 badges before coming back. In the end, he chose to travel with Yi Kai, challenging gyms along the way. Yi Kai glanced at Zhao Qian beside him and chuckled inwardly. This guy was certainly clever, knowing that sticking with him would quickly improve his strength. But what Yi Kai didn't expect was that a girl with a ponytail was following Zhao Qian. And this is? Yi Kai raised an eyebrow as he asked. I'm Zhao Qian's childhood friend, Wang Xiaoting. The girl introduced herself with a smile. Yi Kai noticed the clear admiration in Wang Xiaoting's eyes when she looked at Zhao Qian and couldn't help but sigh internally. While he didn't mind having Zhao Qian tag along, the current situation made him realize he might end up being the third wheel. I don't mind. Yi Kai cleared his throat. But do you both have Pokemon for transportation? I've got a Gagoat here. This wasn't meant to show off, but rather out of concern that the Gagoat wouldn't be able to carry 3 people. Come out, Rapidash. Wang Xiaoting immediately released her Pokemon. It was a towering Rapidash over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build and flames blazing from its mane and tail. The sight left Yi Kai momentarily impressed. All right then, he said. With things as they were, he had no choice but to accept the situation. After dinner, the 3 began discussing their next steps. When the topic of which gym to tackle first came up, Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting offered various suggestions, ranging from targeting gyms with type advantages to simply going for the closest one. Yi Kai listened quietly until the conversation shifted to the fire-type gym in Lotus City. If you think type advantage alone will guarantee an easy win, you couldn't be more wrong, Yi Kai said, recalling his recent experience at the Lotus City gym. Take Red Lotus, for example. One wrong move, and you're done for. That Salazzle alone is more than enough to overwhelm a Sizer. However, he wasn't about to share these insights for free. So what's the plan? Zhao Qian asked. Instead of trying to game the system, let's stick to the closest gyms and avoid the tougher ones for now. How about the Steel-type gym in Yang City by the nearby lake? Wang Xiaoting suddenly suggested. Yi Kai thought for a moment. His Poison-type Pokemon had already mastered Fire-type moves, and with Salazzle's Corrosion ability, this idea seemed feasible. Besides, Yang City was indeed the nearest option apart from the Fire-type gym. All right, it's settled. We'll leave tomorrow. Later, at the training grounds, while Wang Xiaoting went to buy supplies for the journey, Zhao Qian couldn't resist explaining his connection to her. Brother Kai, aren't you curious about how I know her? I'm not interested in your personal matters, Yi Kai replied, focused on training his Pokemon. Regardless, Zhao Qian went on. Actually, her parents are forest rangers too. We've known each other since we were kids. As Zhao Qian rambled on, Yi Kai thought to himself that this world certainly had no shortage of chatterboxes. In his experience, though, people who talked a lot were often straightforward and honest. Let's go. Yi Kai interrupted Zhao Qian's trip down memory lane. We need to prepare for the journey. Like what? Golden repels, of course. Unless you want a swarm of Beedrill chasing you in the wild. Sprays are quite a useful tool, the shopkeeper said, picking up a can of shimmering silver spray and introducing it to Yi Kai. Unlike in the game, where it prevents encounters with low-level Pokemon for a few hundred steps, the real-life application is much simpler and more direct. Just spray it onto the Pokemon. The effect lasts for half an hour or even longer, making it far more practical than the step limit in the game. Yi Kai listened with a blank expression, but inside, he was amazed. They selected several disposable items, the most expensive being the gold spray, which cost an astonishing 1,300 yuan per can, almost as much as a Redan white Pokeball. There you are. Wang Xiaoting called out breathlessly as she ran over, carrying 3 backpacks. Here, one for each of you. What's this? Zhao Qian asked curiously. Space backpacks. Wang Xiaoting explained excitedly. The latest product from the Shilu group. They can hold outdoor gear like tents and fishing rods. Yi Kai glanced down at his small waist pouch. It was definitely time for an upgrade to something with more capacity. This innovative product, which applied Pokeball space technology to backpacks, was much cheaper than Pokeballs, as the latter could store living creatures. When Yi Kai asked about the price, Wang Xiaoting smiled and said it was from her family shop, so there was no need to pay. Yi Kai didn't argue further and accepted the gray-black camouflage patterned shoulder bag. Stylish yet practical, it matched his taste perfectly. At 5 a.m. the next morning, on the Pokemon exclusive highway leading to Yanqing and Lakeside City, a Rapidash galloped at full speed, its flames blazing even brighter as it ran. Following closely behind, a Gagoat, though slightly slower, used its vine whips to securely hold its rider in place, ensuring their safety. In the dim pre-dawn light, trainers riding Arcanines and Sawsbucks appeared occasionally, but Rapidashes were the most common mounts. 2.5 hours later, the group arrived at their first stop, Qiqing. What's the plan next? Zhao Qian asked. Let's have breakfast first, Wang Xiaoting replied, already placing an order. 3 berry pancakes with Magikarp slices, extra spicy, extra cilantro. No cilantro for me. Yi Kai and Zhao Qian shouted in unison. After finishing their breakfast at the Pokemon Highway service area, Yi Kai pulled out his phone and began researching the renowned Steel-type gym in Yangqing. The curator, Xia Xianfeng, is a middle-aged man whose main professions are archaeology and fossil exploration, though he also dabbles in the jewelry industry. These details are clearly listed on the Alliance's official website. Are you planning to go straight for the challenge, or would you like to watch a gym battle first? Zhao Qian asked. As a holder of a small badge, he was capable of controlling Pokemon up to level 45, so there was no rush for him. How about we watch a battle first? Zhao Qian knew his own abilities well. Even though he had performed admirably in the city-level school tournament, he hadn't let it go to his head. He turned to Wang shouting, by the way, are you planning to challenge the gym too? Just call me Xiao Wang. Using my full name feels a bit formal, Wang Shouting said with a smile, waving her hand. My goal is the contest spectaculars. I'm just here to accompany Brother Zhao on this trip. Hearing about the contest spectaculars, Yi Kai fell into thought. This field was closely tied to Pokemon training and carried significant economic value, with income generation rivaling that of Pokemon battles. In this ever-developing world, many trainers found themselves eliminated in the intense competition for strength. The contest spectaculars provided a viable alternative for trainers with moderate abilities, contributing to social stability. The Alliance had been heavily promoting this endeavor, offering generous prizes for various events. Coordinators, huh? Interesting, but it's just okay for me, Yi Kai remarked, snapping out of his thoughts. Let's keep moving. By now, the sky was fully bright. The group continued their journey, riding Go-Goats and Rapidash. The wind howled in their ears as time flew by. Over 3 hours later, they finally crossed out of Zhi City and approached Lake City. We've finally reached the service area, Zhao Qian said, rubbing his sore backside after the bumpy ride on Rapidash. It was now noon. The inner-city service area was quite large, equipped with an official Pokemon Center, battlefields, and a shopping center, though prices were about 20 higher than outside. Yi Kai casually bought a berry juice and a boxed lunch, his attention drawn to a battle taking place in the open-air arena. Revavrum, you spin out. On the battlefield, a strikingly large Pokemon caught everyone's eye. Its body was covered in black-purple and silver-white iron plating, and its 8 cylinders continuously spewed toxic smoke. Yi Kai immediately recognized it as a Pokemon introduced in the 9th generation. While its battle prowess was average, it was unique as the only steel-poison dual type among over 1,000 Pokemon. Its opponent was a green Cyclizer, a well-known rideable Pokemon with tire-like features on its chest and tail. Cyclizer, use Breaking Swipe. The two Pokemon clashed fiercely. Ultimately, Revavrum sent Cyclizer flying with a sharp drift, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. Go, Fearow! Cyclizer's trainer quickly sent out their second Pokemon. Fearow, use Drill Run. Revavrum, use Euroball. Yi Kai observed the opponent's strategy and couldn't help but admire their cleverness using Spin Out to lower speed, then combining it with Euroball to make the already slow Pokemon even slower, thereby amplifying Euroball's power to defeat their foe. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Fearow succumbed to its speed disadvantage and was defeated. Where did you catch that Pokemon? It's so strong. Haha. Revavrum isn't something you find ready-made. If you want one, you'll have to catch a Varum first. Yi Kai perked up his ears, listening with a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The trainer's words were filled with praise for the Pokemon, but lacked any substantial information. Yi Kai quickly realized that this Probopass was just like his Weezing or the Mook from the Junkyard Pokemon monopolized through special channels, accessible only to the automotive industry. His interest in it faded instantly. The trio regrouped and set off again, this time with a smooth journey ahead. In less than an hour, they exited the highway and rode their mounts, Gogoat and Rapidash, straight toward their destination. From a distance, the architecture of Yangqing's Steel-type gym was awe-inspiring. A massive cube-shaped structure towered before them. Not only was it a Steel-type gym, but it was also a renowned battle site akin to a battle castle or battle nest. About 200 meters away, a Pokemon Center, far larger than the one in Lianqing, stood prominently. However, when they reached the gym entrance, Zhao Qian read aloud the red notice posted at the door. Due to an urgent mission issued by the League, Yangqing Steel-type gym is temporarily closed. What? Did we come all this way for nothing? Yi Kai remained calm. Don't jump to conclusions. He reasoned that even if the gym was closed, there must still be some staff on duty. After speaking with the elderly gatekeeper, they learned that the gym leader was currently on an important exploration mission in the Jutian Mountain Reserve. How about we head to Gon City and challenge the Psychic-type gym there instead? Wang Shouting suggested. No, we'll go directly to find gym leader Xia. Yi Kai decided firmly. He understood that in situations like this, Solving the gym leader's problem was the only way to move forward. Even though this was the real world, since they were already here, finding the gym leader was the logical choice. Half an hour later, they arrived at Jutian Mountain. The vast Rocandiron mountain presented a striking appearance, with alternating black and brown hues and only sparse patches of moss on its surface. This unique terrain amazed Ye Kai, as he had never seen anything like it, even in his previous life. While they were deliberating on how to locate the gym leader, 3 helicopters bearing the League's emblem roared overhead. Following the direction of the helicopters, they hadn't gone far when a startling sight appeared. A massive, steel-gray behemoth was approaching them. Its body resembled a gigantic iron disc, with 4 thick iron arms moving with spider-like agility. Beneath the prominent-shaped iron bar on its face, its crimson eyes locked onto the trio. Mihea, it's a Metagross. This was a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, one of the rare few not belonging to the dragon type. At the entrance of the Jutian Mountain mining area, a massive Metagross hovered in midair, with a burly trainer sitting steadily atop its head. The man, dressed in a dark gray short-sleeve shirt that revealed his powerful muscles, was none other than Xia Xianfeng, the gym leader. The cold seemed to have no effect on him as he gazed down at the visitors below. You must be Ye Kai? I've heard about you from other gym leaders, Xia Xianfeng said. As a gym leader, his photo was publicly available, and Ye Kai and his companions were already familiar with his appearance. Gym leader, when will the gym be open? Ye Kai asked. Young people, don't be so impatient, Xia Xianfeng replied. I still have alliance tasks to handle here in the Jutian Mountain mining area. Recently, a batch of ancient fossils was unearthed, and they need to be restored. It will take at least a week, or as long as 2 to 3 weeks, to complete. At least a week? Zhao Qian couldn't hold back his reaction. Who can wait that long? Noticing their anxiety, Xia Xianfeng introduced them to a gym leader's special privileges: 30 days of paid leave each year, not including weekends and public holidays. Ye Kai, intrigued by the topic of fossils, asked, can we enter the mining area to observe the fossil excavation process up close? First, come with me to the Alliance outpost, Xia Xianfeng said. With that, Metagross's psychic power gently lifted the group into the air. Amid their exclamations of wonder, they floated toward their destination. A few minutes later, they landed in front of an Alliance checkpoint that resembled a hidden sanctuary. Welcome to the Jiotian Mountain Nature Reserve, Xia Xianfeng announced as he led them into a building resembling a museum. Inside the exhibition hall, various skeletal remains and fossils of ancient Pokemon were on display, including fossils of Aerodactyl and Kabutops. While Ye Kai observed quietly, the others engaged in lively discussions. Xia Xianfeng explained, these exhibits are precious but cannot be restored. The mining area is off-limits to unauthorized personnel. However, the reserve is home to many wild Pokemon that you can capture. Remember, according to Alliance regulations, each person is limited to catching 1 Pokemon. The group grew excited at the news, imagining the rare Pokemon that might inhabit such a vast mountain. When they looked expectantly at Metagross, Xia Xianfeng added, as for Beldum, they were relocated by the Alliance 50 years ago to Longmin Mountain and UNC Mountain in Jing City. Their initial excitement deflated, but they quickly regained their enthusiasm. Xia Xianfeng gave a final reminder. The reserve has clear signposts, so stay away from restricted areas. With that, the group embarked on their adventure. Xia Xianfeng didn't want them to disturb the mining operations nearby. The group followed the mountain path, and within just 2 minutes, the rugged rocky terrain gave way to a lush, dense forest. Along the trail, large, clearly marked signs were placed every few meters, indicating directions in detail obviously to prevent visitors from getting lost. The group decided to explore the forest freely. Guided by the signs, they gradually approached an area marked with a warning sign that read, no entry beyond this point. Just then, the ground began to shake violently, and a massive Rhyperior burst out of the earth, launching a fierce attack on the group. The Rhyperior was ferocious, and judging by the aura it exuded, it was clearly very powerful. The group quickly launched a counterattack. A Scizor unleashed sharp bullet punches, and a Nidoking spewed scorching flames. However, the Rhyperior was undeterred and retaliated with an earthquake, skillfully holding its ground against everyone. The battle reached a tense stalemate. Suddenly, the Rhyperior locked its sights on Wang Xiaoting, the nearest target, and charged at her with terrifying speed. At the critical moment, a flash of red light appeared, and a towering figure leaped out of a Pokeball. It was a Machamp, standing an impressive 2.2 meters tall. The 4-armed fighter immediately demonstrated its extraordinary power, executing a flawless seismic toss that slammed the massive Rhyperior to the ground. The seismic toss was particularly effective against such a heavyweight opponent, and thanks to the fighting type move's type advantage over Rhyperior, the attack dealt significant damage. However, the Rhyperior was far from defeated. Its eyes burned with fury as it gathered energy to unleash a devastating horn drill. But then, something completely unexpected happened. Machamp opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of flames. hitting the charging Rhyperior with pinpoint accuracy and depleting its remaining strength entirely. Everyone present was stunned. Machamp using Flamethrower? That was unheard of. With the battle over, the muscular Machamp stood protectively in front of Wang Xiaoting, its expression calm and kind, exuding both immense strength and unwavering loyalty. As the defeated Rhyperior lay dazed and disoriented, someone couldn't help but ask, a Pokemon this strong, wouldn't it be a shame not to catch it? Zhao Qian's gaze fell on the drill horn rhino beast, and he suggested capturing it. Ye Kai quickly understood his intention. This creature's level was too high for Zhao Qian to tame, so he was willing to let it go. This reminder made Ye Kai think of the task old Deng had entrusted him with earlier, finding a Pokemon for Yi Xian. He carefully examined the drill horn rhino beast stats. Drill horn rhino beast. Level, LV.47. Gym level potential, D grade. Type, ground rock. Ability, sturdy head immune to recoil damage from its own moves. Moves, tackle, tail whip, dragon rush, knock off, stomp, horn attack, bulldoze, scary face, rock blast, drill run, double edge, earthquake. Held item, none. A plan began to form in Ye Kai's mind. With great potential, the drill horn rhino beast's maximum level was only 60, which was already a generous find for Yi Xian. After all, even an expert like Chu Feng only had a Crobat with great potential, capped at level 80. This level 47 rhino beast was perfectly timed. Yi Xian would need one small badge just to obtain the gene serum for suppressing Pokemon over level 45. If they waited until Yi Xian earned 3 small badges, it would likely be too late. Even if Yi Xian managed to tame it by then, Ye Kai would have no trouble defeating it. With this in mind, Ye Kai decisively pulled out an Ultra Ball. The weakened drill horn rhino beast offered almost no resistance and was easily captured. As they ventured deeper, Wang Xiaoting's Machamp caught Ye Kai's attention. What's the story with this Machamp? He asked. Oh, my dad gave it to me for self-defense, Wang Xiaoting explained simply. Ye Kai understood immediately. It was one of those guardian Pokemon many families kept, either to protect their loved ones out of loyalty or to help with chores and home security. After repelling the drill horn rhino beast, the Machamp voluntarily returned to its Pokeball. Not long after, a small gray cat darted out from the bushes. Sizer reacted instantly, landing a bullet punch that left the creature dazed. It was a Meowstic, its expression calm, yet clearly trying hard to contain its psychic energy from leaking out. No girl can resist such an adorable kitty. The crown on its head is just for decoration, Wang Xiaoting exclaimed excitedly as she captured it. Ye Kai merely glanced at it. In this world, cute Pokemon like this were indeed popular, and even among feline Pokemon, Meowstics were rare catches. Zhao Qian, seeing this, felt eager to try his luck too, but decided to wait for another opportunity. Strangely, the more they wanted to encounter wild Pokemon, the less they appeared. The wild creatures were highly alert. After seeing their companions defeated one after another, the rest had gone into hiding, unwilling to challenge the trio. After nearly an hour of searching, no Pokemon were in sight. Left with no other choice, the group began their journey back, with Crobat and Sizer leading the way. They engaged in battles one after another with Primeape, Weevil, and Dugtrio, creating an intense series of combat scenes. Even flying Pokemon passing by couldn't escape their range of attacks. Just then, a Noibat happened to fly by, only to be precisely struck down by Crobat's sharp air slash. That's a rare Dragon-type Pokemon, Ye Kai reminded. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to capture the Noibat. In his mind, he calculated that he had already caught a level 47 Rhyhorn. Although it only had a grade potential, it knew Earthquake and the inherited move Dragon Rush. If he could tame it, its value would be considerable. As for Noibat, a non-poison type Pokemon, he wouldn't mind letting someone else have it. If this Rhyhorn behaves, it could be worth a lot, Zhao Qian thought to himself. But if it doesn't, even 2 million wouldn't be enough to risk dealing with it. Let anyone brave enough try releasing it. The return trip took nearly an hour, and by the time they arrived back at the Alliance outpost, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Everyone was starving. A staff member was waiting for them and informed them that Xia Xianfeng couldn't accompany them due to other commitments, but invited them to stay and enjoy a work meal. The so-called Alliance outpost was actually a subcontractor for an archaeological project, but its facilities were comprehensive. Since Ye Kai had recently taken a genetic potion, he kept his lunch light with just a berry salad. After the meal, the staff informed them that the local gym would not be open for a while and suggested they take the opportunity to explore Yanqing. So what should we do these next few days? Wang Xiaoting asked, looking at the two boys. Maybe check out the big malls and Pokemon Plaza in Yanqing? Or visit the Trainers Association? Zhao Qian suggested, which sparked an idea in Ye Kai's mind. This kind of organization, requiring official approval, existed in every city. It provided trainers with services such as battles, training, Pokeblock crafting, skill learning, and even breeding, all at far more reasonable prices than profit-driven businesses. Half an hour later, the three found themselves at the outskirts of the city, standing in front of a dilapidated factory building that housed the Yangqing Trainers Association. Though the exterior appeared run down, the inside was a whole different story. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut approached them and immediately mentioned the membership fee. 5,000 per person for a one-year membership, he said politely. Ye Kai responded directly. We're only planning a short stay. How about 2,000 total for the three of us? Deal, and we'll check it out. Otherwise, we'll leave. The man hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After paying, the three stepped into the depths of the facility. This place is quite massive, Ye Kai remarked as he stood in front of the Trainer Association building, taking in the sight of the sprawling and grand architectural complex before him. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut walked ahead, introducing the facilities with pride. The battle zone over here can host 6 matches simultaneously, each arena equipped with the latest protective features. To the right is the Pokemon breeding house, where trainers often exchange, sell, or leave their extra Pokemon for care. He gestured towards a spacious building. Over there is the library, housing 300,000 volumes of rare Pokemon-related knowledge. And here, he pointed to a lush green area, is the berry plantation zone. So, what did you mean earlier about exploiting the system? Ye Kai asked. The man sighed and explained, trainer associations across regions aren't official organizations. When we first opened for free, some people came to the breeding house just to take Pokemon eggs and sell them for profit. Raising Pokemon is expensive, so they simply flipped them for money. Others pretended to spar, but instead bullied beginners, showing off their strength. The berry plantation zone was also a mess, with people recklessly picking and wasting resources. Ye Kai listened silently. These injustices were beyond his power to change. After all, they were just visitors. Wang Xiaoting, however, was indignant. That's just despicable. What a bunch of scum. Zhao Qian quickly motioned for her to calm down, thinking to himself how overly emotional she always was. All right, no need to guide us further. We'll explore on our own. Ye Kai cut off the buzzcut man, who seemed ready to continue venting his frustrations. Meanwhile, the battle arena was in full swing. Electivire used Thunderbolt, a massive beast, standing 2.2 meters tall with blackened yellow fur and thick, cord-like tails, roared as it unleashed a powerful electric beam. The opposing Tauros was struck, left charred and smoking, as the acrid smell of burnt fur filled the air. Pathetic. Trainers from Yang City are just weaklings. A purple-haired female trainer mocked arrogantly. Who's next? Her taunting enraged a bespectacled local trainer named Yu Liang. As the third-place winner of the Lake City School tournament 2 years ago and the owner of a minor badge, he could command Pokemon up to level 45. Go, Slowbro. At his command, a pink and purple Slowbro of a rare variant appeared on the field. Zhao Qian immediately pulled out his phone to scan the Pokemon, learning that it was a special mutation caused by a Shelder's bite. Electivire, Thunderbolt again, the purple-haired trainer ordered mercilessly. After several rounds of combat, Electivire's special attack had reached its peak. A lightning bolt as thick as a tree trunk struck Slowbro directly. Although heavily injured, Slowbro managed to use Yawn, releasing a foul-smelling breath toward its opponent. Unable to resist the drowsiness, Electivire slowly closed its eyes and fell asleep. Ye Kai stood on the sidelines, watching the battle with cold detachment. The two Pokemon were evenly matched, each employing their own strategies. Slowbro, a defensive Pokemon nicknamed Armor King, suddenly had a sinister glint in its eye. A dark flash coursed through its body, and its special attack power surged dramatically. At that moment, the opposing Electivire unleashed the move Sleep Talk. What? Yu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Electivire to use a move that allowed it to randomly attack while asleep. His Slowbro was already low on stamina, and he had been banking on a sleep-inducing strategy to gradually wear down his opponent. The sleeping Electivire, with a giant bubble of snot inflating from its nose, suddenly unleashed a devastating thunderbolt. The dazzling lightning filled the entire battlefield, striking Slowbro's weak spot with precision. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the electrifying attack, Slowbro collapsed to the ground, stars spinning in its eyes, completely out of the fight. The crowd collectively gasped. They had thought Yu Liang could hold his own for at least a few more rounds, but he was defeated in a single exchange. Huh, is that all? Who's next? The girl smirked triumphantly, tilting her chin up as her Electivire roared boastfully on the field. I'll take you on. A young girl in a hoodie and skirt stepped forward from the crowd. Come out, Rhyperior. Roar. A massive beast, towering at 3.2 meters, emerged. Its rocky skin and orange armor glistened under the light. It was Rhyperior, the rare evolution of Rhydon. Use Earthquake. Electivire, Protect, and then Low Kick. Both trainers issued commands simultaneously. Rhyperior unleashed a ground-shattering earthquake, the battlefield splitting apart and debris flying everywhere. However, the powerful attack was perfectly nullified by Electivire's protective barrier. The moment the earthquake subsided, Electivire seized the opportunity and executed a flawless low kick, toppling the massive Rhyperior to the ground. Just a flashy punching bag, the girl taunted. The scene reminded everyone of when Macamp had defeated a Rhydon with low kick before. Rhyperior's enormous weight turned into its greatest weakness against the fighting type move, which not only dealt immense damage but also had a type advantage, leaving it defenseless. Ye Kai watched the scene unfold, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. This arrogant girl did have some skill, but that was the extent of it. He turned to leave with Zhao Qian and Wang shouting, "Hey, you, the guy with black hair. Find something funny. Come battle me." Ye Kai paused, looking surprised. "Are you talking to me?" "No duh. Who else would I be talking to?" The crowd began murmuring. "Who's that guy? Never seen him before." "Doesn't matter, Ho's in trouble now." Ye Kai ignored the pointless chatter. A true trainer with real strength wouldn't waste their time showing off at the trainer association. If she had the guts, she should challenge a gym leader or aim for an Elite Four title. "Nidoking," Ye Kai called out calmly. Rare, a towering Nidoking, standing at an imposing 4 meters, emerged, exuding a commanding presence that made the entire crowd draw a collective gasp. What kind of Pokemon is that? It's huge. Still using such a massive Pokemon? Haven't you learned your lesson? Electivire, low kick. The girl snapped, refusing to back down. "Do as you see fit, Nidoking," Ye Kai said casually. As Electivire rushed forward, Nidoking bared its teeth in a menacing grin, a look of complete confidence in its eyes. This high jump kick was indeed powerful, striking Nidoking squarely. However, surprisingly, Nidoking not only withstood the heavy blow but managed to grab Electivire's tail with lightning speed. Then, its horn gleamed coldly as it delivered a devastating horn drill straight to the vital point. Arg! Electivire let out an agonized cry before crashing to the ground. The arena fell silent instantly, with spectators rubbing their eyes in disbelief at this incredible scene. Despite Nidoking having normal resistance to fighting-type moves and being smaller than Rhydon and Aggron in both size and power, it had managed to inflict such devastating damage. Ye Kai remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. Electivire lay there with swirling eyes, clearly unable to continue battling. "You." The purple-haired woman gritted her teeth. "So not all trainers from Yang City are pushovers. Go, Pupitar." The second Pokemon burst forth, covered in gray-blue armor like a steel cocoon. Its crimson eyes locked onto Nidoking with murderous intent. So, someone with a pseudo-legendary. Ye Kai realized internally. Either has an Elite Four ancestor or comes from a wealthy family. No wonder they're so arrogant. Earthquake now. Fire Blast. Both commands rang out almost simultaneously. But Nidoking's speed advantage was evident the result of Ye Kai's long-term focused training. A massive fireball formed in the air, its diameter exceeding Nidoking's size. Even distant spectators could feel its intense heat. The fireball, like a miniature sun, carried devastating energy as it roared toward Pupitar. Before the opponent's earthquake could fully manifest, the fireball expanded into an enormous character, completely cutting off Pupitar's escape routes. Boom! The earthquake ceased as surrounding rocks melted into molten lava from the extreme heat. Spectators had to retreat repeatedly, fearing the terrifying temperature. Jaya. Pupitar took the fire blast heat in. Despite having normal resistance to fire-type moves, it was still severely damaged by this incredibly powerful attack and suffered a burn status. "Keep using Earthquake." Earthquake. Both trainers commanded simultaneously. This became a pure speed contest, as both Pokemon were doubly weak to ground-type moves. Rumble. Nidoking struck first, its tail slamming the ground. The already damaged battlefield shattered like fragile paper. Due to its slower speed, Pupitar was left seeing stars before it could launch its attack, losing any chance to counterattack. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Ye Kai silently recalled his Pokemon. The purple-haired woman finally calmed down, a flash of shock in her eyes. This man in black was actually stronger than her. "Let's go," Ye Kai urged Zhao Qian and Wang shouting. "Brother Yi, I'd heard from Brother Zhao that you were strong, but I never imagined this impressive." Wang shouting suddenly became talkative. "It's nothing special. Keep talking and I'll leave by myself," Ye Kai said flatly. Zhao Qian quickly covered Wang shouting's mouth. Knew Ye Kai too well. With his uncompromising personality, he would definitely leave alone if annoyed. The three left the scene, with no one daring to stop them, leaving only the excited discussions of observing trainers behind. "Who is he? He's amazing. I told you, Yang City still has its share of talented people." The murmurs of the crowd reached Ye Kai's ears, and he silently thanked himself for dyeing his hair back to black in advance. If he had kept his original white hairstyle, he would have been recognized instantly. After all, his true purpose for coming here wasn't to engage in battles, but to check out the various items sold by the Trainer Association. Standing at the counter, Ye Kai's gaze swept over the array of items. Charcoal, poison barbs, dusk stones. While the selection was vast, few truly caught his attention. "Do you have any items suitable for poison-type Pokemon?" he asked directly, deciding it was better to inquire than to search aimlessly. "A poison-type Pokemon? That's quite rare." The short-haired girl behind the counter looked pleasantly surprised. "We do have some special poison-type items. Please follow me." They arrived at a dimly lit corner, stopping in front of a door marked with a pale skull and a warning for toxic hazards. The girl donned a heavy protective suit before entering the room. Moments later, she emerged holding a fist-sized, blackish-purple orb with a crystalline surface. Through its translucent exterior, Yikai could see swirling purple smoke inside. This is what you're looking for. Please be careful. This is an item that only has an extremely low chance of being carried by a mook. You mustn't touch it with your bare hands. Before she could finish, her jaw dropped as she watched Yikai reach out and grab the toxic orb with his bare hand. Is he even human? She exclaimed, visibly shocked. This thing is so toxic that even poison-type Pokemon struggle to withstand it, and he just touches it like it's nothing. Yikai opened his system interface and quickly reviewed the description. Toxic Orb Superior Grade. A Pokemon holding this item will immediately enter a toxic state. This was entirely different from the in-game mechanics he was familiar with, and the quality far exceeded the standard version head seen in the system shop. Gas Bomb, try holding this. Yikai released his Pokemon, and Gas Bomb immediately understood. It took the toxic orb into its mouth as if tasting an intensely stimulating delicacy, releasing wisps of black and purple smoke as it did. After 10 seconds, it spat the orb out but soon seemed eager to try again, managing to hold on for 13 seconds the second time. How much is it? 600,000. While most ordinary Pokemon wouldn't need it, a toxic orb of this size is incredibly rare. Without hesitation, Yikai completed the transaction. Nearby, Zhao Qian seemed unimpressed, as such hazardous orbs had little use for him. By the way, I also have a TM for Will-O-Wisp. Would you be interested in buying or trading for it? Of course. Why don't you take a look to see if there are any other skills you might need? Yikai's eyes lit up as he began sifting through the stacks of TMs. Soon, he found one labeled Snore. Though it was a relatively niche skill, it was effective against sleep-inducing strategies, and his Nidoking, Crobat, and Gas Bomb could all learn it. It perfectly addressed a gap in his tactics. If you trade Will-O-Wisp for Snore, you'll need to pay an additional 80,000. The deal was quickly finalized. To Yikai, the value of the items far outweighed the cost. Especially when it came to rare and unique items like these, anything that could make him stronger was worth every penny. After 6 days of meticulous preparation, Yikai and his team finally arrived at the moment of their dojo challenge. During this time, not only had their Pokemon mastered the Sleep Talk skill, but their levels had also significantly increased through intensive training at the local battle club. In the early morning, sunlight shimmered on the glass facade of the Yangqing Battle Cube as Yikai and his 2 companions stood in front of the dojo's entrance. Just as the staff member was about to inquire about their appointment, the dojo leader, Xia Xianfeng, walked in, accompanied by several Machamps carrying various supplies. Let them begin the challenge right away, Xia Xianfeng said without turning his head. They made their reservation a week ago. The staff member's demeanor shifted immediately. Since the dojo leader has spoken, please follow me. I imagine you're curious about the challenge rules of our Steel-type dojo. Yikai nodded. He had already done his research and knew that each dojo had its own unique challenge format. For instance, the Fire-type dojo required challengers to win 5 consecutive battles. Here, however, you only need to win 2 consecutive battles to face me, Xia Xianfeng said calmly before stepping into a private elevator and leaving. Without hesitation, Yikai pushed open the door to the battle room, while Zhao Qian and the others were guided to the viewing area. Awaiting Yikai was a man who looked like an ordinary office worker, albeit with slightly dark circles under his eyes. Yin Yan, a trainer from the Yangqing Steel-type dojo. Come out, Bronzong. At Yin Yan's command, a Pokemon resembling a large bronze bell with red-ringed eyes appeared on the battlefield. Yikai's eyes sharpened as he quickly recalled this Pokemon's characteristics. Extremely slow speed, but once it used Trick Room, it would become the fastest on the field. Even more troublesome was its incredible defense. The combination of Iron Defense and Heavy Slam was particularly dangerous. Go Crobat! Yikai confidently sent out his trump card. The shiny, gleaming appearance of his Crobat even made his opponent pause for a moment. The battle began instantly. With its speed advantage, Crobat launched a heat wave first, enveloping Bronzong in a scorching red current. Although Bronzong immediately fortified its defense with Iron Defense, Yikai was prepared. When Bronzong activated Trick Room, Yikai smirked. Even with Trick Room boosting your speed, can you outrun the priority move Quick Attack? Sure enough, Crobat's Quick Attack landed precisely, though it dealt minimal damage. Under the effects of Trick Room, Bronzong's speed now surpassed all of Crobat's other moves except Quick Attack. At that moment, inspiration struck Yikai. Of course, there's also Shadow Ball. As Bronzong attempted a heavy slam, Crobat nimbly dodged and simultaneously formed a dark energy sphere in its mouth, hitting Bronzong's weak point with precision. Bronzong was thrown into a state of confusion on the spot. Yin Yin had no choice but to send out his second Pokemonanother Bronzong. Empowered by Trick Room, this Bronzong became a blur of silver and blue, launching a lightning-fast heavy slam. Evade quickly, use a trick. Yikai's command had just been issued when his opponent's attack was once again skillfully dodged. Yan Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. His proud tactics had failed twice in a row. Faced with the lightning-fast Crobat, the opponent was forced to change strategies. The Crobat's eyes gleamed with a ghostly light, its special attack power surging as it unleashed a Shadow Ball. The opponent immediately adjusted and countered with Psychic. At that moment, the opponent finally realized that his prized combination of Iron Defense and Trick Room tactics was ineffective against Ye Kai's Crobat. Both Pokemon's attacks landed almost simultaneously, leaving them heavily injured. Crobat's health dropped to a critical level, while Bronzong was left in a near-fainting state. Go, Bronzong. Without hesitation, the opponent sent out his third Bronzong. From their earlier exchanges, he had fully identified Crobat's weakness. Psychic, an invisible Psychic-type attack, delivered double damage to Poison-type Pokemon. Ye Kai acted swiftly, recalling Crobat before the opponent could finish speaking. He considered using U-turn to switch Pokemon, but it would likely have been a fatal move. Instead, he decisively sent out Salazzle. At this moment, the opponent's Bronzong struck first with Psychic. Although Salazzle took heavy damage, it managed to spew out a pool of venomous black sludge. Thanks to its corrosion ability, even the Steel-type Bronzong was poisoned. The rhythm of the battle was disrupted. While Bronzong could attack first, it repeatedly struck Salazzle's Protect. In the end, under the continuous corrosive effect of the poison, Bronzong fell. After defeating the first-level opponent, Ye Kai restored his Pokemon's condition and proceeded to the second level. Once again, the opponent sent out a Bronzong, but this time Ye Kai was prepared. He deployed a Weezing carrying charcoal, and one flamethrower pushed the opponent to the brink of defeat. In a dimly lit room above, Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding below. On the third floor, the gym leader Xia Xianfeng couldn't help but show an intrigued expression. Interesting. As expected of someone trained by Chu Feng, quite impressive. Indeed, none of the 19 gym leaders were weaklings. Anyone who thought they could win easily through mere type advantages would be gravely mistaken. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the sound of Ye Kai's footsteps echoed through the hallway. One by one, the lights along the corridor flickered on, illuminating the massive and awe-inspiring battle arena ahead. The next event is the Gym Challenge. From Lian City, apprentice trainer Ye Kai will face off against gym leader Xia Xianfeng. The referee announced loudly. Since the challenger has only one badge, the gym leader will use 4 Pokemon. The battle will continue until all of one side's Pokemon are unable to fight. Xia Xianfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Ye Kai. Let's see if that single badge of yours is truly earned, or if Cinnabar Gym went easy on you. Over the past month, not only gym leaders, but even some Elite Four members had praised Ye Kai highly, which made Xia Xianfeng rather skeptical. Let's go, Skarmory. Come on, Crobat. The 2 Pokemon appeared on the field almost simultaneously. Xia Xianfeng immediately gave his command. Skarmory, set up spikes. Ye Kai's mind quickly became alert. This was the classic spike strategy. Ever since the second generation of Pokemon games, spikes had been infamous for their persistence. Unless removed, these traps would continuously damage every Pokemon that entered the battlefield. Heat Wave. Ye Kai made a decisive call. Crobat instantly unleashed a searing gust of wind, turning the entire arena into a massive furnace. Skarmory took significant damage from the powerful attack, but managed to complete its spike setup. Countless ground-type energy coalesced into sharp spikes scattered across the battlefield. Xia Zuanfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Skarmory swiftly consumed a berry. Instantly recovering its Energite was a citrus berry. Set up more spikes. Heat Wave again. With a resolute determination, Skarmory managed to deploy a second layer of spikes before being taken down by the second wave of Heat Wave. Go, Steelix. Xia Xianfeng wasted no time in sending out his next Pokemon. A colossal creature, 12 meters in length, emerged onto the field. Its snake-like body resembled a massive, blunt-edged sword, and its menacing eyes locked onto Crobat with a fierce glare. Nasty plot, then Heat Wave. Ye Kai seized the opportunity as his opponent switched Pokemon, allowing Crobat to boost its special attack before unleashing an even more powerful Heat Wave. The scorching storm, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees, swept across the battlefield. However, Steelix's speed was unexpectedly high. As Xia Xianfeng commanded, Stealth Rock. Steelix smashed its tail into the ground, creating a meter-deep crater. Countless shards of rock shot out like arrows toward Crobathus. Wasn't just Stealth Rock, it was practically a rock slide. Both Pokemon were struck by their opponent's attacks, leaving them heavily injured. It was at this moment that Ye Kai realized the battle logic from the games could only serve as a reference in real-world battles. In this world, Pokemon with abilities that defied conventional logic were far more common than he had imagined. Nidoking. Needle Spike. Ye Kai shouted the command, and the sharp spikes on the battlefield rained down on Nidoking from all directions, inflicting significant damage. Go, Steelix. Xia Xianfeng smirked mischievously, as if taunting. Come at me. Having once been defeated by Chu Feng, the satisfaction of overwhelming his opponent's apprentice was undeniable. Ye Kai was taken aback. This was already his opponent's second Steelix. Could these Pokemon be as common as cabbage? What worried him more was that his opponent was clearly employing tactical deceit. He had heard of this strategy from Chu Finge. It was like the story of the boy who cried wolf. The first two times, the move was Rock Slide, making you think the third time would be the same, only to surprise you with Stealth Rock instead. To use honesty as a guise for deception, that was the pinnacle of trickery. Use Earthquake. Flamethrower. The clash between the two Pokemon escalated into a pure exchange of high-power moves. Ye Kai decided to go all in if tricks wouldn't work, then head face it Heaton. However, to his astonishment, his opponent's Steelix was only slightly slower than Nidoking. Ye Kai made a swift decision. Use Flamethrower across the entire field. Then use your tail to leap up. Xia Xianfeng was momentarily stunned. Kid, with such a flashy command, there's no way your Nidoking can react in time given its current state. Before he could finish, Nidoking had already moved. With a powerful swing of its thick tail, it struck the ground and used the force of the flamethrower and the recoil to launch itself into the air. Roar! Boom! Steelix's Earthquake was incredibly powerful. If Nidoking had taken it Heaton, it would have been done for. But the perfectly timed leap allowed Nidoking to avoid the deadly strike and instead caused Steelix to take the full brunt of the flamethrower. Though Nidoking still suffered some damage upon landing, it was far better than taking the full hit. The battlefield had turned into scorched earth. Steelix, now glowing red-hot, and with a surface temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, was on the brink of collapse. These maneuvers were actually tactics Ye Kai had learned from watching animations in his previous life, yet they left Xia Xianfeng begrudgingly impressed by the kid's skill. But Ye Kai couldn't help but feel the pressure mounting. If this Steel-type gym leader was already this strong, how tough would the next gym leaders be? Go, Metong! Nidoking, return! Salazzle! Both trainers simultaneously switched their Pokemon. Metong, already resembling its future evolution Metagross, was still missing a pair of legs. The moment Salazzle appeared, the pointed rocks scattered around the battlefield shot toward it like arrows, immediately draining a significant amount of its stamina. Use Psychic, use Toxic, then Protect. Xia Xianfeng chuckled. Kid, don't think I'm unaware of Salazzle's corrosion ability. A powerful purple wave rippled from Metang's eyes, but Salazzle was faster. A glob of thick, black venom struck Metang's face. The toxic liquid sizzled and bubbled, emitting a HSSSS sound as it began to corrode the steel surface of its body. The metallic creature was severely poisoned, but it also dealt significant damage to the Flame Queen Salamander. The situation on the battlefield was tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Ye Kai, with an expressionless face, commanded, "Keep using Psychic Force." This was an invisible psychic-type attack that couldn't be blocked by the opponent. If it hit, the already severely injured Flame Queen Salamander would inevitably be pushed to the brink of defeat. Ye Kai felt secretly pleased, but then he saw the Flame Queen Salamander use Protect just in time, completely neutralizing the fatal attack. Xia Xianfeng revealed a confident smile, but his satisfaction didn't last long. The Flame Queen Salamander suddenly used Imprison, a move that seals off any skills the opponent had previously used. This rendered the metallic creature unable to recall how to use Psychic Force. Metallic creature switched to using Psychic Power. Xia Xianfeng immediately adjusted his strategy. Although Psychic Power was less potent than Psychic Force, it was still more than enough to finish off the injured Flame Queen Salamander. However, the Flame Queen Salamander used Protect again, successfully activating the move for the third time. Xia Xuanfeng's face flushed with frustration, clearly angered by Ye Kai's tactics. He was about to issue another command when he realized that even if he used Psychic Power again, the opponent could very likely seal it off with Imprison. In that moment of hesitation, the metallic creature finally succumbed to the effects of the poison and collapsed with a loud thud. With this, Xia Xuanfeng's Skarmory, 2 Steelix, and the metallic creature were all unable to continue battling. Taking a deep breath, he signaled to the referee, conceding defeat. The metallic creature is unable to battle. Since Ye Kai still has Pokemon available to fight, Challenger Ye Kai is declared the winner, the referee announced. At the same time, 3 league observers stepped out from the dark room. Xia Xianfeng recalled his Pokemon and led Ye Kai to claim his reward. As a gym leader who hadn't been able to issue a badge for an entire month, he had already received a warning from the league. This time, he used 60 of his strength against Ye Kai, finally finding a proper balance. Ye Kai received a TM for the move Iron Defense. While he knew the move was somewhat impractical, he figured he could at least sell it for a good price. When he inquired about the genetic serum, he received an explanation but chose not to press further. 3 minutes later, Ye Kai and Wang Shouting arrived at the entrance to the spectators' passage for the Battle Cube Arena. It was Ye Kai's first time entering such a venue, and he found the design to be quite ingenious, offering a full view of the battle room from above, while the participants remained completely unaware that they were being observed. Ye Kai stood to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. He was curious to see how Zhao Qian would handle the bronze bell. Go, Blazing Horse! Zhao Qian's voice rang out. Ye Kai was slightly taken aback. You lent him your blazing horse. Yeah, is that a problem? Wang Shouting replied calmly. Ye Kai said nothing more. It was her decision. After all, blazing horse, fire vortex. The moment the battle began, Ye Kai realized he had underestimated Zhao Qian. Zhao skillfully combined the fire vortex with Will-o'-the-Wisp, adding a defensive strategy to the mix. The fire vortex acted like a fiery chain, gradually draining the opponent's stamina and creating a poison-like, continuous damage effect. The blazing horse controlled the intense fire energy, trapping its opponent firmly. Under the scorching heat, the surface of the bronze bell began to glow a faint red. While the tactic seemed somewhat monotonous, it was undeniably effective, as it managed to wear down and defeat two of the opponent's bronze bells. Of course, the opponent wasn't entirely helpless, exploiting gaps in Zhao's defense to inflict some damage on the blazing horse. Just as Ye Kai was eagerly anticipating how Zhao Qian would handle the third bronze bell, he noticed the opponent didn't send out a third Pokemon. I heard that the gym adjusts the difficulty based on the challenger's badge count, Wang Shouting explained. Ye Kai nodded in agreement. It made sense. If the gym went all out from the start, few novice trainers would stand a chance of earning a badge. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhao Qian employed the same strategy. However, this time, the second bronze bell and the blazing horse ended up taking each other out. Come out, Sizer. Zhao Qian decisively sent out his ace Pokemon. Sizer. The Sizer let out a battle cry. Use Swords Dance. Zhao Qian knew that Bullet Punch would be less effective against another Steel-type Pokemon. Instead of getting bogged down in a drawn-out fight, he opted to boost his power first. This decision allowed him to defeat the opponent in one decisive move. However, the opponent's bronze bell immediately used Confuse Ray. The dazzling multicolored light threw Sizer into a state of confusion. Even so, Zhao Qian didn't back down. Even in confusion, keep attacking. It was a tough battle, but luck was on Zhao Qian's side. Despite the confusion, Sizer managed to land 2 successful bullet punches and secured the victory. Ye Kai watched with great interest, eager to see how Zhao Qian would fare against Xia Xianfeng. By the time Zhao Qian reached the third floor, Ye Kai and Wang Shouting were already seated in the observation room, surprised to find a league observer present as well. The referee announced the rules. Since Zhao Qian was a challenger without any badges, Xia Xianfeng would only use 3 Pokemon in the battle. Come out, Sizer. Both trainers called out almost simultaneously. A subtle, knowing smile appeared on Xia Xuanfeng's face, as if to say, I have almost every Steel-type Pokemon. Let's see what you've got. Bullet Punch. Both trainers issued the same command in unison. Although Zhao Qian's Sizer had been meticulously trained and was his strongest Pokemon, Xia Xuanfeng's Sizer was equally formidable. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Pokemon exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Swords Dance. Sunny Day. Zhao Qian chose to boost his attack power, which was expected by Ye Kai. But why would Xia Xianfeng use Sunny Day? As Ye Kai pondered this, Zhao Qian's Sizer had already begun clashing its pincers together, generating friction that significantly increased its physical attack power. The sun blazed down on the battlefield, and the intense heat from the Sunny Day move used by Sizer enveloped the entire arena. Zhao Qian's eyes were resolute facing a formidable opponent like Xia Xianfeng. He had already decided to employ a strategy of boosting his team to sweep through. Sizer darted forward and struck the opponent with a swift U-turn. Though the damage was minimal, it quickly retreated back into its Pokeball, setting the stage for the next phase of the plan. Bronzong, you're up. Use Weather Ball. Xia Xianfeng commanded calmly. On the sidelines, Ye Kai suddenly realized the strategy. So that's the plan. First setting up Sunny Day, then using Weather Ball. Under sunny conditions, this move becomes a fire-type attack with 100 base power, and it's 4 times effective against Sizer. Use Baton Pass now. Zhao Qian ordered decisively. Baton Pass. Ye Kai's eyes widened in shock. This guy actually has the Baton Pass TM up his sleeve? Sizer can't learn that move through leveling up. Taking advantage of its incredible speed, Sizer completed the switch before Bronzong's Weather Ball could land. Go Rapidash. Zhao Qian swiftly released his next Pokemon. The moment Rapidash entered the field, it was met with the fiery Weather Ball. However, not only did it remain unscathed, it opened its mouth and absorbed the flames. Ye Kai immediately caught on. Of course, Flash Fire ability. Now empowered by Sizer's 2 Swords Dance boosts and the Flash Fire ability, Rapidash was engulfed in blazing flames. It unleashed a flare blitz that instantly knocked out Bronzong. Impressive, young man. You've got spirit, Xia Xianfeng remarked with a calm smile. Your turn, Steelix. Steelix emerged onto the field and immediately used Dig. Despite Rapidash's overwhelming offensive strength, it couldn't attack an opponent hiding underground, leaving Zhao Qian in a tough spot. Rapidash, Baton Pass. Zhao Qian resorted to the same tactic once more. Oh, so that's how we're playing, huh? Xia Xianfeng exclaimed, while even Ye Kai on the sidelines couldn't help but marvel. Where on earth did you get that TM? From me. Wang Shouting said nonchalantly. drawing curious glances from the league officials and Ye Kai. Let me borrow it later, name your price. Ye Kai quickly chimed in. The baton pass strategy is as infamous as the entry hazard strategy. On the battlefield, Xia Xianfeng was no longer underestimating his opponent. Steelix emerged from the ground and set up stealth rocks. If you like switching Pokemon so much, enjoy these entry hazards. When Scizor re-entered the field, it was immediately struck by the floating rocks, losing some of its health. Steelix seized the opportunity to attack first with Fire Fong, revealing surprising speed that outpaced Scizor. But this played right into Zhao Qian's hands. Use Reversal. This fighting-type move not only dealt double damage to Steelix, but also became more powerful as Scizor's HP decreased. Zhao Qian had deliberately allowed Scizor to take damage, setting up for this devastating counterattack. The sun was high in the sky, and the power of Fire Fong had surged to unprecedented levels. On the battlefield, Steelix's massive jaws, engulfed in searing flames, lunged like lightning towards Scizor. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the arena as the devastating blow left Scizor seeing stars, barely clinging to consciousness. Ye Kai frowned slightly, observing Zhao Qian's ace being taken down. The situation was indeed precarious. Zhao Qian quickly adjusted his strategy, sending out Rapidash to face the challenge. Steelix dig. Xia Xianfeng commanded in a deep voice. But this was no ordinary dig. Steelix instantly sent debris flying into the air, unleashing a ferocious rock slide that struck Rapidash Eden. Caught off guard, Rapidash was taken out in a single, crushing blow. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Zhao Qian immediately called forth his Lycanroc, a dusk form he had captured in the Guava Secret Realm and had since evolved. No sooner had Lycanroc entered the battlefield than it was struck by Stealth Rock, losing some health. Use Agility. Iron Tail. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Surrounded by a purplish psychic aura, Lycanroc's speed surged rapidly. Steelix, however, charged straight at it, leaving Lycanroc hanging on by a thread. Just when everyone thought Lycanroc was about to fall, Zhao Qian issued a critical command. Reckless Charge. This move was the epitome of a last-ditch counterattack. The weakened Lycanroc unleashed incredible speed, landing a powerful punch that sent Steelix flying several meters. The astonishing scene even left Xia Xianfeng momentarily stunned. But just as Zhao Qian prepared for the finishing blow, Steelix suddenly erupted in a dazzling white light was self-destruct. With a deafening explosion, the entire battlefield was left charred and blackened. Zhao Qian was forced to send out his final Asia majestic Dugong, standing 2 meters tall, crowned with a single horn. However, it too suffered damage from the lingering Stealth Rock as it entered the fray, facing Xia Xuanfeng's last remaining Pokemon, Scizor. Like a crimson lightning bolt, Scizor charged forward and delivered a powerful bullet punch to Dugong. Dugong's health plummeted, but relying on its battle instincts, it countered with a surf attack. The two Pokemon exchanged blows fiercely, and in a moment of distraction from Scizor, Dugong seized the opportunity to unleash its deadly sheer cold. Against all odds, the 30 accuracy one-hit KO move connected. Scizor was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. The referee declared, Scizor is unable to battle. Since challenger Zhao Qian still has a Pokemon capable of fighting, the victory goes to Zhao Qian. The referee announced the results of the match, and the gym leader promptly withdrew his Pokemon. Zhao Qian was escorted by the staff into a small room. Shortly after, Xia Xianfeng emerged from the room. How is he? Ye Kai and Wang Xiaoding, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, immediately stepped forward to ask. He took a genetic potion, Xia Xianfeng replied calmly. He'll likely sleep for 9 to over 10 hours, though the exact duration varies from person to person. He paused, then looked at Ye Kai. Kid, Zhao Qian is your friend, right? That relay baton coordination was impressive, and that Dugong of yours performed exceptionally well too. Ye Kai didn't offer any explanation. Since it'll take so long, I'll come back to check on him in a couple of days. He turned and prepared to leave. This is an official league gym. He'll be safe here, Xia Xianfeng added. By the way, Ye Kai suddenly remembered something and turned to Wang Xiaoding. That Dugongi's at your Pokemon. Of course, Wang Xiaoding replied with a smile. Ye Kai couldn't help but marvel at the strength of her Pokemon Rapidash, Dugong, and Machamp, each more formidable than the last. But right now, he was more concerned about another matter. How much does the Baton Pass TM cost? 300,000 each. Do you need me to ask my family to send one over? All right then. Ye Kai started to reply but abruptly stopped mid-sentence, sensing something was off. He quickly skimmed through the move list provided by the system and, upon closer inspection, realized that none of his Pokemon, not even Crobat, which seemed the most plausible, could learn Baton Pass. Sorry, I just found out that none of my Pokemon can learn that move. Wang Xiaoding rolled her eyes. Come to me if you need it later. When? Next time for sure. After agreeing to meet again in 2 days, Ye Kai left the Steel-type gym. Although continuing to challenge gyms was the obvious next step, he wasn't about to sit around idly. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he had a clear plan. His next destination was the Psychic-type gym. As for the newly acquired Rhyperior, it was time to tame it properly before handing it over to his foolish younger brother, Yi Rong. Arriving at the outdoor arena within the Battle Cube complex, Yi Kai began executing his plan. While connected to the Steel-type gym, this was an independent competitive venue capable of accommodating 30,000 spectators, rivaling the scale of a school stadium. Come on out, everyone. Coughing, lay down a thick cloud of sleep-inducing toxic mist. As coughing released a large amount of gas, Yi Kai immediately sent out Rhyperior. The unruly Pokemon appeared highly agitated the moment it emerged, clearly still remembering the humiliation of being defeated by Macamp. But Yi Kai didn't give it a chance to act out, instead ordering Coughing to unleash Flamethrower. Boom. Under the combined effects of the sleep-inducing mist and toxins, Rhyperior was already staggering. Then, a powerful shockwave from the chemical explosion knocked it to the ground. The flames not only inflicted burns, but also created an eerie mix of three colors in the air: azure blue, purple, and orange, highlighting the potent concoction used in the attack. The gas released by the canister quickly consumed the toxic fumes. Without the support of the flammable gas, the flames visibly shrank, and within seconds, they were completely extinguished, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a gravely weakened Rhyhorn. Yi Kai didn't hesitate. He immediately captured the massive creature into a Pokeball and used a revive to restore it. He was well aware of the stubborn nature of Pokemon, like Rhyhorn Smuch, like Ursaringthi, usually needed to be trained from their juvenile stage to be fully tamed. However, Rhyhorn eggs were extraordinarily rare, with a market value of up to 3.8 million, a price justified by their formidable power even at low levels. In battles between level 5 Pokemon, Rhyhorn was practically unbeatable. To ensure everything was under control, Yi Kai released all his primary Pokemon to surround himself before letting the Rhyhorn out again. His sharp gaze locked onto the giant beast, making it clear that any sign of resistance would result in his Pokemon mercilessly returning it to a near-death state. This repeated dance on the edge of life and death was far more torturous than a swift end. After a brief standoff, the stubborn giant finally lowered its proud head in submission. At that moment, Nidoking suddenly climbed onto Rhyhorn's back, reminding Yi Kai that they did indeed belong to the same egg group. Nearby, Salazzle cast a resentful glance, clearly recalling a similar experience. The other trainers in the Battle Cube simply exchanged knowing smiles, accustomed to such scenes. Yi Kai pulled out his communicator and dialed Yi Rong. Hello? I found the Pokemon you were looking for. The call lasted just over 3 minutes. Now, it was only a matter of waiting to see who old Deng would send to collect the Rhyhorn. With such a spacious area to roam, Yi Kai's Pokemon began to enjoy themselves. He merely reminded them not to disturb the other Pokemon battles. About 3 hours later, Steward Wong appeared before him. Young Master Kai, we meet again. Yes, take a look at the Pokemon, Yi Kai said, pointing to the 2.4-meter-tall Rhyhorn in front of them. Judging by the shape of its horn, it was clearly a female. Steward Wong carefully examined the powerful creature, and his assessment revealed that it had reached level 47, a level that made him worry for young Master Yi Xian. Noticing Steward Wong's concern, Yi Kai immediately demonstrated the Rhyhorn's obedience. Following his commands, the giant creature performed a series of actions, including Earthquake, Drill Run, and Dragon Rush, highly challenging moves. Steward Wong nodded in approval. As a holder of 3 minor badges himself, he understood the immense value of this Pokemon. Not only did it master the practical Earthquake move, but it also inherited the rare Dragon Rush, paired with the lethal Horn Drill, in near-perfect combination. Yi Kai handed the Pokeball to Steward Wong, already imagining his younger brother making a fool of himself. Oh, by the way, how's Yi Xian doing lately? Well, the butler, Wong, hesitated briefly before slowly revealing the recent updates about Yi Xian. It turned out that Yi Xian had lost interest in preparing for the college entrance exams and was determined to travel and challenge gym leaders. To fulfill his wish without compromising his education, Yi Rong had gone to great lengths to secure him a spot at a prestigious Pokemon research institute in Longhua. As long as Yi Xian's grades weren't too poor, he could easily enroll in the school, allowing him to gain a degree while traveling, a perfect solution. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai smirked inwardly. He then inquired about Yi Xian's Pokemon. Wong promptly provided a detailed account. Young Master Xian's Larvitar had evolved into a Pupitar after consuming dozens of truckloads of mountain soil and gravel, along with a large quantity of rare candies. As for the Alolan Vulpix, it had evolved into an Alolan Ninetales using an ice stone shortly after hatching, not long after leaving its infancy stage. Yi Kai couldn't help but chuckle at this. A Larvitar eating dirt was understandable, but forcing a promising grade Alolan Vulpix to evolve just a week after hatching was a complete waste of its potential. Combined with the disobedient Rhyhorn at level 47, Yi Xian seemed destined for a rough time. The butler then presented Yi Kai with an elegant, flat wooden box. This is something the master asked me to deliver to you, he explained. Yi Kai opened the box to find a rare TM Rock Slide. The move was incredibly powerful in the real world, with a 30 chance of causing the target to flinch and the ability to deal area damage. It was worth at least 700,000. Unfortunately, at the moment, only his Nidoking could learn the move. After carefully storing the Rock Slide TM, Yikai made a request to the butler for strong, rare Poison-type Pokemon or at least some valuable information about them. With Yirong's extensive connections, this shouldn't be a difficult task. Having completed his duties, the butler mounted his Rapidash and departed swiftly. Yikai turned his thoughts to the upcoming Psychic-type gym challenge. Although Psychic types were strong against Poison types, his Nidoking had the powerful Bug-type move Megahorn, with a base power of 120. Additionally, his Crobat was equipped with Bug-type moves like U-Turn and Leech Life, as well as the Ghost-type move Shadow Ball, all effective counters against Psychic types. I'll figure out the strategy in more detail once Zhao Qian shows up, he thought. For now, he needed to head to the shopping center to restock on energy cubes for his Pokemon. Not to mention the main 4 Pokemon. Even the auxiliary ones like Gogoat and Nidoran have astonishing appetites. Yikai released Gogoat, checked the navigation on his phone, and headed toward the Huaihua Pokemon Shopping Center, 8 kilometers away. The familiar scent of perfume wafted through the air long before he arrived. The decor of this chain shopping center was identical to its other branches. Yikai walked straight to his target store, and before he could step inside, several clerks greeted him in unison. Welcome to Kangaskhan Energy Cube Specialty Store. Ground type, Fire type, and Flying type need high-level energy cubes. Normal type and Grass type can make do with mid-level ones. Yikai ordered a 3-month supply in one go, thinking that he could finally keep his ravenous team satisfied for a while. As he prepared to browse for battle items, a refreshing aroma of water and earthy notes caught his attention. The scent reminded him of the special series family pack he had purchased at the Lianqing branch. What is that smell? Yikai asked curiously. You have a sharp nose. The clerk's eyes lit up and immediately led him to the item counter. This is our new product, the Incense series. Using the system in the back office, the clerk had already pulled up Yikai's purchase history and knew he was a potential buyer of battle items. This Sea-Tide Incense enhances the power of water-type moves. Even if it's not equipped, simply breathing in the aroma daily can promote a Pokemon's water-type energy cycle and improve the proficiency of water-type moves. Yikai was already familiar with all this product information. Unfortunately, the incense that enhanced attribute power was only available for water, grass, psychic, and rock types, and the cost-performance ratio was not particularly attractive. How much is it? A flat rate of 700,000 each. Yikai internally grumbled at the price, but after some thought, he considered the rock-type incense. After all, Nidoking could learn Rock Slidia, very practical move. In the end, in addition to a large stock of energy cubes, he purchased the rock-type incense, which resembled a clay pot. Once the lid was lifted and the incense ignited, it emitted a rich, earthy fragrance. By lunchtime, Yikai found himself at a camping-themed restaurant within the shopping center. The unique feature of this place was that it allowed Pokemon to dine at the same table as their trainers. When Yikai released all his Pokemon, Nidoking's towering presence immediately drew gasps of amazement from other diners. Oh my gosh, that's a totem Pokemon. It's gigantic. Look, Coughing, Salazzle, and Crobat are all shiny Pokemon. Yikai ignored the murmurs around him and focused on enjoying the roasted sawsbuck meat from the buffet. The dish was prepared similarly to roasted lamb, with the sawsbuck meat tender and juicy. He skillfully brushed on combi honey, sprinkled salt and cumin, and let the aroma fill the air. The enticing scent of the roast made Combi and Salazzle drool, and even Nidoking couldn't help but swallow hungrily. After a satisfying meal, Yikai decided to head to the Trainer Association. Last time, he had been too rushed preparing for a gym battle to explore it thoroughly. In fact, the association housed numerous rare technical machines TMs. Among those he had seen were Thunderbolt, Surf, and Ice Beam. If he could teach all these moves, especially to Nidoking, it would significantly expand their offensive capability. Isa, truly epic upgrade. Come back, Gogoat. Yikai recalled his Pokemon into the Pokeball and looked up at the abandoned factory in front of him, the headquarters of the Yangqing Trainers Association. The same buzz-cut middle-aged man stood at the entrance. He nodded slightly upon seeing Yikai. After a brief acknowledgement, Yikai walked straight in. This time, he planned to thoroughly explore everything valuable here, as it might be his last visit. He skipped the battle area entirely, where only rookie trainers were sparring. The real experts never lingered in such places. Instead, he headed straight for the supply section. The warehouse manager, a short-haired girl, looked surprised when she saw him grabbing a toxic orb with bare hands, left quite an impression. What do you need this time? She asked proactively. Let me take a look at the hidden machines first. She led Yikai to a bookshelf lined with Pokemon-related books, with the bottom shelf neatly stocked with hidden machine discs. Just as Yikai was about to browse through them, she said, no need to sort through them. Just tell me the moves you want. Yikai immediately listed a series of moves. Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Surf. He was practically reciting Nidoking's move list from the system, leaving no special attack move unchecked. The girl's eyes suddenly glowed red before she disappeared in an instant. Ikai was taken aback, hadn't expected her to be a psychic. Moments later, she reappeared with several discs in hand. Ice Beam sold out yesterday, but we still have Thunderbolt and Surf, she said concisely. Without hesitation, Ikai said he'd take them all. That'll be 1.47 million. I have a high-quality Firestone here. After an inspection, the Firestone turned out to be of exceptional quality, valued at 2.05 million. Stones of this caliber could even enhance a Pokemon's potential, allowing EVs graded D or C to evolve and gain an entire rank. On the warehouse manager's recommendation, Ikai also discovered an interesting move, Stomp. Its power doubles if the previous move misses. For Nidoking, if Horn Drill failed, Stomp's power could reach an astonishing 150, surpassing even Earthquake. In the end, Ikai traded the premium Firestone for all the moves and received 130,000 and change. These moves perfectly aligned with Nidoking's training path. These moves aren't exclusive to Nidoking. Koffing can also learn Thunderbolt, Ikai mused as he turned to the psychic girl beside him. There should be a specialized training facility here, right? Of course. Follow me. They soon arrived at an open area on one side of the facility, arranged to resemble an abandoned cinema. A large screen at the front flickered faintly. Without hesitation, Ikai pulled out all his Pokeballs and released his entire team. His first goal was clear teach Nidoking and Koffing how to use Thunderbolt. With the other Pokemon given permission to roam freely, Ikai laid out a yoga mat on the ground and began meditating. 3 or 4 hours passed, but progress was far from ideal. Ikai couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Without mastering the internal circulation of electric-type energy, and without even basic energy cubes, learning this is just wishful thinking. As he debated whether to head back to the city to buy energy cubes, a thought struck him: why not ask the warehouse girl at the Trainer Association? They likely had everything he needed. Electric-type energy cubes? The girl smiled faintly. Learning Thunderbolt isn't hard. I can lend you a Raichu, but it'll cost you 60,000 for tutoring. Without hesitation, Ikai agreed and paid the fee. Come out, Raichu. Raichu. This Alolan Raichu appeared quite unique. Its deep brown fur set it apart from a regular Raichu. It floated effortlessly on its tail, using psychic power to control its electricity. After scanning it, Ikai confirmed it was the special form of Raichu evolved from a surfing Pikachu. The warehouse girl teleported to the training area, carrying a large bag of electric-type energy cubes. Training while replenishing energy works best, she explained. Raichu used the lowest intensity Electro Ball. Under the precise control of its psychic power, arcs of electricity gently enveloped Koffing and Nidoking. Due to Nidoking's ground typing, the training was more challenging. Raichu had to use its psychic abilities to lift Nidoking, conducting electricity from its tongue to forcefully store electric-type energy in its body. While having a meal, Ikai observed the progress. 7 hours passed, and as night fell, the system finally delivered good news. Congratulations. Your Koffing has learned the move, Thunderbolt. Congratulations. Your Nidoking has learned the move, Thunderbolt. By now, Raichu was completely drained, lying exhausted on the ground. The two newly trained Pokemon immediately used their freshly learned Thunderbolt to recharge their mentor. Nidoking channeled electricity through its horn, while Koffing generated static discharge by spinning and rubbing against its smoke. Though their power was still weak, it was enough to restore some of Raichu's energy. The Pokemon then enjoyed the energy cubes. Nidoking seemed to savor the tingling sensation, while Koffing preferred the sharpness of toxic orbs. All right, Raichu, you can head back now, Ikai said. Understanding his intent, Raichu returned on its own. That's it for today, Ikai apologized to his team. I wasn't well prepared. I didn't even arrange for energy cubes or a proper training partner. Nidoking and Koffing, however, didn't seem to mind and returned to their Pokeballs. The already tired Salazzle and Crobat followed suit. It seemed there was still much to learn. Tamarono room for slacking. The next day, Ikai was up early and ready. He stood at the entrance of the Huaiwe Elf Shopping Center, staring at the tightly shut doors, waiting. The shopping center wouldn't open until 9 a.m., so he had no choice but to pull out his phone to pass the time. As he scrolled, a transfer notification popped. UPA, whopping 3.8 million yuan had been transferred to him by Lao Deng during the early hours of the morning. This was a real windfall of gold coins. Meanwhile, far away in Lian City, Yi Rong was engaged in an intense elf battle. He was using none other than the Drill Horn Rhinoceros, and the battlefield was a scene of fierce combat. Drill Horn Rhinoceros, use Earthquake, Yi Rong commanded. The entire battlefield trembled violently as his opponent's Muddy Horse was instantly reduced to critical health. Muddy Horse, use Double Edge. The opponent countered, unwilling to back down. Keep using Earthquake, Yi Rong responded calmly. Amid the deafening rumble, the battlefield was torn apart by the clash of the two beasts. Trainers at this age preferred such heated confrontations, valuing raw power over intricate strategies. The Muddy Horse suffered from its trainer's poor tactics. Despite knowing Earthquake itself, it was ordered to engage in close combat. Before it could get near, it was struck by another earthquake, leaving it dazed and barely standing. Haha, Mr. Zhang, do you have any other elves? Yi Rong asked smugly. Humph, don't get cocky. Go, Crimson Dragon. Mr. Zhang sent out his trump card. Yi Rong smirked, seizing the moment as his opponent switched elves. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, Dragon Rush. The Drillhorn Rhinoceros was instantly enveloped in a purplured dragon energy. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it charged at the newly summoned Crimson Dragon, dealing massive damage with a single hit. Keep going, use Dragon Rush repeatedly. Crimson Dragon, use Protect first, then Brick Break. The battle was quickly decided. Protect could only buy a moment's reprieve, and Brick Break required close range. As soon as the Crimson Dragon approached, it was knocked back by another Dragon Rush. Both sides were injured, but the Drillhorn Rhinoceros still had energy to spare, while the Crimson Dragon was on the verge of collapse within a minute of entering the fight. Watching from the sidelines, Butler Wong couldn't help but smile wryly at this raw display of strength. These corporate executives' battle styles were the epitome of axe-wielding duels, completely devoid of tactical finesse. Yi Rong was increasingly pleased with the Drillhorn Rhinoceros. Despite its great aptitude, with proper training, it could potentially be elevated to Grade and reach the level 70 cap. More importantly, it had mastered practical skills like Earthquake and Dragon Rush, and it could learn moves like Dig, Surf, Protect, and 3 elemental punches, giving it a wide range of techniques. The only issue was its level 47, just above the 45 level limit controlled by a single small badge. However, if Ye Kai could tame it, Yi Xian should be able to handle it too. Otherwise, if even Butler Wong, who held 3 small badges, could manage elves under level 50, and Yi Xian couldn't, then he'd truly be hopeless. This is a test of taming the Drillhorn Rhino Beast. If successful, it would become a formidable force in battle. Even more exciting is the potential for the Rhino Beast to evolve into the hyper-armored Rhino Beast, a favorite among seasoned trainers. Its robust, industrial aesthetic is the epitome of masculine appeal. Yi Rong had already made up his mind. If Yi Xian failed to tame it, he would step in and take on the challenge himself. Meanwhile, Ye Kai was far from idle. He had stocked up on a large supply of energy cubes for learning new skills, and had just received news that Zhao Qian had finally regained consciousness. They immediately scheduled a meeting at the Trainer Association. After purchasing high-grade energy cubes, Ye Kai rushed back to the association, secured his rideable Skiddo, and prepared to train his Pokemon in new skills. The second skill to learn was Surf. This move is not only versatile in battles, but also one of the most practical skills in the wild, as Pokemon often need to ferry trainers across rivers. However, for Poison-type Pokemon, even knowing Surf might not make them suitable for carrying people such as Quillfish or Toxapex, which are covered in toxic spines. Among Ye Kai's Pokemon, only Nidoking was capable of learning Surf. At the training ground, other Pokemon were playing nearby. Coughing was diligently practicing Thunderbolt, spinning at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, Nidoking was enjoying energy cubes while attentively watching the instructional video. Ye Kai once again approached the mysterious warehouse girl to ask if there was a water-type Pokemon available for Surf training. The girl absent-mindedly toyed with the spoon in her hand and replied without looking up, "Same deal, 60,000. Even after Ye Kai explained that he had already prepared energy cubes, her attitude remained unchanged. "That's irrelevant to me. It's 60,000 whether you bring those or not." Ye Kai was about to ask if Nidoking could learn the skill within 24 hours when the girl interrupted. "It won't take 24 hours. At most, 12. Come on out, Milotic." A graceful, serpentine Pokemon appeared before them, leaving Ye Kai speechless. The sea serpent shimmered with rainbow hues, its creamy body adorned with blue and pink scales, an utterly breathtaking sight. The value of a Milotic was astronomical. The mystery surrounding the warehouse girl deepened. "Being taught by Milotic, 60,000 is absolutely worth it," the girl said confidently. Without hesitation, Ye Kai made the payment. What followed was an impressive display of Milotic's teaching prowess. It gently used Aqua Tail to guide Nidoking while simultaneously using Life Dew to restore its stamina. Nidoking seemed to thoroughly enjoy the process. Time flew by, and by the time Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting arrived, Nidoking had completely mastered Surf in just under 6.5 hours. "Wow, what a stunning Pokemon!" Wang Shouting exclaimed in awe. The group checked their phones for information and learned that Milotic was not only the most beautiful Pokemon, but also possessed the incredible ability to calm anger and resolve conflicts. Even the warehouse girl was surprised by Nidoking's learning speed. "Already mastered it? This Nidoking must have extraordinary potential," she remarked, though she quickly brushed it off, stating it was none of her concern. Ye Kai flipped through the skill discs in his hand, contemplating the next move to learn. This was also why he had called everyone to gather. A discs had a validity period of less than a month. While their value diminished over time, a single disc could teach multiple Pokemon, maximizing the utility of these technical machines. So this is why you've been hiding out here, Kai learning skills," Zhao Qian teased, immediately catching on to Ye Kai's plan. Still, He understood that with the upcoming gym challenges, learning skills was essential as long as the price was right. Let me see if there's anything I can learn too. Sure, but remember to pay up, Ye Kai replied without hesitation. Zhao Qian stood helplessly in place. These moves Thunderbolt, Surf, Rock Slide were all rare and powerful skills. Missing this opportunity meant who knew how long he'd have to wait for the next one. He silently made up his mind. He had to learn them. Meanwhile, Ye Kai had already started preparing Nidoking's training plan. Since Nidoking had already mastered Earthquake, learning Stomp, another ground-type move, should be significantly easier. Ye Kai first carefully set up the training area, arranging various energy cubes and taking out the toxic orb and rock incense. Then he rolled out a yoga mat and began meditating in deep focus. The training area buzzed with activity. Nidoking munched on energy cubes while attentively watching skill demonstration videos. Coughing held the toxic orb in its mouth and could now endure it for over 20 seconds. Salazzle and Crobat trained independently. Seeing Ye Kai so focused, Wang Xiaoding and Zhao Qian sensibly refrained from disturbing him and turned to explore other areas of the trainer association. Time ticked by, and suddenly, the system notification chimed. 5, 4, 1. Congratulations, your Nidoking has learned the skill, Rock Slide. Shortly after, another notification followed. Nidoking has learned the skill, Stomp. Ye Kai abruptly opened his eyes and checked Nidoking's stats. Nidoking dominant Pokemon. Level, LV.42 Elite. Moves, Leer, Poison Sting, Horn Drill, and more. Proficiency, Toxic, Sludge Bomb 73, Earthquake 92, Horn Attack, Fire Blast. Recently learned moves, Snore 23, Thunderbolt 24, Surf 20, Rock Slide 20, Stomp 42. Ignoring his hunger, Ye Kai swiftly recalled all his Pokemon, packed his gear, and headed straight to the warehouse attendant. She was deeply focused, manipulating 4 spoons with her mind, her eyes glowing red as the spoons twisted into a braided shape. You're here to return the technical machines, aren't you? She said, as if she had already anticipated his purpose. Ye Kai nodded and handed over all 6 TMS Iron Defense, Thunderbolt, Surf, Rock Slide, Snore, and Stomp. The league's standard buyback price totaled 2.87 million. After completing the transaction, Ye Kai quickly went to find Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding. When he arrived at the battle arena, he walked in on an intense showdown. Vikavolt, Discharge. Mag Mortar, Flamethrower. 2 streams of energy collided midair, sending ripples through the battlefield. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding stood at the sidelines, engrossed in the spectacular clash of moves. Let's go. He patted Zhao Qian on the shoulder, signaling with his eyes that they could leave. You arrived just in time. There's something we need to discuss. The 3 of them found a secluded spot, and Zhao Qian got straight to the point about his predicament. He had too few Pokemon at his disposal, only a Scizor and a Lycanroc. Although he was temporarily borrowing Wang Xiaoding's Rapidash and Dugong, it was clearly not a long-term solution. He had sought help from his family, but received an unexpected response. They wouldn't provide him with any Pokemon, but were willing to arrange for a ranger to take them out to catch some. Don't you already have a Woobat? Someone asked. That little guy needs to reach level 48 to evolve. Zhao Qian couldn't help but complain. Who knows when that'll happen? As a novice trainer with only 1 badge, he urgently needed battle-ready Pokemon, especially since the next gym leader he was facing was known for deploying 4 powerful Pokemon. Does the place you're going to have Poison-type Pokemon? Yeah, take a look at this. He pulled out his phone and showed a photo. This is a Wooper, and this is its regional variant. In recent years, the Dark Swamp Reserve has introduced these for ecological diversity. When it evolves, it becomes a Clodsire, distinct from a Quagsire. Ye Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was well aware of this. Both Clodsire and Quagsire possessed the powerful ability, Unaware, which allowed them to ignore opponents' stat changes and attack directly. Even if Scizor used Sword's Dance to boost its attack, Clodsire could completely disregard the enhancement and continue to deal strong damage. It was undoubtedly a very advantageous ability. The group immediately set off for the Dark Swamp Reserve. This renowned reserve in Hoosier was famous for its vast marshlands, but saw few visitors due to the frequent disappearances reported each year. The area was home to numerous water and dark-type Pokemon, especially the aggressive and bloodthirsty dark types that often attacked humans unprovoked. As a result, the reserve was a gathering spot for trainers obsessed with dark-type Pokemon. After more than 2 hours of trekking, from flatlands to dense forests, the terrain became increasingly challenging. Initially, they had relied on Rapidash's speed, but as the landscape grew more rugged and overrun with thorns, Zhao Qian decided to rent a Gogoat from a local riding company. True to its reputation, the Gogoat used its vine whip to securely lift passengers over obstacles, making the treacherous mountain paths much easier to navigate. At last, the checkpoint set up by the League came into view. Nearby, a group of young men and women in black and purple hoodies loitered, their eerie smiles fixed on the approaching trio. Ye Kai chose to ignore them, and both Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding deliberately avoided making eye contact. The group merely chuckled sinisterly, watching as the three entered the checkpoint. Uncle Wang. Zhao Qian greeted enthusiastically. Oh, Xiao Zhao, it's been years. You've grown so much. Good to see you, Uncle Wang. Wang shouting chimed in. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward, as Ye Kai didn't know this man. And who might this be? Uncle Wang asked. Let me introduce you, Zhao Qian quickly said. This is my classmate, and the recent champion of the Zhujiang City School competition. He's already earned 2 badges. Hearing this, a flicker of respect crossed Uncle Wang's face. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhao Qian's classmate, Ye Kai said, seizing the opportunity to ask the question on his mind. By the way, about those people at the checkpoint entrance. Ah. Uncle Wang's face darkened with anger. Those are members of Yasha, a group claiming to fight for Pokemon equality and against discrimination toward less popular types. But in reality, they're just a bunch of thugs demanding special privileges. Ye Kai was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this world was far less peaceful than had imagined. So far, he had been lucky to avoid direct confrontations with such criminal organizations. Still, he thought to himself, if they dare block my path, they'll only have themselves to blame for what happens next. Uncle Wang generously handed each of them 10 safari balls. These balls were originally meant to be purchased. The cost of staying in the reserve for 24 hours was 60,000, and capturing each Pokemon could cost anywhere between 600,000 to 1 million, depending on its strength. When Ye Kai insisted on paying, Uncle Wang waved him off and said, your dad already covered the cost. Hurry up and catch some Pokemon. The group changed into swamp-specific outfits that resembled overalls. These thick protective suits were designed to handle getting covered in mud without worry. After a detailed safety briefing, the 3 of them stepped into the reserve. The terrain ahead was complex and varied, with grasslands, puddles, and bogs interwoven. What should we do next? Ye Kai, the novice, sought advice from his companions. Wang shouting immediately suggested, release flying Pokemon first. If we get stuck in the swamp, they can help us out. Following her advice, Crobat, Coughing, and Pidgeot were released one by one. Zhao Qian's Zubat, however, was left resting in its Pokeball as it had just transitioned out of its juvenile stage. The trio cautiously ventured deeper into the reserve. Every few minutes, someone would inevitably sink into the soft mud, but fortunately, their Pokemon were always there to help. At first, it was Zhao Qian and Wang shouting who got stuck, and when it was Ye Kai's turn, though he was terrified, he managed to get out safely as well. Suddenly, a medium-sized crocodile burst out of the mud. It stood on 2 legs, arms crossed over its chest, revealing a pink belly and giving off a delinquent vibe. A Krokorok. Wang shouting quickly scanned it with her phone. It has a unique night vision ability, allowing it to hunt precisely even in the dark. Before Zhao Qian could react, Ye Kai sprang into action. Coughing, use smokescreen. With 10 safari balls in hand, he figured it was worth capturing first and deciding later. However, the Krokorok played dirty and launched a crunch attack directly at the trainers. At the critical moment, a flash of red light appeared. Machamp intervened just in time, landing a dynamic punch squarely on Krokorok's head, leaving it severely weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kai skillfully threw a safari ball, successfully capturing it. This no-guard Machamp is really something, Ye Kai remarked with admiration. Though the group hadn't traveled far, they were already covered head to toe in chocolate-colored mud. But for the sake of capturing Pokemon, this hardship was nothing. As they pressed on, they encountered a real challenge, a vast expanse of purple sludge teeming with Grimer and Mook, blending seamlessly into the swamp. These Mooks, though seemingly small, could change their shape at will, spreading out to cover an area of 79 square meters, with larger ones exceeding 12 square meters. The most dangerous part was their toxic touch, making them incredibly difficult to handle in such swampy terrain. Oh my god, there are so many of them. We have to take a detour. Provoking them here would be suicidal. The group unanimously retreated, searching for an alternate path. Zhao Qian and Wang shouting gasped sharply, and even Ye Kai instinctively tensed up. The scene before them was chilling. A group of Grimers was slowly closing in on them. In this world, poison-type Pokemon like Grimer, Arbok, and Coughing were often cast as villains in horror stories, with urban legends about Grimers devouring humans and leaving no trace, sending shivers down people's spines. Coughing, put them to sleep, Ye Kai ordered decisively. Coughing immediately released a thick cloud of sleep-inducing gas, and the Grimers quickly fell into slumber. The 3 wasted no time and hurriedly took a detour. After the crisis was averted, Ye Kai recalled the praise his grandfather, Yi Rong, had once given to Grimers. These seemingly terrifying Pokemon possessed an incredible ability. They could produce gold by consuming garbage. Some Grimers could even produce large golden nuggets. In the real world, Grimers not only yielded gold nuggets and black sludge, but also rare toxic orbs, which were far more valuable than the small golden nuggets seen in games. Moreover, the price of gold had consistently remained above 500 per gram. That was close. If we'd been dragged into that swamp, what'd be done for? Zhao Qian said with lingering fear. The others remained silent. clearly still shaken by the narrow escape. Suddenly, several Murkrows swooped down from the sky, aiming straight for the trio. Galbit, Heat Wave. Ye Kai responded swiftly. A scorching gust swept through the air, scattering the Murkrows, which fell to the ground. However, Ye Kai noticed something unusual. These Murkrows didn't display any status panels, which was extremely rare based on his experience. Just as he prepared to use a Pokeball to capture them, a Shadow Ball came hurtling through the air, shattering the Pokeball to pieces. A cold voice echoed from above. How dare you try to capture one of Yasha's Pokemon? Do you have a death wish? Looking up, they saw three figures, two men and one woman hovering in midair on their respective Murkrows. The woman in black, who seemed to be the leader, threatened coldly. Hand over all your Pokemon, or don't expect to leave this swamp alive. Ye Kai silently stepped back behind his companions. The situation was highly unfavorable. Wang Shouting immediately retaliated. Pidgeot, quick attack. Pidgeot launched a rapid assault, but a deep purple Sableye suddenly emerged and struck it down with a power gem. Its jewel-like eyes seemed to draw in one's very soul with a single glance. Huh, do you see now? Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon are the strongest, the opponent gloated. Several Murkrows swarmed Pidgeot, leaving it severely injured. Wang Shouting quickly recalled it, and Macamp leapt out to shield her. As the standoff intensified, Ye Kai suddenly issued three rapid commands. Salazzle, Fire Lash. Coughing, Smokescreen. Galbit, Heat Wave. Kid, stop your pointless struggle. Haven't you heard the saying, lose your money to save your life? The three Murkrows simultaneously used Protect, blocking all the attacks. But Ye Kai smirked slyly. You'll understand soon enough. Before the words finished, the three figures in the air suddenly felt dizzy and plummeted to the ground. It turned out Ye Kai's previous attacks were a feint. The real trump card was the sleep-inducing gas Coughing had already released. On solid ground, they might not have been so cautious, but in this unfavorable terrain, capturing the opponents alive was the safest option. Zhao Qian, call Uncle Wang immediately. Ye Kai instructed as he looked at the unconscious enemies. Zhao Qian decisively dialed the phone. Meanwhile, Wang Shouting took out a vitality shard from her backpack and fed it to Pidgeot. Although Pokemon rarely die easily, if they remain in a critical state and continue to suffer from high power or sustained attacks, the consequences could be catastrophic. The relentless pursuit and attacks from the Murkrow flock earlier had already placed Pidgeot in an extremely dangerous situation. In less than 3 minutes, Uncle Wang arrived at the scene with several rangers and 2 league staff members. Ye Kai truthfully recounted the events, explaining that the criminals, who claimed to be members of Yasha, had threatened them to hand over all their Pokemon or face death. Soon, the criminals were handcuffed and shackled, while their Pokeballs were secured in specially designed iron mesh covers. Thank you all for helping us apprehend these lawbreakers, one of the rangers said, handing over 10 Safari Balls. This is compensation for you. Apologies for the inadequacies in the reserve's security. There was an unwritten rule in the reserve. Capturing Pokemon required the use of Safari Balls. While other types of Pokeballs could be used, they came with an additional fee. Ye Kai was previously able to use an Ultra Ball to capture Salazzle because he had paid a substantial fee up front, which was an exception. Suddenly, a wave of sleep gas drifted over. Despicable. Old Wang, known for his fiery temper, unhesitatingly elbowed one of the defiant young men in the face. I've memorized your face. When we get out, I'll make sure you regret this. Shut up. You think you're getting out? If it weren't for the League's laws, you'd already be dead. Ye Kai couldn't agree more with that statement. The incident delayed them significantly. Although Old Wang wanted to help Zhao Qian and the others capture Pokemon, he had already been warned by the League multiple times for assisting too often. Helping acquaintances capture Pokemon was an unspoken practice, but if caught, it would indicate incompetence. Left with no choice, he could only let Zhao Qian and the others rely on their own abilities. Before long, the group arrived at a crystal-clear pond. Ye Kai released his Nidoking and climbed onto its back. Nidoking swam forward using a dog-paddling motion at an impressive speed. Seeing Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting hesitate, Ye Kai explained, "Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Nidoking's venomous spines are only on the horn on its head. Only Nidoking with the poison point ability are unsafe to touch." However, the two still shook their heads and declined. Finally, Ye Kai came up with a solution. Standing on Nidoking's back, he released his Gogoat and used its vines to lift the two of them. This plan was finally acceptable to them. With Nidoking's rapid movement, they soon approached a group of Wooper. The water's surface was dotted with Wooper and Quagsire, lazily floating on their backs. Not far away, Slowpoke and Psyduck could also be seen, their beady eyes exuding a sense of quiet intelligence. Ye Kai directed Nidoking to circle the water several times, but he couldn't spot the rumored variant of Wooper. Zhao Qian was equally puzzled. After a moment of thought, he said, "Could it have been eaten by other wild Pokemon? No, that doesn't make sense. Both Quagsire and the Wooper variant should be poisonous. What kind of Pokemon would dare to eat that? Could it be Mook?" The three of them exclaimed in unison. The Pokemon before them were unexpectedly docile, their adorable, silly expressions making it hard to resist getting closer. Carefully, they reached out to gently stroke the soft fur of the creatures. The Pokemon only became lively and competitive when energy cubes were brought out. Otherwise, they behaved like a group of clueless little goofballs. Seeing this, Ikai didn't hold back either. After using hypnosis, he quickly captured one of each type of Pokemon. He initially planned to head back since there weren't any poison-type Pokemon he was looking for. But then he thought better of it. Life can't always be perfect, right? A minor setback was nothing in the grand scheme of things. After all, countless trainers had vanished forever within the secret realms. Every second of every day, people disappeared in this world. Even the mighty Alliance only governed 68 of nations and regions. The rest of the world consisted of either desolate, uninhabited zones or mysterious secret realms. About 10 of the remaining areas were controlled by pirates, illegal Pokemon hunters, and other criminal forces, a seemingly small percentage. But in reality, it represented a vast and formidable territory. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Ikai realized how much easier things had become with Nidoking, his living battleship. Capturing Pokemon now felt effortless. Scizor, Bullet Punch. Lycanroc, Stone Edge. Rapidash, Flamethrower. Command after command was issued, and the number of captured Pokemon quickly grew. Mawile, Alolan Raticate, Poochyena, Murkrow, Shiftry. For hours later, their haul had already exceeded the capacity of 20 Pokeballs. Zhao Qian eventually found a Pokemon he liked, and the group began their journey back. From the crystal clear lake area to the muddy swamplands, Nidoking's surf ability was of no use here, forcing them to proceed on foot. Once again, a group of mooks surrounded them. Employing the same tactic, Ikai used a gas bomb, putting them all to sleep. After trudging through the muck, they finally returned to the protected zone's checkpoint. After cleaning up and changing clothes, Zhao Qian chose Shiftry, while Wang Shouting was charmed by the adorable Wooper. Although Ikai hadn't found the poison-type Pokemon he wanted, he wasn't too bothered. Just as they stepped out of the Alliance checkpoint, members of the Yiksha gang were waiting for them at the gate. Ikai immediately understood the situation. "Hey, you three, don't think you can just walk away that easily," a cocky blonde youth shouted. Nidoking. Ikai didn't waste a moment, releasing his colossal powerhouse. Roar. The deafening roar made the 5 opponents flinch. "How dare you challenge the Yiksha gang? Get them." Toxicroak, mean look. Houndoom, go. Nidoking, without waiting for instructions, acted on its own. The opposing Toxicroak launched a surprise attack, landing a punch on Nidoking's stomach, but it was no more than a tickle. Nidoking grinned, casually delivering a powerful Horn Drill with a terrifying force. Are you stupid? Horn Drill only has a 30 accuracy rate. Where do you think you're aiming?" One of the Yiksha gang members mocked arrogantly. Yikai's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle. The Shadow Ball and Flamethrower hit Nidoking squarely, yet it withstood the attacks with ease. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently. A shockwave far surpassing a normal earthquake erupted from Nidoking, instantly sending the 3 nearby Pokemon flying. The ground cracked intensely, rubble scattered everywhere, and fissures spread like a spiderweb. "Is this Fisher?" the spirited young man exclaimed in disbelief. How could Nidoking know this move? The spirited young woman stood agape, her mouth wide enough to fit a whole egg. Ikai couldn't be bothered to explain the effects of the stomping tantrum move to these lowlifes. "Rock Slide," he ordered coldly. Nidoking sprang into action. Though it hadn't fully mastered the move, the scattered debris provided perfect material. With a powerful swing of its tail, Nidoking launched a barrage of massive rocks at the 3 Pokemon, now barely clinging to consciousness. Only then did their opponents realize they had picked the wrong fight. They scrambled to recall their Pokemon, but it was too late. Watching the 3 Pokemon buried under the rubble, Ikai said nothing and turned to leave with Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting. This was already an act of mercy if not for his sense of restraint. It wouldn't just be the Pokemon lying on the ground. The 3 traveled in silence, using navigation to head straight for Lake City's Psychic-type gym. Night had fallen, and the Skiddo and Rapidash galloped swiftly under the moonlight, the wind howling around them. Yikai's thoughts began to shift, drifting toward Chu Feng and Feng Miao Miao. Though Zhao Qian was still by his side, none of them would remain students forever. The cruelty of the outside world was unrelenting, and incidents like Pokemon theft likely occurred daily outside the Alliance's jurisdiction. He had grown accustomed to observing it all as a bystander. Injustice existed in every world, and he was no righteous hero. As long as no one obstructed his path, he had no quarrel. But if anyone dared to stand in his way, he would crush them without hesitation. Concepts like level suppression, type advantage, or knowledge gaps all boiled down to one thing: strength conquers all. Enhancing one's own power was the ultimate solution. 2.5 hours later, the group arrived at the Psychic-type gym in Gon City. "It's too late tonight. Let's grab some late-night snacks and rest first," Zhao Qian suggested. Everyone agreed readily. "Boss, 100 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of kidneys, and grill 3 Kingler for us." "Got it, ready in 10 minutes." The steamed crabs are excellent. The late-night food stall was bustling with activity. Yi Kai suddenly felt someone watching him. Yi Kai, do you remember me? A boy with a brown bowl-cut hairstyle greeted him. Who are you? It's me, Huang Fei. Yi Kai sipped his berry juice, uninterested in stirring up trouble. Sorry, you've got the wrong person. It's the trainer who used Ralts in the Panshir school tournament, Zhao Qian whispered in reminder. With that, Yi Kai finally recalled vaguely. You must be here to challenge the psychic-type gym, right? Come and battle me first. Faced with this self-invited challenger, Yi Kai was utterly speechless. Why is there always someone like that everywhere? With that remark, Huang Fei turned and walked away. Yi Kai paid no attention, remaining focused on the skewers in front of him. Finding the tree fruit juice too bland, he ordered a pint of beer instead. He expertly opened the can and took a long swig. Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting looked surprised, clearly unused to seeing Yi Kai drink. In his past life, Yi Kai would also turn to alcohol when feeling down. However, his limited finances often meant settling for affordable beer. He understood well that the human heart can only hold so much. There's no need to worry about everything. The night was deep, and with meat and beer in hand, it was already a rare pleasure. Yi Kai mused to himself that the evening would be even better if the Pokemon could join in this meal. After downing 3 cans of beer, he remained perfectly sober. I'm staying at the Pokemon Center tonight. What about you two? Yi Kai asked his companions. We have other plans. Zhao Qian began, but Yi Kai already understood. With a casual wave, he said, see you tomorrow morning at the gym entrance. At the Pokemon Center, room assignments were determined by strength, specifically the number of badges one possessed. Yi Kai ended up with a modest 30 square meter room. Though simple, it was more than sufficient for rest. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Yi Kai stretched lazily. Oh, a psychic-type gym, huh? Watch me. After a quick wash, he drank some moo milk. The fresh milk from the milk tank was as good as its reputation suggested. Even Salazzle, after tasting it, lit up with excitement and quickly finished the rest. Given Nidoking and Crobat's large sizes and the unsuitability of coughing in most situations, the only one free to roam was the smallest of them, Salazzle. By 10 a.m., Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting still hadn't shown up, so Yi Kai headed straight into the psychic-type gym. The purple wallpaper created a mysterious atmosphere, and 4 vivid Kadabra statues stood in the corners, highlighting the gym's unique theme. At the front desk, the attendant initially scheduled Yi Kai's challenge for the following afternoon. However, the brown-haired boy with a bowl cut from the previous night suddenly teleported in, insisting on arranging Yi Kai's battle personally. As the son of the gym leader, Huang Shihao, his words carried weight. They'll explain the rules, Huang Fei said. In the challenge rooms, you'll face a series of questions. Answer correctly, and you can skip the battle. Get it wrong, and you'll have to defeat your opponent to move forward. There are a total of 12 rooms. With that, he teleported away. 12. Yi Kai's expression didn't falter. Even if there were 32, I'd take them all on. With that, he pushed open the first door. In the dimly lit room, a spotlight focused on him. The first question appeared as expected. At what level does Croconaw evolve into Feraligatr? The screen displayed a 30-second countdown. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Yi Kai's eyes. He was well-versed in the evolution levels of starter Pokemon. While most followed the standard levels of 16 and 36, there were exceptions like Venusaur and Feraligatr. Level 30, he declared firmly. Correct answer. You may proceed. Following the guiding light, Yi Kai approached the second door. Out of curiosity, he reached out to touch the unlit area and immediately recognized it as a light screen, likely created by a Mr. Mime. It seemed the only way forward was to play by the rules. Pushing open the second door, another question awaited him. Can Snorlax learn Thunderbolt? Yi Kai quickly searched his memory. Snorlax could learn Elemental Punches, Surf, and Ice Beam, but Thunderbolt? In his past life, while experimenting with curse setups, he hadn't paid much attention to this detail. Yes, he answered on instinct. If Snorlax could use Flamethrower, surely Thunderbolt wasn't out of the question. Correct answer. You may proceed. The third room posed an even trickier question. Can Swinub learn Avalanche through leveling up? Yes. Yi Kai blurted out confidently. Incorrect. Initiating battle. The entire room lit up abruptly, revealing a woman in her early 20s standing across from him. The battle began without hesitation. Come forth, Hypno. Nidoking. Before Hypno could cast Hypnosis, it was instantly taken down by Nidoking's Megahorn, slamming hard against the wall. The challenges grew progressively more difficult. The fourth question concerned Kingler's evolution level, and Yi Kai answered 28 without hesitation. He continued to breeze through the trials, occasionally faltering but relying on sheer strength to push through. By the time he reached the 10th room, he faced a silhouette identification question. Voltorb, Yi Kai answered, only to be met with an error notification. It turned out to be an overhead view of a Mungus. At that moment, the room's lights fully illuminated, and Huang Fei stepped forward at a deliberate pace. I told you, even if you avoided a battle back then, you wouldn't escape the gym challenge. Without another word, Yi Kai summoned his trump card. Come forth, Gardevoir. Shanai. Yi Kai's opponent stared in astonishment at the elegant Gardevoir on the battlefield, unable to believe that the once small Ralts had evolved in such a short time. He quickly adjusted his strategy. Go, Crobat! The Crobat flew into the arena, a stylish headband tied around its head, clearly well prepared. Without hesitation, it darted into action, its form becoming a blur as it executed U-turn with incredible speed. Gardevoir, with its agile movements, narrowly dodged the attack using teleport and immediately countered with Psychic from an unexpected angle. The invisible Psychic energy shot forward like a razor-sharp blade, targeting Crobat. Ignore that. Get behind it and attack again, the Crobat's trainer shouted. While Psychic was powerful, Gardevoir's blind spot was undoubtedly its back. Yi Kai watched the battle with a calm expression. Gardevoir continued its strategy of combining teleport with attacks, displaying remarkable tactical prowess. However, this aggressive, offense-focused approach was only effective against slower Pokemon. Crobat, locked into its move, refused to back down. It made a sharp turn and once again executed U-turn. In practical battles, this move usually allowed the Pokemon to return to its Pokeball even if it missed, but this Crobat stubbornly remained on the field. It saw Gardevoir's attempt to outpace it with teleport as a direct challenge. Boom. The two Pokemon clashed in a fierce, close-quarters battle. At the moment of impact, the sheer force of U-turn left Gardevoir severely injured, barely hanging on, while Crobat was reduced to a sliver of health. Reluctantly, its trainer recalled it to its Pokeball. Salazzle. Yi Kai immediately sent out his next Pokemon. Seizing the opportunity during the switch, the opponent ordered Gardevoir to unleash Psychic. However, Salazzle's fake-out was faster, leaving only a white blur as it delivered a sharp strike, knocking the already weakened Gardevoir out of the match. Return, Gardevoir. Go, Lunatone. A crescent-shaped Pokemon, its rocky yellow body adorned with red eyes on either side, floated onto the field. The opponent wasted no time. Toxic. Then Protect. Keep using Psychic. As expected, Toxic seeped into Lunatone's rocky body. Time ticked away, and as the protective barrier began to fade, the opponent eagerly anticipated Salazzle's defeat. Disable. At Yi Kai's command, Lunatone instantly rendered Psychic unusable for the opponent. Forced to switch to the less potent Confusion, the move was once again blocked by Protect. With Lunatone's health rapidly deteriorating from the poison, the opponent gritted his teeth and issued a final, desperate command. Explosion. A blinding white light engulfed the battlefield as several Baltoy quickly erected protective barriers to shield the trainers. When the dust settled, both Pokemon were on the brink of collapse. Yi Kai admitted he'd been careless, not expecting his opponent to resort to such a drastic move. Nevertheless, victory was still his. Huang Fei let out a long sigh, conceding that even with the ultimate sacrifice of Explosion, he couldn't defeat Yi Kai. There are still 2 rooms ahead. Good luck, he said before disappearing with a teleport. Yi Kai used a revive on Salazzle, restoring his Pokemon to peak condition, and continued forward. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Qian. I'm already at the gym. If you're coming, hurry up. Yi Kai had no time to respond. After all, 2 more rooms still awaited him. Volcarona. Yi Kai answered almost instantly as the question was posed. Faced with which Pokemon is known as the embodiment of the sun, his response was swift and confident. Pushing open the ornate, European-style door of the 12th room, he was greeted by complete darkness. A new question echoed through the void. Among the moves that Espeon can learn, which one has the highest power? Yi Kai rubbed his temples, realizing this question was a tricky one. After a moment of quick thought, he replied, Stored power, normal type, power 140. Incorrect. A familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was the warehouse girl from the Yangqing Trainers Association. It's you? Yi Kai exclaimed in surprise. That's my twin sister, the girl explained, before revealing the correct answer. Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. Both have a power of 150. Naming just one would still be wrong. Yi Kai silently reached for his Pokeball, thinking it was better to battle than to dwell on the question. Go, Espeon. The purple-furred Espeon appeared gracefully, the gem on its forehead gleaming as its forked tail swayed gently. The opponent sent out a Crobat. Shadow Ball. Yi Kai commanded. However, the opposing trainer gave no instructions, yet Espeon moved on its own. Its eyes glowed red, engaging in a psychic connection with its trainer. Espeon darted forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of purple light as it struck the Crobat mid-preparation for its own Shadow Ball. This woman is strong, Yi Kai thought, growing wary. He quickly issued another command. Toxic. Crobat spewed a viscous poison. Although Espeon managed to raise a light screen in time, the poison seeped through. The now poisoned Espeon glowed faintly purple, but immediately countered with a powerful psychic attack. Protect. Then Shadow Ball. Yi Kai ordered in quick succession. Crobat successfully shielded itself from the psychic attack and retaliated with a potent Shadow Ball. Unexpectedly, this Shadow Ball bypassed the light screen entirely. Impossible, Yi Kai exclaimed in disbelief. The light screen is still up, the opponent protested. My Crobat has the Infiltrator ability, which ignores light screens. The Shadow Ball tore through the air, hitting Espeon with pinpoint accuracy. Me. Espeon let out a piercing cry of pain, stumbling backward several steps. Return. The opponent withdrew Espeon and sent out another Pokemon. Go Meowstic. Ye-Kai quickly scanned the data on his phone. Meowstic. Females tend to be more aggressive than males, and even when unleashing immense psychic power, their expression remains emotionless. Seizing the moment during the opponent's switch, he ordered, use Nasty Plot. Crobat's eyes glowed red as a dark aura enveloped its body, dramatically boosting its special attack. Shadow Ball. The silent psychic girl remained composed, but Meowstic moved swiftly. It darted forward in a blur of gray-blue shadow, appearing behind Crobat in an instant. A sharp fake-out interrupted Crobat's attempt to launch Shadow Ball. Keep using Shadow Ball. Ye-Kai stayed calm under pressure. He knew fake-out could only be used once upon entry, and Crobat's unmatched speed gave him a critical advantage. The intense battle continued. This time, Crobat successfully fired off Shadow Ball, while Meowstic unleashed a powerful psychic attack simultaneously. Both attacks landed. Meowstic staggered from the hit, while Ye-Kai's heart sank. Crobat was gravely injured. Upon closer inspection, Ye-Kai noticed that Crobat had nearly been poisoned. Espeon's Synchronize ability was the culprit. This ability transfers its own status conditions to its opponent. Thankfully, Crobat's poison typing rendered it immune to the poison effect. Even more concerning was Espeon's Magic Bounce ability, which could reflect any status moves back at the user. Up ahead is the gym leader's room, the psychic girl said before vanishing with teleport. Ye-Kai took out healing items to restore his Pokemon's condition and then pushed open the door. The dark room gradually lit up, revealing a massive battle arena. In the observation room, Zhao Qian, Wang Shouting, and others were watching intently. Wow, I didn't think Kai would get here so fast. Let's see what the gym leader's lineup looks like, Zhao Qian said, keeping his eyes glued to the adjacent room, not wanting to miss a single detail. The league observers remained silent. The referee announced the start of the gym challenge. Ye-Kai, a novice trainer from Lian City, will face gym leader Huang Shihao. Since the challenger has only 2 badges, the gym leader will use 4 Pokemon. The battle will continue until all of one side's Pokemon are unable to fight. So you're Ye-Kai? I saw your match at the Battle Nest in Chi City. You've got some interesting strategies, said Huang Shihao. Despite his age, with hair streaked gray and white, his eyes were remarkably sharp. Go, Alakazam. Alakazam floated in midair, holding a spoon in each hand, its prominent mustache resembling a dragon's whiskers. Ye-Kai immediately sent out coughing. Smokescreen. Coughing expertly released a cloud of sleep-inducing gas, but Alakazam quickly crossed its arms, slashing out 2 purple-shaped blades. Psycho Cut. The move was lightning fast, leaving Coughing with no chance to evade. It was reduced to a sliver of health, barely surviving thanks to its focus sash. Though it managed to release the smoke as cover, Alakazam suddenly emitted a mystical glow, having its own stamina. Return, Alakazam. Go, Xatu. Huang Shihao made a decisive switch. As soon as Xatu appeared, it used Air Slash to clear the smoke, exposing Coughing's position. Return. Ye-Kai recalled his Pokemon. Nidoking used Thunderbolt. Electric arcs crackled along Nidoking's spiked back before it unleashed powerful bolts of lightning through its horn. Xatu quickly used Protect to block the attack, then its eyes gleamed as it used Future Sight. This move would summon a delayed Psychic Blast that could target any of Ye-Kai's Pokemon, posing a significant threat. Use Megahorn. Ye-Kai commanded without hesitation. Holding back had never been his or Nidoking's style. As the Xatu initiated its Future Sight, Nidoking seized the moment and charged forward with a ferocious Megahorn attack. Bilu. Xatu let out a piercing scream as its entire body was slammed against the ceiling, shattering several light fixtures with a crash. Everyone in the room gasped in shock. Ye-Kai's Nidoking was astonishingly ruthless, taking down Xatu in a single move. Go, Alakazam. Huang Shihao quickly sent out his next Pokemon. Nidoking, use Earthquake. Ye-Kai ordered, staying vigilant. The looming Future Sight felt like a sword hanging over his head, ready to strike at any moment. Instead of hesitating, he decided to have Nidoking go all out. Although Alakazam boasted an impressive base speed of 120, it had just entered the battle and wasn't significantly faster than Nidoking. Their attacks landed almost simultaneously. Psychic struck Nidoking like an invisible sledgehammer, while the Earthquake left the frail Alakazam reeling. In the blink of an eye, 2 purple energy orbs descended from above, striking the already weakened Nidoking. Roar! Nidoking collapsed to the ground. Dazed and defeated Future Sight had finally taken effect. Ye-Kai frowned. These gym leaders were proving to be formidable opponents. Go, Salazzle. Come out, Galade. When the shiny Salazzle entered the battlefield, Huang Shihao hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his focus. Ye-Kai studied the opposing Galade. With its sharpness ability enhancing slicing moves by 50, it was a dangerous adversary. Although its speed was slightly lacking, the choice scarf around its neck compensated for this weakness effectively. Psycho Cut. Use Protect. Galad's arms glowed with purple psychic energy, slashing down with a massive psychic blade, but the attack was perfectly blocked by the Protect move. In the second round, even with Galad's speed boosted by the scarf, it still couldn't outspeed the naturally quick Salazzle. A disable move rendered Galade temporarily unable to use Psycho Cut. Good. Now use Toxic. Return. Go Gardevoir. Huang Shiheo's sharp instincts as a gym leader quickly came into play. Realizing Psycho Cut was disabled, he immediately switched Pokemon. However, as soon as Gardevoir entered the battlefield, it was hit square in the face by Salazzle's preemptive Toxic. Clearly, the opponent had anticipated Salazzle's use of the move, aiming to end the battle quickly. After another brief exchange, Gardevoir's Psychic was blocked by Protect. But just as Salazzle prepared to use Disable again, the opponent suddenly unleashed Future Sight. Huang Shihao's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, instantly adapting his strategy without uttering a word. Return. Go Weezing. Ye Kai decisively withdrew Salazzle and sent out Weezing. Although Weezing was left with only half its health, it was a crucial part of Ye Kai's combo. Grayish-white smoke quickly spread across the battlefield, but the opponent was prepared. Don't even think about it. Use Mystical Fire. To Ye Kai's surprise, Gardevoir had mastered a Fire-type move. Without hesitation, he gave his command, Self-Destruct. You think you're decisive? I'm even more decisive. As the chemical gases spread, the blinding light intensified. With a deafening explosion, flames of grayish-purple and orange engulfed the entire battlefield. Reuniclus quickly formed a protective barrier around the two trainers. Both Gardevoir and Weezing were left in critical condition and were recalled into their Pokeballs. The battle had reached its climax. Go Galade! Go Crobat! Although Ye Kai still had a Salazzle yet to make an appearance, he was determined to end the battle with this matchup. Psycho Cut. Brave Bird. Crobat's speed advantage was on full display. It soared into the air, breaking the sound barrier twice, transforming into a streak of pink lightning as it struck Galade directly. The observation room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the lightning-fast attack. Galade was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily into the wall as if that spot was its destined resting place. This was the terrifying power of Crobat when paired with the Choice Band. 2 seconds later, the critically injured Galade collapsed to the ground. Ye Kai had deliberately withheld Crobat until now, saving it for this decisive blow. You've hidden your strength well, young man. Before the words had fully settled, 2 psychic energy blasts shot toward Crobat from both sides, leaving it momentarily dazed. Gym leader Huang silently closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions. An outburst from a psychic-type specialist could lead to catastrophic consequences. Galade and Crobat are both unable to battle. Since Challenger Ye Kai has Pokemon remaining, Challenger Ye Kai is the winner, the referee declared. Huang Shihao led Ye Kai into the observation room to meet Zhao Qian. First of all, congratulations on earning the Lingxi badge from the Ganzhou Psychic Gym. The digital certification had already been uploaded to the Alliance's official website. An observer opened a high-security door and returned 3 minutes later with a chilled container of serum. On behalf of the Alliance, we are providing you with the second dose of the Gene Serum. Please maintain a light diet for the next 2 days, consuming only water or starchy foods. This time, it wasn't a capsule but an intravenous injection. The icy blue serum coursed into Ye Kai's veins, and his entire body felt like it was on fire. His mind went blank as a violent urge for destruction surged through him. He struggled intensely, held down firmly by those around him. Alliance staff had seen such reactions countless times and remained unfazed. After 2 grueling minutes, you can untie him now. Ye Kai took a deep breath, exhaling heavily. The serum was clearly not a toxin, as his universal poison immunity showed no effect. Let's test it out. Boom. A 2.7-meter-tall steel behemoth was released, armored in iron and staring at Ye Kai with piercing blue eyes. The level 49 Pokemon stood ready, awaiting the force of Ye Kai's newfound power. Zhao Qian and his companions stared in shock at the scene before them. The power of the second genetic serum was far beyond their expectations. After all, Ye Kai was known as the formidable figure who could barehandedly handle a deadly poison orb. Yet, with just 1 injection, he had been driven into a state of frenzy. At this moment, Ye Kai stood alone in the center of the open arena. Aside from the Bluetooth earpiece provided by the observer, he carried no other tools or Pokemon. Surrounding him was a circle of Bronzong, standing by in case he failed to intimidate the level 49 Pokemon about to be released. According to the rules, he would either need to inject the serum again in 3 days or give up altogether. Give up? Impossible. Ye Kai's eyes locked onto the massive steel beast ahead. Agron approached slowly, but the moment it got close to Ye Kai, it froze in its tracks. It had never encountered such a terrifying human. His aura matched its own. No, it even felt as though this human could destroy it at any moment. A wave of destructive psychic energy radiated from Ye Kai. Agron, use Rock Slide over there. The beast hesitated for 3 seconds before reluctantly obeying. A powerful rock slide smashed into the ground, and the observer promptly recalled it. Prepare to release the second Pokemon. From the shadows emerged a ferocious face, its whiskers trembling with Ragia Gyarados over 8 meters long. Yet, this ferocious water-type beast was also quickly subdued by Yi Kai's overwhelming presence. Time ticked by second. Half an hour later. Congratulations, you're now capable of intimidating Pokemon below level 50. These are yours. Without hesitation, Yi Kai took the Pokeballs and carefully examined the multicolored QR code on their surface under the bright light, a mark of official registration by the league. With this, he officially became a trainer with 3 minor badges. While not the pinnacle of achievement, this level surpassed what most trainers could attain in a lifetime. Zhao Qian looked at Yi Kai with admiration, silently feeling fortunate to have chosen the right person to follow. Without Coach Chu Feng's guidance, advancing quickly in society was no easy feat, but with Yi Kai leading the way, even if he fell slightly behind, he could still achieve remarkable progress. Observe him for another 2 hours to confirm there are no side effects from the serum, and then you're free to go, the league observer said as they collected a blood sample. Huang Shihao handed over a disc. Hey, erase the TM for future sight. Keep it safe. Yi Kai accepted the disc and turned to Zhao Qian. I'm done. When's your challenge? Don't rush me. I've scheduled it for the day after tomorrow, Zhao Qian replied, a bit helpless. Yi Kai always moved at an incredible pace. Challenges that were supposed to be carefully scheduled, he tackled heat in the moment he arrived. Of course, this was thanks to his connection with Huang Fei, the gym leader's son. Now that the gym battle was over, Yi Kai's sights were set on his next target, the grass-type gym in Liangcheng of Shu City. However, that was at least an 8th-hour drive away, so there was no immediate hurry. The priority now was to strengthen his Pokemon's abilities and refine their moves. Finally, the group stayed a while longer in the gym to watch other trainers' battles. Through the observation window of the escape room, Yi Kai noticed that most challengers stumbled when answering the questions. Many opted to force their way through all 12 rooms, indirectly proving the difficulty of the psychic-type gym. He couldn't help but think about how much manpower it must take to maintain so many rooms. Yet, the elderly gym leader, Huang Shihao, preferred spending more money to increase the challenge rather than being constantly disturbed by challengers. Yi Kai could understand that mindset. Let's do some special training for a day, Yi Kai suggested. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, and Wang Shouting chimed in as well. The three of them quickly found a battle club within 2 kilometers of the gym and rented a training room. Come out, Crobat. Yi Kai decided to go all out and experiment with new tactics. Use Shadow Ball. Crobat swiftly gathered a dark energy sphere. Just as it was about to launch, Yi Kai suddenly shouted, "Wait, don't fire it." Unfortunately, the command came too late, and the Shadow Ball struck the ground, leaving a half-meter-wide crater. Try just charging the Shadow Ball without firing it, Yi Kai patiently instructed. Crobat nodded thoughtfully and began repeated Shadow Ball training. Over time, the Ghost-type energy transitioned from pitch black to transparent and eventually failed to coalesce. While Pokemon can theoretically use the same move repeatedly, it does drain their energy. However, the experiment yielded results. Shadow Ball could indeed be charged without being fired, and the longer it was charged, the larger it grew. Seeing Yi Kai's innovation, Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting were also inspired. This kind of move adaptation could be applied not only in battles, but also to earn high scores in contests. I'm going to buy some Poke Blocks, Yi Kai said before leaving. During his absence, Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting continued experimenting with various move combinations. Rapidash created a swirling vortex of flames around itself, forming an elegant fire tornado while simultaneously using Sunny Day and Solar Beam within it, creating a spectacular display. Yi Kai merely glanced at their efforts before continuing his shopping. Those moves weren't particularly useful for his Pokemon. He was determined to develop his own unique strategies. 10 minutes later, he returned with rare high-grade Ghost, Poison, and Dark-type Poke Blocks, which were hard to find in Lian City. After replenishing Crobat's energy, the special training resumed. Yi Kai quickly identified the issue. Don't be afraid to envelop yourself in the Shadow Ball. That way, you can charge it even larger. Previously, Crobat only dared to form fist-sized Shadow Balls. While it could now expand them to the size of a cooking pot, their color had already faded. Taking Yi Kai's advice, Crobat immediately attempted to completely encase itself in the Shadow Ball. This time, it successfully formed a massive sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter. Great, keep expanding it to the limit, Yi Kai encouraged. With a low growl, Crobat suddenly caused the Shadow Ball to explode outward, expanding to over 3 meters in size. Although the power didn't match the condensed fist-sized version, this new usage left Yi Kai ecstatic. Remember this feeling and keep practicing, he said, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Not all Pokemon possess the ability to use moves like Counter Shield, but Yi Kai had already devised a new strategy that combined offense and defense. He watched as Crobat prepared a Shadow Ball, the move slowly swelling like an inflating balloon, exactly the effect he was aiming for. By modifying it into a sustained charging state, it could counter various enemy attacks. Whether it was a frontal assault, a shadow clone, or substitute, this move could evenly strike them all. Though its power was not yet ideal, with practice, it could undoubtedly become a powerful trump card. Ye Kai instructed Crobat to continue refining this technique, and then summoned Salazzle. This proud Pokémon stretched its front claws and hind legs in turn as it appeared, finishing with a lazy yawn, exuding an air of arrogance. Ye Kai began its special training. After using Protect, you can follow up with moves like Disable, depending on the situation. You might also want to try Encore. Salazzle tilted its head, wearing a puzzled expression. To help Salazzle better understand, Ye Kai called out Nidoking. Roar! Nidoking let out a powerful growl, instantly understanding the training's purpose, and unleashed a blazing flamethrower. The first blast of fire struck Salazzle's Protect barrier, which absorbed it completely. But when Nidoking prepared for a second strike, it suddenly found itself immobilized as it had fallen victim to Disable. Seeing this unfold, Ye Kai nodded in approval. Salazzle was indeed intelligent and had fully grasped the essence of this combo. If it were to face the wild Salazzle from before, it now had full confidence in securing victory. With the special training session concluded, Ye Kai's thoughts turned to Koffing. It was time to consider its evolution. Relying solely on smokescreen tactics was too risky, as any encounter with fire-type moves could trigger an explosion. Even with Euroball as a defensive option, facing fire-type moves was like a moth to a flame. Although Koffing had long reached the level required for evolution, it had yet to evolve, a phenomenon not uncommon in this world. After careful deliberation, Ye Kai called the man known as the Gas Mask Guy. Following a brief conversation, the man readily agreed to assist. When Ye Kai mentioned traveling abroad to evolve Koffing, Zhao Qian offered to accompany him, but Ye Kai declined politely. Don't worry, he'll be back in a day and a half at most. It won't interfere with your gym match. That evening, at Gon City International Airport in Lake City, the Gas Mask Guy without his usual mask greeted Ye Kai warmly. So you're Ye Kai? That live stream where you used hypnosis gas was absolutely incredible. This otherwise unremarkable, ordinary-looking man now appeared surprisingly talkative. Upon learning that Ye Kai planned to evolve Koffing into its regional form, he became even more enthusiastic, exclaiming, "Great choice. That chimney design is the height of style." Before boarding, he put on his iconic iron mesh-like mask again. After a 4.5-hour flight, they finally arrived in the Great Eagle League, where the mask was once again removed. I'll take you to the gas factory. I know someone there, Azu said with a mysterious smile. Trust me, it's absolutely worth a visit. Not only do they produce the aromatic gas for smoke bombs, but they also have over 20 perfume production lines. In this unfamiliar foreign land, Ye Kai followed Ling Xianzu, who introduced himself as Azu, navigating several subway transfers. This talkative and impatient guide led him straight to the Flansa perfume factory. According to Azu, many international luxury perfume brands outsource their production here. Come out Koffing. As soon as they entered the gas factory's workshop, Azu eagerly summoned his Pokémon. A foreign staff member exclaimed in a language Ye Kai couldn't understand, their eyes brimming with envy for the shiny Koffing. Let's get down to business, Ye Kai urged. Hold on. Koffing, release all your gas. At Azu's command, the Pokémon took nearly a minute to empty its internal gas reserves. Now, absorb all the waste gas from that chemical toxin pool. Koffing. Koffing called out excitedly. For a Pokémon that feeds on toxic gas, this was a feast. A staff member opened an iron door marked with a skull warning sign, revealing a storage area filled with deadly toxic gases accessible only to specialized Pokémon. In less than 30 seconds, Koffing visibly swelled in size. It continued to cycle and absorb the chemical fumes, and suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped it. Galarian Weezing is naturally larger than its standard counterpart, but Ye Kai's Koffing, enhanced by a poison gem and toxic orb, and further boosted by the system, made this evolution particularly striking. Weezing. As the light faded, a massive figure emerged, towering at 4.1 meters, with two chimney-like structures on its head resembling a top hat. Its eyebrows and mustache were composed of toxic gas, and its grayish-brown body exuded an imposing presence, with the chimneys accounting for nearly half its height. The system notification immediately chimed in, announcing that Koffing had not only evolved but also learned 3 new moves: Strange Steam, Aromatic Mist, and Double Hit. Ye Kai was thrilled to discover that 2 of them were fairy-type moves, though Double Hit seemed somewhat underwhelming. Keep absorbing more gases. The greater the variety, the more versatile your attacks will become. Azu encouraged, releasing his own Koffing and Weezing. Under the staff's supervision, they began consuming various gases. The fee is 600,000, Azu stated. While the intermediary fee was steep, Ye Kai found the experience well worth it and paid without hesitation. Azu continued explaining the factory's operations in detail. Each Koffing's emitted gas has unique characteristics, offering endless possibilities for perfume production. In addition to Koffing, The factory also raised grass-type and ghost-type Pokemon. Most astonishing of all were the Makundar artificial conditions. They had evolved into aromatic Mook, which emitted pleasant scents. Watch out over there, Azu suddenly warned. Those creatures store large amounts of perfume essence in their bodies. While the scent is alluring, it's extremely toxic. Only people like us, with poison resistance, can safely approach them. From a distance, Yikai caught a whiff of the fragrancy, sweet aroma reminiscent of freshly baked cupcakes, delightful, yet not overpowering. The factory here was enormous, covering an area of 56 acres. Yikai and his companion spent the entire day exploring, carefully examining every corner. Although Yikai's Pokemon had already evolved, his mind was no longer on sightseeing, was thinking about heading back home. Don't rush off, his companion stopped him. The factory owner's son is very interested in you and wants to have a battle. Yikai chuckled lightly. I'm curious to see how skilled foreigners are in battles. Let's give it a try. That evening, the two stayed at the perfume factory. The next morning, after breakfast, the factory owner's son eagerly came looking for Yikai. Although the young man rattled on in a language Yikai didn't understand, his enthusiasm was unmistakable. Come on, he can't wait to battle you, his companion urged. The group made their way to the outdoor battle arena, where the faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. The opponent threw out a Pokeball. Go Mook. A massive Mook appeared on the field. Though it stood only 1.3 meters tall, it sprawled across the ground like a miniature swamp, occupying nearly 9 square meters. Unlike an ordinary Mook, this one had a pinkish hue and emitted a faint, fragrant aroma. Yikai had heard of Mook's reputation wherever it went. No grass could grow, and touching it could lead to poisoning. This was definitely a formidable opponent. Go Weezing. Matanawasu. Weezing appeared in all its glory, with its twin chimneys towering high. The opponent shouted a command that Yikai couldn't understand. Mook immediately launched a jet of sludge. As a fellow poison-type Pokemon, Weezing was unfazed, enduring the attack and promptly releasing a cloud of sleep gas. In less than a second, a dense, grayish-white gas blanketed half the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was shrouded in fog, and the two Pokemon vanished from sight. The speed at which Weezing emitted the gas far surpassed its performance back when it was just a coughing. Within a minute, Weezing had absorbed all the gas back into its body. The fog visibly converged toward it before disappearing completely. When the battlefield cleared, Mook lay defeated, its eyes spinning. It had succumbed to the lingering burn inflicted by Will-O-Wisp. The foreign spectators exclaimed in amazement, baffled at how Yikai had managed to defeat Mook. Azu, Yikai's companion, explained the strategy to them in simple terms. After the battle, the two prepared to return to Dragon Country. Before they left, the factory owner's son gifted each of them a jar of black sludge. This rare item could gradually restore the health of poison-type Pokemon while draining the health of non-poison types, making it a prize tool for poison-type trainers. In some versions, wild Pokemon occasionally carried this item, but it was exceedingly rare. The black sludge was, in fact, part of Mook's body, something most people couldn't obtain. Yikai accepted the gift without hesitation and immediately equipped it on Weezing. After its evolution, Weezing was no longer as fragile as it had been as coughing, which was one reason Yikai had wanted it to evolve. Besides, items like Focus Sash were only effective when a Pokemon was at full health, offering no protection once damaged. Comparatively, Black Sludge was far more practical. After navigating through tedious customs procedures, the two finally arrived at Gon City International Airport 8 hours later. That jar of black sludge, would you sell it to me? His companion asked. That? Yikai glanced at it. I don't really need it. You can have it. Azu showcased his other two Pokemon, a regular Mook and an Alolan Mook. Unlike the regular Mook, with its strong stench and pungent black sludge, the Alolan Mook, as a regional variant, was nearly odorless. Watching the two Pokemon stretch out like living swamps, Yikai couldn't help but marvel at how these were the most fearsome poison-type Pokemon. For members of the Coughing family, two Mooks. Yikai looked at Azu's team of Pokemon and had to admire his dedication to poison types. Trainers like him were rare. After leaving the airport, Yikai headed straight to the Battle Club to meet up with Zhao Qian and the others. He immediately released his newly acquired Weezing. Matanawaji. The Weezing floated proudly in the air. Wow, it's so big and tall. Wang Shouting exclaimed in awe. As expected of a regional form, it's completely different. Confident about tomorrow's gym battle? Yikai casually asked. Zhao Qian's silence said it all. Relax, let's clear the 12 rooms first, Yikai reassured, not pressing further. However, his mind was already brainstorming a new move set for Weezing, one head spitting fire and the other spewing gas. Just the thought of it was thrilling. During dinner, Yikai released Salazzle to accompany him. Unlike other large Pokemon, this elegant creature was the perfect dining companion. When he offered Salazzle a piece of light cod sashimi, it showed a satisfied expression. The pink flame-like patterns on its creamy white skin shimmered faintly under the warm light, exuding an enchanting charm. Good, I'll let Nidoking keep you company later. Ye Kai said as he gently stroked Salazzle's small head. However, it shook him off and gave him a disdainful look, as if to say, "You go keep Nidoking company yourself." After dinner, the group split up, Zhao Qian and Wang shouting when to find a hotel, while Ye Kai checked into the Pokemon Center. This time, his room was a spacious 60 square meters, complete with a private bathroom, a Blu-ray player, and a large TV, a significant upgrade from the 30 square meter room he had last time. Such was the difference a single badge could make. For professional trainers, even at the lowest level, accommodations of 120 square meters or more were standard. Even so, Ye Kai didn't relax. He opened his laptop and began meticulously researching information about the gym leader and poison-type Pokemon habitats. The road ahead was still long, and he had to be thoroughly prepared. The next afternoon, Zhao Qian stood in the Psychic-type dojo, embarking on his journey of challenges. "What's the purpose of the move String Shot?" the examiner asked bluntly. Zhao Qian smiled slightly. This was knowledge he had mastered back in school. String Shot is a bug-type move that significantly reduces the opponent Pokemon's speed. Correct answer. You may proceed. With a solid foundation in theory, Zhao Qian breezed through the first 5 rooms. Even Ye Kai, who was observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but nod in approval. He had to admit that when it came to academics, Zhao Qian was indeed better than him. It wasn't until the 6th room that Zhao Qian encountered his first real challenge. After answering one question incorrectly, a battle ensued. "Go, Kadabra!" His opponent sent out their Pokemon first. "Scizor, use Fury Cutter." Zhao Qian responded calmly. Taking advantage of the type matchup and Scizor's technician ability, the attack dealt massive damage to Kadabra, securing an easy victory. As time ticked by, Zhao Qian continued to overcome each challenge and finally reached the 10th room. "Hey, race your question. Which Pokemon have a dual Steel and Psychic typing?" "That would be the Beldum to Metagross line and the Bronzor to Bronzong line," Zhao Qian confidently replied. "Buzz." Incorrect answer. Initiating battle. The room's lights suddenly flared to full brightness. In the hidden chamber, Ye Kai's heart skipped a beat. While Zhao Qian's answer was accurate for ordinary Pokemon, the existence of legendary Pokemon like Jirachi and Solgaleo had evidently been acknowledged by the league. "Go, Medicam!" The opponent released a Pokemon with a grayish-white body and pink pants, balancing on one foot with unusually muscular legs. "Scizor, Bullet Punch." Zhao Qian launched the first attack. Surprisingly, the opponent's trainer's eyes flashed with a crimson glow, and Medicam moved faster than expected. It interrupted the attack with a Fake Out. "Don't worry. Fake Out can only be used on the first turn. Keep using Bullet Punch." However, the opponent followed up with Feint, disrupting Scizor's assault once again. Realizing that Bug-type moves were not very effective against the Fighting and Psychic-type Medicam, Zhao Qian decisively switched to Shiftry. With its brown body and white mane, Shiftry entered the battle. The opponent attempted another feint, but this time, Shiftry was faster. A green blur and a purple shadow clashed, and Medicam was sent flying by a powerful blow. When Medicam tried to counter with a Psychic-type move, it discovered that Shiftry was completely unaffected, being a Dark-type Pokemon. It was immune to psychic attacks. Shiftry's blades glowed a vivid green, and a leaf blade struck Medicam's weak spot, ending the battle instantly. Zhao Qian moved on to the next room. The challenge continued. What color is a shiny Dragonite? This question made Ye Kai chuckle. As an experienced trainer, he obviously knew the answer. But for novices like Zhao Qian, it was indeed a tricky question. After all, Dragonite, being a pseudo-legendary Pokemon, was already rare, let alone its shiny variant. "Red," Zhao Qian blurted out. "Beep, beep," an alarm sounded. Wrong answer. Battle initiated. It was clear that the final few rooms required challengers to prove their strength through battles. After enduring countless challenges, Zhao Qian finally made it through 12 rooms and stood before the gym leader. The gym challenge begins. Apprentice trainer Zhao Qian from Lian City will battle the gym leader, Huang Shihao, the referee announced. As the challenger has only one badge, the gym leader will use 4 Pokemon. The battle will continue until one side's Pokemon are all unable to fight. Let the match begin. "Go, Shiftry!" Zhao Qian released his first Pokemon. This Dark-type Pokemon had played a crucial role in clearing the 12th room, using its immunity to Psychic-type moves to dominate the battles. "Galate!" Huang Shihao sent out his Pokemon in response. "Use Fury Cutter. Counter with Payback." The scarf-wearing Galate, with its impressive speed, struck first. Its Bug-type Fury Cutter, paired with its sharpness ability, landed a powerful blow, leaving Shiftry barely standing. Shiftry managed to retaliate with Payback, a move that doubled in power to 100, but Galate endured the hit with sheer resilience. "How is that possible?" Zhao Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Watching from the hidden chamber, Ye Kai immediately understood Zhao Qian's critical error. While Galate was part Psychic-type, it also had a Fighting-type attribute, making it resistant to Dark-type moves. Expecting Payback to be a one-hit KO was unrealistic. Seizing the opportunity, Galate landed a second Fury Cutter with precision, knocking Shiftry out of the fight. "Go, Scizor!" Return. Your turn, Galarian Slowbro. The battlefield shifted as Huang Shihao sent out his poison and psychic type Galarian Slowbro. Bullet Punch. Withdraw. Although Sizer's Bullet Punch was swift, it had little effect on the highly defensive Slowbro. Worse still, Sizer quickly fell victim to Disable, losing the ability to use Bullet Punch. Return. Lycanroc, you're up. Zhao Qian switched Pokemon again. Use Double Team. Zhao Qian attempted to increase Lycanroc's evasiveness to counter Slowbro. Slowbro Surf. A massive wave crashed across the battlefield, dispersing all of Lycanroc's clones and slamming its real body to the ground. Slowbro followed up with its signature move, Shell Sidearm. The poisonous attack struck with deadly accuracy, pushing Lycanroc to the brink of defeat. Zhao Qian's strategy was completely disrupted, while Slowbro continued to bolster its own stats. Huang Shihao's eyes gleamed with confidence, certain of his victory. Go Dugong. This was Zhao Qian's last hope. Dugong entered the battle with a surf attack, but Slowbro's shell side arm homed in like a missile, delivering a toxic blow. Despite Dugong's agile movements in the waves, it couldn't escape the relentless poison. Deep. Dugong cried out in pain as the venom seeped into its pristine white fur. Its surf attack barely phased Slowbro, but Dugong refused to give up. Locking onto Slowbro, it unleashed an icy breath. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a frozen wasteland, and Slowbro was encased in an unyielding block of ice, immobilized like a lifeless statue. During this crucial gym battle, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly exhausted Dugong suddenly unleashed an astonishing burst of power, executing the devastating Ice-type move, Sheer Cold. The immensely powerful attack instantly knocked out Slowbro, but Dugong also succumbed to the accumulated effects of toxic poisoning and collapsed. Zhao Qian, however, was not ready to concede. He immediately sent out his Rapidash, while the opponent responded with Galade. The scarf-wearing Galade, leveraging its slight speed advantage, struck first with a Psycho Cut, landing a precise hit on Rapidash. Although Rapidash barely clung to consciousness, the recoil from its Flare Blitz rendered it completely unable to continue battling. Galade also fainted during the intense exchange. The tension on the battlefield escalated. Zhao Qian was down to his final Pokemon, Sizer, while Huang Shihao, the gym leader, still had 2 untouched Pokemon. Huang Shihao sent out Solrock, a Pokemon surrounded by 8 rocky spikes and glowing with an orange hue. Suddenly, Solrock began emitting a blinding white light. Use Bullet Punch, Zhao Qian shouted, but before Sizer could act, Solrock had already initiated explosion. The terrifying shockwave surged toward the 2 trainers, but fortunately, a nearby Mr. Mime quickly erected an invisible barrier, shielding everyone from harm. As the dust settled, both Solrock and Sizer lay incapacitated on the scorched battlefield. The referee immediately announced, since gym leader Huang Shihao still has Pokemon eligible to battle, challenger Zhao Qian has lost the challenge. Young man, go back and train harder before coming back, Huang Shihao remarked. Zhao Qian stood frozen in place, realizing that none of his 5 Pokemon had managed to defeat this Psychic-type gym leader. It was a complete and bitter defeat. Emerging from a hidden chamber, Yi Kai and Wang Shouting explained to Zhao Qian that he would be granted a one-time privilege to skip the 12-room trial for his next attempt at the gym challenge. However, this privilege would only last for 1 year, and if he failed again, he would have to complete all the rooms from the beginning. They also noted that the trials before each challenge varied, meaning that passing once did not guarantee success in the future. Let's save the privilege for now and head to the next gym, Zhao Qian said with a bitter smile. He was well aware of his lack of strength after all. Both Rapidash and Dugong were borrowed from Wang Shouting. To put it bluntly, without Dugong, he wouldn't have even made it past Slowbro. As for Solrock's explosion, it was likely a deliberate move by the older gym leader, unwilling to draw out the battle any longer. Though Wang Shouting wanted to persuade him to try again, Zhao Qian waved off further discussion. The group then set off toward their next destination, the Grass-type gym in Liangcheng, part of Shu City. The journey was long and required passing through Xia City, a region without a gym but known for its numerous secret areas and nature reserves. Although Xia City had been fully autonomous until a decade ago and still harbored potential dangers, the trio decided to take this direct route. The sound of hoofbeats echoed across the wilderness, a rhythm Yi Kai had grown accustomed to. They traveled quickly through the uninhabited mountains for 4 to 5 hours, stopping only twice for brief rests. To avoid camping in the wild overnight, they unanimously agreed to press on. The howling wind whipped past their ears as they continued their journey. The wilderness seemed endless, and even though their mounts, the mountain goat and the blazing horse, followed the map and navigation instructions meticulously, it still gave the impression that they would never reach their destination. Could we be lost? Yi Kai finally voiced his growing doubt. This kind of uninhabited area is a test of patience. Losing patience makes it easier to lose your way, Wang Shouting explained calmly. The early summer dusk lingered longer than usual. It was already 6 in the evening, yet the sky still blazed with a brilliant streak of sunset glow. The three had no choice but to press on, though Ye Kai's stomach had begun to protest loudly. To stave off hunger, he pulled out a normal-type energy cube from his backpack and took a bite. A burst of creamy sweetness mingled with the light tang of berries filled his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed in surprise. I've heard humans can eat energy cubes too, but I didn't expect them to taste this good. Eagerly, he tried cubes of other types, but after a small taste, he quickly spat them out. Some were as bitter as herbal medicine, others unbearably spicy. Only the normal-type cubes were palatable. As night fell, the silhouette of an enormous building loomed unexpectedly ahead. What's a mansion like this doing in the middle of nowhere? Zhao Qian couldn't help but remark. Could it be one of those so-called haunted houses? Well, no, once we go inside, Ye Kai said dismissively. He had little regard for the supernatural, believing that rumors of hauntings were merely the work of ghost-type Pokemon. The three exchanged a glance and decided to spend the night there. Pushing open the heavy wooden Andoran door, they stepped inside. Moonlight filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating the dust-covered dark brown marble floor. How many years do you think it's been since anyone lived here? Shoo! Wang shouting suddenly gestured for silence. A faint, nerve-wracking creak echoed through the air. The three shivered involuntarily. Come out, Salazzle, Crobat. Sizer, Lycanroc. Machamp, without waiting for a command, leapt out of its pokeball. Everyone released their Pokemon, ready for a possible ambush. The hall's decor was lavish leather sofas, a spiral staircase, and a vintage aesthetic that only heightened the eerie atmosphere. As they climbed to the second floor, the flickering purple flames around them made the environment even more unsettling. Ah! Zhao Qian let out a sharp scream, while Wang's shouting remained composed. Don't panic. It's probably just ghost-type Pokemon playing tricks, Ye Kai reassured them. Still, he warned, but ghost types can be tricky to deal with. Worse yet, the front door we came through now feels as if it's been welded shut. Machamp couldn't even budge it. Their only option was to keep moving forward. Suddenly, a Litwick appeared out of nowhere on the wooden staircase, followed by a swarm of Litwick. Their purple flames formed a chain of light, stretching upward. The chandelier above the grand hall burst into flames, revealing a Chandelure and several Lampentominous creatures known for stealing the souls of the departed. Strangely, they didn't attack, but seemed to be leading the way. Prepare water-type Pokemon. Water moves can counter Chandelure, Ye Kai reminded them. Wang shouting released a Dugong, but its awkward movements on land, especially on the stairs, prompted her to quickly recall it. The group continued up the creaking staircase, which seemed to stretch endlessly, as if it had no end in sight. As the group reached the second-floor corridor, a massive portrait came into view. The painting depicted a middle-aged man with a resolute expression, lounging lazily with one leg crossed over the other. A mischievous Misdreavus perched obediently on his lap, while his right hand gently stroked a canine-like Pokemon. Behind him loomed an enormous Haunter, its ghostly claws resting on the back of the sofa, its size dwarfing that of a typical Jengar. The painting seemed to possess an otherworldly allure, compelling the group to move forward. Ye Kai's eyes were suddenly drawn to an unusual figure at the corner of the hallway, round at the top, elongated at the bottom, with tendrils that resembled hair, drifting unpredictably. He dashed to the end of the corridor and finally saw the figure clearly. It was a tentacle-like Pokemon, affectionately called Sea Jelly in early games. The creature, with its translucent sea blue body, floated eerily in the air, standing over 2 meters tall. Its head suddenly expanded and contracted before vanishing into the night like a writhing cocoon. What did you see? Zhao Qian asked curiously. Nothing. I must have been mistaken, Ye Kai replied. A chilling, maniacal laugh shattered Ye Kai's thoughts, reminding the group of the dangers surrounding them. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged through the wall, launching an attack. A shadowy fist materialized, enveloping the group in its dark aura. In such a confined space, using wide-range moves like Earthquake or Rock Slide could risk collateral damage. Even a powerhouse like Machamp had to hold back, as its fighting-type moves were ineffective against ghost types. Salazzle, use Toxic. Everyone else, defensive positions. Ye Kai commanded decisively. Zhao Qian and Wang shouting understood immediately and sprang into action. Salazzle unleashed a pool of dark venom. The shadowy figure tried to retreat through the wall, but underestimated the corrosive potency of the poison. A large, purple figure was forced to reveal itself. It was a Jengar. Poisoned, it glared venomously at Salazzle. Ye Kai's sharp instincts detected something unusual. The Jengar's lack of a visible status interface suggested it might belong to a trainer. Just as Machamp prepared to use Knockoff, and Zhao Qian's Lycanroc readied Crunch, Ye Kai shouted, "Stop! It's Destiny Bond." This sinister move would ensure that if the attacker fainted, the user would perish as well. Not bad, kid. Sharp eyes. A man in a black and purple coat appeared from around the hallway corner. You're the 5th group of visitors to enter this mansion this month. With his arrival, the surroundings transformed instantly. The once opulent, classical corridor turned decrepit and decayed, covered in dust and cobwebs. The wooden floorboards were damp and rotten. Now, be good and become sustenance for my ghost Pokemon. Who are you? Zhao Qian demanded sharply. There's no need for you to know. A cold wind howled through the corridor, and from the cracks of the nearby doors, skeletal, bony hands began to creep into sight. The sight of the victims was horrifying: sunken eye sockets, emaciated frames, and a dazed muttering of Abba, Abba, like living corpses. These were the dreadful marks left behind after ghost-type spirits devoured human souls. Go, wandering spirit. The man in black cackled as he summoned a ghostly Pokemon, its entire body wrapped in bandages, with pale gray hands hovering ominously in the air. Ye Kai acted decisively. Crobat, use Toxic. Salazzle, hit it with Venoshock. Shadow Sneak. At the black-clad man's command, the wandering spirit instantly transformed into a ghostly shadow, stretching out to envelop Crobat. Crobat crashed to the ground, its toxic move interrupted. Wandering spirit may only have a base speed stat of 25, but once it activates Trick Room, it becomes the fastest Pokemon. I need to stay on guard. Ye Kai reminded himself inwardly. At that moment, a Jengar suddenly phased through the wall, its enormous tongue sweeping across the room. Zhao Qian, Wang shouting, and Ye Kai instantly felt their legs go numb. Jengar's lick move, while it only had a chance to paralyze Pokemon, was almost certain to paralyze humans. Fortunately, Salazzle's attack was not hindered. It swiftly unleashed a stream of purple venom, striking Jengar as it tried to retreat into the ground. The move not only disrupted Jengar's actions, but also left it badly poisoned, reducing it to a near-fainting state. Oh, interesting. Kid, it seems your Pokemon are all poison types, the man in black remarked, completely unfazed by Jengar's dire condition. Instead, he sounded intrigued. Zhao Qian and Wang shouting had already realized the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary battle. It was a deadly fight with no holds barred. Wandering Spirit, use Trick Room. Taunt. Ye Kai had anticipated this and successfully blocked the opponent's status moves. Then let's see how you handle this. Return, Wandering Spirit. The man in black withdrew his Pokemon and prepared to make his next move. Come on out, Nidoking. Tear this place apart. Ye Kai commanded. Roar. Nidoking bellowed as it unleashed Earthquake. The ground shook violently, and the rickety wooden building began to collapse. The man in black clearly hadn't expected the boy to be so ruthless, resorting to destroying the structure outright. In the nick of time, Machamp used its 4 powerful arms to carry the 3 humans safely to the ground, shielding them from falling debris. You're asking for it. Chandelure, use Will-O-Wisp. Multiple Litwick simultaneously unleashed purple flames, encircling Nidoking in an instant. Enraged, Nidoking charged at Chandelure with a horn drill, only for the attack to pass harmlessly through. It was completely immune to normal-type moves. Horn drill? Not a bad move, but too bad you lack brains. Bigger Pokemon aren't always. The man in black's taunt was cut short as Nidoking stomped the ground. The move's power rivaled the earlier Earthquake, and even though its strength was half due to its burn, it still shattered the building's main support beams. The entire structure began to collapse violently, with fainted Litwick scattered everywhere. Even Chandelure was left barely standing. Struggling is useless. Use Curse. The man in black made a swift decision. Chandelure sacrificed its own health to place a curse on Nidoking. As Nidoking's stamina rapidly dwindled, Ye Kai wasted no time in recalling it back into its Pokeball. The red light from the Pokeball was blocked by the shadowy, ghostly figure, preventing Nidoking from returning to the ball. The effects of Mean Look took hold, and Nidoking soon fell into a critical state, forcing Ye Kai to recall it. Ha, what else do you have? Show me everything you've got. With that eerie laughter, more and more ghost-type Pokemon began phasing through the walls. Ghastly, Shuppet, and Litwick appeared one after another, and the summer air instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. Machamp stepped forward, repeatedly using Knock Off, each strike knocking out a ghost-type Pokemon. It stood as a shield in front of everyone, but the sheer number of enemies seemed endless, as though there was no end in sight. Seeing the overwhelming number of Ghastly, Ye Kai was initially overjoyed. Wasn't this the perfect chance to capture them? But his excitement quickly turned to disappointment when he realized none of these Pokemon had any visible stats. If I can't catch them, then I'll knock them all out. Crobat, use Shadow Ball at full power, just like we practiced during training. Crobat immediately understood and began charging up. Ghost-type energy rapidly expanded, enveloping Ye Kai, his 2 companions, and Crobat itself. The pitch-black Shadow Ball grew larger and larger until it finally erupted with a deafening explosion. While the blast successfully drove away all the Ghost-type Pokemon, the shockwave also pinned everyone to the ground. As the ghosts began to regroup, Ye Kai quickly released Weezing. The massive Pokemon emerged, spewing pink, mystical fumes that severely weakened many of the ghost types to critical states, leaving the rest in utter disarray. Machamp carried the 3 of them as they stumbled into the main hall, with the ghost types in hot pursuit. Wang shouting desperately twisted the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Not even the earlier flamethrower had managed to damage this eerie door. Ha ha ha, to make it this far, you are indeed rare among the travelers I've encountered. But this is the end of the line. The man in black remained completely unaffected by the hypnotic gas. Despite the large number of ghost types now critically weakened, the danger was far from over. Dusknoir used grudge. Ye Kai was utterly speechless at the command. If all these ghost types belonged to this man, then how devastating would the power of grudge be? Sure enough, a massive surge of purple ghost-type energy with a power level of 5050 filled the entire space, as Dusknoir charged straight for Wheezing. With no other options, Ye Kai gave his final command, self-destruct. Staying in this haunted mansion any longer would be too dangerous for the three of them. Ye Kai glanced at the ghost-type Pokemon lurking around and began calculating his next move. His Gravehound was performing like a one-punch hero, landing each blow precisely on its target. With its Grave Sweep ability in effect, every time an enemy Pokemon was brought near defeat, Gravehound's attack power increased by 50. At this moment, its strength had skyrocketed. The space around them twisted with looming ghostly shadows. Ye Kai made a quick decision. Instead of dragging this out, let's blow it up. The evolved Wheezing, now a double Wheezing, had more than doubled its explosive power. With a deafening roar, the cataclysmic explosion engulfed Gravehound and the other Pokemon in its radius. In the nick of time, Zhao Qian's Pokemon sprang into action. Lycanroc and Scizor shielded the three of them tightly, while Machamp raised a protective barrier. However, the harsh reality was that self-destruct, as a normal-type move, had little effect on ghost-type Pokemon. Struggle all you want. Even your explosions are useless. The ghost's sinister laughter was cut short. As the smoke cleared, a massive, 3-meter-wide hole appeared in the wall by the mansion's front door. Ye Kai and his companions had already seized the opportunity to escape. Why blow a hole in the wall instead of the door? Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask as they sprinted away. Doors are often sturdier than walls. Ye Kai replied while using revives to heal his fainted Nidoking and double Wheezing. Thank my past life for scrolling through random trivia on my phone. I know a little bit of everything. The three of them ran over 40 kilometers without stopping, finally spotting signs of human habitation as dawn broke. Even then, they dared not rest and urged their mounts to keep going, traveling for another hour before reaching a Pokemon Center. Ye Kai handed 4 Pokeballs to the nurse and collapsed onto the couch. Normally talkative, Zhao Qian and the others sat in silence. Around them, other trainers were discussing the abandoned Silent Hill Resort, claiming it was infested with ghost-type Pokemon and that several groups of tourists had gone missing. Hearing that the League planned to investigate, Zhao Qian initially wanted to gather more information but quickly decided to report the situation after learning of the disappearances. Not long after, Ye Kai's Pokemon were fully healed, and League investigators arrived. In a small meeting room, the trio gave a detailed account of their ordeal in the mansion. An hour later, the investigators thanked them for their cooperation, stating that their information would be crucial to solving the case. Ye Kai remained indifferent, only hoping that the matter would be resolved soon. If he couldn't break through now, he wouldn't mind leveling that haunted house once his strength improved. Exhaustion washed over them like a tide, and the three decided to stay at the local Pokemon Center for the night. Though the area had a Pokemon Center, it was surrounded only by a handful of ghost houses and lacked any decent hotels. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting had no choice but to stay in the Pokemon Center as well. The rooms were in extremely high demand, and even with Zhao Qian's small badge, the two could only share a cramped 30-square-meter room. Outside, a crowd of trainers had nowhere else to go. Ye Kai swiped his key card to open the door to his room, letting his gaze sweep over the less than 60-square-meter space. He shook his head slightly. It'll do for one night. Today had been the first time he'd faced such a dangerous situation up close, and the lingering adrenaline made it hard for him to sleep. Instead, he decided to meditate, his mind constantly racing with thoughts of training his Pokemon. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Forget it, they'll work on skills tomorrow. The three of them found a nearby restaurant and ordered the locally renowned savage-based sashimi. The fish meat, with its 3 distinct stripes, had a unique texture and flavor that left everyone singing its praises. The next morning, Ye Kai headed straight to the outdoor battle arena behind the Pokemon Center. It was time to rework Koffing's battle strategy after all. Its body, especially its height, had undergone a tremendous transformation since evolving into Wheezing. Come on out, Wheezing. Wheezying. A shiny, grayish-brown Wheezing appeared, its tall top hat and smoke mustache giving it the comical appearance of a capitalist tycoon. Ye Kai couldn't help but chuckle. All right, do as I say, use flamethrower. Wheezing immediately unleashed roaring flames onto the open ground, the heat distorting the air around it. Good. Now, can you try using just one head to breathe fire? Wheezying. Wheezing seemed momentarily confused. Ye Kai observed carefully and realized that its 2 heads had independent consciousness. When he patted one head, the other would look enviously, clearly wanting attention too. If he could train the two heads to perform different moves simultaneously, it could become an incredibly powerful combination. He began using food as a training incentive. Whenever Wei Xing used Flamethrower, he would feed one head an energy cube. Initially, the distraction weakened the move's power, but Wei Xing quickly adapted to the rhythm. Eventually, when commanded to use Flamethrower, only the larger head would execute the move, while the smaller head eagerly awaited its tray at a small but significant breakthrough that took half a day to achieve. Let's switch it. Yupu Strange Steam. This was Wei Xing's signature move from the Gala region. Pink smoke billowed from both heads. It sent not unpleasant, but nauseating if inhaled too much. With a power rating of 90 and a high chance of causing confusion, it was indeed a formidable attack. This time, Ye Kai flipped the strategy, feeding the larger head while training the smaller one to release strange steam. Another long round of training ensued. Alright, follow my lead. Use Flamethrower and strange steam together. Wheezying. The larger head spewed fire while the smaller one emitted pink smoke. Boom. An instant explosion erupted. The blast's power far exceeded expectations, knocking Ye Kai off his feet. Such a combination move was possible, but it required an extremely high level of control, something ordinary Pokemon couldn't handle. His vision blurred, and it took several seconds for him to recover, his entire body aching. After recalling Wei Xing, he hurried back to the Pokemon Center. What did you do? You have severe internal bleeding and need to be hospitalized immediately. The doctor was alarmed after examining him. Ye Kai hadn't thought it was that serious, but the doctor pressed further. Have you ever injected gene serums? Yes, 2 doses. Lie down immediately. Need to perform emergency treatment. Only then did Ye Kai notice the metallic taste of blood in his mouth and the warm trickle from his nose. He was rushed into surgery, where the anesthesia seemed oddly ineffective. He could distinctly feel the surgical instruments cutting through him. Why is there a chance here? Even in his semi-conscious state, he could perceive everything around him, though he couldn't fully fall asleep. He remained bedridden for the rest of the day. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting came to visit him, but he could only silently endure the pain, knowing that the explosion had been entirely his fault. 2 days later, in the afternoon, a doctor entered the room accompanied by 2 nurses and declared, "You've fully recovered and can be discharged." He looked at the doctor with a face full of disbelief. Just a few days ago, he had been gravely injured and bedridden, and now he was ready to be discharged? Noticing his confusion, the doctor patiently explained, "After receiving the gene serum injection, your physical condition has surpassed that of an average person. This rate of recovery is completely normal." With that, the medical team left the room. Soon after, Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting burst through the door in a hurry. "Kai, are you okay?" Zhao Qian asked anxiously. "I'm fine," Ye Kai replied as he moved his body. Although he still felt a slight tingling sensation, he could move freely now. The explosion incident had taught him a valuable lesson. Next time he trained with Wei Xing, he needed to ensure the protection of other Pokemon as well. Rather than dampening his enthusiasm, the accident only deepened his interest in Wei Xing's combination techniques. From this explosion, he had grasped a critical insight. As long as the gas concentration reached a critical point, any open flame would trigger an explosion. If that was the case, why not intentionally use fire in tandem with other moves? For example, wind, sludge bomb, or perhaps releasing sludge bomb while simultaneously using steam eruption. Once the idea struck him, Ye Kai was eager to test it. Ignoring Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting's attempts to dissuade him, he headed straight to the outdoor training ground. Crobat. To ensure safety, Crobat stood vigilant in front of Ye Kai, ready to shield him at any moment during Wei Xing's moves. Wei Xing, use Heat Wave and Flamethrowers simultaneously. To everyone's surprise, there was no explosion this time. Instead, the Heat Wave amplified the range of the Flamethrower by more than double. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire intensified with the wind, transforming the entire training ground into scorched earth in an instant. The astonishing effect made Zhao Qian's eyes light up. Sizer has 2 pincer scalded also try combination techniques. Wang Xiaoting, however, seemed unimpressed. This kind of thing is quite common in Pokemon contests. Coordinators excel at these flashy combinations, but their focus is on visual appeal, not battle power. Ye Kai continued experimenting. Wrap yourself in Will-O-Wisp first, then use this move. He aimed to increase the burn probability. Boom. Another loud explosion erupted as Wei Xing detonated again. Fortunately, Crobat reacted swiftly, shielding Ye Kai just in time. Wei Xing, undeterred, still had enough stamina to keep attempting the challenging combination techniques. This time, instead of surrounding its entire body with Will-O-Wisp, it condensed a larger Will-O-Wisp sphere outside its body, while simultaneously using Heat Wave from both of its heads. In an instant, a Will-O-Wisp storm engulfed the area, covering an astonishing range. The move perfectly combined the burn effect with Heat Wave's destructive power, exceeding all expectations. It seemed that in some areas of technique mastery, Wei Xing's natural talent even surpassed Ye Kai's imagination. Great, let's try another one. Use Sludge Bomb and Steam Eruption together. However, this time, Wei Xing appeared puzzled. Ye Kai realized that such intricate combinations required gradual progress and couldn't be achieved all at once. Still, today's results were already impressive, and Wei Xing was gradually adapting to its new physical structure. That's enough for now. It's time to hit the road. Everyone agreed without objection. However, as they resumed their journey, a new problem arose. Gagote, sensing that Ye Kai's body was still recovering, deliberately slowed its pace, forcing Rapidash to reduce its speed as well. At this rate, it would take them the entire day just to leave Summer City. Realizing that the highway wasn't an option, the group decided to change course and head to a nearby, more populated county. At least this way, they wouldn't be stranded in the wilderness that night. 2 days later, in the afternoon, a light drizzle fell over the highway. Ye Kai and his two companions rode their mountain goats, finally leaving the boundaries of Xia City and entering Shu City's territory. Clad in raincoats, the three sped through the rain, with the mountain goats noticeably picking up speed. After braving the elements along the way, they arrived at the grass-type gym in Liangsheng, Shu City, around 4 p.m. Let's register first, then find a place to stay, Zhao Qian suggested. This grass-type gym was the largest Ye Kai had ever seen, second only to the Battle Cube. The entire exterior of the building was constructed with frosted glass, resembling a massive greenhouse from afar. Upon entering, the interior was lush with greenery, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the chirping of birds, creating the illusion of being immersed in nature. Are you here to challenge the gym? Did you make a reservation beforehand? A staff member approached and asked. No, just register us. Ye Kai replied while surveying the surroundings. Outside, the rain poured heavily, but inside the gym, it was tranquil and serene, with fresh and pleasant air. Since it was still raining outside, the trio decided to visit the battle observation room first. As they pushed open the door, they noticed several trainers already inside. They glanced at the newcomers briefly before turning their attention back to the battles. On the battlefield, an intense match was underway. Pincer, use X Scissor. The pincer skillfully maneuvered with its massive pincers, slashing a green cross that sent the opponent's Jumpluff flying. Although Jumpluff had a type advantage over Pincer, the attack left it severely weakened. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jumpluff quickly consumed a berry it was holding, regaining its strength, and then executed acrobatics. This seemingly ordinary move doubled in power when the Pokémon no longer held an item, transforming it into a devastating flying-type attack with a power of 110. Taken by surprise, Pincer was struck and left dazed, bringing the battle to an abrupt end. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting were engrossed in watching. Through the following matches, they also learned the rules of the grass-type gym. Challengers must engage in 4 to 6 battles in random rooms. After each victory, they can choose one of 2 doors to proceed to the next battle. Opponents vary in strength, ranging from trainers with a single Pokémon to those with a full team of 6. I'm heading to the Pokémon Center. Are you two staying to watch? Ye Kai asked after grasping the rules. In his opinion, merely watching battles wouldn't improve one's skills, much like how watching sports couldn't enhance athletic performance. Zhao Qian expressed his desire to observe a bit longer, and Wang Xiaoting naturally stayed with him. Ye Kai left on his own and headed to the Pokémon Center. Compared to Xia City, the rooms here were much more spacious. He was assigned a 140 square meter suite equipped with a living room, sofa, coffee table, and even a refrigerator stocked with food, all provided free of charge, a perk of earning multiple gym badges. Yet, Ye Kai didn't let this make him complacent. 3 small badges were insignificant compared to the 16 gyms he would face in the future. With the Grass-type gym challenge coming up the day after tomorrow, he resolved to spend the next day training his Pokémon, preparing them for the battles ahead. 2 days later, Zhao Qian faced his Grass-type gym challenge. As the challenger who registered earlier, he was the first to step onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoting and Ye Kai entered the observation room, watching the entire battle unfold from the glass walkway above. The first match began swiftly. Zhao Qian's Rapidash squared off against a Simisage, its body covered in green, broccoli-like fur. Rapidash, use Flamethrower, Zhao Qian commanded. As the flames surged forward, Simisage quickly used Protect, creating an invisible barrier that deflected the fiery attack completely. Before Rapidash could launch a second strike, Simisage retaliated, flinging purple poison from its dense fur. Rapidash's Flamethrower hit its mark, incinerating the incoming poison and leaving Simisage dazed from the intense heat. Watching from the observation room, Ye Kai silently analyzed the weakness of non-poison-type Pokémon, using Toxic move slow accuracy and the risk of being countered during exchanges. As the battles progressed, Zhao Qian advanced steadily until he reached the third room. This time, his Rapidash faced off against a Leafeon. The two exchanged fierce blows, with Flamethrower clashing against Mudshot. At this moment, Zhao Qian called for Sunny Day, unaware that this decision played right into his opponent's hands. Leafeon's hidden ability, Chlorophyll, activated under the sunny weather, doubling its speed instantly. It struck first with Mudshot, dealing heavy damage to Rapidash. Despite this, Rapidash's counterattack remained relentless, with Flamethrower overpowering Mudshot and leaving Leafeon on the brink of collapse. In a critical turn, Leafeon barely held on thanks to its focus sash and burrowed underground. Acting decisively, Zhao Qian recalled Rapidash and sent out Scizor. With a swift bullet punch, Scizor ended the match effortlessly. By the fourth room, Zhao Qian's confidence was soaring. Facing what seemed to be a straightforward grass-type gym, he believed his type advantage guaranteed victory. However, an eerie Trevenant, resembling a withered tree with a single ominous eye, shattered his overconfidence. When Rapidash's Flamethrower missed, Trevenant transformed into a shadowy figure, gliding across the battlefield like a ghost. Panicking, Zhao Qian ordered Rapidash to use Protect, unaware that Phantom Force could bypass defensive barriers. The ghostly attack pierced through and knocked Rapidash to the ground. To make matters worse, Trevenant followed up with a devastating rock slide, hurling boulders at the fallen Rapidash. In the observation room, Ye Kai watched with bated breath. This, he realized, was where the true test began. The rubble flew like a rainstorm, pelting the flame horse with relentless force, leaving it disoriented and unable to react. Zhao Qian acted decisively, recalling the flame horse and sending out his ace Pokemon, Scizor. This Pokemon, with a carefully chosen scarf wrapped around its neck, unleashed a lightning-fast wing attack, sending the Trevenant hurtling backward in an instant. The move, Wing Attack, originally a flying-type move with a base power of 60, had been elevated to astonishing strength thanks to its technician ability and the boost from the scarf. The Trevenant was struck with such force that it staggered, clearly dazed and heavily injured. Zhao Qian pressed forward, entering the next room. Through the glass walkway, Ye Kai and his companion had an unobstructed view of the Siniat was the arena of the gym leader. However, Zhao Qian himself was unaware of this. Inside the room, aside from the two battling trainers, there were also two league observers present. As the referee announced the start of the match, Zhao Qian opened with Flame Horse's Flamethrower. However, the gym leader poised woman in a Chong Sam sent out a Breloom in response. This Pokemon had clearly been meticulously trained, with its speed pushed to the limit. It acted first, releasing Spore and putting Flame Horse to sleep instantly. Watching this unfold, Ye Kai couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He was all too familiar with Breloom's sleep everything strategy. Forced to adapt, Zhao Qian switched to Scizor, but the gym leader was prepared. Breloom immediately used Substitute, creating a decoy during the switch. When Scizor launched what should have been a decisive wing attack, the Substitute took the hit, shielding Breloom from the fatal blow. Breloom then followed up with another Spore, putting Scizor to sleep as well. Left with no other option, Zhao Qian swapped in Shiftry. This choice was surprising and clever. Shiftry, as a grass-type Pokemon, was naturally immune to powder-based moves like Leech Seed and Spore. The battle grew more intense from there. Breloom unleashed a Mach Punch, sending Shiftry flying and paralyzing it. Yet, despite its condition, Shiftry managed to execute Hurricane, a high-powered flying-type move that slammed Breloom to the ground with devastating force. Both sides then switched Pokemon. The gym leader sent out a rare and formidable Pepperdina two-headed Pokemon resembling a chili-shaped dinosaur, one head green and the other red. Taking advantage of the still sleeping Flame Horse, Pepperdin began using growth to boost its stats, preparing for the next phase of the battle. On the battlefield, the Flame Horse remained asleep. The relentless Chili Pepper continued to release its growth skill, causing its dual attack power to soar. Suddenly, Chili Pepper unleashed a powerful burst of flames, the intense heat warping the air across the entire field. This fierce attack finally woke the Flame Horse. Under the clear skies of the battlefield, Zhao Qian quickly discerned his opponent's Naturia rare fire and grass-type Pokemon. Unexpectedly, this played right into the Flame Horse's strength. Its Flash Fire ability was triggered, and it opened its mouth to engulf the raging flames. The fire surrounding the Flame Horse instantly intensified, its aura growing even more imposing. Good. Go for Flare Blitz. Zhao Qian commanded decisively. Solar Beam. Maximum power, the opponent countered. The two forces collided midair. With its overwhelming fire-type energy, the Flame Horse deflected the Solar Beam, and the two Pokemon clashed heat-on. In the end, the Flame Horse's superior strength gave it the upper hand, leaving Chili Pepper teetering on the brink of defeat. Go Roserade. The opponent quickly sent out a new Pokemon. Morning Sun. This command caught Ye Kai by surprise. Hadn't expected the Flame Horse to know this move. Seizing the moment while the opponent switched Pokemon, the Flame Horse frantically absorbed sunlight energy, instantly restoring itself to full strength. The battle raged on fiercely. Although Roserade used Protect to block the Flame Horse's Flare Blitz, it changed the weather, summoning dark clouds. Sensing the shift in momentum, Zhao Qian promptly sent out the still sleeping Scizor. Roserade took the opportunity to successfully deploy Leech Seed and Stun Spore. Even though Scizor remained asleep, its typing gave it a key advantage: immunity to poison and an impressive quadruple resistance to grass. The two sides went back and forth. After a heated exchange of Weather Ball and Wing Attack, Both Pokemon ultimately fell simultaneously. A new round of battle was about to begin. Both trainers sent out their next Pokemon, Serperior and Dugong. The regal Serperior immediately launched a leaf storm, while Dugong countered with a blizzard. Watching the scene unfold, Yikai couldn't help but marvel. These two trainers are anything but ordinary. You counter me? Well, I counter you too. At the exact moment the two Pokemon locked eyes in a standoff, they unleashed their most powerful moves simultaneously. A dramatic scene unfolded, both Pokemon's auras activated at the same time, leaving them with just a sliver of health. By all accounts, the faster Serperior should have landed the next move, but unexpectedly, it was frozen in place. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Dugong launched a piercing icy wind, which hit with absolute precision. Serperior collapsed, and Zhao Qian emerged victorious. Following his victory, Zhao Qian was escorted into a small room. Yikai, having observed the battle, already had a good idea of what lay ahead. The challenges were only going to get tougher, but he showed no fear. Bring it on, he declared. The three trainers soon crossed paths. After a brief exchange with Zhao Qian, Yikai strode confidently into the first battle room. Let's have a good match. Go, Abomasnow. Nidoking. Yikai called out his trump card. Towering at nearly 3 meters tall, Abomasnow was a formidable sight, its body predominantly white with green limbs and tail. The battle began with an intense clash of ice and fire ice beam versus flamethrower. But challenging Nidoking with a direct confrontation was akin to inviting disaster. The battle quickly turned one-sided. Nidoking unleashed a massive wave of fire that engulfed the entire battlefield, leaving Abomasnow with only a narrow space to block with Ice Beam. Under the relentless heat, Abomasnow fought back desperately, summoning an even greater burst of power. But Nidoking merely smirked and intensified the flames. With a resounding explosion, the fire quadrupole effective completely overwhelmed Abomasnow. Yikai recalled his Pokemon and proceeded to the next room without hesitation. Let's have a good match. Go, Tsareena. The opponent sent out a Pokemon famed for its flamboyant kicking techniques. Yikai habitually scanned it with his phone for confirmation. The battle commenced swiftly. Tsareena lashed out with its thorny vines, aiming for Nidoking, but was instantly incinerated by an unstoppable flamethrower. In the subsequent battles, Yikai faced 6 consecutive Bellossom. Despite encountering various status conditions, Nidoking's immense power allowed it to breeze through each fight. These challengers had yet to witness Nidoking's true potential. It had recently mastered Earth Power, a devastatingly strong move. Reaching the next fork in the path, Yikai chose the room on the left. Let's have a good match. Go, Venusaur. Nidoking. Facing the fully evolved Grass-type starter Pokemon, Yikai was already well-versed in handling such opponents. He had also noticed a pattern. Trainers commanding fully evolved, large-scale Pokemon tended to rely on a single Pokemon, while those with unevolved Pokemon usually sent out teams of 6. The opponents in each room were completely random, leaving everything to luck. Facing the adversary before him, Yikai decisively gave his command, Sleep Powder. However, he quickly changed his strategy. Flamethrower. No need for hesitation, burn it all to ashes. After enduring several fierce battles earlier, he had grown to despise powder-based moves like Stun Spore and others. He had suffered enough from them along the way. Flamethrower erupted from a massive fireball, instantly turning the entire arena into a sea of flames. Venusaur was gravely injured but still stood its ground with resilience. Suddenly, it retrieved a citrus berry from the giant flower on its back and quickly consumed it. If one isn't enough, let's go for another. Flamethrower. Yikai commanded decisively. Surprisingly, Venusaur acted first. Unbeknownst to him, it had already scattered Sleep Powder. Under the effect of the powder, Nidoking fell asleep. Clearly, the citrus berry had done its job. It granted Venusaur priority when its HP fell below a quarter. Snore. Yikai remained calm under pressure. Sure enough, even in its sleep, Nidoking managed to launch an attack. The deafening sound of its snore turned into powerful sound waves, finally knocking out the heavily injured Venusaur. This marked the 4th room. Yikai chose the door on the left, only to be greeted by an amusing yet frustrating sight. Please take care of me. Go, Gloom. After more than 10 minutes of grueling combat, Yikai's sense of smell was nearly numb. Though the Glooms were not particularly strong, enduring their chemical weapon-like stench was pure torture. Reaching the 5th room, Yikai cautiously restored the status of all his Pokemon. This time, he chose the door on the right. After climbing a winding staircase, he arrived at a spacious, light green battle arena. Next up is the Gym Challenge. Lianqing's apprentice trainer Yikai versus Gym Leader Xiao Nan, the referee announced. Since the challenger already has 3 badges, the Gym Leader will use 4 Pokemon. The battle will continue until one side's Pokemon are all unable to fight. Go, Roserade. Nidoking. Facing an opponent he had encountered in the school tournament a month ago, Yikai felt confident. As Xiao Nan's Roserade used Protect and Rain Dance to counter Flamethrower, Nidoking was already preparing its move. Earth Power. Yikai commanded. Nidoking seemed to have found its perfect move. Tremendous ground-type energy erupted within its massive body. With a powerful double punch to the ground, and its tail exerting full force, it unleashed astonishing destructive power. The entire arena split open under the force of the attack. The ground trembled as a concentrated shockwave shot toward Roserade like a piercing arrow. This was a specially enhanced seismic skill, its power astounding. As the shockwave spread, the field shattered instantly into fragments, and the air compressed so violently that it emitted a sharp, piercing noise. Under this devastating strike, Roserade's vision blurred, and it lost its ability to continue battling. "You've done your best. Come back," Xiaonan said as he withdrew Roserade. After a moment of hesitation, he abandoned his originally planned Pokemon and instead pulled out another Pokeball. "It's your turn, Sceptile." Sceptile. Yi Kai's mind raced, cautious but unafraid, wondering what kind of special strategy he would face this time. While the Sceptile card was not as formidable as Weevil, even with the Unburden ability, it couldn't possibly hurl giant golden spheres like Weevil. Leaf Storm. Flamethrower. Nidoking launched a powerful counterattack without hesitation. To everyone's shock, the Fire-type move that should have had the upper hand ended up evenly matched with Leaf Storm. A massive collision of emerald leaf blades and searing flames resulted in an explosive burst. It was then that Yi Kai realized the truth. Sceptile must be holding a grass gem. This not only explained the astonishing power of the earlier attack, but also meant that Sceptile had triggered its Unburden ability. With a base speed of 120, Sceptile's speed had now doubled, making it unimaginably fast. The battle raged on with intensity. Sceptile darted around the battlefield, agilely evading attacks while unleashing sharp leaf blades. Nidoking, on the other hand, opted for the risky Horn Drill, a move with notoriously low accuracy. Although one strike came dangerously close, Sceptile skillfully dodged it and countered with a leaf blade, leaving a gash on Nidoking. You stomped directly. A powerful ground-type physical attack with a base power of 150 came crashing down. The ground beneath Nidoking's feet became the epicenter, shattering the already broken field into 8 separate fragments. However, the lightning-fast Sceptile had already retreated to a safe distance, continuing to wear down Nidoking's stamina with Hitandran tactics until it ultimately emerged victorious. The next contender was a massive Weezing towering at 4.2 meters tall, immediately catching Xiaonan's attention. As Sceptile continued its relentless leaf blade assault, Weezing quickly released a smokescreen, rapidly engulfing the entire arena in a thick, grayish-white fog. In a critical moment, Sceptile executed its substitute technique, sacrificing a significant amount of energy to create a decoy while retreating into its Pokeball. Xiaonan, prepared for this scenario, sent out Serperior to take the field. 2 identical Serperiors now stood in the arena, one clearly a decoy. In the next instant, the entire battlefield was completely obscured by the dense smokescreen. Yi Kai was already well prepared, with 3 smokescreen tactics ready to deploy. He handed the battle over to his Weezing, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. Clap, clap, clap. The grass gym leader gently applauded, a glimmer of approval in their eyes. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Serperior. Yi Kai's pupils contracted. The opponent's Serperior suddenly sprang into action, unleashing a leaf storm. This was wrong. It was supposed to be asleep. As it turned out, the Serperior had seen through the hypnosis ploy and used a Lumberry to cure its status condition just in time. The roaring leaf storm tore through the battlefield like an unstoppable force, dispersing all the smoke in an instant. The massive Weezing was exposed and severely injured. However, it didn't go down without a fight. Thick, toxic sludge seeped into Serperior's body, successfully poisoning it. While the berry could cure it once, it couldn't provide a second rescue. Keep the leaf storm coming, the gym leader commanded. Serperior launched another attack. Under its contrary ability, the move's power should have been even stronger, but surprisingly, it weakened instead. Protect, Yi Kai ordered. Weezing quickly erected an invisible barrier, blocking the attack completely. Yi Kai smirked. Thanks to Weezing's neutralizing gas ability, the contrary effect had been nullified. As the leaf storm's power waned, Serperior prepared for another strike. Yi Kai made a decisive call, withdrawing Weezing and sending out Crobat instead. Quick attack. A pink blur flashed across the battlefield, moving at lightning speed and completely overwhelming Serperior. Crobat struck with unstoppable force, sending the serpent flying out of the arena and rendering it unable to battle. This decisive blow owed much to the earlier poison weakening Serperior. Otherwise, it might have gone on a rampage. Meowscarada, it's all on you now. The opponent revealed their final trump card. Well, this is something. Yi Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to his earlier battle with Zhao Qian, this was on a whole different level. Meowscarada's signature move was guaranteed to land a critical hit, making it a formidable threat. What followed was a heart-pounding speed duel. Crobat, with a base speed stat of 130, should have had the upper hand over Meowscarada's 123. However, to Yi Kai's surprise, the opponent's Meowscarada was equipped with a choice scarf. It hurled a dazzling bouquet of flowers that exploded on impact, leaving Crobat barely hanging on with just a sliver of health thanks to its focus sash. Refusing to back down, Crobat sank its fangs into Meowscarada's neck, launching a frenzied leech-life attack. Due to Meowscarada's quadruple weakness to bug-type moves, the attack completely drained its remaining strength. Meowscarada is unable to battle. Crobat is the winner. With Yi-Kai still having Pokemon available to fight, Challenger Yi-Kai claims victory. The referee declared the final result. Xiaonan led Yi-Kai to a hidden door, where Zhao Qian and another awaited them. The league observer promptly announced, "Congratulations on earning the Ivy badge from the Liang City Grass Gym." With this, Yi-Kai had collected 4 gym badges. However, new challenges loomed on the horizon. Nidoking, after several intense battles, had reached level 46. With such a powerful Pokemon leveling up so quickly, it could no longer participate in gym badge battles as per the rules. Without Nidoking, Yi-Kai's remaining core team consisted of Crobat, Weezing, and Salazzle. While he was confident he could continue challenging gyms with just these 3, their accelerated leveling would soon push them past the level 45 threshold, further limiting his options for future battles. The more Yi-Kai thought about it, the stronger his desire to capture Pokemon grew. Just then, Xiaonan handed him a disc and reminded him, "This is the TM for Leaf Storm. Don't forget to keep it safe." Yi-Kai suddenly remembered and quickly stored the valuable TM in his spatial backpack. Since both he and Zhao Qian had already earned the grass badge, there was no reason to linger any longer. The 3 of them gathered to discuss their next destination. Zhao Qian analyzed, "From Liangcheng, the closest gyms are the Fairy-type and Rock-type ones." Yi-Kai noticed Wang Xiaoting's hesitant expression and immediately understood. "You want to participate in the contest spectacular here, don't you?" he asked. While researching the gym leaders, he had also come across advertisements for the contest spectacular on the Alliance's official website. After all, Pokemon trainers, coordinators, and breeders were inherently interconnected. Wang Xiaoting nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Liangcheng holds a beginner contest every 2 months, and it happens to be this time." She was a bit surprised that Yi-Kai was so knowledgeable about the contest spectacular and wasn't urging them to head straight to the next gym challenge. In truth, Yi-Kai had never underestimated the importance of the contest spectacular. From prize money to reputation, the Alliance regarded trainers and coordinators as equally significant. Half an hour later, the group followed the navigation to the contest venue, and the massive crowd before them left Yi-Kai stunned. Outside the venue, there were not only spectators, but also countless vendors. Some were selling homemade poke puffs, claiming they were highly beneficial before a performance. Others were promoting specially crafted poke blocks, designed specifically for participants in the beauty category. A nearby breeding center was showcasing an adorable Alchemy, its entire body made of whipped cream, with 2 strawberries adorning its head. The Pokemon enthusiastically handed out dollops of cream to passersby. Yi-Kai and his companions tasted the Alchemy's cream, which was indeed delicious. It was said that this Pokemon came in nearly 60 different flavors, but its price tag of 8.3 million made it unattainable for most people. The entrance to the venue was already packed. Unlike gym battles, the preliminary rounds of the contest didn't rely on strength alone. Instead, contestants were judged by a combination of evaluations from the panel and votes from the audience. The event was divided into 5 categories: coolness, beauty, cuteness, cleverness, and toughness, each with its own dedicated stage. Yi-Kai felt as though he had stepped into an anime convention. A Dragonair was posing in front of a camera, its slender, sapphire-like body gleaming under the sunlight. Its elongated horn and small wings on either side added to its majestic charm. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Come out, Milotic!" The serene atmosphere was instantly disrupted as an elegant Milotic appeared, captivating the crowd's attention. Its smooth skin, graceful movements, and especially its dazzling, stained glass-like multicolored tail were nothing short of breathtaking. Yi-Kai recognized the Milotic's trainer as the warehouse girl he had encountered at the Yangqing Trainer Association. Watching the flurry of camera shutters and waves of admiration around them, Zhao Qian couldn't help but sigh. "Looks like we should avoid entering the beauty category. This competition is way too intense." Yi-Kai had a clear purpose for attending the Pokemon Contest Spectacular, wanted to learn those highly controlled combination moves. These dazzling combos proved to be incredibly useful in real battles. That evening, the competition unfolded as scheduled. Wang Xiaoting, accompanied by her sole contestant Pokemon, Dugong, was ready to shine in the beauty category. Outside the venue, a long line had already formed, and attendees had to settle for a quick meal from boxed lunches inside the venue. However, this waiting time was not entirely unproductive for Yi-Kai. Inside the arena, a variety of Pokemon gathered, including some rare poison types. Through conversations with other trainers, Yi-Kai unexpectedly acquired 3 key pieces of information. Toxapex originated from the Dripping Water secret realm in Jacity, which wasn't far from his hometown, though it was too far to make a detour now. Krogunk came from the neighboring 3-Elephant Alliance, which wasn't practical since catching a Pokemon abroad was out of the question, And finally, Galarian Slowpoke resided just 30 kilometers away in Mountain Breeze Manor, near Liang City, a place that sounded like a private estate definitely worth exploring. Finally, it was their turn to check in. A staff member asked, "Are you here to participate in the preliminary round of Liang City's Pokemon contest?" "I'm participating, and they're here to watch," Wang Xiaoding quickly replied. 20 minutes later, the host took the stage. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the preliminary round of Liang City's Pokemon contest. This contest has a proud 47-year history." He then began introducing the 6 judges present. Yi Kai was surprised to discover that half of the judges were familiar faces. Honglian, the Fire-type gym leader from Lian City, Xiaonan, the Grass-type gym leader from Liang City, and Principal Lin from Rock Solid Academy, Ninja City's Lian City. It turned out that the judges for the Pokemon contest were chosen at the last minute, with the details kept highly confidential and known only to the league. These individuals, who were usually seen as gym leaders or school principals, were also accomplished Pokemon coordinators in private, serving as judges for the beauty and cool categories. They were equally surprised to see Yi Kai, clearly not expecting this young man, known for focusing on gym challenges, to attend a Pokemon contest. The competition began with the tough category. The preliminary round didn't involve any move demonstrations. It mainly evaluated the Pokemon's physique, essentially a beauty pageant. Over 600 Pokemon took turns on stage, and in the end, a graceful female Machamp claimed the crown. Next came the smart category. The judges first screened qualified Pokemon, then tested them on 10 command actions, ranging from basic moves like handshakes and clapping to advanced feats like a standing backflip. The most jaw-dropping moment came from an EV, which executed a flawless standing Thomas Flare, leaving the audience in awe. Finally, it was time for the beauty category. "Come on out, Dugong." With a burst of heart-shaped effects, Dugong made an elegant entrance. It tucked its neck slightly, curiously looking around before beginning to act cute. Its performance was truly captivating. The jury's eyes were fixed on the elegant white sea lion in the center of the arena. Its snow-white fur shimmered softly under the lights, prompting the judges to nod in admiration. This white sea lion has been trained exceptionally well. It's more than capable of competing in both the beauty and cuteness categories. During the guest mentor evaluation round, the white sea lion showcased astonishing talents. Gracefully rising from a resting position, it extended its flipper as if to shake hands with the mentor. Then, a sparkling water ring formed midair, and the sea lion skillfully leapt through it, displaying flawless aquatic acrobatics. This sea lion is truly remarkable. The mentors lit up their scoring lights one after another. Its form is simply perfect. Ultimately, after removing the highest score of 89 and the lowest score of 76, the white sea lion achieved an impressive score of 86. Unlike naturally advantaged competitors like Gardevoir and Sylveon, this white sea lion proved its worth through hard work. In the fierce competition of the beauty category, despite going up against naturally stunning Pokemon like Milotic and the shiny Serperior, the white sea lion managed to secure an admirable 7th place. This ranking earned its trainer a generous prize of 200,000 and a ribbon badge symbolizing a top 8 finish in the beauty category. The cuteness competition followed closely after. A champion emerged in the form of a 16-centimeter tall Alcremie, nearly reaching the XXS size category. Holding an irresistible strawberry and kindly sharing handmade cream with the judges, its adorably sweet demeanor drew gasps of delight from the audience. "So cute. I just want to eat it up," someone exclaimed. By the time the handsome category competition was postponed to the next morning, the clock had already struck 1 a.m. The group agreed to meet at the Pokemon Center the following day. To Yi Kai's surprise, while he had often been the one late during his school days, it was now Zhao Qian who frequently arrived last during their travels. At 2 p.m., the trio set out for Mountain Breeze Manor in search of the rumored Slowpoke subspecies. Riding their Gogoat and Rapidash, it took them less than 20 minutes to reach the mountainous area at the border of Liang City and Silver City. The air was fresh, and the scenery picturesque. After recalling his Pokemon, Yi Kai immediately began inquiring about the Slowpoke. By chance, he encountered the manor's owner, who provided a detailed explanation. Mountain Breeze Manor was part of his company's properties, serving as both a team-building destination and a site for agricultural and livestock activities. Among these was a valuable Slowpoke breeding facility. What made this Pokemon unique was its tail's ability to regenerate, making it an extremely prized delicacy. However, over 30 years ago, the league had strictly prohibited private Slowpoke breeding for tail harvesting. Now, only institutions with a league license could conduct large-scale breeding. As their conversation grew lively, a young girl suddenly rushed over in a panic. "Dad, little slow," she exclaimed, before the owner quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Has your long-awaited Slowbro finally evolved?" The Shelder, ignoring Yi Kai's expectations, swam straight toward the subspecies area. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai immediately understood Slowpoke's evolution relied on Shelder's parasitism. However, in this world, what seemed like an ordinary Pokemon was exceptionally rare. They only occasionally appeared in the deep sea or hidden lake habitats and had yet to be successfully bred in captivity. Are there any poison-type subspecies in the manor? Yikai asked. There are, but not many. The owner replied with a troubled expression. The tails of subspecies slowpoke are too spicy, not a flavor that appeals to the mainstream market, so we've only raised a small number. At this point, the owner had lost interest in continuing the conversation. His daughter's desired Pokemon evolution had taken an unexpected turn. Shellder had chosen a subspecies slowpoke. This meant he would have to find another Shellder for his daughter. However, for Yikai, this was an unexpected opportunity. A ready-made poison-type Pokemon was right in front of him. The girl burst into tears and tantrums on the side, throwing a fit. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting, as spectators, wisely chose to remain silent. I'm interested in that Slowbro. Would you consider transferring it to me? Yikai got straight to the point. The Galarian Slowbro, a poison and psychic-type Pokemon, perfectly matched his needs in both defense capabilities and type synergy. More importantly, this creature could learn powerful fire-type moves like Flamethrower and Fire Blast, making it a formidable addition to his team. The owner was momentarily stunned by the proposal, but then broke into a wide grin. Sure thing. Based on market rates, a subspecies Slowpoke is worth 3.3 million. That's calculated from 3 years of tail harvesting profits. As for Shellder, it's priced at around 950,000. He listed the figures with pride. Without a Shellder, Slowpoke can't evolve. I need to find another one. The girl stubbornly protested. Sweetheart, Shellder isn't as common as cabbage. Where am I supposed to find one in such a short time? The owner was at a loss. I don't care. If there's no Shellder, then I want a different Pokemon, she demanded. Wait. Yikai interrupted their argument. At that price, there's no deal to be made. Wild Slowpoke can be found in groups in protected areas, and catching one costs nowhere near that much. How about letting me take a look at that Pokemon first? Sure, follow me. The owner agreed, then turned to his daughter. Lingying, this is business. Be quiet for a moment. The girl reluctantly suppressed her emotions. The group followed the owner deeper into the Mountain Breeze Manor, passing through areas where numerous Slowpoke, Tauros, and Miltank were being raised. The air was thick with a pungent smell, which was somewhat overwhelming. In a corner of the manor, they found the habitat of the subspecies Slowpoke. These Pokemon had intelligent expressions but spent their days in an endless cycle of eating, sleeping, and daydreaming. Among them, a two-legged figure stood out. It was the newly evolved Slowbro. While it shared the same fondness for daydreaming, it would occasionally erupt in sudden fits of aggression, raising its shoulder-armed limb to savagely attack its companions, often leaving the other Slowpoke battered and bruised. Fortunately, the Slowpoke were naturally thick-skinned and resilient, managing to endure the situation. Yikai approached cautiously, with Crobat always by his side, guarding against the seemingly simple-minded yet unpredictably dangerous Pokemon that could suddenly go berserk. Nearby, Lingyian's eyes lit up as she showed great interest in the pink Crobat. As the distance closed, the attributes of the Slowbro became clearly visible. Slowbro. Level. LV.33 Elite. Potential. Crate. Type. Poison Psychic. Ability. Quick Draw may act first when using a non-status move of the same priority. Moves. Tackle. Curse. Belly Drum. Growl. Acid. Yawn. Confusion. Disable. Water Pulse. Headbutt. Zen Headbutt. Amnesia. Withdraw. Surf. Slack off. Held item. None. Yikai glanced around and noticed that most of the Pokemon raised here were of E or D grade potential, with Kraid being quite rare. No wonder Shellder chose to bite. This particular Onite had picked a relatively strong symbiotic host. All the Slowpoke in this group seemed to have inherited the belly drum move, likely from the same parent. This move, which sacrifices half of the user's HP to maximize physical attack power instantly, was undeniably powerful. The nearly 2-meter-tall Slowbro, despite being fed only regular Pokemon feed rather than energy cubes, was undoubtedly the dominant force here. Judging by how the other Slowpoke deliberately kept their distance, it was clear this Slowbro was highly territorial, especially when it came to food. Well, what do you think? Satisfied? How about 2.7 million? If you agree, I'll take this Pokemon right now. Yikai attempted to negotiate. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting remained silent on the side. For breeders, the cost could be recouped over a few years just by harvesting its tail, but for an average buyer, it wasn't worth it, especially since this Slowbro was already fused with Shellder. Moreover, as a subspecies, its spicy tail was less in demand and not as flavorful as that of a devolved Slowpoke. As the negotiation continued, the Slowbro suddenly went berserk. It raised the Shellder on its tail and unleashed a powerful stream of venom, akin to a high-pressure water cannon. Thankfully, Crobat promptly used Protect to block the attack. No way, these are real costs. If we can't reach a deal, I'd rather not sell, the experienced merchant stated firmly. He had already discerned that Yikai was a battle-enthusiastic trainer specifically seeking Slowpoke subspecies, and finding a Slowbro was an unexpected bonus. The fact that he hadn't raised the price was already a gesture of goodwill. The merchant was about to retrieve the Slowbro into its poke ball, but finding the exact ball among hundreds was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing this, Ye Kai volunteered, "Let me subdue it first. Otherwise, its rampage could cause significant damage to your estate." The merchant gave his consent, and Ye Kai immediately commanded, "Crobat, use nasty plot." Sensing the battle intent, the Slowbro instantly used Belly Drum. "Wow, this thing's no fool. Go for Shadow Ball now?" Surprisingly, the Slowbro acted faster than Crobat, leaping high and swinging the shelter down in a heavy blow. However, acting first didn't mean it was faster overall, and combined with the level disadvantage, the powerful shell arm attack was easily dodged by Crobat. In response, Crobat's Shadow Ball struck the Slowbro squarely, sending it flying and leaving it dazed. Wheezing, use Smokescreen. Keep it contained, but don't spread it too wide. Soon, the Slowbro fell asleep. This was part of Ye Kai's negotiation strategy. Demonstrate sincerity and prove his genuine interest in purchasing, leaving it to the seller to decide whether to compromise. However, the stalemate persisted, with the merchant refusing to lower the price. Finally, he proposed a new condition. "How about this? If you can offer a Pokemon that satisfies my daughter, we can trade it for this Slowbro." "What kind of Pokemon do you want?" Ye Kai asked calmly, crossing his arms with a composed expression. "That depends on whether you have any Pokemon that can satisfy me," Lingyin replied, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Without another word, Ye Kai flipped his wrist, and two Pokeballs arced gracefully through the air. With a flash of white light, a sturdy Gogoat and a lively Nidoran appeared before everyone. However, Lingyin's gaze was fixed intently on another Pokeball at Ye Kai's waist. "I want the Crobat, the pink one." "Keep dreaming." Ye Kai rejected her without hesitation. He pointed at the two Pokemon in front of him. "These two are up for trade. Take it or leave it." Ye Kai wasn't particularly attached to these two Pokemon. The Nidoran, despite its enormous appetite, had yet to lay eggs. As for the Gogoat, even with Ye Kai's strength as a trainer boasting for minor badges and the ability to command Pokemon up to level 50, it had always maintained a distant, mechanical obedience. "You're not even trying. I don't like either of them." Lingyin pouted, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. Ye Kai's eyes gleamed with an idea. "How about this? Are there any secret areas or reserves nearby?" The shopkeeper perked up immediately, rattling off enthusiastically. "Within 20 miles, there's the Gold-Silver Mountain secret area. Over in Jean City, there's the Withered Leaf Valley Reserve, known for ground and grass-type Pokemon." He went on to list 3 locations in total. Ye Kai quickly weighed the options. Pokemon in reserves were generally less valuable and required an additional fee to catch. In contrast, secret areas often housed stronger Pokemon, with the chance to encounter rare or even unique species. After all, the known Pokemon in this world, including a few legendary and mythical ones, numbered just over 700, leaving plenty yet to be discovered. "How about I take you to the Gold-Silver Mountain secret area to catch Pokemon? You can choose whatever you want when we get there," Ye Kai proposed. The Gold-Silver Mountain secret area was a moderately dangerous location near Silver City, rumored to be home to a variety of ice and normal-type Pokemon. This suggestion played right into Ye Kai's plans. He had already been considering capturing new Pokemon. Level 45 cap loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. Without evenly developing his team, he'd soon run out of eligible Pokemon for minor badge competitions. As for the Belly Drum Slowpoke he had his eye on, he had already mentally marked it as his. Lingyin thought for half a minute before nodding in agreement. Zhao Qian also raised both hands in support. His ace, a Sizer, was nearing the level 45 limit, and he faced the same challenge. Wang Xiaoding, as a coordinator and breeder, was naturally eager to capture new Pokemon, though she drew the line at Pokemon like Mook. With everyone in agreement, the group set off immediately. The Gold-Silver Mountain secret area was only 17 kilometers from Windridge Manor, and they rode their respective Pokemon mounts at full speed. To Ye Kai's surprise, Lingyin's Dodrio could briefly tread on air, its speed rivaling even that of a Rapidash. Meanwhile, his Gogoat lagged behind as the slowest mount. The sight reminded Ye Kai of those humorous fan art depictions from his previous life, where Dodrio's 3 heads spun like a propeller to take flight. The comedic Dodrio with heads used as propellers had a flying animation in the early versions, even though it only has a pair of very small wings. The 4-member team, guided by the league staff, signed the disclaimers one by one, including 2 apprentice trainers. In front of them was a grayish-white light membrane covering a bamboo forest. Beyond this mysterious subspace was said to be a towering mountain, though no one knew its exact details. Ye Kai was the first to step into the secret realm, with the other 3 following closely behind. In an instant, a fierce wind howled past, and a biting chill spread from underfoot. What lay before them was a snow-covered world, with a majestic mountain standing in the distance. Midway up the mountain, golden copper deposits gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. No wonder this place was called the Gold-Silver Mountain Secret Realm. Ye Kai immediately pulled a cold-resistant jacket from his spatial backpack. Zhao Qian and the others shivered from the cold, as the temperature here seemed to have dropped several degrees below freezing. Rapidash, use Sunny Day, Ye Kai commanded decisively. Following Chu Feng's suggestion, the group decided to stay near the entrance of the secret realm for safety. After all, most accidents occurred when venturing recklessly deep into such realms. Thanks to Sunny Day, the temperature rose slightly, and the group gradually adapted to the frigid environment. In less than 3 minutes, a small mound suddenly rose in the snow. Kuga, a subspecies of sandshrew, poked its head out, its steel-hard back particularly striking. To protect its soft underside, this creature always stayed close to the ground. Wang's shouting reacted swiftly, commanding Rapidash to use flamethrower before Ye Kai could speak. The ice-type sandshrew was left dazed and was promptly captured. Soon after, Swinub, Snorant, and other Pokemon appeared one after another, all successfully caught. Ye Kai noticed something unusual. These were all low-level Pokemon. Typically, secret realms were known for housing powerful creatures, while young Pokemon like these were usually safeguarded in their nests. Konkanka. Suddenly, a snow-white crab with bear-like claws charged at them. It was a competitive crab brawler, known for its ability to punch through avalanches and its combative nature. Ye Kai immediately identified its ability, Iron Fist, which boosted the power of punching moves by 20. This level 38 Pokemon was indeed formidable. Ye Kai gave Zhao Qian a knowing glance, and Zhao Qian caught on instantly. Come out, Sizer. Use Bullet Punch. The swift Sizer struck first, sending the competitive crab-brawler flying. Though severely injured, the stubborn crab shakily stood back up, ready to fight again. Another quick Bullet Punch finally subdued it. Zhao Qian used 2 hunting balls in succession before successfully capturing it. After confirming its details with the Pokédex, he beamed with joy and looked gratefully at Ye Kai. However, Ye Kai still hadn't found a Pokemon to his liking. Nearby, Lingyin began urging impatiently, as the other two had already made progress. Alright, calm down. I'm going to try something special now, Ye Kai said, summoning Nidoking. Roar! Nidoking's thunderous roar echoed through the cold winds. The ecology and terrain of the secret realm are completely random. It's not like it's a nature reserve, Ye Kai remarked, scanning the snowy landscape around him. Forcing the Pokemon out destructively isn't impossible either. Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. They had all studied about secret realms in textbooks and infinitely vast subspace, with knowledge gained at the cost of countless lives of their predecessors. Nidoking, use Earthquake at full power. At Ye Kai's command, Nidoking unleashed its attack without holding back. With a deafening rumble, the tranquil snowy ground shattered instantly, the surface cracking to reveal the frozen soil beneath. The first to emerge was a Dugtrio. Its speed was astonishing, even surpassing Nidoking's. It nimbly dodged a tail swipe and disappeared underground in an instant. Next, several Gloom burst out from the snow, shaking off the snow that had accumulated on their heads. Ye Kai was surprised to see this. How could Gloom survive in such an extreme cold environment? Just as he was pondering this, the surroundings suddenly darkened, as if the perpetual daylight of the secret realm had turned to night, showcasing its unique and mystical nature. Ye Kai directed Nidoking to use Flamethrower to defeat the Gloom, capturing a few of them afterward. When Lingyin cast him a questioning glance, he simply replied, "Just wait and see." He used Revive to restore half the energy of 2 of the Gloom, then ordered them to use Sweet Scent. Although the Gloom appeared highly reluctant, knowing full well that this move would attract powerful Pokemon, essentially leading them to their doom, they had no choice but to obey under Ye Kai's imposing authority. Soon, the sweet aroma began to spread through the air. 3 minutes passed, and the cold made Lingyin stomp her feet to keep warm. Just as she was complaining about only encountering ordinary Pokemon, the snow in the distance suddenly exploded. A Ursaring, accompanied by 3 Teddiursa, broke through its camouflage and charged forward. Crobat, use Brave Bird to take down the big one. Ye Kai immediately released his second Pokemon. Crobat shot forward like a pink lightning bolt, striking Ursaring and leaving it dazed. Before long, the entire family of Pokemon was captured. As the group debated whether to continue exploring, a thunderous roar echoed from a nearby cave. Snow erupted into the air as a massive brown beast, over 3 meters tall, burst out, fearlessly charging at Nidoking. Ye Kai glanced at the system display, his expression changing dramatically. Level 63. We need to run now. Nidoking launched a devastating horn drill, its massive horn striking fiercely against Ursaring's body. The hulking bear was forced to stagger backward, but refused to fall. One-hit KO moves only work on Pokemon with lower levels, Ye Kai muttered with a furrowed brow. This Ursaring is a full 20 levels higher than Nidoking. At most, we can only injure it. Ursaring's earlier move, a ferocious Giga Impact, was incredibly powerful, a rare ground-type attack with a base power of 120. Under the onslaught of this mighty strike, the Nidoking from the card was quickly pushed to the brink of collapse. Faced with such a terrifying beast, the group began to panic. In contrast, Ye Kai grew increasingly calm. After swiftly recalling Nidoking, he issued a series of rapid commands. Salazzle, Use Toxic. Weezing, Smokescreen. Crobat. Delay for a few seconds, then use Heat Wave. The enraged Ursaring ignored their coordinated tactics entirely and charged at the group with reckless abandon. Its mind was consumed by a singular thought. These cursed humans had eaten its family. What is this thing? I've never seen anything like it. Ling Yin's voice trembled with fear. Wang Xiaoting quickly pulled out her phone to scan, only to receive an unexpected message. Sorry, no data available for this Pokemon. Congratulations, you are the first person in the world to encounter this species. What the hell? Even the usually composed Wang Xiaoting couldn't help but curse. Without Pokédex data, they couldn't determine the creature's weaknesses or type. Zhao Qian joined the fray just in time. Scizor, Bullet Punch. Lycanroc, Stone Edge. Ye Kai's strategy began to take effect. The Ursaring was now poisoned and outnumbered 5-1. The thick smoke screen shrouded the battlefield, and the combination of poison and sleep tactics was driving it into a dire predicament. Crobat unleashed its heat wave, golden flames engulfing the area. Yet, even afflicted by 3 status conditions, the Ursaring refused to fall. With a furious roar, it leapt several meters into the air, swinging its massive arms to strike the group. At the last moment, Wang Xiaoting's Machamp burst out of its Pokeball, meeting Ursaring's attack heat-in with a dynamic punch. Everyone, use Venoshock. Ye Kai, usually calm, now fought with all his might. He knew that against a beast of this caliber, with a level exceeding 60, they had to strike decisively. Under the concentrated assault, the Ursaring finally collapsed to the ground. Ye Kai immediately threw an Ultra Ball, but the ball barely shook once before shattering under the bear's sheer willpower. Let's go. At our current level, we can't capture it. Even if we did, it would be too dangerous to handle, Ye Kai said decisively. The group quickly retreated, passing through a shimmering gray-white barrier, the portal leading out of the secret realm. Before leaving, Wang Xiaoting left behind a Pecha Berry as an antidote for the Ursaring. Back at the league checkpoint, Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to catch some Pokemon?" "I wanted to catch that big bear, but it's no use. Would you believe me if I said that?" Ye Kai replied with a wry smile. "Anyway, I plan to go back into the secret realm. Let me know if you're coming." After a brief silence, Ling Yin was the first to speak up. "He'll go. Count me in." Ye Kai's suggestion unexpectedly gained the support of all 3. Although Wang Xiaoting remained silent, she still followed the group into the shimmering barrier. This time, they arrived at a place completely different from before. It was no longer a vast expanse of white snow, yet the bitter cold still lingered. The flames flickering in the palm of Salazzle barely illuminated the dim surroundings. The howling wind, mixed with snow, surged into the cave, producing an eerie cuckoo sound. Zhao Qian cautiously surveyed the area, only to suddenly gasp and retreat in alarm. "Don't go out there. There's a cliff right outside the cave entrance." He had a natural fear of heights, and just one glance downward left him dizzy and trembling. "It seems the Golden Silver Mountain secret realm is far from a safe haven," Ye Kai muttered under his breath. "This entrance is downright treacherous, a cave on a sheer cliff. In a place like this, forget encountering powerful Pokemon. Surviving is lucky enough." Suddenly, a peculiar noise echoed from afar, growing louder. Screech! It was the sound of claws scraping against the cliffside. Crack! Crack! Screech! When the figure finally appeared before them, everyone gasped in shock. It was a Sneasler. It was clear that only a creature like this could carve out a cave on such a perilous cliff. And coincidentally, this was one of Ye Kai's dream Pokemon. Aren't Sneaslers only found overseas? Encountering one in the Golden Silver Mountain secret realm, who knows if this is a blessing or a curse? However, the Sneasler had already locked its gaze on the group, viewing them as prey. Its towering 1.8-meter frame, grown in such a harsh environment, spoke volumes about its strength. "Use Toxic," Ye Kai commanded, but the Sneasler reacted with lightning speed, landing a devastating slash on Salazzle, severely injuring it. Salazzle's body was instantly enveloped by crackling arcs of electricity, the paralysis effect from the Sneasler's signature move, Dire Claw. Although the Sneasler's face was smeared with black poisonous liquid, putting it into a poisoned state, it still managed to clash with Zhao Qian's Scizor, even enduring a direct bullet punch. The Sneasler stared at Ye Kai and Salazzle in disbelief, as if shocked it had been poisoned. Then, it bared a menacing grin, its eyes turning bloodred, a clear sign it was ready to fight to the death. "All of you, get out of here. I'll capture it, and catch up with you later." Ye Kai made a snap decision. A wild Pokemon in a frenzy could easily be life-threatening. It was extremely dangerous. If it were just a battle between Pokemon, he could have his entire team gang up on the Sneasler. But in the wild, survival often meant using any means necessary. Attacks on trainers were an inevitable risk. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting retreated swiftly under the protection of their Pokemon. Crobat, Air Slash. Ye Kai had initially considered using Brave Bird, but the narrow confines of the cliffside cave made it unfeasible. Crobat, Sneasler, and Salazzle became locked in a fierce battle. The wild level 37 Sneasler, leveraging its terrain advantage, displayed a terrifying, desperate fighting style. Could there be something nearby that it's willing to fight to the death to protect? Ye Kai wondered. Crobat, too, was pushed to its limits. Though it couldn't communicate verbally, it understood Ye Kai's determination to capture this Pokemon. Faced with such a relentless opponent, it had no choice but to give its all. Demonstrating masterful flying techniques, Crobat managed to execute Brave Bird even within the confined space of the cave. Boom! With a single strike, the Weevil was sent flying out of the cave. Ye Kai instantly felt a chill in his heart. Below lay an unfathomably deep abyss, and the Weevil was still coated in deadly poison. Such a rare Pokemon. Ye Kai stood frozen in place, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Forget it, it wasn't meant to be. They'll just go out again and try my luck another time. Just then, Salazzle tugged on his pant leg. Ye Kai looked down and immediately brightened up. Salazzle was holding a large, purple egg speckled with brown spots. Good job. A delighted smile spread across his face. The adventure had not been in vain after all. Ye Kai quickly recalled his Pokemon and carefully cradled the egg as he passed through the pale, shimmering barrier, leaving the dangerous area behind. Once back in a safe zone, Ye Kai finally had a chance to examine the egg's details. Species, Weevil variant. Level, LV.0 beginner. Potential, grade post-system adjustment. Max level cap, 100. Type, poison, fighting. Ability, keen eye. Moves, leer, scratch, faint. Held item, none. Upgrade potential, and it knows faint, which can break through protective barriers. Ye Kai thought to himself, feeling fortunate that this adventure had been worth the risk. When he emerged with the egg, Ling Yin curiously asked, "Did you catch that Weevil too?" Ye Kai glossed over the details and simply said, "When I left, I could only take this egg." Before leaving the checkpoint, the group tallied their haul. 1 Ursaring, 3 Teddiursa, a Sandshrew, a Crabrawler, and a group of Oddish. After the League's collection process, only the Sandshrew, 1 Teddiursa, the Crabrawler, 2 Oddish, and Ye Kai's egg remained. Ling Yin was about to complain about the heavy taxes, but Wang shouting quickly covered her mouth. Zhao Qian gave Ling Yin a helpless look, and it was only thanks to Ye Kai's diplomacy that they passed through smoothly. Back at Mountain Breeze Manor, the owner eagerly asked his daughter about her gains. Ling Yin released the Teddiursa, and the sight of the rare Pokemon immediately brought a satisfied smile to the owner's face. For Ling Yin, this experience had been an eye-opening lesson on the harshness of nature, leaving her more mature than before. Ye Kai, holding the luxury ball containing a Slowpoke, was about to leave when the owner invited him to stay and enjoy the manor. With Zhao Qian and Wang Ziding's agreement, they decided to stay an extra day. Mountain Breeze Manor was expansive, spanning over 300 acres and covering almost the entire hillside. In addition to the Slowpoke, Tauros, and Miltank they had seen earlier, there were also vast fields of Cottony and Eldegoss, which served as important sources of cotton. That evening, the group gathered for a grand outdoor feast featuring a full-course Tauros hot pot. As Ye Kai gazed up at the starry sky, sipping his beer, he reflected on the time. It was already June 13th, a week after the college entrance exams. Yi Xian must have received that Rhyperior by now, right? Meanwhile, in a secluded estate in Lian City, Yi Rong was in his study watching the news. On the screen, a breaking news report captured his full attention. A massive collapse had occurred in a supersized secret realm in the Lane region, which International Alliance experts had named the Steelfire Secret Realm. The footage sent back by war correspondents was shocking. Through the shattered light membrane of the secret realm, a torrent of fire-type, rock-type, and steel-type creatures poured out like a flood, leaving devastation in their wake. The sudden beast tide had already caused over 800 casualties in the area, with multiple illegal organizations claiming responsibility. Yi Rong immediately sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the screen. As a businessman with significant investments in the Lane region, this news was of particular importance to him. What stood out the most was an unknown creature standing 2 meters tall. Its body was reddish-brown, with steel armor covering its limbs and head. Each step it took left cross-shaped molten footprints on the ground. Even more awe-inspiring was the massive fire tornado swirling around it, making it resemble a walking catastrophe. It was like a super-enhanced version of a flame vortex. If Ye Kai were present, he would have immediately recognized it as the signature move of Heatran. As Yi Rong was deep in thought, a knock came at the door. "Sir, young Master Xian is here. Let him in." Yi Xian strode confidently into the study. With the college entrance exams over for a week, he was in an obviously good mood, especially since his father had promised to gift him a powerful creature. His attention was instantly drawn to the image of Heatran on the screen. That's incredible. This must be above the Elite Four level, maybe even close to a legendary tier. Creatures like that are beyond our reach. It's best to just admire them from a distance, Yi Rong said decisively, turning off the screen. He then retrieved a high-grade Pokeball. "Xian, this is your gift, a level 48 Rhyperior. Its strength can easily overpower most creatures of the same level. though its high level means you'll need to put in some effort to tame it. Yi Xian eagerly accepted the Pokeball. With this Rhyperior added to his team, along with his existing level 30 Pupitar and Alolan Ninetales, he was ready to challenge the Fire-type gym in Lian City. After Wong, the butler, saw Yi Xian out, Yi Rong's thoughts turned to Yi Kai, marveling silently at his remarkable progress. The next day, the group bid farewell to the father and daughter of the Mountain Breeze estate. Before leaving, they stocked up on local specialties, 2 boxes of fresh milk, dried beef, and 5 expensive slowpoke tail jerky. These tails, much like shark fins or dried abalone in Yi Kai's previous life, needed to be soaked and stewed before consumption. Zhao Qian spent over 50,000 to purchase these items as gifts for his family, while Yi Kai bought half to prepare for use in the wild. Now, the group faced their next decision. Should they challenge the Rock-type gym first or the Fairy-type gym? Why don't we head to the Rock-type gym first? It's closer, Yi Kai suggested to Zhao Qian, seeking his opinion. He had already guessed Zhao Qian's reasoning for choosing the Grass-type gym. It was likely to take advantage of the type advantage. Besides, Zhao Qian's Fighting Crab and Sizer, both adept at Bullet Punch, were also strong contenders against Rock-types. With the decision made, the trio immediately set off for the Rock-type gym located in Linqing, Sioux City. Even riding at full speed, it would take 12 hours to travel from Sioux City to Linqing, and bad weather could make the journey even longer. But no distance could deter Yi Kai from his determination to challenge the gym. After speeding along the highway for over 4 hours, the night had grown deep. With no other choice, they stopped to rest at the Pokemon Center in a highway service area. Despite Yi Kai possessing 4 small badges, the room they were assigned was only 90 square meters, barely enough for the 3 of them. As for Zhao Qian, though he had 2 small badges that could have secured him a room during the day, at this late hour, he had to settle for sleeping in the hall with the others, each clutching their sleeping bags. Yi Kai spent the entire night tightly holding on a Sneasel's egg. In their haste to set out, he hadn't even brought a basic incubator or nutrient solution. The next morning, after a simple breakfast at 10 o'clock, Wang Shouting immediately saw through Yi Kai's thoughts. You're thinking of buying an incubator, aren't you? Go ahead. The service area might not have one, but the Pokemon Center should. Eventually, Yi Kai spent 200,000 to purchase 3 bags of nutrient solution and a canned incubator. The care of a Pokemon egg was no trivial matter, and the price reflected its importance. After the shopping trip delayed them by over an hour, the 3 continued their journey. Less than half an hour later, they had to leave the highway due to mountain road construction ahead, forcing them to proceed on foot. After their harrowing experience at the haunted mansion, the group remained on high alert in the desolate area. Guides here. A group of locals in sand-colored cloaks called out, 80,000, and we'll get you through the screaming desert in 3 days. We're natives of Yuqing, satisfaction guaranteed. Yuqing, situated at the border of Shu City and Yen City, had many locals who made their living as guides. Some trainers declined and chose to travel alone, while others paid to hire a guide. 80,000 for 3 days through the desert. A bearded man boasted confidently. 75,000. We'll get you through in 2.5 days. 65,000. Just 2 days. The price war broke out quickly, causing Yi Kai to shake his head in suspicion. Such low prices only made him more wary. At the back of the crowd stood a young woman with chestnut-colored braids and a scar on her nose. She held a sign that read, 150,001.5 days through the desert. Unlike the others enthusiastically promoting their services, she waited silently, her business clearly less bustling. What do we do? Should we hire a guide? Zhao Qian asked. Yi Kai, recalling past experiences with scammers at train stations, couldn't help but feel suspicious of these people. It's just a desert. What's so hard about crossing it? The 3 of them stood at the edge of the highway, staring out at the endless expanse of golden sand ahead. They had already traveled through several cities, enduring rough conditions along the way. A desert seemed like nothing compared to what they had been through. However, reality quickly hit them hard. They hadn't even gone 300 meters when all their navigation devices were disrupted by a mysterious magnetic field, rendering them useless. Their phones had no signal at all. Zhao Qian immediately turned back in a panic, and even Yi Kai had to admit they definitely needed a guide. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and a swarm of iron ants burst out from the sand. These creatures, equipped with massive jaws capable of crushing rocks, always moved in groups to protect their eggs from the predatory sand python. Wang Shouting quickly scanned the swarm's data, but Yi Kai's attention was fixed on their levels. Every single one of these iron ants was above level 50, with the weakest at level 47. The distribution of wild creatures in this area was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Nidoking Flamethrower. Yi Kai decisively commanded an attack. Fortunately, the flame attack exploited the ants' 4-fold weakness to fire. Otherwise, the consequences could have been disastrous. The 3 of them retreated in haste, finally managing to shake off the pursuing swarm. When they returned to the highway entrance, they found the once crowded area completely deserted. Only the mysterious girl, who had advertised her services for 150,000 yuan, remained, waiting as if she had anticipated their return. She casually mentioned that all the other guides had already been hired. Ye Kai paid her fee without hesitation. The girl immediately summoned a Garchompa 2.4-meter-tall pseudo-legendary Pokemon that radiated an intimidating aura. Wang's shouting scanner revealed that it was level 68. For the price, it was certainly worth every penny. What's your name? Ye Kai asked. Yushu, she replied curtly. Up close, Ye Kai noticed that while she had a doll-like face, faint wrinkles on her neck suggested she might not be as young as she appeared. As they ventured into the desert, Yushu advised them to withdraw their rideable Pokemon. She warned that the wild creatures here were extremely dangerous, often revealing themselves only when they struck, and when they did, it was always fatal. She specifically recommended using flying Pokemon. Following her advice, Ye Kai released his Crobat, while Wang shouting called out her Pidgeot. Zhao Qian, who lacked a suitable flying Pokemon, prepared to ride with Yushu on her Garchomp. However, Yushu summoned another Pokemon, a Flygon, her second dragon type. Ride this. I don't like sharing space, she said nonchalantly, making Ye Kai even more curious about her true identity. Yushu decisively released her second Pokemon. Listen up, there are 3 secret realms and 1 protected area in this screeching desert. Don't wander off, she said with a serious tone. Magnezone, come out. A beam of red light flashed, and Magnezone hovered in the air, its metallic body gleaming coldly. It immediately began scanning the surroundings like a radar, with faint ripples of magnetic fields forming around it. Magnezone is extremely rare, Yushu explained briefly when she noticed the group's fascination with the Pokemon. Normally, a Magneton hardly ever evolves further. But due to the special magnetic fields in the screeching desert, the specifics of how it happens remain unclear. Wait, did you say there are 3 secret realms in this desert? Ye Kai interrupted her, a spark of excitement flickering in his dark eyes. Clearly, he wasn't interested in Magnezone's evolution. History of Pokemon in the secret realms were what truly piqued his interest. Magnezone, Yushu sneered. The wild Pokemon in there are over level 60 on average. Even I wouldn't dare venture in recklessly, so don't even think about it. Her casual remark instantly extinguished Ye Kai's thoughts of taking a gamble. According to Yushu, wouldn't that mean the place is crawling with powerful Pokemon like Ursaring? Ye Kai gasped. I can barely handle one, let alone a whole group. The group flew through the air for about 10 minutes, encountering several flying Pokemon along the way. The most prominent were flocks of Skarmory. These Pokemon, unfazed by the sandstorms, launched aggressive attacks on the group without hesitation. Zap Cannon. Magnezone immediately took the lead, unleashing a devastating move. The blackened yellow electric beam swept across the sky, taking down large numbers of Skarmory in an instant. Some were left on the verge of fainting, others paralyzed on the ground, while the remaining Skarmory fled in panic. Zhao Qian acted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to capture one of the Skarmory. Xiaoyu didn't stop him, as Skarmory was indeed a highly practical Pokemon. Magnezone easily defeated them mainly due to its level advantage and type matchup, she explained. Seeing Zhao Qian successfully capture a Pokemon, Ye Kai grew eager. In such a vast desert, there must be some powerful poison-type Pokemon, right? There are. Take me to them. No, my job is only to guide you across the desert. Anything else is your own responsibility. Ye Kai fell silent, clearly weighing his options about whether to search for poison-type Pokemon here. Hippowdon. Yushu released another Pokemon. This time, it was an enormous Hippowdon, towering nearly 4 meters high, like a moving mountain of muscle standing before the group. Hippowdon can eject stored sand from the holes on its body to create massive sandstorms for attacks, Wang shouting remarked while scanning it, clearly impressed. She's a real pro. All her main battle Pokemon are desert specialists, giving her a huge advantage in this terrain. With Magnezone clearing the way in the air and the colossal Hippowdon guarding the ground, their journey proceeded smoothly without any obstacles. Doesn't seem all that dangerous, Wang shouting muttered softly. Yushu overheard and smirked. Watch this. She pulled out a worn-out Clefairy doll from her bag and casually tossed it toward a slightly raised sand dune in the distance. The moment the doll hit the ground, the sand suddenly collapsed. A menacing purple pincer burst out from the ground like lightning, shredding the doll to pieces in an instant. Drapion. It's a Drapion. Ye Kai's eyes lit up. This thing is powerful too, with its dark and poison typing giving it excellent resistances. It also has a sniper trait. Ye Kai analyzed the data carefully. Its power surges dramatically when it hits critical points, especially when paired with items like a focus lens. The damage output can be explosive, with almost every strike becoming a critical hit, kind of like a Beedrill. As he spoke, a Drapion suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Known for its immense destructive power, this Pokemon's hooked claws could easily tear a car to shreds, and the tips of its claws secreted deadly venom. It was regarded as a demon of the desert due to its frequent attacks on humans and Pokemon crossing the sands. Ye Kai raised his phone and scanned the Drapion several times. The stats looked pretty impressive. However, just as he was contemplating a capture strategy, The Drapion noticed the presence of the Hippowdon, a dominant Pokemon. Without hesitation, it turned and bolted at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the swirling sands as if it had never been there. No chance, Ye-Kai sighed. Hippowdon is its nemesis, and this one's a massive dominant specimen. Plus, this sandstorm weather isn't ideal for a chase. Looks like we're not destined to catch that Drapion. Still think this place isn't dangerous? Someone remarked. You clearly know nothing about the screeching desert. The group fell silent and continued on their way. About 3 hours later, a sudden notification sound broke the monotony. Don't bother looking, Yushu said while glancing at his phone. In the screeching desert, regular devices don't get any signal. You need special Pokemon like Magnezone or Metagross to receive transmissions here. The news was shocking. Conflicts in the Rhine region had intensified recently, with various factions battling over a powerful Pokemon known as Steelfire. The chaos was triggered by the sudden collapse of a secret realm, which had caused a beast outbreak. As of this morning, over 5,600 casualties had been reported. The video footage was harrowing. The sky was shrouded in a crimson light membrane, resembling a cracked mirror, from which wild Pokemon poured out, attacking towns. Trainers were forced to fight in midair, unleashing moves like Rock Slide, Hyper Beam, and Hydro Pump in a desperate attempt to hold back the advancing hordes. At the center of the beast outbreak was an unprecedented Pokemon. Surrounded by a vortex of molten lava at thousands of degrees, its defense was impenetrable to all attacks. These news reports are just for show, Yushu said casually. It's not like it concerns ordinary folks like us. The League will handle it. The journey remained dull, and the group took a brief break for a meal behind a hill that shielded them from the wind. Otherwise, they'd be eating nothing but mouthfuls of sand. During their rest, Zhao Qian turned to Yushu out of curiosity. How many minor badges have you earned? Minor badges? You need to think bigger, Yushu chuckled. Do you think I'd be a mere level 2 professional trainer? Ye-Kai wasn't surprised by this response. After all, becoming a level 2 professional trainer required the skill level of someone who had earned at least 8 major badges. Her displayed strength had already surpassed the level of a Tier 2 trainer. Speaking of Tier 3 professional trainers, they are required to challenge and earn official badges from nearly all the gyms. As she pulled back her sand-colored cloak, the 8 meticulously crafted badges pinned neatly on the inside shimmered under the sunlight. Official badges aren't so easy to obtain, she said with a hint of pride in her tone. Gym leaders go all out in official badge matches. It only took me a year and a half to collect 9 minor badges, but these 8 official badges cost me several years of effort. Ye-Kai silently pondered. Trainers like Yushu would likely remain stuck between Tier 2 and Tier 3 for their entire lives. Tier 1 and Tier 2 professional trainers are the backbone of a nation or region, while Tier 3 trainers are exceedingly rare. However, such thoughts were something he naturally kept to himself. Have you ever considered becoming a gym leader? Ye-Kai skillfully shifted the topic. A gym leader? She chuckled lightly. Don't be so naive. To become a gym leader, you must first be a Tier 2 trainer and pass the league certification. After that, there's a specialized assessment to prove your expertise in a specific type. And the most crucial part, she lowered her voice. You must complete at least 3 mandatory missions assigned by the league. This unexpected revelation made Ye-Kai draw a sharp breath. Mandatory missions were akin to the first-class merits he'd heard of in his previous life. Achieving them wasn't impossible, but surviving to achieve them was exceedingly rare. It was not only a test of strength, but also required an extraordinary amount of luck. And to complete 3 of them? No wonder the families of gym leaders managed to maintain their standing for generations. It came at such a staggering cost from their ancestors. The brief conversation soon came to an end. The group needed to reach the only small oasis in the area before nightfall, where a temporary league outpost was stationed. In the desert, where the temperature difference between day and night was extreme, the frigid nights could be fatal. 4.5 hours later, guided by the Hippowdon and Magnezone, the group finally located the oasis hidden near a formation of massive rocks. The so-called oasis was just a scattering of cacti, a small patch of grass, and a pond no larger than a small lake. What stood out more was the modest league outpost. Yujia back again? Looks like you had a good haul this time. One of the staff members greeted her warmly. The outpost was smaller than a public restroom and was manned by only 2 league-assigned rangers. Despite the harsh conditions, the facilities were well-equipped. Chansey tirelessly used its abilities to heal Pokemon of their status conditions and restore their stamina. Around the outpost, at least 30 Carnivine were scattered densely, rolling around like tumbleweeds. Every now and then, they would open their vine-like heads to capture prey, draining their energy before spitting them out. In addition, several Cacturns stood guard. Ye-Kai recalled they were once referred to as Cacnea in the past. These Pokemon belonged to the 2 rangers, and without such formidable companions, holding this outpost for even a single day would have been impossible. After collecting some desert-exclusive berries and taking a 3-hour rest, the group resumed their journey. The group continued pressing forward. At 4 a.m., The desert night sky was a canvas of countless stars, a stark contrast to the light pollution of the city. However, the biting cold left them with no heart to admire the brilliance. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, carrying with it a cloud of yellow sand. The weather ahead looks off. We need to take a detour, Yushu warned. The three silently followed, but the gale grew increasingly violent. Crobat and Pidgeot had to grip their wrists to carry them through the air, rather than their usual stable transportation. This made the wind's impact on their flight all the more pronounced. With this kind of sandstorm, we should switch to walking, Yushu suggested. The group immediately descended to the ground. Even with Hippowdon clearing the way ahead, the swirling sandstorm continued to roar and assault them. Chewing on a piece of jerky, Yushu frowned and muttered to herself. Something's not right. Why would a sandstorm this intense suddenly appear on this route? What's wrong? Yikai asked anxiously. It's not a big deal, Yushu replied. I mentioned before that the Screeching Desert has 3 hidden realms, and one of them is near here. These realms have been unstable for years. We should avoid this RA if it starts expanding. What happens if it expands? Before she could finish, the surrounding winds and sand intensified dramatically. A muddy yellow barrier of light enveloped the 4 of them, quickly turning crimson. A wave of dizziness struck them, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves in a blistering cavern. Dark red lava flowed around them, bubbling ominously. Perfect. My big mouth. Yushu groaned, slapping herself in frustration. It really expanded. Seeing the group's confusion, Yushu explained. A hidden realm is like a dormant volcanoid can erupt at any time. When it expands or collapses, there are consequences. A collapse causes the creatures within the realm to flood into the real world, creating a beast tide. Expansion, on the other hand, drags everything around it into the realm. What do we do now? Zhao Qian asked, panicked. Don't worry. If we find the barrier of light that serves as the exit, we can leave. It should be close by, Yushu said calmly. This is only the 3rd time I've encountered this. Worst case scenario? We die. She flashed a wild grin, her sharp canine teeth showing. Though the others were used to Yushu's bluntness, her strength was undeniable, and at this moment, they had no choice but to rely on her. All right, spread out and search. If you encounter any strong enemies, leave them to my Pokemon. As soon as she finished speaking, a spiky Torterra was already squaring off against the Hippowdon. Unexpectedly, they encountered a rare creature. Wang Shouting immediately pulled out her phone and skillfully opened the scanner app. The system quickly displayed a message. Sorry, no data available for this creature. Congratulations on being the first person globally to witness this extraordinary being. Hidex is now recording its data. Wang Shouting's eyes lit up, recalling how she had received a 15,000 reward not long ago for discovering a Yaya bear. Suddenly, the air became dry, and a harsh sandstorm began to regi an unmistakable sign of Hippobeast's ability activating. Yikai watched the creature in front of him warily, his mind racing through his knowledge. This is an Exploburst turtle beast. Its shell is extremely dangerous. Before he could finish his thought, Hippo Beast launched a ferocious crunch attack. Boom. Instinctively, Exploburst turtle beast raised its shell, triggering a violent explosion. The sudden blast sent Hippo Beast into a frenzy, roaring uncontrollably. Calm down, Hippo Beast. Fall back. Yushu's commanding voice, cold as ice, instantly silenced the frenzied Hippo Beast. She issued another sharp order. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Unnoticed, Garchomp had already burrowed underground. It suddenly erupted from the ground, its claws wrapped in violet red dragon energy, resembling 2 razor-sharp blades. With precision, it slashed across Exploburst turtle beast, delivering a critical blow that left the creature on the brink of collapse. Yushu acted swiftly, capturing the weakened creature and immediately using a revived Sharda miraculous item capable of restoring a fainted creature to half health. Within 30 seconds, she released the now revived Exploburst turtle beast. Lead us to the location of the light veil, she commanded. Overwhelmed by her imposing presence, the creature had no choice but to comply. As they ventured deeper, the temperature rose sharply, surpassing 40 degrees Celsius and nearing 50 degrees. At this rate, we'll roast alive, someone complained. Shut up. Even the usually composed Yushu began to show signs of irritation. The light veil was still nowhere in sight, an anomaly since the entrance shouldn't be this far. At that moment, Exploburst turtle beast's true intentions were revealed. It had led them through winding paths, only to bring them to the habitat of a group of Magmar beasts. Yikai recalled their old name Magmar dragons. This group was formidable, all above level 50, with a Magmortar beast as their leader. Yikai quickly checked the scanner data. Magmortar beast can fire fireballs reaching temperatures of 2,000 degrees, and at maximum output, its body turns white hot from the heat. Before he could say more, the Magmortar beast raised its cannon-like arm and unleashed a devastating fire blast. In the scorching environment, the attack's power was greatly amplified, leaving the group with no room to escape. Use Scale Shot to take them down, Yushu commanded decisively. Garchomp immediately stepped in front of the group, raising its claws to fire a barrage of dragon energy-infused scales. The Violetred scales shot out like a hail of bullets, neutralizing the fire blast. Without missing a beat, Garchomp unleashed 3 more rounds. The first 2 were wide-range attacks that heavily injured the Magmar beasts, while the final, precise strikes brought the Magmortar beast to the brink of collapse. Surf! Wash them away. Yushu gave her final command. Garchomp slammed its claw into the ground, summoning a massive wave of water energy that crashed onto the Magmar beasts, slamming them into the rocky walls. And for this one, she added, pointing at the Magmortar beast, finish it with Aqua Break. Upon receiving Yushu's command, the Garchomp revealed a chilling smile and fearlessly faced the Turtonator. Despite the shell being riddled with dangerous explosive traps, it charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Wrapped in a surge of azure water-type energy, Garchomp shot forward like a cannonball. With a powerful headbutt, it struck the Turtonator dead, slamming it hard into the rock wall. The Turtonator, embedded in the stone from the sheer impact, stared blankly with dazed, swirling eyes. Although gravely injured, the Turtonator's cunning nature remained intact. Seeing this, Yushu decisively stomped on its pokeball, shattering it, leaving the devious creature to its own devices. The group had no choice but to begin their journey back, enduring the relentless torment of the scorching air. Wang Shouting was already showing signs of heat exhaustion, feeling dizzy and faint. The other 3, though still holding on, were clearly struggling with fatigue. Could it be buried under the surrounding rocks? Yi Kai suggested, voicing his hypothesis. However, using moves like Earthquake or Rock Slide in this narrow cave would be akin to courting disaster. Gritting her teeth, Yushu decided to take a gamble. She directed Garchomp to use Dragon Claw to thoroughly probe the surrounding ground and walls, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, their search yielded nothing. Could it have been buried under magma? Wang Shouting suddenly proposed. Hearing this, Garchomp immediately approached the dark red magma and began stirring it with its claws. After a few moments, it felt something familiar, a sandy texture. It turned out that what they mistook for magma was actually a massive gathering of Slugma and Magcargo. Their incredible camouflage had fooled everyone. Realizing they had found a breakthrough, Yushu's face lit up with hope. Come out, Rhyperior. Use Hydro Pump. Hippowdon, unleash Muddy Water. Yi Kai was astonished by the power of these 2 Pokemonthi not only wielded water-type moves, but did so with impressive force. Rhyperior unleashed 3 streams of Hydro Pump from its mouth and palms, while Hippowdon slammed the ground, summoning a massive, turbulent wave of mud. Under the relentless water-type assault, the Slugma and Magcargo were either critically wounded or fled in panic. As they retreated, a human-sized opening was revealed. From within the opening, a muddy yellow glow shimmered. That was the light barrier they had been searching for all along. This space is too small. We'll have to crawl our way out. The group scrambled to squeeze through the shimmering membrane, only to be greeted by an endless storm of yellow sand. Despite the relentless sandstorm, it was far better than remaining in that suffocating, steamy secret realm. Another moment in there, and they might have been cooked alive. Come on out, Electrode. The trainer called out their Pokemon. Help us confirm our location. Electrode silently released electromagnetic waves to scan the surroundings. The results were a relief. They had successfully crossed the dangerous underground cavern. What kind of cavern was it? Yi Kai asked curiously. Trust me, you don't want to know, their companion replied with a grave expression. Let's just keep moving. The 4 of them mounted their Pokemon and continued forward at a steady pace. Along the way, they encountered a few wild Pokemon, but each encounter was resolved without incident. After 5 long hours, they finally left the endless desert behind, greeted by the familiar sights of civilization. By the roadside, a group of guides had gathered, holding up various signs. Only 80,000. Get out of Screeching Desert in 3 days guaranteed. Local Yuching guide safe and reliable. 10 years of experience. Finally, we're out of that cursed place. Yi Kai exclaimed, shaking the sand off his clothes enough to pile up to nearly a pound. But compared to the relief of getting out safely, a little discomfort was nothing. All right, everyone. From here we can take the highway straight to Sioux City. Take a moment to check if you've lost anything. The group carefully checked their gear when someone suddenly exclaimed, Where's my egg? Here it is, Zhao Qian said, holding up the incubator. You handed it to me yourself while we were crawling through the tunnel, remember? Everyone let out a sigh of relief and prepared to bid farewell to Yushu. But 3 minutes later, they saw Yushu riding his Gogoat, carrying his luggage with a vine whip, following close behind. Why are you coming with us? Someone asked. I need to restock supplies at the Pokemon Center, and my Pokemon need a break too. Did you think I was made of iron? Yushu retorted. Their Rapidash and Gogoat galloped for another half an hour until they reached a rest stop. This time, Yushu truly said his goodbyes. What was supposed to be a 3-day trek through the desert, they had managed to complete in less than 2 days. Yi Kai and the others handed their Pokeballs to the nurse, and each booked a room. The rooms were in high demand, and even with Yi Kai's 4 badges, his assigned room was only about 70 square meters. Though it was fully equipped, Zhao Qian's room was even smaller, so the three of them ended up crowding into Yi Kai's room to take turns showering. The desert journey had been grueling, and although it was broad daylight, the group, having gone over 24 hours without sleep, was utterly exhausted. Yet, when they lay down, they found themselves unable to sleep and could only rest by meditating. The next day, after recuperating and ensuring their Pokemon were in peak condition, the group decided to push through the remaining distance in one go. Stopping and starting would only drain their energy further. After another 7 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the Rock-type gym in Linqing, Sioux City. What lay before them was no ordinary building, but a massive cavern carved directly into the mountainside. A staff member greeted them warmly. "Are you here to challenge the gym? Please register first." Yi Kai and Zhao Qian registered for the challenge. However, since it was the weekend and the gym was closed, combined with the long queue of challengers, their battle was scheduled for 5 days later in the morning. With no other choice, the two temporarily left the gym and checked into the nearby Pokemon Center. This time, they were finally assigned a decent room. In the 140 square meter room, redwood flooring covered the entire surface, and the view outside the window was like a painting of the mountain behind. Exhausted, Yi Kai collapsed onto the bed without even bothering to eat dinner and fell asleep instantly. It wasn't until 5 a.m. the next morning that he finally opened his eyes. Taking out his phone to check the time, Yi Kai began to review his current Pokemon lineup. Weezing, Crobat, Nidoking, Salazzle, Nidoran, Gogoat, Slowbro, 2 Oddish, and a Sneasel egg, making exactly 10. High-level Pokemon naturally needed to stay with him, as they were essential for his outdoor adventures. However, the second-tier Pokemon also needed to level up quickly. After casually scrolling through his phone for a bit, he washed up and had breakfast. Before he knew it, it was already 7:30. As soon as he stepped out of the Pokemon Center, he saw Butler Wong waiting at the entrance. "Young Master Kai, so you're here." Yi Kai knew this was no coincidence. Over the past few days, Old Man Yi Rong had been able to track his movements with uncanny precision, even knowing how many gyms he had challenged. This constant surveillance made him uncomfortable, and he suspected it had something to do with Gogoat. Butler Wong pulled out an item from his spatial backpack, a tool resembling a construction hard hat, covered in sharp rock-like spikes. It was a Rocky helmet. In the game, a Pokemon holding this item would cause attackers using contact moves to lose 1/6 of their maximum HP. In the real world, its effect was similar, capable of reflecting a small amount of damage. "The master is very concerned about you and asked me to bring this." Without hesitation, Yi Kai accepted the item, which was essentially a Pokemon version of a Thornmail. Shortly after, his account received a transfer of 6 million. "Butler Wong, I have a question," Yi Kai said, looking directly at him. "How do you always know where I am?" Seeing Butler Wong hesitate and unable to respond, Yi Kai changed the subject. "All right, let me ask something else. I plan to sell this Gogoat and get a new one." Butler Wong immediately called Yi Rong, had a brief conversation, and relayed the message. "The master said that if you don't like this Gogoat, there's no need to sell it. You can simply buy another one." With a ding, another 3 million was deposited into Yi Kai's account. Having gained both face and resources, Yi Kai no longer held a stern expression. After some casual small talk, he suddenly asked, "By the way, how's Yi Xian doing lately?" "Young Master Xianwell?" Butler Wong's expression turned grim. "What happened?" Yi Kai pressed further. "To be honest, young Master Xian first failed in his challenge at the Fire-type gym. Then he was injured by a rampaging Rhyhorn and is now in the hospital." Upon hearing this, Yi Kai immediately put on a pained expression, his tone full of regret. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have given him such a high-level Pokemon. I thought he could handle it." "Young Master Kai, there's no need to blame yourself," Butler Wong said in a gentle tone, trying to comfort him. "The master is already taking care of these matters. Your focus should be on challenging the gyms. That would be the best way to repay him." The two chatted for a few more minutes, like old friends reuniting after years apart, enjoying their conversation immensely. Finally, Butler Wong mounted his Rapidash, and his figure gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving only a faint black dot on the horizon. Watching him leave, a trace of a cold smile appeared on Yi Kai's lips. Serves him right." With that, he decided to head to the riding company. In this world, transportation was divided into two main categories: modern vehicles such as airplanes, ships, and cars, and rideable Pokemon. Unless traveling over extremely long distances, most people preferred the latter. Now that he had 3 million in funding, it was time to replace his mount with a new one. Following the navigation, Yi Kai arrived alone at Lin City's Pokemon Riding Center. The sheer scale of the place was astonishing, 3 times larger than a car dealership, and opened 247. As a first-time visitor, Yi Kai curiously took in his surroundings. As soon as he entered the sales area, dozens of salespeople from various brand stores swarmed toward him like cats catching the scent of fish. After all, the legal trade of Pokemon mounts was incredibly lucrative, and everyone wanted a piece of the pie. "Hey there, young man. Take a look at this freshly evolved Gogoat," one enthusiastic salesperson said. "Perfect physique, graceful posture, and a top speed of 80 kilometers per hour, truly the king of the mountains. Ye Kai shook his head and declined immediately. He was all too familiar with Gagote. While it excelled in specific terrains and was intelligent, capable of lifting people with its vine, wife already owned one, so there was no need for another. How about a Rapidash? Top speed of 240 kilometers per hour, another salesperson chimed in. This one comes from a champion bloodline certified for racing. Ye Kai touched his lower back and quietly walked away. He wasn't ready to endure the discomfort that came with riding one. Over here, take a look at this Galarian Rapidash, a subspecies, a pleasant voice called out. Not only is it fast, but it's absolutely stunning to look at. This time, Ye Kai stopped in his tracks. This was indeed a rare fairy and psychic-type Pokemon, reportedly a newly discovered species from a secret realm, with only a limited number bred artificially. Its cloud-like mane and unicorn-like appearance made it look straight out of a fairy tale, which explained its popularity among female trainers. However, when Ye Kai saw the 8-figure price tag, he drew in a sharp breath and decisively walked away. He continued browsing and came across Pokemon like Mudsdale, but they were either too specialized for certain environments, overly expensive, or lacked comfort. Just as he was about to give up, an unexpected Pokemon caught his eye: Dodrio. This reminded him of the Dodrio he had seen at Mountain Breeze Manor, owned by Ling Ying. The image of it running through the air with seemingly impossible speed had left a deep impression on him. According to the introduction, Dodrio was a rare species that evolved from Doduo when one of its heads split during evolution. It could run at speeds exceeding 60 kilometers per hour. Ye Kai stood at the counter of the second-hand writing company, carefully studying the entry about Dodrio in the illustrated guide. The shopkeeper enthusiastically explained, "This Pokemon not only has 3 heads, but also 3 hearts and lungs, which allow it to run long distances without getting tired." "I want to buy a riding Pokemon," Ye Kai stated directly. "No problem. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea first," the shopkeeper said, gesturing warmly while attentively asking about Ye Kai's specific needs. He keenly inquired, "You must have raised other riding Pokemon before, right? Could you show me?" Ye Kai nodded and summoned his riding goat. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he examined the goat from all angles. When his hand touched the goat's horns, the intelligent creature immediately curled up, clearly sensing some uneasy. It was worried that Ye Kai might sell it. "This Pokemon doesn't seem to be your original choice, does it?" the shopkeeper observed astutely. "You're right. It was a gift from my family, but it doesn't quite suit me, so I'm looking to replace it," Ye Kai admitted frankly. The shopkeeper's interest was piqued. After all, a grade riding goat was not something you saw every day. "Would you consider selling it to us? I can offer you a good price," he proposed, though he cautiously added, "Of course, we'll need to verify the origin of the Pokemon. Some people use second-hand shops to offload stolen goods, and if the league finds out, we'd be in big trouble." After confirming the legitimacy of the Pokeball, Ye Kai politely declined the offer. "I don't plan to sell it for now. If I change my mind in the future, it'll come to you." Though the shopkeeper regretted missing out on a great deal, he quickly shifted gears. "Since you're interested in Dodrio, let me take you to the back to have a look." In a spacious stable, nearly 100 riding Pokemon were either resting or moving about. The shopkeeper explained that there were currently only 3 Dodrios available and noted that while they might seem ordinary, not all Doduos could evolve into them. Ye Kai immediately identified the black-necked one as male and the brown-necked one as female. His gaze quickly locked onto a 2.5-meter-tall female Dodrio. Its stats were impressive: level 42, elite grade with Crave potential, possessing the early bird ability and a mastery of powerful moves ranging from Screech to Swords Dance. Ye Kai couldn't help but marvel at the wasted potential of such a gifted Pokemon spending its days lounging around. He recalled his previous life, where he had been dominated by the pinpoint early bird tactics of this species, waking up instantly from sleep and following up with pinpoint strikes. Even as a gimmick strategy, it was enough to give anyone a headache when facing a lucky opponent. "That's the advantage of second-hand Pokemon," Ye Kai remarked, his sharp eyes scanning the large Dodrio in front of him. A glint of calculation flashed in his gaze. "Its strength and level are already guaranteed. However, this one's level is a bit high, making it harder to tame. As someone holding 4 small badges, I can only suppress Pokemon below level 50. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned but soon broke into a delighted smile. "Even better. This Dodrio has a Crate aptitude, so naturally, it's not cheap. 2.4 million. Come on, it's a second-hand riding Pokemon. Can't you lower the price?" Ye Kai began to haggle. "Dodrio is different from ordinary Pokemon," the shopkeeper explained seriously. "Not every Doduo can evolve into Dodrio. Leveling up alone isn't enough." After some negotiation, they finally settled on a price of 2.18 million. The shopkeeper paused briefly before nodding in agreement. "Deal." When the Dodrio was awakened, its 3 heads began bickering with each other, irritated from being disturbed. But soon, they turned their attention outward, ready to attack the humans present. However, the moment they caught sight of Ye Kai, sensing the faintly destructive psychic energy emanating from him, they immediately shrank back and fell obediently silent. "Pick a Pokeball," the shopkeeper said, presenting an elegant tray with 3 different options: a love ball, a fastball, and a quick ball. Yi Kai's eyes landed on the blue and yellow quick ball with its shuriken-like central button, and he decisively chose it. Dodrio offered no resistance and obediently entered the ball. After being confined for months, it, too, longed to see the outside world. The shopkeeper added, Dodrio can actually perform short flights. Although its wings are small, it looks more like it's running on air. It's a rare land and dare dual-purpose riding Pokemon. Yi Kai smiled faintly. That was exactly what had drawn him here. Before Yi Kai left, the shopkeeper handed him a business card and said meaningfully, judging by the QR code information on the Pokeball, someone like you as second-generation trainer will likely deal with Pokemon often in the future. Whether it's second-hand riding Pokemon or powerful assets from less conventional industries, as long as the price is right, we can talk. Wait a moment. The shopkeeper called out just as Yi Kai was about to leave. Dodrio needs proper saddlery for riding. Soon, a set of finely crafted leather gear was fitted onto Dodrio, completing its transformation into a fully functional riding Pokemon. To Yi Kai's surprise, Dodrio skillfully donned the equipment on its own, as naturally as a human putting on clothes. How much for this? Yi Kai asked. The shopkeeper chuckled. No charge, consider it a gift of friendship. Yi Kai didn't hold back and mounted Dodrio directly. With the support of the saddle, the stability of the ride improved significantly. To his delight, Dodrio didn't exit through the city's main gate, but instead leapt into the air, soaring lightly onto the road outside. Awesome! Yi Kai exclaimed, exhilarated by the sensation of riding the wind. At that moment, Dodrio's 3 heads displayed distinct personalities. The middle one looked smug. One was excitedly glancing around to celebrate its newfound freedom, and the last one had already dozed off. What a fascinating creature! Yi Kai remarked as he handed his phone to Dujali to check the navigation. This new mount, though capable of reading maps, was far less adept at navigating routes compared to his previous ride, the Gagote. On their way back to the Pokemon Center, Dujali made 2 wrong turns, even veering into a nearby shopping mall at one point. However, this detour wasn't entirely a bad thing. Yi Kai took the opportunity to pick up some Pokemon Energy Cubes at the mall, including ones for flying, normal, and bug types, spending a total of 290,000. He also remembered the Frenzy Plant TM he had obtained from the Grass-type gym. Unfortunately, none of his Pokemon could learn the move, so he sold it to a second-hand store, earning 570,000 in return. After a few more wrong turns, Dujali finally got a sense of the area. It then displayed an unexpected ability running and flying through the air to reach the Pokemon Center. Watching this, Yi Kai couldn't help but marvel. He decided it might be safer to have Dujali follow behind his Rapidash in the future. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting were calling Yi Kai from the Pokemon Center when they saw him descend from the sky on Dujali. They stood there stunned. Where's the Gagote? Wang Xiaoting asked curiously. Got tired of it, so I switched to this guy. Yi Kai replied casually. The two exchanged a look but didn't press further. Return, Dujali. Yi Kai called, recalling the Pokemon. The 3 of them then began discussing their next steps. With a few days left until the gym challenge and the outdoor battle arena behind the Pokemon Center crowded with trainers, they decided to look for a paid battle club. Checking the navigation, Yi Kai was pleasantly surprised to find a branch of the Shunwei Battle Club nearby. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the familiar-looking club and confirmed that their membership cards from Lianxing were valid here as well. Since Nidoking had reached level 47 and couldn't participate in battles, Yi Kai's available options were Crobat, Weezing, Salazzle, and a level 33 Slowbro. He decided to focus on training Slowbro and chose an experienced Chansey trainer as an opponent. Using the system, Yi Kai taught Slowbro 6 moves: Sunny Day, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Venoshock, Sludge Bomb, and Toxic. Slowbro appeared momentarily dazed while absorbing these new skills, but quickly adapted to the newfound power provided by its trainer. Come on out, Slowbro. Facing the pink-haired nurse's Chansey, Yi Kai immediately issued a tactical command. Use Yawn. This was to prevent the opponent from using Heal Bell to cure status conditions. Once Chansey was asleep, Yi Kai followed up with Toxic for dual control. Although Slowbro's base speed stat was only 30, the combination of Sleep and Toxic proved highly effective. 2 consecutive Venishocks were enough to knock out Chansey. This victory raised Slowbro's level from 33 to 34. Impressive, managing to defeat Chansey so swiftly. However, luck doesn't last forever. In the second battle, facing Blissey, the strategy encountered a setback. Blissey quickly woke up from its sleep and used Heal Bell to remove all status conditions. Slowbro had to keep using Yawn, and the 2 sides were locked in a tug-of-war. Although Slowbro eventually defeated Blissey and leveled up to 35, the battle was far tougher than anticipated. Yi Kai requested to pay extra for more battles, but the other party politely declined. Clearly, not every trainer is willing to let their Pokemon be repeatedly pushed to the brink of defeat, even for additional compensation. Since battling Chansey was no longer an option, Yi Kai shifted his focus to other Pokemon. The opportunity at the Shunwei Club was rare, and it would soon expire if not used. Ye Kai decided to dedicate the entire day to Slowbro's battle training. With each fight, the bond between them grew stronger. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian purchased a 10 battle package. Under the intense training regimen, Slowbro's level soared to 37. Seeing this progress, Ye Kai finally decided to pause. He understood that while rapid leveling was efficient, it might compromise the foundation's stability. Moreover, if the level became too high, he would have to catch new Pokemon, which would be a significant drain on a trainer's resources. For now, their current strength was sufficient to tackle the challenges ahead. The next priority was to refine the proficiency of their combination moves. As he considered checking on Zhao Qian, he noticed an intense battle taking place. Crabrawler used Dynamic Punch. Snorlax used Body Slam. The two sides exchanged blows, and the battle had been going on for some time. The accuracy of Dynamic Punch was indeed worrying, as Snorlax skillfully dodged again and again. Crabrawler eventually got paralyzed after taking a Body Slam. Following a fierce struggle, Snorlax finally failed to evade a Dynamic Punch, getting hit hard and falling into confusion. Despite its low accuracy, the move could inflict confusion when it landed. Use Rest. However, the confused Snorlax ended up attacking itself. Ye Kai couldn't help but silently comment. Typical Zhao Qian's luck is always unbelievably good. It's getting late. Should we head back? Not yet. I still have 2 battles left in my 10 battle package. Zhao Qian clearly wasn't ready to stop. And so, Ye Kai and Wang Shouting watched Zhao Qian's final 2 battles from the sidelines. During this time, Ye Kai kept asking Wang Shouting about the Baton Pass HM. He was particularly interested in teaching it to Dodrio. Even though Dodrio was primarily used as a transportation Pokemon, that didn't diminish its entertainment value. Just imagine a Dodrio with early bird ability paired with infinite focus energy. What a fascinating sight that would be. For days quickly flew by. At the Rock-type gym, the trainers encountered a rather unusual rule. Roll 2 6-sided dice, divide the sum by 2, and round down if it's not a whole number to determine the number of battles required. Everyone couldn't help but grumble about how arbitrary this rule seemed. Ye Kai, however, didn't mind. He picked up the dice and rolled a 3 and a 2. The result was 2.5, which rounded down to 2. This meant he only needed to defeat 2 trainers to face the gym leader. But after the trials of the previous 4 gyms, Ye Kai didn't feel any sense of ease. Pushing open the door to the battle arena, Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting were, as usual, led to an observation room on the side. A middle-aged trainer wearing round glasses adjusted his frames and spoke with an air of omniscience. I am Lu Yan, the Rock-type gym leader. A pleasure to meet you. Please roll the dice again before we begin the battle. Still betting. Ye Kai glanced at the tray handed over by the suction cup-like figure. On the tray were just 2 dice. He casually picked one up and tossed it, both dice landing on a single point. Kid, your luck is impressive, his opponent said with a knowing smile. Looks like you'll need to give it my all. Go, Agron. A deafening roar echoed through the arena as a nearly 3-meter turtle steel behemoth appeared on the battlefield. This was Agron at its maximum size. Coughing, Ye Kai summoned his Pokemon without hesitation. Agron's piercing blue eyes immediately locked onto the new challenger. Let's Mega Evolve Agron. At his opponent's command, a rainbow glow enveloped Agron. When the light faded, its size had surged to 3.5 meters, its head adorned with even more menacing horns, and its iron armor transformed into a sleek silver-gray hue. The pure steel-type Mega Agron let out an earth-shaking roar, exuding immense pressure. In the observation room, Zhao Qian and his companion were stunned. Seriously? Running into a Mega Evolution during a gym battle? That's insane. Ye Kai remained unfazed, immediately issuing a command. Flamethrower combined with Will-O-Wisp. Coughing's larger head spewed gas, heating it into a fiery column resembling dragon's breath that surged toward the opponent. Meanwhile, the smaller head precisely controlled the ghostly blue Will-O-Wisp flames to orbit its body. The flames shifted between shades of blue-violet and crimson, showcasing remarkable fire manipulation. Use Protect. The opponent, Lu Yan, quickly ordered. Once Coughing's fiery assault subsided, he switched tactics. Smoke Screen. We respond with Sandstorm. Mega Agron whipped up a fierce gale, clearing the smoke entirely. The Sandstorm not only dealt continuous damage to non-rock and non-steel Pokemon, but also boosted rock-type Pokemon's special defense. Dig Underground. Mega Agron burrowed quickly into the ground. Though Ye Kai considered switching Pokemon, he was determined to win with Coughing. The Sandstorm gradually sapped Coughing's stamina, but its black sludge held the damage in check. Sunny day? Coughing promptly altered the weather, and the bright sunlight quickly dissipated the sandstorm. Surface and use Heavy Slam. The steel-type move's power increased with the user's weight, maxing out at 120. Against the lightweight Coughing, this was a clear advantage for Agron. Protect, then Heat Wave with Will-O-Wisp. Coughing successfully shielded itself from the heavy blow, then unleashed scorching red heat, exceeding 1,000 degrees, mixed with pale ghostly flames that surrounded the opponent. The widespread heat wave left Mega Agron with a burn, reducing its effectiveness in the battle. The massive steel body of the Mega Agron was too large to evade on the battlefield, leaving it fully exposed to the opponent's combo move. Upon impact, its entire body radiated a brilliant glow. With the boost from the sunny weather, the move's power skyrocketed, bringing the steel behemoth to the brink of collapse. This can't be happening, Lu Yen thought, startled. It has the filter ability. It should significantly reduce fire-type damage. Ye Kai was equally surprised. He had expected this strike to end the battle, but was met with disappointment. Quickly assessing the situation, he concluded, its special defense must be extraordinarily high. There was no time to dwell on the matter. The battle pressed on. Despite being gravely injured, the Mega Agron remained steadfast. Use Fire Blast, Ye Kai commanded decisively. If one strike isn't enough, then hit it again. Dig, Lu Yen swiftly countered. Both sides executed their strategies. Weezing couldn't use Earthquake to force its opponent out of the ground, and Fire Blast couldn't reach beneath the surface. Ye Kai immediately adjusted his approach. Use Smokescreen. Spray it into the hole. Surface and use Flamethrower. Lu Yen responded. The flawless coordination between the Mega Agron and its trainer was on full display. The smokescreen acted as a fuse, triggering a chain explosion that engulfed Weezing in the resulting blast. Ye Kai quickly recalled Weezing. You're up, Salazzle. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Ye Kai swapped Pokemon, Lu Yen gave a decisive order. Use Rest to restore your energy. In an instant, Mega Agron's health was fully restored. On the sidelines, Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding were watching with their nerves stretched thin. Witnessing their opponent painstakingly reduce the Agron to a sliver of health, only to see it recover completely, was not only a tactical blow but also a psychological one. Follow up with Sleep Talk, Lu Yen commanded. Ye Kai, however, remained calm and confident. Let's see how well you can rest and sleep talk. With its superior speed, Salazzle clapped its hands upon entering the field, interrupting the opponent's sleep talk. Lu Yen was now down to his last Pokemon, revealing a critical vulnerability. It was locked in forced sleep and unable to switch out. Toxic, then Fire Blast, Ye Kai ordered. Finally free to go on the offensive, Salazzle unleashed its power. It sprayed a thick, black liquid that seeped into Mega Agron's steel body, taking advantage of its corrosion ability. Immediately after, a fireball erupted from Salazzle's mouth, expanding in midair into a massive flaming hand that slammed down onto the sleeping opponent. With the triple status effects of poison, sleep, and burn, the Steel Titan was pushed to the edge of defeat. Its entire body emitted smoke, glowing ominously. I concede, Lu Yen said, recalling his Pokemon and stepping aside. Victory and defeat hinged on rest. Watching through the surveillance monitors, the Rock-type gym leader couldn't help but nod in approval at Ye Kai's performance. Ye Kai advanced into the next room, where the same clay doll greeted him with a tray. This time, the dice rolled a 3 and a 6, signaling that the next battle would involve 4 Pokemon on each side. I am the Rock-type gym trainer. Ye Kai had no interest in remembering the names of the people in front of him. His thoughts were entirely preoccupied with the impending battle against the gym leader. Come out, Kabutops, the opponent commanded sharply. Slowbro, get ready to fight. Ye Kai released his Pokemon in response. On the battlefield appeared a Kabutops, nearly 1.6 meters tall, its body covered in sharp, triangular structures. Ye Kai quickly glanced at his Pokédex. Kabutops moves swiftly with its slender body, using its scythe-like arms to tear apart prey and absorb their bodily fluids. Although he was familiar with this Pokemon, rereading the Pokédex entry always sparked new tactical ideas. The sight of the 2 Pokemon facing off immediately reminded Ye Kai of Scytherit's gleaming scythe-like arms were strikingly similar to Kabutops. But Ye Kai knew better. Kabutops was a key player in Rain teams, a fearsome sweeper that had caused him plenty of trouble in the past. Rain not only boosted the power of water-type moves, but also weakened fire types, and combined with Kabutops' abilities, it became a nightmare of speed and power. As expected, the opponent quickly issued their commands. Belly Drum, Rain Dance. Ye Kai remained calm. Stick to our rhythm, he instructed. Slowbro used its shelter-covered arms to strike its own belly, instantly maximizing its physical attack power. Ye Kai was well aware that Slowbro's true threat lay in its quick draw ability. When not triggered, it was slower than a typical Slowbro, but when activated, it could even outpace the likes of Slowking. Rain started pouring down, and Kabutops' speed and strength surged dramatically. Aqua Jet, protect! Ye Kai responded decisively. Kabutops, engulfed in water energy, shot toward Slowbro like an arrow, only to be completely blocked by an invisible protective barrier. The opponent, undeterred, commanded again. Keep using Aqua Jet. But this time, Kabutops froze in place. Unable to act, it had been hit with Disable, temporarily preventing it from using Aqua Jet. Seizing the opportunity, Slowbro raised its shelter arm and struck Kabutops back with lightning speed. Kabutops was slammed into the ground, instantly brought to the brink of defeat. Triggering Quick Draw twice in a row was certainly lucky, But even without it, Ye Kai had other strategies prepared. Return. Go Omastar. The opponent clearly specialized in fossil Pokemon. Ye Kai took advantage of the switch. Use Slack Off. Slowbro restored itself to peak condition. The Pokédex entry for Omastar read. Omastar uses its tentacles to ensnare prey, rendering them immobile before delivering a lethal bite with its sharp fangs. Reading this, Ye Kai began formulating a strategy to sweep through the rest of the team. Omastar Hydro Pump. Amnesia. Ye Kai countered. Under the rain's boost, Hydro Pump was devastatingly powerful, and combined with Omastar's swift swim ability, it was a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately for the opponent, they were up against the wrong Pokemon. Slowbro's incredible defensive capabilities allowed it to endure the high-pressure Hydro Pump with composure. With its special defense now significantly enhanced, Slowbro remained unfazed. Just a few more boosts, and you'll see the ultimate all-around warrior. Ye Kai thought to himself, feeling confident. How dare you underestimate us? Hydro Pump again. This Hydro Pump left Slowbro on the brink of fainting, but just as the opponent prepared for a finishing blow, Slowbro's Shelder Arm smashed into Omastar, sending it flying. The force shattered Omastar's shell, leaving it in critical condition. This was the terrifying power of an attack maximized to its limits. During the opponent's next switch, Ye Kai commanded, Slack Off. Slowbro not only regained a large portion of its health, but also benefited from the continuous regeneration provided by its black sludge. The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Despite the opponent's varied tactics, they couldn't overcome this tank. One by one, their 4 Pokemon fell, while Slowbro remained in near-perfect condition by the end. On the sidelines, Xiao Qian and Wang Shouting watched in stunned silence. Slowbro is this strong. If I had known, I would have caught one back in the Shadow Swamp. This kind of tanky strategy combined with its insane durability, it's the ultimate all-around warrior. Keep moving forward. The gym leader is just ahead, one of the trainers remarked before leaving. Ye Kai adjusted his Pokemon to their optimal condition and pushed open the doors leading to the gym leader. Before him lay a vast rocky arena, the faint buzzing of fluorescent lights overhead creating an almost grating hum. Suddenly, every light flickered on simultaneously, illuminating the entire space. Standing at the center, the gym leader Lu Songren had been waiting for some time, his gaze fixed on Ye Kai, who was calmly walking toward the challenger's position. The referee cleared his throat and began to announce the rules. This gym challenge will be a battle between Liansheng's apprentice trainer Ye Kai and gym leader Lu Songren. Since the challenger currently holds 4 badges, the gym leader will use 4 Pokemon. The match will continue until all of one side's Pokemon are unable to battle. Ye Kai, I've seen your matches. They're quite interesting, Lu Songren remarked with a smile. However, Ye Kai remained silent, his expression unchanging. Let's go, Arcanine. With Lu Songren's command, a unique variant of Arcanine appeared on the field. Its body was a striking iron-gray color, and its tail curled high, resembling sculpted clouds. This Arcanine not only possessed the traits of a fire type, but also wielded the power of a rock type, capable of encasing its fangs in flames to launch devastating attacks. Despite its massive size, it moved with deceptive agility, performing feints with elegance as if it were dancing. Salazzle. Ye Kai called out his Pokemon in response. As soon as Salazzle entered the field, it was immediately affected by Arcanine's Intimidate ability, causing its physical attack power to drop. Yet, Ye Kai's calm demeanor showed that this setback was all part of his plan. Toxic. Rock Slide. The battle erupted in an instant. Salazzle was the first to act, spewing a dark glob of toxic liquid, while Arcanine shattered a mound of earth with its powerful claws, sending a barrage of rocks flying through the air. Most of the poison was deflected by the debris, but some managed to hit Arcanine, leaving it badly poisoned. Meanwhile, Salazzle suffered a heavy blow from the rock slide, its health plummeting. A mere poison won't stop it. Power through, Lu Songren commanded. Protect, Ye Kai countered. At that moment, Arcanine unexpectedly shifted tactics. Instead of enduring the poison as anticipated, it launched another rock slide. This cunning move completely neutralized Salazzle's stalling strategy. The barrage of rocks struck relentlessly, leaving Salazzle teetering on the brink of collapse. Just when it seemed the poison would finish Arcanine off, it swiftly consumed a Pecha berry it had been holding, curing itself of the poison. Crobat, Poison Fang. Ye Kai sent out his next Pokemon without hesitation. Extreme Speed. Lu Songren responded. The 2 Pokemon turned into streaks of pink and gray-orange, darting across the battlefield in a blur. Though Crobat was eventually forced back, it succeeded in poisoning Arcanine once more. Sensing the tide of battle turning, Lu Songren decided to recall Arcanine. Pursuit. Ye Kai commanded immediately. At that moment, Arcanine was trapped in a no-win situation. Whether it stayed on the field or was switched out, its defeat was inevitable. As Ye Kai had once claimed, not even Arceus could alter the outcome now. Lu Songren could only chuckle helplessly, knew that leaving Arcanine to fight would result in its death by poison, while switching it out would lead to a decisive blow from Pursuit. Two blurred figures clashed relentlessly in midair as Arcanine desperately dodged Crobat's relentless pursuit. Despite its best efforts, Arcanine could not escape its fate. A powerful and crushing blow from Crobat sent it hurtling to the ground, embedding it deep into the earth and leaving a crater in its wake. Come back, you've done your best. The trainer recalled Arcanine. It's your turn, Garganacl. Garganacl? Yikai's heart sank. He knew this Pokemon all too well from his past life. On the surface, Rock-type Pokemon weren't typically seen as dominant, but Garganacl was an exception. Its signature move, Salt Cure, was a nightmare. It drained 1/8 of the opponent's HP every turn. In the real world, this kind of persistent damage could be deadly. Even worse was its ability, Purifying Salt, which rendered it completely immune to status effects. As a defensive Pokemon, its massive size and power made it a heavyweight contender. Come back, Crobat. Against such a unique opponent, moves like Toxic, Will-O-Wisp, or Hypnosis were useless. That left only one option to maximize power and aim for a decisive blow. Slowbro, it's up to you. Yikai decisively sent out his next combatant. Yaden. Slowbro emerged with a determined cry. Use Belly Drum. Following the command, Slowbro raised the shelter on its tail and struck its own belly, sacrificing over half its HP in the process to amplify its attack to the maximum. Use Salt Cure. Garganacl revealed its imposing form, its head resembling a salt pyramid, and its 2.8-meter-tall frame exuding an overwhelming presence. It delivered a punch to Slowbro. With both Pokemon being relatively slow, dodging was out of the question. The seemingly effortless strike revealed its terrifying effects. Slowbro's body began to dehydrate, with water seeping from its surface as its HP steadily drained. The battle escalated rapidly. Slowbro countered the ongoing damage from Salt Cure by combining Slack Off with the healing effect of Black Sludge, barely maintaining its HP. Meanwhile, Garganacl's heavy punch struck the ground, releasing an invisible force that immobilized Slowbro, trapping it in place. Both sides worked to strengthen their defenses. Slowbro used Iron Defense to boost its resilience, while leveraging its Quick Draw ability to take the initiative. It unleashed Shell Arm, striking Garganacl's pristine body and leaving a visible crack. Despite being a full-force physical attack, Garganacl's incredible defense allowed it to endure the blow. The close-quarters combat intensified. Garganacl utilized its move, Body Press, converting its formidable 130 defense stat into offensive power, clashing directly with Slowbro's maximized physical attack. Though Salt Cure continued to chip away at Slowbro's HP, the battle remained evenly matched. As the fight turned into a war of attrition, both sides relied on recovery moves. Garganacl with Recover, and Slowbro with Slack Off and Withdraw. Thanks to Slowbro's Quick Draw ability, Yikai gained a slight advantage, maintaining the upper hand in initiative. Lu Songren felt the pressure and the opportunity. Slowbro had not only maxed out its attack, but also hardened its defense to the limit. With Body Press sealed by its immobilization, the battle reached a stalemate. Now both Pokemon were critically low on HP, and the decisive moment to break the deadlock had arrived. Explosion. Shell Arm. The final showdown was about to unfold. As both trainers issued their commands simultaneously, Yikai's pupils contracted. Self-destruct. Before he could process further, Slowbro triggered Quick Attack, landing a precise Shell-side arm on Stakataka's head. The next second, a blinding light engulfed the entire battlefield. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion pulverized the surrounding Rocky Mountains. Several Claydol reacted instantly, rapidly deploying protective barriers around both trainers. When the dust settled, the ground was scorched black, with both Pokemon lying dazed. Both trainers recalled their Pokemon wordlessly, and a new battle immediately commenced. Aggron versus Weezing. The battle had reached its climax, with the Rock-type gym leader displaying chilling prowess. Every Pokemon was a force to be reckoned with. But no matter how difficult, the battle must continue. Smokescreen. Sandstorm. Yikai had planned to open with Weezing's specialty, but his opponent countered immediately. The field was engulfed in raging winds, with coarse sand whirling through the air. Yet he remained unfazed. Toxic. Fire Blast. He had intended to proceed cautiously, but his opponent proved even more ruthless. Fortunately, despite Weezing's low speed, it managed to execute its move before Aggron. Grah! Aggron roared in pain as the poison took effect. Nevertheless, it concentrated its energy into a massive fireball, launching the blazing attack that transformed into the burning character, surrounding Weezing from all directions. Boom! Super effective. Weezing took the Fire Blast heat in, being blown away with its HP critically low. Its main head displayed an eerie smile, while its smaller head locked onto its opponent. In an instant, a ghostly light flashed across Aggron. Pain's split activated. Both Pokemon's HP instantly equalized. Even so, the situation remained unfavorable for Aggron due to its poison status. It quickly consumed its held berry, curing the poison. Yikai had anticipated this, his mind racing. Poison again? But what if the opponent uses Fire Blast again? Fire Blast. Return. After a split-second decision, Yi Kai recalled wheezing. While self-destruct could turn the tide, it wasn't necessary at this moment. I choose you, Crobat. Crobat emerged only to face an incoming fire blast. Dodge it. With superior speed, it merely needed to lean back slightly before accelerating, easily evading the attack. Use nasty plot. Speed advantage was the safest strategy now. Crobat's eyes flashed red as its special attack sharply rose. Rock Blast. Knock it down. This was Agrant's specialty, extremely threatening to flying types. One hit would leave nowhere to escape. Its arm cannons gathered massive rocks, firing them like anti-aircraft guns. Get close and protect. Crobat instantly understood the strategia technique learned from Chu Feng's Crobatusing momentum from high-speed flight to execute protect. The dense rock projectiles approached, but Crobat perfectly blocked them at point-blank range. Rock Blast only fired 3 times. Poison Fong. The battle continued. The moment the opponent's move concluded, Crobat immediately realized that Rhyperior, with its thick armored body, had no neck to target. Adjusting its strategy quickly, Crobat spewed a thick stream of purple venom, precisely covering its opponent's face. Using its superior speed, Crobat darted nimbly across the battlefield, skillfully evading Rhyperior's attacks. As it dodged, it seized opportunities to launch shadow balls to counter its opponent. While it managed to avoid all attacks, the ongoing sandstorm was steadily draining its stamina. After a heated exchange, Rhyperior finally collapsed, unable to continue the fight. Go, Aurorus! The gym leader's final Pokemon left Yi Kai stunned. This ancient, dinosaur-like Pokemon stood over 3 meters tall, its elegant sapphire and light blue color scheme glinting under the light, with embedded gemstones shimmering brilliantly. Yi Kai couldn't help but think that if this Pokemon appeared in a beauty contest, it would undoubtedly earn his vote. Yi Kai quickly consulted his phone for information about this fossil Pokemon. When angered, Aurorus unleashes an icy blast that freezes its surroundings. Without hesitation, Aurorus used Sunny Day, attempting to alter the unfavorable weather conditions and enhance its special attack power. What a headache, Yi Kai mused. If the opponent couldn't summon a sandstorm, Weezing's smokescreen strategy could have taken down several Pokemon in a row. Looks like I need to consider teaching it Destiny Bond. The battle raged on as Aurorus erected a light screen, aiming to have incoming special attack damage. However, Yi Kai's confident smile revealed his composure. Looks like you're getting nervous with just 1 Pokemon left. But you've picked the wrong opponent. Crobat unleashed Toxic, piercing through the light screen and successfully poisoning Aurorus. In retaliation, Aurorus used Yawn, releasing an unpleasant odor toward Crobat, trying to force Yi Kai to switch Pokemon. Taking advantage of the moment, Aurorus quickly consumed a Pecha Berry to cure itself of the poison. Unfazed, Yi Kai commanded Crobat to continue its assault. A powerful Shadow Ball broke through the light screen, dealing significant damage to Aurorus. Though Crobat was on the verge of falling asleep, this was all part of Yi Kai's strategy sleep combined with snore. As Crobat succumbed to sleep, it emitted a deafening snore, creating ultrasonic noise that left the already weakened Aurorus unable to concentrate on using rest to recover. In the end, Aurorus, dazed and overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground. Aurorus is unable to battle. The winner is Crobat. Since challenger Yi Kai still has Pokemon available, Yi Kai is declared the victor. The referee announced the final result. Lu Songren led Yi Kai to a hidden chamber where the league observer, Zhao Qian, Wang Xiaoting, and others were waiting. First of all, congratulations on earning the Greystone badge from Lynching's Rock Gym, Lu Songren said, pulling an item from his pocket. This is the hidden machine for Sandstorm. Please take it. As Yi Kai held his rewards, his thoughts drifted toward the upcoming genetic serum. The first time was a capsule, the second, an intravenous injection. He couldn't help but wonder what method would the third time entail. The Alliance observer directly invited him into a safe house with the highest level of security. Access to this location was so restricted that even the curator couldn't set foot inside, let alone Zhao Qian and the others. As the heavy mechanical sound echoed, a massive steel door slowly opened. The sight before Yi Kai immediately reminded him of an apocalyptic bunker from a movie in his previous life. Cold metallic walls surrounded him, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Please sign this confidentiality agreement first, the observer said, handing over a document. Yi Kai quickly scanned through the terms, which were the usual standard clauses, but there was no option to decline. After signing his name, the observer's tone became more serious. You are about to gain access to classified Alliance secrets, and you must remain silent about everything. The third genetic serum will be administered via immersion. They handed Yi Kai a pill and requested that he surrender his Pokeball and change all of his clothing. Everything. Yi Kai hesitated. This is mandatory, the observer explained. Once inside the cultivation chamber, you will be able to breathe in the liquid. To ensure maximum effectiveness of the immersion process, all clothing must be removed. This is necessary to harness the power of Pokemon below pressure level 55. After passing through a sterile chamber, a massive deep blue immersion tank came into view. The facility was filled with intricate networks of pipes, and several similar tanks were lined up around the area. The sight suddenly reminded Yi Kai of a legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. The pale blue liquid quickly enveloped Yi Kai. Initially, his instinctive fear of water due to his inability to swim made him resist, but he soon adapted to the environment. Breathing and keeping his eyes open in the liquid felt surprisingly natural, almost as if he had returned to the womb. His limbs were numb, yet his mind remained clear, a sensation closely resembling deep meditation. Increased the concentration of the sedative in the immersion tank. This was the last thing Yi Kai heard before darkness consumed him. In the depths of his consciousness, he heard a voice filled with philosophical questions. Neither human nor Pokemon. Who am I? Why do I exist? Faster, higher, stronger, the ultimate Pokemon. A surge of immense psychic power jolted Yi Kai awake. Outside, the scientists were in a frenzy. Synchronization rate has reached 283. Orders from above state that he must survive. Not good, it's awakening. Increase the sedative dosage. When Yi Kai regained consciousness, he found himself lying amidst chaos. The original immersion tank had shattered, and 3 additional protective layers had been added outside. Apart from the outermost layer, the other 2 were riddled with cracks. Immersion complete. Please exit the chamber and proceed to the pressure test, announced an electronic voice. Without realizing it, Yi Kai delivered an elbow strike that shattered the high-strength immersion tank. The power he exhibited surprised even himself. As he exited the room, he was met with the cold stares of Alliance staff. To them, such scenes were nothing extraordinary. They had even witnessed a young girl requiring 7 layers of containment. Yi Kai walked out of the immersion chamber with a calm demeanor, but deep inside, he had already unraveled the source of this overwhelming power, the psychic-type Pokemon that had once been confined in an experimental tank, Mewtwo. Yi Kai adjusted his attire and stood in the pitch-black hall, ready to undergo the pressure test. Suddenly, a sapphire-like figure flashed in the darkness. It was a Dragonair, swiftly approaching him. Yi Kai merely casted a calm glance, and the overwhelming aura emanating from Mewtwo caused the level 54 Dragonair to immediately retreat in fear. Moments later, the ground began to ripple as a shadow rapidly expanded, revealing the true form of a Gengar. Gengar! It let out its signature cry. Yi Kai could clearly see its attribute panel. The bold Pokemon trembled as it approached within 3 steps of him, as though it were the one being haunted by a ghost. In an instant, the Gengar vanished underground, disappearing without a trace. In the subsequent tests, the Pokemon either fled in terror or obediently followed commands. Yi Kai mused that this aura of intimidation was particularly effective against non-hostile Pokemon. Against hostile ones, however, it might not be as useful. Congratulations! You can now successfully intimidate Pokemon below level 55. With the test complete, Yi Kai retrieved his Pokeballs, noticing that each one now bore a golden coating. This was no mere symbolic recognition of badge count, but a tangible increase in strength. From this day forward, he was officially a trainer with 5 minor badges. Although his intimidation ability had only improved by 5 levels compared to having 3 badges, the physical enhancements were a significant leap. As he stepped out of the gym, Yi Kai glanced at the time and was stunned. It had been 5 whole days. The thought of having been in that chamber for so long still felt surreal. He quickly made a call to check on Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoting, learning that they were waiting for him at the Pokemon Center. It turned out Zhao Qian had managed to pass the trial by capturing an armor bird in the desert. That guy always seemed to have good luck. Yi Kai had initially thought he would likely fail. As for the second round of genetic serum injections, Zhao must have endured quite a bit of pain, but had ultimately pulled through. A loud grumble from his stomach reminded Yi Kai that he hadn't eaten in days. Half an hour later, the group found themselves at a bustling Sichuan-style restaurant. The table was soon filled with dishes like frost milk fairy cream salad, light body cod, and special food prepared for Milotic. As they ate and chatted, Yi Kai casually nibbled on peanuts while browsing recent gym information on his phone. The nearest gyms were Poison-type and Water-type. He considered challenging all the gyms in the outer cities of Longhua first before tackling the inland ones. Noticing Wang Xiaoting hesitating to speak, he guessed she wanted to participate in the contest spectacular but felt too shy to bring it up. Brother Qian, which gym do you want to challenge next? Yi Fan asked proactively. The Water-type gym, I guess. Zhao Qian replied, instinctively wary of the Poison-type gym after his previous experiences with Yi Kai. And so, the group decided to head to Shishir Seaside City, located on the westernmost edge of Longhua, home to the Water-type gym. Though the journey would take at least 12 hours, Yi Kai didn't mind. His Weezing had already reached level 44, and while battling the Rock-type gym earlier, his Nidoking couldn't be used, making the fight a bit challenging. Although Slowbro proved to be a safer option, it didn't feel as straightforward. He resolved to capture a suitable Pokemon if they encountered one along the way. The meal lasted a full hour and a half. Yi Fan noticed that his appetite had increased significantly after the genetic infusion, devouring several bowls of rice while savoring the spicy dishes. In contrast, Zhao Qian, still recovering from the serum injection, could only eat light foods like leafy greens and boiled lamb. On the Spirit Highway, the Rapidash was running steadily at 70 miles per hour. It deliberately slowed its pace to accommodate Ye Kai's Dodrio, which could only reach 60 miles per hour. The journey no longer felt as urgent as it had earlier. Both Zhao Qian and Ye Kai had shown significant improvement in their skills. Zhao Qian had already earned 3 small badges, enabling him to dominate Pokemon below level 50. Ye Kai had advanced even further, capable of dominating up to level 55. However, to break through to the ability to dominate level 60 Pokemon, they would need to collect 7 badges. For now, their priority was to train their second-tier Pokemon. After more than 2 hours, the group arrived at the Pokemon Center located at the border between Sioux City and Shi City. It was then that Ye Kai remembered he had yet to teach his Pokemon the Sandstorm TM he had recently acquired. Frustrated with himself for not handling it before departure, he quickly began adding potions, full heals, and berries to his shopping cart. As Ye Kai was shopping, one of his Pokeballs suddenly shook violently. With a loud bang, Nidoran burst out unbidden. Just as the three were puzzled, a dazzling light of evolution enveloped Nidoran. Its body grew larger, its spines became thicker and stronger, and it finally stood at a height of 0.9 meters in newly evolved Nidorina. It seemed that the energy cubes and playful interactions over time had contributed to its growth. Although this evolution came as a surprise, Ye Kai didn't consider adding Nidorina to his main team just yet. As he returned Nidorina to its Pokeball, a thought crossed his mind. Could it one day evolve into a Nidoking? With their supplies replenished, the group continued their journey. Up ahead was Shi City, a region of high altitude with vast grasslands dotted by a few renowned hidden areas. Looking up, the clouds seemed within reach. This was the highest place on Earth, attracting countless tourists and adventurers for sightseeing and mountaineering. According to legend, a legendary Articuno was once sighted on Mount Mu in Shi City, an event recorded in textbooks and admired by many, despite historical records of other Articuno being captured. An old guide pointed to an unfinished stretch of road ahead and suggested they find another guide before urging the Rapidash to turn back. Although this guide had narrated the history of Shi City throughout the journey, he lacked the practicality of someone like Yushu. Fortunately, this area was unlike the whistling desert. Cell phone navigation still worked, albeit unreliably, as it often led them to dead ends or even into pitch-black caves. Nidoking Flamethrower. Faced with a swarm of relentless Beedrill, the restrained Nidoking leapt out of its Pokeball and unleashed a crimson pillar of flames. The fire roared fiercely, driving the Beedrill into a hasty retreat. The battle was intense, with the ground quickly littered with near-dead bug-type Pokemon, their antennae twitching faintly. Wong Shouting let out a long breath, wiping sweat from her forehead. A swarm of Beedrill had appeared out of nowhere, launching a frenzied attack on anything in sight. Thankfully, the danger had been dealt with. Just then, a group of figures dressed in black silently surrounded the three of them. The man leading the group fixed his greedy gaze on the Nidoking, his eyes gleaming. Not bad. If you know what's good for you, hand over your Pokemon and get lost. You're with the Yasha group? Ye Kai calmly probed. Since you know, stop wasting time. The man sneered, as the black-clad figures began closing in. So that was it. The erratic behavior of the Beedrill had been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Ye Kai acted swiftly. Nidoking, Earth Power. The attack from Nidoking was so sudden that the Yasha members didn't even have time to release their Pokemon. But at that moment, a flash of red-streaked Potan Agile Salazzle had somehow appeared on the leader's back. Its tail, charged with purplured dragon-type energy, lashed against Nidoking's abdomen. Though the damage was minimal, the effect was peculiar. Nidoking was forcibly recalled into its Pokeball, leaving Ye Kai no choice but to send out his Weezing. You've got the Dragon-tail TM? His eyes flickered with surprise. That's a solid move, works perfectly with Spikes and Stealth Rock. Enough talk. The black-clad men released their Pokemon, turning the battle into a 6-in-3 standoff. 5 Skuntank unleashed toxic spikes simultaneously, filling the area with a stench that felt like a biological weapon. But Ye Kai was prepared. Slowbro and Crobat emerged together, with Slowbro's shoulder smashing into the ground, shattering the toxic spikes instantly. This guy's got something weird going on. All poison types. One of the black-clad men muttered, their faces darkening. Zhao Qian and Wong Shouting weren't about to back down, either. Their Scizor and Rapidash charged into the fray. But their opponents played dirty too. Weezing suddenly self-destructed, leaving their Pokemon severely injured. Did you really think we'd fight fair? One cocky member taunted. Fortunately, Ye Kai had anticipated this. Crobat and Wong Xiaoting's Macamp quickly set up Protect, shielding themselves from the blast. Ye Kai's Weezing then inhaled the smoke from the explosions and released a pale gray sleep gas. The Salazzle attempted to counterattack with Dragon Tail, but was repelled by a burst of pink fairy energy from Weezing. Dragon-type moves were ineffective against fairy types. Under the influence of the sleep gas, the enemy Pokemon began to fall unconscious one by one. Slowbro, having maximized its strength with belly drum, smashed through the sleeping Skuntank as if cracking nuts. Seeing the tide turn, the black-clad men tried to flee, only to be stopped by Slowbro's sludge bomb. The toxic attack corroded the ground, leaving behind deep, foul-smelling craters. Please, spare us. The men finally dropped to their knees, all traces of arrogance gone. Ye Kai exchanged a meaningful glance with his Weezing. The toxic Pokemon immediately understood, releasing a cloud of colorless sleep-inducing gas. Within moments, the criminals present collapsed in heaps, their loud snores filling the air. Should we just call the police? Zhao Qian and Wang shouting suggested in unison. Call the police? Ye Kai smirked. I have a better idea. Swiftly, he tied up the group securely and began searching them. Before long, he retrieved over 40 Pokeballs from their belongings. Come out, all of you. Ye Kai commanded. His main Pokemon team appeared in full force. Weezing, Salazzle, Nidoking, Crobat, and Slowbro, all standing ready. Even if Weezing had to self-destruct, Ye Kai knew he had protective moves to rely on and wasn't the least bit worried. He started inspecting the confiscated Pokeballs one by one. The first Pokemon to emerge was a Beedrill, which instantly assumed a battle stance. Slowbro reacted quickly, delivering a swift strike that left the Beedrill incapacitated. This display of power intimidated the other Pokemon as they were released. They knew, thanks to the special design of the Pokeballs, that they could observe what was happening outside. Subsequent Pokemon, such as Skuntank, emerged far more docile. Ye Kai noticed that all of the Pokemon were either poison or dark types, with an occasional ghost type mixed in. Without hesitation, he crushed the Pokeballs underfoot, freeing the Pokemon, who scattered into the wild. He made no effort to stop them. Most of them were likely stolen. Among the Pokemon, one in particular caught Ye Kai's eye, a Toxapex. This species' toxic spines could paralyze and cause an unbearable itch, driving its victims to claw at their own skin. However, upon checking his Pokédex, Ye Kai discovered that this Toxapex had only an A-grade potential, which immediately dampened his interest. Still, the idea of locating its habitat intrigued him. Could try capturing one with better potential. As Ye Kai was about to call the police, one of the criminals suddenly woke up and began pleading desperately. Please, don't call the cops. Take my money, my Pokemon, anything you want. All right then, Ye Kai said, pointing to the Toxapex on the ground. Where did you catch this one? The Heavenly Pool's secret realm. There's a whole swarm of Toxapex there, easily over 100, the man stammered in response. Ye Kai signaled to Slowbro, who raised its shoulder menacingly, as if ready to strike. You'd better not be lying. If I'm lying, he'll turn into a mook. The man swore, invoking the harshest oath in this world. Everyone believed he was telling the truth. Only after Slowbro lowered its shoulder did the man breathe a sigh of relief. 20 minutes later, the sound of sirens grew louder as a police SUV arrived. 4 officers stepped out, and Wang shouting quickly briefed them on the situation. Thank you for your assistance. These fugitives are finally in custody, one officer said. Just then, one of the tied-up criminals, still defiant, shouted, You little punk. He'll get you for this. Damn it. I can't believe I got caught in this dump. Without hesitation, the officer's Machamp delivered a single punch that left the man coughing up blood before shoving him into the police vehicle. Everyone, take care during your journey. There's an Alliance checkpoint about 30 li ahead. You might want to rest there before continuing. As these parting words were spoken, the group quickly dispersed. In this desolate wilderness, the Alliance's efficiency was indeed impressive. Ye Kai pulled out his phone and swiftly searched for information about the Tianqi secret realm. This secret realm was located deep within the snowy mountains of the grasslands, approximately 70 kilometers away. While it wasn't directly on their route, it wasn't far from their planned path either. However, their actual route would take them past the Alliance checkpoint 30 li away. Why don't we check out the Alliance checkpoint first? Zhao Qian suggested. The group nodded in agreement and set off immediately. Before long, they arrived at a heavily guarded checkpoint. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a wave of warmth that instantly put them at ease. A Magmortar was using its flame body ability to provide a comfortable temperature for the entire room. A familiar officer was interrogating a member of the Yasha organization. Seeing the 3 arrive, he paused for a moment in surprise. In response to their inquiries, he simply gestured toward a wall covered in wanted posters. Rather than hearing me explain their countless crimes, why not take a look for yourselves? Ye Kai's gaze locked onto one poster in particular. Third in the first row, the leader of the Yasha organization. She appeared to be a young woman, but was in fact middle-aged, with at least 30 lives taken by her hands. What truly shocked Ye Kai, however, were the Pokemon under her command, Iron Valiant and Roaring Moon. Iron Valiant. Ye Kai gasped. As one of the most offensively powerful Pokemon, he was all too familiar with its reputation. Even more unsettling was the fact that someone so dangerous was only ranked 3rd on the wanted list. As Ye Kai continued scanning the other posters, Zhao Qian suddenly began trembling. Following his gaze, Ye Kai spotted a familiar profile in the corner of the 2nd row. The face was eerily similar to Chu Feng's. Even more startling, this wanted individual codenamed Raven was partnered with an Alolan Persian and was charged with the murder of 3 Alliance investigators. After leaving the checkpoint, Zhao Qian was eager to ask more about Chu Feng, but Ye Kai was lost in thought. He recalled the strange sense of unease head felt when he first met Chu Feng. In hindsight, it seemed less like a fleeting impression and more like intuition. What was even more troubling was that after the school competition, Chu Feng had become completely unreachable, as if he had vanished into thin air. Even his name might be fake, Ye Kai thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This person is far more dangerous than we ever imagined. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoting, who had never interacted with Chu Feng, was filled with curiosity about this mysterious figure. Yet all the signs pointed to the fact that their so-called coach had a far more complicated and enigmatic identity than they had ever suspected. Ye Kai squinted his eyes, frowning slightly as he pondered for a few seconds. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Chu Feng was just a coach for the school competition they had interacted with for a month or two. Why overthink it? He simply needed to be more cautious when encountering him in the future. For now, the priority was to improve his own strength. Everything else was needless worry. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if envisioning the mythical creatures, ancient species, future species, and even second-tier legendaries like Articuno. These powerful beings could all be captured by skilled trainers. His journey was just beginning. The school competition is a thing of the past. Right now, we have a gym to challenge. Ye Kai's words instantly brought his companions back to reality. Envying others' strength was meaningless. Taking action and surpassing them was the real path forward. The trio continued on their way. Based on the information they had gathered, their first target was the rugged spine Snow Mountain. Ye Kai recalled the information he had obtained during the preliminary round of the Liangqing contest. The habitat of Toxtricity was located in the dripping water secret realm of Zhi City. Although Toxtricity was the evolved form of Toxel, Ye Kai couldn't wait to pursue it. After Nidoking, his Weezing was also on the verge of breaking through to level 45. Toxtricity possessed a coveted move called Baneful Bunker, an upgraded version of Protect. Not only could it block over 90 of incoming damage, but it also poisoned opponents who made contact. While it caused regular poisoning rather than toxic poisoning, the dual effects of this move were undeniably formidable. During the 5-hour trek, the terrain shifted constantly from open grasslands to rugged mountainous regions, and even a small desert. As the altitude increased, the temperature dropped sharply, forcing the group to change into hardshell jackets in preparation for entering the rugged spine, Snow Mountain region. In this snowy domain, Rapidash's speed was significantly hindered. In contrast, Dodrio, with its flying capabilities, effortlessly pulled ahead of the group. Eventually, Ye Kai had to release his Gogoat as a mount for Zhao Qian and the other companion, allowing them to catch up with Dodrio. Ahead, an unexpected Alliance checkpoint came into view. Despite its remote location, the staff there were particularly talkative, providing detailed information about the Heavenly Pool secret realm. They explained that this secret realm was a mandatory passage to the peak of Mount Mu and a renowned attraction. The realm was divided into 2 main areas, the Sky Zone and the Ocean Zone. They recommended preparing Flying-type Pokemon and Water-types adept at diving, as well as bringing swimwear. Fortunately, Ye Kai's group had long since prepared such equipment. They were well aware that certain secret realms could place trainers directly into aquatic, aerial, or even deep-sea environments. As long as the conditions didn't involve unbearable deep-sea pressure, they were prepared to handle it. The climb grew increasingly difficult. Dodrio, relying on its flying ability, remained agile and unbothered, but Gogoat had to leap and weave through the snow and rocky terrain. After much effort, they finally reached the checkpoint near the Heavenly Pool secret realm. The terrain here was extremely steep, and every time Zhao Qian glanced downward, a wave of dizziness would instantly overwhelm him. Did you take the cable car to get here? No, we rode our mounts up. Ye Kai casually replied to the staff member. Mounts? The staff member glanced out at the breathtaking snow-covered landscape, looking incredulous. That's way too dangerous. Indeed it was. Looking back at the rugged terrain they had climbed, the mere sight of it was enough to make one's heart race. Next time, take the cable car? All right, before you enter the secret realm, please sign this. The staff member handed them a liability waiver. After signing, the 3 of them noticed that other trainers were changing into swimsuits and stepping through the shimmering blue barrier of the secret realm. Following suit, they put on their swimwear, only to realize an awkward problem. They had only one water-type Pokemon between them. Come out, Dugong. Slowbro. Ye Kai wasn't too concerned. His regional variant Slowbro not only excelled at swimming, but was also a great diver. As they passed through the barrier, the water's temperature rose sharply, and the scene before them opened up a vast expanse of crystal-clear blue water teeming with water-type Pokemon. Each of them commanded their Pokemon to swim upward, quickly breaking through the surface. Can you remember the entrance location? Ye Kai asked, a bit worried. Don't worry, Dugong is staying right there, Wang Xiaoting reassured him. She was an excellent swimmer and diver, so much so that she didn't even need her Pokemon's protection. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, had rented a rare Poplio dolphin from the Longwell League. While Ye Kai wasn't too familiar with Poplio dolphins, he vividly remembered their evolved form, Dolphin Knight, known for its incredible versatility and a base stat total of 650. Ye Kai donned his snorkel and directed Slowbro to dive. His variant Slowbro was Uniquia fusion of Slowpoke and Shelder. Whenever Slowbro became absent-minded, Ye Kai would command Shelder to bite it, snapping it back to attention. Underwater communication was impossible, so they had to rely on hand signals. Unfortunately, Ye Kai didn't know any, so he left the searching to Wang Xiaoding and Zhao Qian. After about 10 minutes, the trio surfaced again. Any luck? Did you spot a star mist? No, just a bunch of Inqui, Corsola, and Basculin, Zhao Qian replied. At this rate, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, Ye Kai muttered. He quickly summoned Nidoking, and the three climbed onto its broad back. Amid the endless ocean, Nidoking resembled a massive purple battleship. Ye Kai then retrieved two long-unused Pokeballs. Two Oddish emerged, but immediately tried to retreat, intimidated by the vast sea before them. Use Sweet Scent, he commanded. It was a clever strategy. Rather than searching aimlessly, they'd lure their target to them. Soon, shark-like fins began slicing through the water, rapidly closing in. Sharpedo. And not just 7 or 8 of them surrounded Nidoking. Ye Kai checked his Pokédex. Sharpedo, the bully of the sea, known for its ferocity. Its teeth regenerate quickly after breaking, and a single Sharpedo is capable of shredding large oil tankers to pieces. Reacting swiftly, Ye Kai called out, Weezing, use Strange Steam. The towering 4.2-meter Weezing hovered above the water, releasing a pink mist that enveloped the entire area while skillfully avoiding Ye Kai and his companions. Its mastery over gas manipulation had clearly reached a new level. The school of Sharpedo swam closer, quickly realizing that these peculiar beings were controlled by humans, which immediately provoked their ferocity. However, their attacks were unexpectedly suppressed. The pink gas released by Weezing directly countered their dark-type energy. The Sharpedo were thrown onto the surface of the water by this strange force, with some even falling into a state of confusion and turning on their own kind in a frenzy. Weezing, keep going. With the command, Weezing let out a cry of Mata no Wasu and unleashed another blast of magical steam. The pink gas once again sent the reckless Sharpedo flying, and this time they seemed to learn their lesson, fleeing in all directions. Zhao Qian reacted swiftly, capturing one as it tried to escape. Ye Kai, however, showed little interest in the Sharpedo and simply remarked, not bad in terms of strength. Meanwhile, Gloom continued to release its sweet aroma. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the surface of the water. It was a Gyarados. Though slightly smaller in size at just over 7 meters long, it still exuded an intimidating presence. It had approached eagerly, hoping to find a meal, only to discover Nidoking and Weezing instead. Enraged, it roared furiously, feeling as if it had been mocked. Before anyone could react, the Gyarados unleashed a powerful hydro pump. Ye Kai quickly glanced at its stats, level 44, though regrettably not a poison type. Soon enough, Weezing's sleep-inducing gas put the raging dragon to rest. At that moment, the group was riding on Nidoking's back, navigating through the sea. While Ye Kai was tempted to test the power of Thunderbolt, he refrained, worried about accidentally harming his companions. Nidoking, Weezing, use Sludge Bomb. Just 2 minutes later, Zhao Qian managed to capture the Gyarados after breaking 3 Safari Balls. Such a formidable asset couldn't be let go. Upon being released, the Gyarados still seemed ready to lash out, but Zhao Qian's commanding presence subdued it. At level 44, it was within his ability to control. Gloom's sweet scent continued to attract various aquatic Pokemon, but there was still no sign of Starmie. Ye Kai suggested re-entering the secret realm, as each new entry would refresh their location, potentially increasing their chances of finding a Starmie. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding, having already caught plenty of water-type Pokemon, readily agreed to let Ye Kai try again. After regrouping and preparing, the team left the secret realm with Dugong and re-entered. This time, they found themselves on a small island with coconut trees. About a few hundred meters away, there was a larger island with a forest. However, they all understood that venturing too far from the entrance's protective barrier would be suicidal. As they surveyed this barren island, consisting only of sand, rocks, and sparse weeds, something felt off. Why was there a single, massive coconut tree standing here? Nashi! A thunderous roar erupted from above. This was no ordinary coconut tree. It was a gigantic Alolan Exeggutor. Its elongated neck towered at a height of 15.6 meters. This was a special variant of Exeggutor, whose latent dragon-type power had awakened after growing freely, rendering its psychic abilities unnecessary. Ye Kai was stunned as he checked its stats level 54. The group quickly deduced its origin. It must have come from the larger island, likely crossing over during low tide, only to be stranded here now that the tide had risen. This had nothing to do with them. Ye Kai's gaze was fixed on the rare dragon-type variant of the Alolan Exeggutor before him. This was a prized Pokemon from the Alola region. Although it wasn't a poison type, such a unique Pokemon was enough to set his heart racing. Seeing that Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting lacked the strength to handle a Pokemon of this caliber, Ye Kai made a decisive choice to step in himself. Nidoking, Weezing, Crobat. Ye Kai commanded sharply. Toxic, Brave Bird, Steam Eruption. Attack with full force. The sudden assault caught the Exeggutor and the three Pokemon off guard for a moment. Crobat reacted the fastest, transforming into a streak of pink lightning that struck precisely at Exeggutor's long neck. Nidoking followed up by launching a thick glob of venom, drenching the Exeggutor head to toe. Nah, sure. The poisoned Exeggutor let out an enraged roar, swinging its massive head as purplish red dragon-type energy surged outward like a hammer, blasting all three Pokemon away. This move, Dragon Hammer, boasted a power of 90 and was a rare and formidable skill only a select few Pokemon could master. A level 54 Pokemon, indeed, its strength was truly remarkable. The attack left Nidoking and Crobat severely injured, with only Weezing barely managing to stay afloat. However, the effects of the poison had already started to take their toll on Exeggutor, whose condition was rapidly deteriorating. Seizing the opportunity, Weezing enveloped it in a cloud of steam eruption, successfully throwing the Exeggutor into confusion. Under the dual effects of poison and confusion, Exeggutor lost all sense of reason. It unleashed a devastating leaf storm, its green tornado-like attack wreaking havoc across the area. Dugong, Ice Beam. Lycanroc, Stone Edge. Everyone, use Fire Blast. Crobat, Heat Wave. The group attacked in unison, unleashing a barrage of powerful moves like a torrential downpour. At last, the Exeggutor succumbed to the relentless poison and collective assault, collapsing to the ground. Ye Kai used 3 Ultra Balls in succession before successfully capturing it, then quickly inserted a revive into the Pokeball. Come out, Exeggutor. Nashi. The freed Exeggutor was still seething with anger. It had been peacefully enjoying the sunlight when it was suddenly captured by humans. Just as it was about to use Dragon Hammer again, Ye Kai's piercing gaze stopped it in its tracks. Intimidated, the Exeggutor averted its eyes. The overwhelming aura of destructive psychic energy emanating from Ye Kai made it instinctively realize it was no match for him. Reluctantly, it chose to obey his commands. The system immediately displayed the Exeggutor's detailed stats. Alolan Exeggutor. Level, 54. Gym rank potential, C. Maximum level cap, 70. Type, Grass, Dragon. Ability, Harvest allows berries to regenerate after use. Guaranteed success in sunny weather. Moves, Absorb, Hypnosis, Reflect, Leech Seed, Mega Drain, Confusion, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, Giga Drain, Psychic, Uproar, Dragon Hammer, Wood Hammer, Leaf Storm, Solar Beam. Held item, none. Ye Kai nodded in satisfaction. This Pokemon had mastered quite a few powerful moves, and as a level 54 Dragon type, it might become disobedient past level 55, but it could still fetch a great price. Thinking of Grass-type Pokemon reminded him of his stepmother, who was obsessed with them, but he quickly brushed the thought aside and returned Exeggutor to its Pokeball. Oddly enough, though they had encountered many other Pokemon, the elusive Starmie was still nowhere to be found. The well-known preference of Goodbad Stars for solar corals is no secret. They relentlessly pursue this unique coral that grows atop the solar coral heads. Ye Kai meticulously combed through the illustrated guide, refreshing record after record about Goodbad Stars, until he finally found a crucial clue. The habitat of solar corals must also serve as the activity zone for Goodbad Stars. I just spotted a large patch of solar corals while diving. Wang Shouting exclaimed excitedly, already poised to dive back into the water. Wait, I'm coming too. Slowpoke. Ye Kai quickly made up his mind. The three wasted no time and plunged back into the depths of the sea. As they descended further, the color of the water gradually shifted from a clear, light blue to a deep, rich azure, eventually fading into a dark, inky hue. Suddenly, a cluster of white, tree-like structures began to emerge faintly on the ocean floor. Ye Kai's heart sank. The good news was that they had indeed found solar corals. The bad news? These were ghost-type subspecies. Worse yet, scattered nearby were some phantom corals, creatures classified by the League as a grade dangerous. A mere touch from them would leave one paralyzed as though petrified, a death sentence in the deep sea. The phantom corals had already noticed their presence. Just as Ye Kai was about to signal a retreat, he felt something tug sharply at his ankle, causing his heart to skip a beat. Following the direction of Wang Xiaoting's pointing finger, he spotted, behind the ghost-type solar corals, several pink, normal solar corals hiding in the shadows. Now that they had found their target, Ye Kai decided to take a risk. He instructed Slowpoke to lead the way, with the three of them following closely behind. As they approached, the sight before them was astonishing: a massive cluster of pink solar corals, far larger than they had anticipated, with nearly 100 individuals sprawling across the seafloor. Such a large concentration of solar corals could only mean that their predators were nearby as well. Sure enough, a purple swarm began to close in from all directions. It was Goodbad Stars and Superbad Stars. Their numbers even surpassed those of the solar corals. Yiksha's intel had been spot on. Faced with this situation, Wang Xiaoding and Zhao Qian hesitated, visibly uneasy. The toxic nature of these creatures was terrifying. Once entangled, escape would be nearly impossible. Ye Kai gestured for the two to return to the surface, determined to complete the capture mission on his own. A slew of data panels unfolded before his eyes. Among this group of wild Pokemon, the majority were grade in aptitude, with only a few reaching grade. Not a single grade individual was in sight. Although there were no shiny variants, he did notice some individuals with special abilities. One capable of using Black Mist to neutralize opponents' stat boosts, and others adept at employing Infestation to prevent opponents from switching Pokemon. The sheer number of choices left Ye Kai momentarily indecisive. He had to resurface for now issuing commands, and directing Slowpoke underwater was proving too challenging. Did you catch one? Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding eagerly asked as soon as he broke the surface. Not yet, Ye Kai replied, turning to Slowpoke. Listen to me this time, use Psychic directly when I give the signal. Yan. Slowpoke nodded resolutely. After swapping out for a fresh oxygen tank, Ye Kai prepared for his final attempt. This time, he had a maximum of 30 minutes underwater to complete his mission and capture a poison-type Pokemon that met his standards. Once they left the secret realm, there would be no oxygen tank refills available in the snowy mountains ahead. Ye Kai dove once again into the depths of the ocean. This time, the Slowbro acted without hesitation, unleashing a psychic blast as sharp as a sword toward the dense cluster of Tentacool and Tentacruel. However, these aquatic creatures displayed far greater defensive strength than expected, living up to their reputation as defensive powerhouses with dual defensive stats surpassing 140 after evolution. Even though they were weak against psychic-type moves, the Tentacool and Tentacruel only became more enraged. Frowning, Ye Kai sensed something was off. This doesn't feel right. Why is the attack so weak? He soon noticed an invisible energy barrier spanning dozens of meters, completely neutralizing the impact of the psychic blast. Wide Guard. It can perfectly block area effect moves. In an instant, dozens of Tentacruel surged forward, launching a fierce counterattack toward Ye Kai and Slowbro. Prepared for this, Ye Kai quickly surfaced with Slowbro and shouted, "Get on Nidoqueen's back. They're all chasing us." Hearing this, Shouting Wang looked down at the water and gasped in shock. Oh no! A massive wave of blue and purple figures was surging toward them like a tide. The group quickly climbed onto Nidoqueen's back and raced toward a small island in the distance. Within 20 seconds, they reached the island, but a large number of Tentacool and Tentacruel had already surrounded it, leaving no escape. Release all your protective Pokemon. Have them use Protect in groups of 3, taking turns. Ye Kai commanded decisively. Everyone understood the plan after all. Relying on only 2 Pokemon to alternate using Protect would leave gaps, and any Poison-type moves hitting the trainers could spell disaster. Nidoqueen, use Earth Power. Exeggutor, use Psychic to drive them back. Ye Kai's orders rang out, and the battle began. On the small island, barely 100 square meters in size, Exeggutor took the high ground, unleashing a barrage of purple psychic energy that covered a significant portion of the island. However, the Tentacool and Tentacruel demonstrated incredible teamwork. Some launched attacks while others took turns using Wide Guard, forcing Exeggutor to shift strategies from area attacks to precise targeting. Though the Tentacool and Tentacruel couldn't breach the defensive line for Naumini already weakened, and on the brink of collapse, the Pokemon's stamina was finite. Whenever there was a gap in Exeggutor's attacks, the Tentacruel charged fearlessly, only to be blasted away by Nidoqueen's Earth Power. Meanwhile, Slowbro focused on precise strikes, with each psychic blast taking down another Tentacruel. At this moment, the high special defense of the Tentacruel became even more apparent. Not only could they withstand attacks, but they also launched counterattacks. While their Poison-type moves had limited effects on Ye Kai's Pokemon, they began targeting Exeggutor with concentrated fire. Exeggutor, being weak to poison, struggled in pain. Against Slowbro, they used Dark-type moves like Bite, and they unleashed Water-type moves like Aqua Break against Nidoqueen. Initially, the 3 Pokemon managed to hold their ground against the overwhelming numbers, but as the battle dragged on, they began to tire. At the critical moment, Salazzle and Crobat joined the fray, relieving some of the pressure on Exeggutor. With the reprieve, Exeggutor launched a counterattack, and the tide of the battle shifted back in Ye Kai's favor. You two can head out and wait for me, Ye Kai said to Zhao Qian and another companion. Just make sure to come out quickly after you catch the Pokemon. Got it. Looking at the sea littered with weakened Tentacool and Tentacruel, Ye Kai felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. These Pokemon are all D or C rank. Am I only going to end up with a crank one? Suddenly, the ocean surface erupted with a deafening beneath. A massive Tentacruel emerged from the water. Compared to the typical 0.4-meter Tentacool and 0.7-meter Tentacruel, this colossal creature stood at an astonishing 2.2 meters. It extended a single tentacle while the others supported its body, resembling a giant tent. Its surface was adorned with turquoise and golden spikes, exuding an aura of lethal toxicity. Ye Kai's eyes lit up. A brank Pokemon. And it's only at level 41 perfect. There's no way I'm letting this one escape. Nidoking used Earth Power. Exeggutor, Slowbro. At this moment, Nidoking was overwhelmed, facing an onslaught of at least dozens of Ultra Beedrills. Its large size made it an easy target, but thankfully its poison typing kept it from being critically injured. Enraged, its eyes turned blood red, and it unleashed a devastating Earth Power. The battle on this small island had barely begun, yet the ground was already trembling, and the island itself seemed to be sinking under the strain. Slowbro and Exeggutor joined forces, launching a barrage of Psychic-type attacks against the dominant Ultra Beedrill. However, with their focus on the main threat, a swarm of Ultra Beedrills managed to ambush Ye Kai from behind. Poison stings rained down, and a few struck his legs. Fortunately, the injuries were superficial. Despite the pain, Ye Kai gritted his teeth. These Ultra Beedrills were durable, even more than he had anticipated. The Ultra Beedrills themselves were stunned. They had never encountered such a resilient opponent. Their usually reliable toxic spikes failed to poison him. Coughing, use Smokescreen. In the end, it was coughing that turned the tide, putting the Ultra Beedrills to sleep with its gas. Ye Kai threw 2 Pokeballs in quick succession and finally captured the dominant Ultra Beedrill. He recalled all his Pokemon and walked straight into the glowing barrier on the island, ignoring the swarms of Ultra Beedrills still rushing toward him, only to find themselves attacking empty air. Ye Kai exhaled deeply, glancing at the 3 visible puncture wounds on his leg, each about the size of a chopstick. Thankfully, none of them had hit an artery or bone. Medical staff at the League checkpoint quickly treated him, cleaning and bandaging the wounds before applying medicine. The rest is up to your Chansey, they said. It's not too serious. Poison sting is most dangerous for its poisoning effect, but luckily, you're resistant to poison. As one of the holders of 5 small badges, Ye Kai received all the medical treatment for free. Looks like you had a good haul, one of the staff remarked, noticing the group returning from the secret realm for the second time. Everyone began showcasing their captured Pokemon: Sharpedo, Gyarados, Horsia, Exeggutor, Ultra Beedrill, and Clamperl. The League staff's eyes lit up. Wow, these are all top-tier Pokemon. However, the rules required each trainer to leave behind at least 3 Pokemon as a fee for passing through. After some discussion, the group made their decisions. Horsia and Gyarados were among those left behind. For Ye Kai, the Exeggutor variant he caught was incredibly rare, and while the Ultra Beedrill was a dominant Pokemon, its poison typing made it less appealing to most trainers. He paid an additional 2 million League credits as a customs fee. Zhao Qian also had to part with his Gyarados unless he wanted to pay extra. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoding had to pay 800,000 credits. Clamperl, being popular among female trainers and a frequent participant in contests, was highly valued. If only I had caught a few more to use as fees, Wang Xiaoding grumbled. Ye Kai, however, remained silent. He had already captured the Pokemon he wanted. Both the Dragon-type Exeggutor variant and the dominant Ultra Beedrill were excellent additions to his team. Through the transparent casing of the high-grade Pokeball, he could clearly see the Ultra Beedrill's stats. Ultra Beedrill, dominant Pokemon. Level, 41 Elite Tier. Potential, B grade S grade. System calibrated. This Pokemon's maximum level cap is 100. Type, Poison Water. Ability, merciless critical hits are guaranteed against poisoned opponents. Moves, Poison Sting, Peck, Haze, Wide Guard, Bite, Venoshock, Recover, Protect, Pin Missile, Toxic Spikes, Liquidation. Ye Kai glanced at the poison needle in his hand and temporarily tucked it into his backpack. The immediate priority was to heal his injured foot. In the distance, Mount Mufing loomed majestically, reigning over the region with its towering height of over 10,300 meters. As an ordinary trainer rather than an adventurer, he had no interest in conquering the world's highest peak. Although the checkpoint offered enticing seafood delicacies, the prices were outrageously high. Despite being a prime fishing ground in the Tianqi secret realm that attracted numerous fishermen and anglers, the Alliance checkpoint was only responsible for trainers' safety and did not cover meals. 2 days later, Ye Kai carefully unwrapped the bandage from his foot. The newly grown skin was a healthy pink, looking even fairer and more delicate than the surrounding tissue. After confirming his injury was fully healed, the group decided to descend the mountain. This time, they opted for the safer cable car. As they sat inside, overlooking the swirling snow and the endless expanse of snowy peaks, the 3 couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear. They had relied solely on adrenaline to hike up the mountain before, and any misstep could have led to disastrous consequences. As soon as they stepped off the cable car, a commotion shattered the tranquility. A group of menacing figures was threatening a staff member at the scenic area. Hand over the money and the Pokemon, they demanded. The poor staff member, armed with only a Machoke and a Swinub, was quickly overpowered. Ye Kai and his companions immediately recognized the group, especially the man carrying a Salazzle on his back. Not long ago, they had sent him to prison, but to their shock, he had already broken out. Without hesitation, the three commanded their Pokemon to attack. Shiftry, Leaf Storm. Weezing, Thunderbolt. Dugong, Ice Beam. The thug with the Salazzle recognized them and shouted to his accomplices, "Boss, it's them. They're the ones who put me behind bars. We have to kill them." A man with 3 savage claw scars across his face shot a disdainful glance at Yi Kai and his companions. He introduced himself with a sneer. "I'm Blackscale, one of the 4 generals of Yasha. Go, Hydreigon." A massive Hydreigon over 2.3 meters tall emerged with a thunderous roar. Zhao Qian quickly scanned its stats, revealing it to be level 63, sending chills down everyone's spine. It was said that this species, having faced long-term hostility and attacks from humans, had developed an exceptionally violent temperament. The battle erupted instantly. Weezing faced off against the Hydreigon in a fierce clash, while Blackscale smirked cunningly. "Flamethrower," he commanded, knowing Weezing's weakness igniting the gas would cause a devastating explosion. Yi Fan made a swift decision. Crobat used Tailwind to blow the smoke away. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting had already called the police. The operator assured them that the strongest reinforcements would be dispatched immediately. All they had to do now was hold out. Tailwind not only boosted their Pokemon speed, but also successfully dispersed the smoke. With a deafening explosion, the gas ignited, but it did not harm Weezing. Blackscale's plan for an instant kill had failed. He frowned slightly, clearly not expecting his opponents to counter so effectively. A strangely colored Crobat and a Weezing stood before him. Heilin scrutinized the trainer in front of him, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. "If your hair were still white, it would fit perfectly. Kid, you must be Yi Kai, that somewhat well-known trainer from Zha City, right? I've heard about you from the boss." A smirk curved on his lips. "Interested in joining Yasha?" Yi Kai remained silent. Seeing this, Heilin quickly released another Pokemon. A flash of purple light illuminated the field, revealing a massive purple lizard. It stood on 2 legs, and its back immediately sparked with thunderous, needle-like bolts of lightning toxtricity. Yi Kai's pupils shrank. There was no time to scan it with his Pokédex, but it was undoubtedly a Pokemon above level 60, a formidable opponent. Worse yet, he remembered this species had access to a devastating wide-range move. Sure enough, Toxtricity assumed an aggressive stance. Its ability, Punk Rock, amplified sound-based moves by 30. If combined with Throat Spray and the level advantage, Yi Kai didn't dare to think further. "Use Boom Burst," Heilin commanded. Toxtricity opened its massive mouth and unleashed an earth-shaking roar. Visible shockwaves rippled through the air, sweeping across all opponents like a tangible force. With its level advantage, the sudden attack sent most of the Pokemon flying. Only a few quick-reacting Pokemon managed to barely hold their ground. Crobat shielded Yi Kai at the first moment, while Wang Shouting and Zhao Qian were protected by their Machamp. Huh? Why is the power so much weaker? Heilin looked momentarily surprised before realizing. It must be that kid's Weezing with its neutralizing gas ability. Even so, most of Yi Kai's Pokemon were gravely injured and near collapse. Though Weezing remained standing, it was severely wounded, and Crobat's protective barrier shattered inch by inch, barely holding off the attack. Yi Kai silently confirmed one thing. Protect was not an invincible defense. Against opponents 10, 20, or even 30 levels higher, the barrier could still be broken. "Kid, I've changed my mind." Heilin's gaze turned greedy as he eyed Yi Kai's strangely colored Pokemon. "I'll just kill you right here." Toxtricity quickly swallowed a Throat Spray, its special attack surging dramatically. Another Boom Burst. Send them to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Hydreigon used Nasty Plot to further boost its power. Yi Kai stared emotionlessly at the Yasha members across from him before suddenly giving his command, "Self-destruct. Come out, Salazzle and Slowbro." With the tailwind speeding it up, Weezing acted first, activating self-destruct. The terrifying explosion was precisely directed at the enemy. While Hydreigon and Toxtricity weren't the primary targets, their trainer was caught within the blast radius. As the smoke and debris cleared, "Oh, another strangely colored Pokemon, a white Salazzle," Heilin remarked with surprise, momentarily disregarding the seemingly ordinary Slowbro. Fortunately, the Hydreigon in front of him had activated Protect just in time, leaving only Toxtricity to suffer the brunt of the attack. Although the injuries were not severe, Heilin's heart was in turmoil. Yi Kai's strength and talent forced him to acknowledge that this was a rare individual, a true prodigy. Killing him would indeed be a pity. Yet it was precisely because of this talent that Heilin became even more convinced. This boy must die. Heilin recalled Yi Kai's performance during the school tournament. He had watched the battle recordings multiple times. Even when facing weaker opponents, Yi Kai always fought ruthlessly, with every move aiming to kill. Such a merciless opponent, if not completely subdued, would inevitably become a fatal threat to the organization. He must be eliminated before he grows too strong. A flash of determination crossed Heilin's eyes. "Since we are already mortal enemies, I must leave no loose ends." The battle erupted instantly. The Tremor Salamander unleashed its sonic boom attack with a deafening roar, while the Crobat, having just used its defensive skill, was forced to retreat temporarily. At the critical moment, the Slowbro cast Protect in time, shielding Yi Kai and the Salazzle behind it. Seizing the opportunity, the Salazzle spewed a thick, black toxic liquid, striking the Tremor Salamander's weak point directly. The fight grew fiercer. Under the pressure of a higher-level opponent, the Slowbro could only rely on its remarkable defense to withstand the onslaught, quickly becoming battered and bruised. The Hydreigon, having completed multiple power-ups and reaching an incredible level of special attack, suddenly found itself unable to use its skills. Return, Hydreigon. Hylian withdrew the Pokemon, his expression turning grave. Yi Kai, this is your last chance. Their eyes locked, each seemingly staring into the face of a doomed adversary. Suddenly, Hylian burst into maniacal laughter. Good. I like that arrogance. Now die. With a thunderous roar, Tyranitar entered the battlefield, and a sandstorm immediately engulfed the area. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding were utterly shocked. This was already the opponent's second pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Without hesitation, Tyranitar unleashed Hyper Beam, its blazing beam of light brighter than the sun. At the last second, Wang Xiaoding's level 61 Machamp stepped forward, its forearms spread wide as it used Protect to barely block the fatal attack. At that moment, Yi Kai threw out the Pokeball containing his Exeggutor. Hylian was about to mock him when he suddenly realized this was an Alolan Exeggutor. The massive 15-meter-tall Pokemon turned and swung its wood hammer straight at the Tyranitar. With a resounding crash, the Tyranitar was forced to stagger backward under the heavy, type-advantaged blow, its Hyper Beam charge interrupted. But the victory of the Exeggutor was short-lived, as it soon fell under the Tremor Salamander's devastating sonic boom. Hylian once again released Hydreigon, launching an even more ferocious assault. Yi Kai's Pokemon were nearly wiped out under the relentless storm of attacks. Even the nimble Crobat could barely protect Yi Kai, while the Salazzle was left teetering on the brink of collapse. The entire tourist area was unrecognizable, the ground scarred with deep trenches, a harrowing sight. The cable cars dangling in the air had been pierced as if made of paper, their wreckage scattered across the ground. Amidst the devastation, Blackscale fought alone against three, yet completely suppressed Yi Kai and his companions' attacks. Zhao Qian anxiously glanced into the distance, hoping to see Uncle Hat's figure, his eyes glistening red. Yi Kai, expressionless, kept his gaze fixed on the battle. Without a word, he slipped a Vitality Shard into his Weezing's body as final trump card. If the situation worsened, a desperate self-destruction might be his only option. Suddenly, the Vibra Salamander let out a muffled groan of pain. The poison had finally taken effect. Yi Kai pondered quietly. The level gap significantly reduced the effectiveness of his abilities. Even the corrosive poison, a signature move of his Flame Queen Salamander, required 2 applications to show results. Unbeknownst to the others, he had already revived the Flame Queen Salamander and positioned it on his back, secretly administering the poison. Feudal resistance. Come forth, Forsaken Ape. Blackscale commanded, and a grayish-white ape, standing about 1.5 meters tall, emerged onto the battlefield. Its fur stood on end, eerily resembling the Super Saiyan form Yi Kai remembered from his previous life. Its sheer presence was enough to instill fear. Yi Kai's heart sank as he saw the creature. The intensity of battles in this world far exceeded his imagination, and the villains showed no mercy. This middle-parted ape was no ordinary opponent. Its rage fist alone could obliterate an entire team. Despair washed over Zhao Qian and the others. They couldn't even identify this Pokemon. Wang Xiaoding, her voice trembling, explained, "The Forsaken Ape is the evolved form of Primeape. It channels its inner fury into its fists, with enough power to shatter its opponent's very bones." Boom Burst, Dark Pulse, Rage Fist. Blackscale commanded an all-out assault. Nidoking, Protect. Yi Kai deployed his ace. "I didn't expect you to have such a strong card. You should have used it earlier," Blackscale sneered, knowing full well Yi Kai still had another trump card, his Totem Overquill. But given the current situation, even that would only buy some time. This ends now. Dragonites, Draco Meteor. Suddenly, the piercing sound of sirens echoed all around. A large police force swiftly sealed off the area. Members of Yasha, surrender immediately. Otherwise, the Alliance will sentence you to death. Nonsense. Blackscale scoffed disdainfully, but his hands had already begun recalling his Pokemon. "Kid, you're in luck this time. If I see you again." Blackscale sneered darkly, giving a thumbs up before swiftly making a throat-slitting gesture across his neck. His eyes gleamed with malice as he commanded his Pokemon to face off against the 4 ferocious Dragonites charging toward them. Although the Yasha officer had lost the advantage of level superiority, his Annihilape still displayed astonishing combat prowess. Even in its final moments, it managed to take down 1 Dragonite and severely injure the remaining 3. On the battlefield, a large number of Yasha members were apprehended by the Alliance. But Blackscale and the man carrying the Salazzle on his back mounted a Hydreigon and soared into the sky. The air, however, was already swarming with Alliance personnel as the battle extended from the ground to the skies. In a desperate move, Blackscale and his comrade released several Weezings and ordered them to self-destruct without hesitation. As the smoke cleared, only a faint, receding black speck remained in the distance. "Are you guys okay?" came a concerned inquiry. Ye Kai remained silent, while Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding, still shaken, recounted the harrowing events with emotion. It was only under the calming reassurance of the man they called Uncle Hat that the two began to settle down. Ye Kai silently reflected. If not for the Alliance's timely intervention in this three-unknown crisis, the consequences would have been disastrous. The terrifying reality of level suppression was that strategies that usually worked flawlessly became utterly ineffective against opponents 10 or even 20 levels higher. Perhaps he should have gone all out from the start and sent out Nidoking. Various scenarios played out in his mind, but the odds of victory in an unknown battle still seemed slim. Controlling Pokemon above level 60, Blackscale clearly possessed the strength of a gym leader. To ensure their safety, the Alliance arranged for a special vehicle to escort the trio down the mountain. 3 hours later, after giving their statements, they walked out of the Alliance checkpoint. Traveling always comes with unexpected challenges. Don't dwell on it too much. Ye Kai reassured his companions outwardly, though inwardly he was painfully aware of the truth. Without a rapid increase in strength, their lives could be at risk at any time. Having spent little time in the border cities of Longhua, he had not fully grasped the ruthlessness of these villainous organizations. No wonder the mortality rate among trainers was so high. Zhao Qian and Wang Xiaoding remained silent, resigned to pressing on. From snowy mountains to grassy plains, the scenery changed continuously as they traveled for 5 hours, drawing ever closer to Shishir Ocean City. By the time night fell, they realized they had been so focused on their journey that they now faced the predicament of having nowhere to rest. Ye Kai once again tried to reassure them, urging them to hold on a bit longer until they reached a populated area. Along the way, he had depleted all his food reserves. Ever since that soaking incident, his appetite had grown significantly, leaving him to rely on standard energy cubes to stave off hunger. He even tried a psychic-type energy cubite started with a faint salty taste, followed by a mix of grape and goji berry flavors. It was barely passable as a change of pace. The cold wind howled across the plains, but when they looked up, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight: countless stars blanketing the sky, the Milky Way vividly visible, a truly awe-inspiring and magnificent spectacle. The three of them trudged along the road, too exhausted to appreciate the scenic beauty around them. After 2 hours of travel, they finally caught sight of the outline of a small county town, Suiqing, located next to Haiqing. "If we can't go on, let's rest at the Pokemon Center here," Wang Xiaoding said wearily, glancing at her smartwatch, which showed it was 3:49 a.m. Fortunately, the three of them were young and fit, which allowed them to push through this far. Ye Kai nodded in agreement, no longer insisting on continuing the journey. They arrived at the Pokemon Center and checked in. Ye Kai was assigned a luxurious 180 square meter room. The interior was exquisitely designed, with every detail from the curtains to the floors, the sofa to the walk-in closet, oozing sophistication. Even the toilet came equipped with a music-playing function and automatic flushing. This is just a remote county. If a trainer like me with only 5 badges can enjoy such accommodations, wouldn't first- and second-tier professional trainers be staying in presidential suites? Ye Kai thought to himself. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. Turning on the air conditioning, he wrapped himself in a blanket, collapsed onto the sofa, and fell into a deep sleep. By 4 p.m. that afternoon, Ye Kai had regained some energy. He decided not to disturb Zhao Qian and the others, and instead focused on the matters at hand. The egg of his Sneasel had undergone its second nutrient solution replacement, and still needed a few more weeks before hatching. He assessed his Pokemon lineup. The first tier included Exeggutor, a level 49 Nidoking, and a level 45 Weezing, which would likely serve as the main force against the Water-type gym. Additionally, his roster featured Salazzle, Crobat, Slowbro, and Toxapex. His plan was to focus on training Toxapex while ensuring balanced development for the others. As for his 2 rideable Pokemon, Nidoran and the Egg, they were currently in reserve. While pondering issues like energy cube supplies and skill training, Ye Kai rummaged through the refrigerator for food. 3 hours later, he found himself at a battle club in Suiqing. "Toxapex, let's go." Marowak, Bone Rush. In the battle, Marowak brandished 2 bone clubs fused with its body. Wielding its signature item, its powerful attacks shattered rocks across the battlefield. But Toxapex swiftly erected a purple barrier, blocking the attacks and countering with venomous spikes from its tentacles, poisoning its opponent. Marowak, the Pokemon, held in pain. "Use Venom Strike," Ye Kai commanded, referring to the new move he had just exchanged from the system. Toxapex quickly closed in, its tentacles striking with precision and hitting a critical spot, leaving Marowak dazed and reeling. This was already Ye Kai's 3rd battle of the day. Though the practice trainers showered him with praise, he felt no sense of achievement compared to the likes of Black Scale. These opponents were insignificant. After the ambush by the Yasha gang, he had revised his strategy of training only 2 teams of Pokemon. Nothing is more important than your own life. There's no shame in fearing death. Yi Kai vowed to make his Nidoking and the others even stronger. He also contemplated replacing Exeggutor, a grass dragon type, with a higher-level poison-type Pokemon due to the potential risk of it losing control as it leveled up. For that, he needed to spread the word. Hey there, is this your 4th match today? Yeah. Alright, then come out, Kangaskhan. As the familiar Pokemon appeared, Yi Kai couldn't help but recall the days when Kangaskhan used to be called Konglong. Kangaskhan launched a swift and precise sucker punch straight toward Toxapex. This move had always been its signature technique, but this time, the opposing Kangaskhan proved to be even faster. Nonetheless, the poison successfully seeped into its opponent. Seizing the moment, Kangaskhan attempted a follow-up attack with a well-coordinated combo. Unfortunately, Toxapex's formidable defenses were not so easily breached. Known for its mastery of status-altering moves, Toxapex effortlessly neutralized Kangaskhan's assault. Realizing its attack was ineffective, Kangaskhan quickly switched to using Recover. However, 2 minutes later, the outcome was predictable. Under Toxapex's relentless pressure, Kangaskhan eventually succumbed. Yi Kai nodded in approval. The battle was a solid test of their training progress. After several rounds of combat, the synergy between him and Toxapex was beginning to take shape. Next up was the long-delayed task of mastering the Sandstorm move. They hadn't had time to learn it during their journey, but now the opportunity had finally arrived. Yi Kai opened the system interface to review his Pokemon's move list and discovered that both Nidoking and Slowbro were eligible to learn it. Believing in the philosophy that the more skills, the better, he decided to teach the move to both Pokemon. He lit an incense of rock, laid out some rock-type energy cubes, and called out the 2 Pokemon. Nidoking, already adept at moves like Rock Slide, quickly got the hang of it, mastering Sandstorm in just over 3 hours. Slowbro, on the other hand, seemed distracted, often zoning out mid-training. Fortunately, its high defense made it resilient, so Yi Kai instructed Shelder to keep biting it while having Nidoking use Rock Slide on it. Slowbro had already maxed out its physical defense, so these attacks posed no threat. Slowly but surely, as it munched on energy cubes and endured the attacks, it began to grasp the new move. 7 hours later, all the rock-type energy cubes had been devoured. Yan, Yi Kai muttered, watching Slowbro's behavior and wondering if it was pretending to struggle just to get more snacks. Thankfully, it finally succeeded, as fine grains of sand began to swirl around the battlefield. Before leaving, Yi Kai sold the Sandstorm TM to the club, earning a tidy profit of 330,000. After some thought, Yi Kai decided to head to the Pokemon Trainer Association. He still had a rare dragon-type Alolan Exeggutor, a Pokemon worth a fortune. With the right buyer, it could easily sell for tens of millions. Given the high risk of online scams, he preferred an in-person transaction. Zhao Qian and the others still seemed to be resting, so he decided to act alone. Dodrio, head to this location. Yi Kai pulled out his phone to guide the 3-headed bird. However, Dodrio kept wandering into dead ends, making Yi Kai question whether it was fully alert. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the 2 side heads were dozing off, leaving only the middle head barely awake. The main head angrily pecked at the other 2, but they remained unresponsive. Just as Yi Kai was about to switch to riding Gogoat, Dodrio suddenly leapt into the air, soaring over several blocks before landing smoothly in front of a grand building on the outskirts of the city, the Verdant City Trainer Association. It turned out this was its unique way of navigating, appearing lost, but actually calculating the straight-line distance through the air. While this trait might deter some from choosing it as a mount, it was a testament to Dodrio's intelligence. The association building before him was magnificent, rivaling the size of a large mall or shopping complex, leaving a lasting impression. The Trainer Association was bustling with activity, filled with trainers of all kinds trading and exchanging Pokemon. Yi Kai bypassed the noisy battle area and headed straight to the item shop. He knew he was missing a few crucial items, and perhaps luck would be on his side here. As soon as he entered, a cacophony of shouting filled his ears. Freshly mined moonstones and sunstones, metal coats and everstones at fair prices. Yi Kai was slightly surprised to see that this place was essentially a market where trainers set up their own stalls to sell items. However, he didn't dwell on Ivory Place had its own rules. His gaze wandered across the various stalls until a glint of cold light caught his attention. How much for these quick claws? Yi Kai asked. Interested in those, buddy? Just 500,000, the vendor replied cheerfully. Yi Kai frowned slightly. That price clearly had room for negotiation. He examined the claws closely and noticed that many were cracked and discolored, showing their age. These claws are in poor condition, yet you're asking for such a high price. These are from my own Sandslash, naturally shed, the vendor declared, summoning a Sandslash. Its left claw had 2 distinctly different colored talons. A system prompt immediately confirmed, Quick Claw, brand new. When held, it occasionally allows the user to strike first. It seemed the claws were indeed authentic, and the freshest one was still attached to the Sandslash. After a moment of thought, Ye Kai proposed, "How about this? He'll trade you a poison barb for the fresh claw on your Sandslash." After some bargaining, they settled on Ye Kai trading the poison barb along with an additional 100,000 to acquire the pristine claw. For Ye Kai, the poison barb had become somewhat redundant as he now preferred using toxic. With the quick claw in hand, he immediately equipped it to his Slowbro, which in turn passed it to Shelder, significantly boosting the likelihood of triggering its quick draw ability. Thinking about claws, Ye Kai was reminded of the Razor Claw needed for Sneasel's evolution. While Wild Sneasels occasionally carried it, he wanted to prepare in advance just to be safe. For an item that could impact a Pokemon's evolution potential, the quality had to be top-notch. Unfortunately, after searching through the market, he couldn't find this relatively niche item. What he did stumble upon, however, were two technical machine discs, Dragon Tail and Steel Wing. "How much for these two TMs?" he inquired. "Dragon Tail is 350,000, and Steel Wing is 300,000, the vendor responded. The unusually low prices raised Ye Kai's suspicions. Sensing his doubt, the vendor quickly explained, "To be honest, there's nothing wrong with these teams, they're just about to expire. They've only got 2.5 days left, but they're guaranteed to work within that time." Ye Kai couldn't help but laugh. Selling TMs that would expire in 2 days? What kind of genius Pokemon could learn moves so quickly? Then again, he realized his own Pokemon were exceptionally talented, with remarkable learning speeds. Ye Kai calculated in his mind. His Poison-type Pokemon had its potential enhanced by the system, so the price seemed reasonable. "I'll take them for 400,000. "Impossible," the seller flatly refused. "This is Dragon Tail, a Dragon-type move, and Steel Wing is quite practical as well." After some intense bargaining, Ye Kai ultimately secured the 2 discs with 300,000 and a poison barb thrown in. "Is there a place nearby where I can watch these videos?" "Follow me." The Trainer Association, as expected of the city's authoritative organization, had a specialized area for Pokemon to watch move discs. Ye Kai quickly checked the move lists of his Pokemon in the system, and was pleasantly surprised to find that Nidoking could learn Dragon Tail. He remembered that in the 8th and 9th generations, Nidoking couldn't learn this move. It seemed that this world had broken that limitation. Soon, Ye Kai arranged for Nidoking, Salazzle, and Exeggutor to start learning Dragon Tail, while Crobat focused on practicing Steel Wing. The rental fee for the facility was 2,000 a day daylight robbery. But to make use of these outdated TMs, he had no choice but to accept it. He overheard someone mentioning that they once got an Earthquake disc with only half a day left on its usage, for just 150,000. Speaking of usage limits, Ye Kai suddenly remembered a critical issue. Without Dragon-type and Steel-type energy cubes, these moves can't be learned at all. He immediately went to purchase a month's supply of advanced Dragon-type energy cubes. "Thank you for your patronage," the shop assistant said with a cheerful smile. The Trainer Association store clearly capitalized on trainers' needs, pricing their products 20 higher than outside vendors. No wonder there were so many independent stalls outside, and no wonder the association didn't charge an entrance fee. Every penny came from the trainers themselves. Among the 18 types, Dragon, Psychic, and Fighting energy cubes were the most expensive, with Dragon-type being particularly costly twice as much as common types like Fire or Water. However, imagining future battle scattering entry hazards and then using Dragon Tail to force opponents into switches, Ye Kai felt it was worth the expense. Besides, Dragon Tail itself had a power of 60, making it a decent move. Just as he was searching for a Dragon-type Pokemon to assist in training, Zhao Qian called him. "Hello? I'm at the Trainer Association. If you're coming, hurry up." After searching the association for a suitable sparring partner and finding none, Ye Kai had no choice but to use his Dragon Attribute variant Exeggutor as a training partner. Even if it meant practicing slowly with Dragon Hammer, Nidoking and Salazzle had to master Dragon Tail. Exeggutor used Dragon Hammer at minimum power. The towering Exeggutor swayed its head and began gently hammering Nidoking. Nidoking endured it without much trouble, but Salazzle wasn't as fortunate, getting dizzy after just a few hits. The difficulty of mastering Dragon-type moves was evident. Even Exeggutor wasn't having it easy. After using Dragon Hammer 7 or 8 times in a row, it started showing signs of confusion. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the colossal 15-meter-tall Pokemon came crashing down like an out-of-control pendulum. Even at minimum power, the impact was devastating. Ye Kai barely avoided being hit, and a massive crater appeared right next to him. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he quickly retreated to a safe distance. "Stop, stop, stop! Everyone, take a break and have some energy cubes." This intense training session drew the attention of several trainers passing by. "Whoa, I've never seen a Pokemon like that before. Is that some kind of Exeggutor variant? It's so tall." Ye Kai was intently observing the peculiar subspecies of Exeggutor in front of him. The most astonishing feature of this Pokemon was its long, whip-like neck, capable of delivering powerful strikes to its opponents, though the move left it momentarily dizzy. What shocked everyone present even more was the Pokédex revealing it to be a Dragon-type Pokémon. Ignoring the murmurs of amazement from the crowd, Ye Kai focused entirely on training. The technical machines for Dragon Tail and Steel Wing were about to expire, leaving him with little time to spare. Every second counted. Over 2 hours later, Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting finally arrived. Although they had seen this executor before, the current training scene left them awestruck. The executor had already mastered the rhythm of consecutively using Dragon Hammer, while Nidoking and Salazzle were gradually adapting to the use of Dragon-type energy. Meanwhile, Crobat was undergoing intensive training with Weezing. The evolved Weezing, due to the significant changes in its body structure, rarely used Euro Ball anymore. However, after following Ye Kai's advice, it developed a unique technique swinging its smaller head around its larger one like a flail. Though unconventional, this method proved highly effective, helping it regain proficiency in Euro Ball, though its accuracy still needed improvement. Several attacks landed directly on Crobat, leaving it severely injured. Given the vast speed difference, Euro Ball's effectiveness against high-speed Pokémon was undeniable. Weezing, control your strength. You're hitting too hard, Ye Kai reminded sternly. The crowd around the training area continued to grow. A 4.2-meter-tall Weezing wielding Euro Ball, a 15-meter-tall Exeggutor unleashing its chaotic Dragon Hammer on a towering Nidoking, and a shiny Salazzle nimbly dodging attacks. All these Pokémon were captivating on their own, let alone appearing together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Your Crobat has learned the move, Steel Wing. Ye Kai immediately recalled both Weezing and Crobat. By now, Zhao Qian and Wang Shouting, having seen enough of the action, wandered off to explore other areas of the Trainer Association. Several individuals approached Ye Kai with battle invitations, but he declined them. All his focus remained solely on skill training. At that moment, a tall and elegant woman approached, scanning the Exeggutor with her phone before speaking. Young man, is this Exeggutor available for sale or trade? Ye Kai opened his eyes from his meditative state and studied the woman, who bore a resemblance to someone familiar. What makes you think I'd sell or trade my Exeggutor? It's not hard to guess. You specialize in Poison-type Pokémon, don't you? A Dragon Grass-type Exeggutor does seem out of place in your team, she remarked pointedly. Ye Kai couldn't deny her observation. However, encountering such a rare and powerful Alolan Exeggutor, not capturing it was simply out of the question. Alright, tell me, what Pokémon are you offering in exchange? And how are you so sure I'd offer a Pokémon instead of cash? She countered. I'm busy. Get to the point, Ye Kai replied coldly. If her offer didn't satisfy him, he wouldn't waste another second. Come out, Victreebel, she called. Victreebel, Ye Kai scoffed. What a useless Pokémon. Though the Victreebel before him was at level 46, even a well-bred one wasn't worth more than 4 million, a far cry from being rare. Moreover, at such a high level, it wasn't even eligible for small badge competitions. Do you have any other Poison-type Pokémon? Ye Kai asked directly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.